God Level Farm Chapter 1170 to Chapter 1213. Yes, Master. Master. Xiaoqing replied. In the next moment, Xiaoqing's figure appeared at the entrance of the small cave halfway up the mountain in the Mountain Sea realm. Along with Xiaoqing were 5 cages with numbers on them. Xiao Ruofei walked closer to take a look. The Strasbourg goose in the cage was already an adult. This kind of goose's growth cycle was not very long to begin with. They had been in the customs inspection for a month. After being in the Archean realm for 2 to 3 days and being in an environment rich in spirit energy, their growth was naturally very fast. Of course, for the other Strasbourg geese in the Mountain Sea realm, only 2 to 3 days had passed, so there was not much change. Xiao Ruofei grabbed the Strasbourg goose from cage 1 with a hint of anticipation. In order to reduce its pain, Xiao Ruofei directly exhaled a little bit of true energy. The sharp true energy immediately crushed its head, and it died almost instantly. It could be said to be painless. Xiao Ruofei was not a paranoid animal protectionist. The Strasbourg geese at the bottom of the food chain could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. If they had not been selected to be exported to Xianxia, they would have been living a hellish life on a farm with large amounts of food every day. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not have any psychological barriers. He casually waved his hand, and a sharp military knife was teleported from the Archean realm toolbox and appeared in his palm. The military knife that was infused with a trace of true energy slashed across the Strasbourg goose's stomach, cutting it open as easily as cutting tofu. In a short while, 5 trays were neatly placed at the entrance of the small cave. On each tray was a fresh foie gras. The results of the experiment were clear at a glance. The foie gras on tray 5 was the smallest. It was the size of a normal foie gras. The corresponding experimental goose number 5 was fed normally. There was no Chinese medicine added to it. On the remaining 4 trays, the foie gras were clearly much larger. This was the effect of abnormal growth. Obviously, the prescription that Xiao Ruofei came up with could indeed allow the Strasbourg goose to absorb nutrients that its body couldn't absorb in a short period of time under normal feeding conditions, causing the liver to be overloaded and form fatty liver. Although all 4 plans of the 2 prescriptions were effective, there were differences in their effects. The foie gras produced by the latter 2 plans were obviously larger than the former 2 plans. Xiao Ruofei also used a military knife to cut open the foie gras for observation. The texture of the foie gras of the latter 2 plants was more delicate. The last 2 plants corresponded to the same prescription, but the ratio of the various medicinal herbs was different. Obviously, this prescription was more effective than the other one. Of course, the evaluation of the effect could not only be based on the size and weight of the foie gras, but also on the texture and many other factors. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei measured the exact weight of each piece of foie gras and recorded it carefully, she used a military knife to cut off a piece of each of the 4 pieces of foie gras, packed them in a vacuum bag, and labeled them with a serial number. Then, Xiao Ruofei pondered for a long time, constantly analyzing the prescription with the better effect in his mind. Based on his understanding of pharmacology, he adjusted the ratio of each medicinal herb on the basis of the plan that produced the largest amount of foie gras, and formed 5 new plans. Xiao Ruofei wrote down the ratio of medicinal herbs corresponding to the 5 plans on a piece of paper, then handed it to Xiaoqing and said, "Xiaoqing, in the next 2 or 3 days, choose 5 geese according to these 5 plans for the experiment." As for the control group that was fed normally, there was no need to set it up again. This experiment had already proved that it was feasible to use Chinese medicine to accelerate the production of foie gras. The next thing to do was to make further improvements on this basis to get a more optimal plan. "Yes, Master." Xiaoqing responded respectfully. Xiao Ruofei sent the vacuum bag containing the foie gras sample into the small cave for storage, and left the rest to Xiaoqing. The next day, the lawyer sent by Uncle Jiang from Heron Island, together with Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing, brought all the necessary materials and went to the real estate exchange center to complete the transfer procedures. Because the documents and materials were complete, the property rights were clear, and the other party had already received the house payment in advance, the transfer of ownership was actually not complicated. It was basically completed in half a day. After the transfer of the water, electricity, and coal was completed, it was basically noon. Xiao Ruofei invited lawyer Wang, Feng Jing, and Ling Qingxue to Lingji private kitchen for lunch, and then the lawyer returned to the hotel to rest. In the afternoon, the group went to the Jiangbin Villa district and went to the property management to change the owner, and the property management witnessed the handover of the house. After a busy day, the matter of the house was basically settled. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing both got the real estate certificate and the land certificate. From today onwards, the two houses were officially changed owners. The three of them stood in front of Feng Jing's townhouse, and Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Sister Jing, let's leave the renovation to Uncle Liang from the Jianda group. We're more at ease with our own people." Feng Jing also liked this villa from the bottom of her heart, and she was very happy at this time. She smiled and said, "Okay. You're more familiar with Mr. Liang, so you can say hello to him." "No problem." Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, "The Jianda group can do everything from design to renovation, so you won't have to worry about it." Feng Jing nodded and said, "Yes. By the way, do you have any ideas about the renovation?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Feng Jing said with a smile, "I have some ideas in my heart, but I've never studied design, so I don't know if it's unrealistic." "That's easy. I'll ask Uncle Liang to send their best renovation designer over, and you can describe your ideal renovation effect to him. The more detailed, the better." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then let the designer get the proposal, and after you look at it, you can modify it according to your opinions." Feng Jing said happily, "That's good." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll call Uncle Liang now. This matter has to be done quickly, or else it'll be hard to find workers after the Spring Festival. It's best to finish it before the Spring Festival. After all, this house needs to be left for a period of time before it can be lived in. Even if the most environmentally friendly materials were used, the renovation would inevitably produce formaldehyde and other harmful gases. The only way was to strengthen the ventilation and let it dry for a period of time." After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he called Liang Weiman and told him about this matter. When Liang Weiman heard that manager Feng of the Taoyuan company wanted to renovate the house, he immediately patted his chest and promised that he would send the best designers and renovation workers to complete this project beautifully. Xiao Ruofei expressed his gratitude, and the two chatted for a while before hanging up. Xiao Ruofei put the phone in his pocket and said with a smile, "Sister Jing, it's settled. Jianda Group's top designer will come to the company to look for you tomorrow. You can talk about the details at that time, and if you have any ideas for the renovation, you can think about it today." I got it." Feng Jing nodded and said with a smile, "Don't just think about my matters. Although your house doesn't need to be renovated, you still need to buy some daily necessities, right? You can't use the original bed sheets and blankets, right?" Ling Qingxue, who was standing at the side, said with a smile, "Sister Jing, just leave it to me. I have already thought about it. Throw away all the daily necessities and bedding in the house, and I will buy new ones tomorrow." When Feng Jing heard this, she immediately realized that his real girlfriend was here. She didn't need to worry about these daily necessities. She felt a slight sourness in her heart, but she concealed it well and did not show it at all. She just nodded with a smile and said, "With Qing Shui taking care of the house, you don't have to worry about Ruofei. Let's go. Come to my house for dinner." Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "Today, my dad will come back and cook personally. You guys are in for a treat." Feng Jing quickly said, "You guys can eat together as a family." "I won't be going. I still need to think about the renovation." Ling Qingxue said, "Sister Jing, let's go together. He's not an outsider." No. Feng Jing declined. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Sister Jing, Uncle Ling isn't an outsider. You know him very well, and we will all be neighbors in the future. We should get to know each other more often. Let's go together. Let's go together." Yeah. Ling Qingxue said, "Sister Jing, my dad rarely cooks personally in the past few years. It would be a pity to miss it." Feng Jing couldn't stand the two's constant persuasion, and finally nodded in agreement. When Ling Xiaotian came back from the company and found out that Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing had already settled the transfer of ownership of the house, she was very happy. She put on an apron and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Feng Jing was a little reserved in Ling Qingxue's house. She didn't know if it was because of psychological factors, but she always felt that she didn't fit in here. Ling Xiaotian's culinary skills were undeniable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to develop a small restaurant into a restaurant chain today. She didn't hire so many chefs in the beginning. She cooked all by herself. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Under Ling Xiaotian's persuasion, Xiao Ruofei also drank a lot of white wine. Because Feng Jing was also here today, Xiao Ruofei couldn't let a girl like Feng Jing go back alone. So, he didn't stay at the Ling family's villa tonight. Of course, the driver was changed to Feng Jing, and Xiao Ruofei sat in the front passenger seat. In the next 2 days, Xiao Ruofei started to slack off again. He almost didn't go to the company. Occasionally, he showed up, but he left very quickly. On the other hand, Ling Qingxue took Xiao Ruofei to a lot of shopping malls these 2 days. She bought all the daily necessities in the Jiangbin villa. All the bedding was replaced with new ones. She also bought a lot of pots and pans in the kitchen. From now on, Xiao Ruofei could live in the villa directly. He didn't need to go back to the farm every day. Under Xia Qing's careful cultivation, the second batch of test geese successfully grew to maturity. Originally, Ling Qingxue hoped that Xiao Ruofei would stay in the Jiangbin villa tonight. That way, she would have more opportunities to cultivate with Xiao Ruofei. However, Xiao Ruofei considered that it was more convenient for him to enter the space on the farm. So, he found an excuse and returned to the farm, saying that he had some things to pack. In the small villa on the farm, after Xiao Ruofei entered the Ring 2 space, Xia Qing quickly brought the new 5 test geese over. With the previous experience, Xiao Ruofei was more familiar with the process this time. After a while, the 5 foie gras were taken out and placed on numbered trays. When he slaughtered the Strasbourg goose to get the foie gras, Xiao Ruofei already felt it. He weighed the foie gras in his hand and the approximate weight was very clear. Obviously, there was an increase after this improvement. After weighing and recording, Xiao Ruofei also stored a sample of each foie gras in a vacuum bag. In terms of weight and texture of the foie gras and other factors, the best plan had basically been selected. When Xiao Ruofei was in the space last time, he had already done an in-depth analysis of the pharmacology and optimized it to the extreme in theory. Of course, whether the foie gras produced by the best plan could reach the standard in taste or even reach high quality still needed further verification. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruofei drove to the Western restaurant at the corner of the city. Last night, he had already contacted the manager of the Western restaurant, Bastien, and said that he would bring some samples of foie gras today and ask him to identify them. When Bastien heard that this might be a new product of the Taoyuan company, he was already overjoyed and immediately agreed. He originally owed Xiao Ruofei a big favor, and for a supplier who had a large number of high-quality truffles, any Western food business would definitely deliberately make friends with him. Even if he had no interest in the foie gras of the Taoyuan company, he would not hesitate to agree to help. The Western restaurant was not open in the morning. Bastien specifically asked the restaurant's French chef to wait in the restaurant with him early in the morning. When Xiao Ruofei's car arrived at the restaurant early the next morning, Xiao Ruofei drove to the Western restaurant at the corner of the city. Last night, he had already contacted the manager of the Western restaurant, Bastien, and said that he would bring some samples of foie gras today and ask him to identify them. When Bastien heard that this might be a new product of the Taoyuan company, he was already overjoyed and immediately agreed. He originally owed Xiao Ruofei a big favor, and for a supplier who had a large number of high-quality truffles, any Western food business would definitely deliberately make friends with him. Even if he had no interest in the foie gras of the Taoyuan company, he would not hesitate to agree to help. The Western restaurant was not open in the morning. Bastien specifically asked the restaurant's French chef to wait in the restaurant with him early in the morning. When Xiao Ruofei's car arrived at the restaurant early the next morning, Xiao Ruofei drove to the Western restaurant at the corner of the city. Last night, he had already contacted the manager of the Western restaurant, Bastien, and said that he would bring some samples of foie gras today and ask him to identify them. When Bastien heard that this might be a new product of the Taoyuan company, he was already overjoyed and immediately agreed. Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. In the face of Gore's unprincipled pursuit, Xiao Ruofei just smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Gore, you're an expert in this area. Please give me your valuable advice. It's my pleasure, Gore said with a smile. He also knew very well that the young man in front of him, even if he was a senior executive of the corner restaurant group, had to be roped in. This was something that he could do, so he would naturally do his best. Thank you in advance, Mr. Gore, Xiao Ruofei said. Then he put the incubator on the operating table and said, there are 9 samples of foie gras inside. Please identify them one by one, Mr. Gore. Okay, Gore said as he opened the incubator. This kind of rechargeable incubator could be operated for more than 10 hours continuously, and the temperature inside the incubator was maintained at a constant temperature of 0 degrees. In this environment, the foie gras could be kept for about 24 hours. Gore took out all 9 vacuum packaging bags and arranged them in a row on the operating table according to their numbers. Through the transparent vacuum packaging bags, Gore raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the foie gras samples. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he put on gloves, then took out 9 plates, opened the foie gras samples, and placed them on the plates one by one. Wow! Gore finally could not help but exclaim, it looks very good. These foie gras were a very beautiful pale pink, and the texture was very delicate. Gore said with a smile, if I'm not mistaken, this should be Strasbourg foie gras. Amazing! Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Mr. Gore, you're really an expert. Gore said with a smile, thank you for your compliment, but this is not a great ability. I've been in contact with too many foie gras, and the color of Strasbourg foie gras is very special, so I can recognize it at a glance. Of course, the Toulouse foie gras is also special, but it's generally the color of ivory. These foie gras are indeed from Strasbourg geese. These are young geese that I specially imported from Austria. Xiao Ruofei said, we're trying a new breeding method, so we've conducted some control experiments. Understood, Gore said. Next, Gore began to further identify the foie gras. He cut a small piece with a delicate table knife and carefully observed each cut surface of the foie gras sample. He even put these slices into an instrument for testing and recorded some data. It took Gore more than an hour to finish the preliminary work. He took off his gloves, picked up a record form, and said to Xiao Ruofei, Mr. Xia, there is no doubt that the quality of these foie gras is very high. At least, they have reached the standard of high-end Western restaurants. I also conducted a further analysis. The data shows that the highest quality foie gras should be sample number 8. Its fat content is an amazing 68%, which is a lot higher than the average level. Bastien saw that Xiao Ruofei was a little confused, so he explained with a smile, Mr. Xia, generally speaking, the higher the fat content in the foie gras, the better the taste and the higher the nutrition. I see. Xiao Ruofei nodded, and then asked with some doubts, the fat content is so high, it shouldn't be good for the body, right? Isn't a low-fat diet advocated now? Bastien said with a smile, these are 2 different concepts. Generally speaking, the so-called high-fat food refers to saturated fatty acids, which will increase the body's cholesterol content, which is not good for health. But in fact, unsaturated fatty acids account for about 65% to 68% of the fat in foie gras. They can reduce blood cholesterol levels and soften blood vessels, and the rest are saturated fatty acids. So, eating in moderation is better for health. Of course, foie gras is still a high cholesterol food, and eating too much of it is not good for the body. After Bastien's explanation, Xiao Ruofei understood. He said with a smile, I understand. There is an old saying in Huaxia that goes too far is as bad as not enough. No matter how good the food is, you can't eat it without restraint. Yes. Yes. Bastien said. At this time, Gore shook his head and said, no. Mr. Xia, Mr. Bastien, for ordinary foie gras, this theory is applicable, but sample number 8 is different. According to the data I just tested, the proportion of unsaturated fatty acids in this sample of foie gras is 88%. There is only a very small amount of saturated fatty acids, so it is really healthy food. God! Bastien couldn't help but gasp and ask, Gore, is there a problem with our equipment? Gore smiled and said, Dear boss, I also suspected the existence of this possibility at first. In fact, the data of these 9 samples are very beautiful. The worst one has a fat content of 58%, which is already a high standard among foie gras. Moreover, among the fat of these foie gras samples, the lowest content of unsaturated fatty acids is about 66%, which is also much higher than the average level. At this point, Gore paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "So, I specially took a sample of foie gras from our shop. This was ordered by Mr. Lee, and it was just flown in from France last night. The test data is here." After that, Gore handed a piece of paper to Bastien. Bastien took it and couldn't wait to look at it. Xiao also curiously leaned over to take a look. The form was printed out by the testing equipment, and it was written in English. Xiao could understand it easily. The fat content was 52%, and 65% of it was unsaturated fatty acids. Gore smiled and said, "See? This is normal data, which means that there is no problem with our equipment. The quality of the foie gras sample provided by Mr. Xia is really good. It's unbelievable." Bastien muttered to himself. Xiao was very happy. He asked, "Mr. Gore, does that mean the foie gras samples I provided are not bad?" "It's simply wonderful," Gore said. "Especially sample number 8. In my opinion, it is a perfect work of art." Samples number 5 to number 9 were all cultivated by Xiao after making improvements on the basis of the first experiment. Judging from the data provided by Gore, the performance of these 5 samples was also better than the first 4 samples. Sample number 8, in particular, was even more eye-catching. There was no doubt that the best plan was number 8. At this time, Gore asked, "By the way, Mr. Xia, did you record the weight of these foie gras samples when you collected them?" "Of course," Xiao said. This is the relevant data. Xiao knew that Gore couldn't understand the Huaxiao language, so he pointed to one of the columns and said, "This is the weight of the foie gras recorded in grams." "Oh my God!" Gore couldn't help but exclaim, "What did I see? 2,300 grams of foie gras? Mr. Xia, are you sure the unit is grams?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to question your data, it's just..." Xiao smiled and waved his hand. "Mr. Gore, you don't have to explain. I understand. I can tell you with certainty that the unit of measurement is indeed grams. The largest foie gras I've seen was about 2,000 grams. This is the heaviest foie gras I've seen in my career," Gore said. "And the lowest weight of your 9 samples is more than 1,700 grams. It's unbelievable," Bastien said with a smile. "Gore, I've said it before. Mr. Xia's company has always been in the business of fine products. As long as it's a product from the Taoyuan company, there's no need to doubt its quality. I've really seen it for myself," Gore exclaimed. Xiao smiled and asked, "Mr. Gore, is our cultivation experiment a success?" "From the data, it's almost perfect," Gore said, then changed the topic. "But foie gras is for human consumption, so the final effect is a very important indicator, and that is the texture and taste." Bastien immediately said, "Then what are we waiting for? Gore, it's time to show off your cooking skills." "I can't wait," Xiao said with a smile. "Mr. Bastien, I think we should pick out 3 samples of foie gras with the best data and ask Mr. Gore to cook them for everyone to taste. What do you think?" "I totally agree," Bastien said quickly. "The remaining samples of foie gras will be my little gift to you," Xiao said with a smile. "Thank you for your generosity," Bastien said. "We're really lucky. The sample of foie gras that Xiao provided was not a complete foie gras. It was not a small amount, but it was definitely not a lot either. At the very least, it was not enough to make a complete main dish. Therefore, these samples of foie gras could not be sold to customers. In the end, they would definitely be eaten by Bastien, Gore, and the others." Bastien then said, "Mr. Xia, I'll ask your friend, Miss Xiaoxiao, to share these foie gras with us. I believe that if she knew that this was sent by her idol, she would be ecstatic." Xiao laughed and said, "You're exaggerating. Mr. Bastien, let's leave the kitchen to Mr. Gore. I can't wait to taste the food." "Haha. It's my fault. Mr. Xia, let's wait in the front," Bastien said with a smile. "Gore, I'll leave this to you. You must show your skills." Gore said confidently, don't worry. Bastien took Xiao Ruofei to the empty dining area and made a cup of coffee for Xiao Ruofei. Then, the two of them sat in the booth and chatted. After a while, the glass door of the Western restaurant was pushed open, followed by a surprised voice. Boss Xia. Why are you here? Xiao Ruofei's back was facing the door, but he knew that it was Qing Xiaoxiao. He turned around with a smile and said, Xiaoxiao, what are you saying? Am I not welcome here? Qing Xiaoxiao blushed and waved her hand. That's not what I meant. I just didn't expect to see you in the restaurant during non-business hours, so I'm so surprised. Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, by the way, why are you here so early? It shouldn't be your working hours yet, right? Bastien's Chinese was quite good, so he could understand the conversation between Xiao Ruofei and Qing Xiaoxiao. He smiled and said, Mr. Xia, I sent a text message to Xiaoxiao to ask her to come over, but I didn't tell her that you were here. I just told her that there was something going on in the restaurant and that she needed to go to work early. I also wanted to give her a surprise. But I didn't expect her to come so soon. Bastien knew very well that the reason why Xiao Ruofei looked at the Western restaurant around the corner was because of Qing Xiaoxiao, his hardcore fan. So, when Xiao Ruofei came here, he naturally hoped that Qing Xiaoxiao would also be there, so that it would be easier for them to get closer. Of course, when Bastien received Xiao Ruofei's call yesterday, he didn't immediately inform Qing Xiaoxiao. The main reason was that Xiao Ruofei said that he would bring some foie gras for identification, and that it was a sample of the Taoyuan company's cultivation experiment. Bastien wasn't sure about the quality of this batch of foie gras, and he was afraid that if the foie gras wasn't very good, Xiao Ruofei would lose face in front of his fans. It wasn't until all the data showed that the quality of this batch of foie gras was beyond imagination that he secretly sent a text message to Qing Xiaoxiao. It could be said that although Bastien was a Westerner, he was also familiar with the ways of Huaxia. He was more proficient in the ways of the Huaxia people than many Huaxia people. Qing Xiaoxiao said, I live not far from here. Mr. Bastien said that he had something to do at the restaurant, so I quickly took a taxi and rushed over. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, you're really a role model for employees. Mr. Bastien, you have to reimburse Xiaoxiao for the taxi fare. Of course. Of course. Bastien said quickly. Then he said, Xiaoxiao, in addition to meeting Mr. Xia, I did ask you to come over for something. In a while, there will be a dish that we need you to taste with us. Xiao Ruofei sat and watched with a smile. Bastien didn't tell Qing Xiaoxiao that the ingredients this time were provided by the Taoyuan company, so he naturally wouldn't say anything. Qing Xiaoxiao nodded and said, okay. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Xiaoxiao, don't just stand there. Come and sit with us for a while. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he moved inwards and made space for the seat outside. Oh. Okay. Qing Xiaoxiao nodded and said. Then she sat in the seat that still had some of Xiao Ruofei's body temperature. Her head was still a little dizzy. Although it wasn't the first time that Qing Xiaoxiao had been in close contact with Xiao Ruofei, she still felt an inexplicable sense of excitement and happiness in front of her idol. Boss Xia, are you also here to taste the new dish? Qing Xiaoxiao asked. Yes. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. I have no resistance to good food. If there's good food, I'll definitely rush over as fast as I can. Qing Xiaoxiao felt a little strange that a billionaire like Xiao Ruofei would come here to taste the new dish. However, she couldn't tell what was wrong, so she could only keep it to herself. Mr. Xia, you guys talk. Bastien got up and said, I'll go to the kitchen to see how Gore is preparing. Okay. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. After Bastien left, Xiao Ruofei chatted with Qing Xiaoxiao with a smile. He even took the initiative to ask about her recent situation. He didn't put on the airs of an idol at all. Qing Xiaoxiao's brain was a lot slower in front of her idol. After chatting with Xiao Ruofei for a while, the little doubt in her heart had long been forgotten. After about 10 minutes, Gore, who was wearing a tall chef's hat, came out with a smile on his face as he pushed a small dining cart. Mr. Gore is cooking. Qing Xiaoxiao exclaimed in a low voice. She was looking forward to the new dish she was going to try today. Mr. Xia, the foie gras is ready, Gore said with a smile. There were 4 plates on the small dining cart, all covered with lids. Not only did Gore prepare Xianxia's share, but he and Bastien also had a share. They were also looking forward to eating the foie gras, which had an extraordinarily perfect performance. Gore lifted the lids of the plates and put them aside. Xiao glanced at them and said, "Wow. It's the classic French foie gras." Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, "Xiao, it seems that you know a lot about foie gras." Xiao smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "When I work in a Western restaurant, sometimes I have to face questions from customers, so I take the initiative to learn some knowledge about French food in my spare time." Not bad, not bad. You're quite motivated," Xiao Ruofei said. "Then, introduce this French foie gras to me." "Okay." Xiao said straightforwardly, "Foie gras is a traditional French dish. In French, it's called foie gras. Gras means top-notch in French, so this dish has a very high status in French cuisine. Some critics say that foie gras pushes the romance of French cuisine to the extreme, and it's also the most suitable dish for women." Xiao Ruofei looked at Xiao, who was speaking frankly. He knew that she definitely didn't know the cruel process of producing foie gras by traditional methods. Otherwise, she would never show such a yearning look. She might even vomit when she saw foie gras in the future. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything. He just listened quietly with a smile. Xiao continued to introduce the method and characteristics of French foie gras, and so on. Gore also put the plates on the table. There were 4 seats in this table. Xiao Ruofei and Xiao sat on one side, while Gore and Bastien naturally sat on the opposite side. After listening to Xiao's introduction, Xiao Ruofei glanced at the plate in front of him. There were 3 pieces of foie gras on the plate from left to right. Probably because there were not many samples, the amount was not as big as a standard serving of foie gras. Gore didn't use too many ingredients for this dish. Other than a broccoli, he also sprinkled some black pepper and rose salt on top of the foie gras. The foie gras seemed to be cooked just right, and the surface was slightly charred. Xiao Ruofei sniffed and said with a smile, "What a fragrant smell. Even if you're not hungry, smelling this aroma will arouse your appetite." Bastien smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, foie gras contains glutamic acid. That's why it gives off a tempting fragrance when heated." Xiao Ruofei nodded and looked at the plate again. He smiled and said, "Mr. Gore, if I'm not wrong, these 3 pieces of foie gras should come from 3 different samples?" Gore laughed and said, "Of course. Moreover, the placement of each sample of foie gras was fixed. I won't say which sample they came from. After tasting it, everyone will write down the order in your mind according to the taste from high to low. How about that?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "That's a good idea. Then, let's start." In fact, Gore and Bastien couldn't wait any longer. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, they nodded repeatedly. So, everyone picked up their knives and forks and aimed at the foie gras in front of them. Xiao Ruofei cut a small piece of foie gras and put it into his mouth with a fork. He chewed lightly. The foie gras, which was brown and fragrant on the outside, had a warm and smooth texture on the inside. It was also quite delicate, like cream. Xiao Ruofei felt that his mouth and teeth were fragrant, as if every taste bud cell was cheering in joy. He couldn't help but cut another piece and put it into his mouth. Bastien, Xiao, and Gore's performance was similar to Xiao Ruofei's. After eating the first bite, they couldn't wait to cut the second piece. They didn't even have time to speak. Of course, when the 4 of them were tasting this superb delicacy, they didn't completely forget the task of tasting this time. They continued to feel the subtle differences between each type of foie gras and then picked the one that was the most delicious in their minds. Xiao Ruofei was the first to finish 3 pieces of foie gras. Then, he said with a smile, "In the past, when I watched food shows, I often heard the hosts say things like fat but not greasy, melts in the mouth. I always felt that it was almost a standard food review. But today, I really felt what melts in the mouth means." Xiao also finished her 3rd piece of foie gras. She didn't care about her image as she chewed and said, "Boss Xia, the higher the fat content of the foie gras, the more obvious this feeling will be because fat is actually what we call oil. When it's heated up, it will start to melt. That's why you said melts in the mouth effect." Therefore, I concluded that today's 3 portions of foie gras have a very high fat content. Xiao Ruofei looked at Xianxia with some surprise and said, I couldn't tell. Xiao, you're quite professional. Bastian didn't tell her anything in advance, so it was actually quite amazing to be able to come to such a conclusion. At least, it showed that she had put in a lot of effort into this work. At this time, Bastian and Gore had already eaten all the foie gras in front of them. The 3 portions of foie gras had to be divided among 4 people, so the amount was indeed a little small. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, then. Next, everyone, write down the order in your hearts. According to the order from left to right, it's number 1, number 2, and number 3. The plates were long and had some patterns on them. Gore's plate was fixed, so although everyone was sitting face to face, the foie gras in front of them were the same in the corresponding position. Bastian, who was sitting opposite Xiao, personally ran to the cashier to get a few pens and notes, and gave one to each person. Xiao Ruofei said jokingly, everyone, do it independently. Don't look around. Of course. Food tasting is a very serious matter. Gore said seriously. In fact, the 4 of them already had their answers, so they quickly wrote it down. Xiao Ruofei summarized the conclusions of the 4 people, and everyone came over to watch. The 4 of them voted for number 3 for the most delicious foie gras. As for the 2nd and 3rd place, their opinions were not so uniform. The 2nd place had 3 votes for number 1 foie gras and 1 vote for number 2 foie gras. The 3rd place naturally had 1 vote for number 1 foie gras and 3 votes for number 2 foie gras. In this way, the rankings were out. From the 1st to the 3rd place, it was number 3, number 1, and number 2. Number 3 was unanimously elected, so it could be said that he deserved it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Mr. Gore, can you reveal your answer now? Which samples did these 3 foie gras come from? Gore laughed and said, Mr. Xia, I believe that you have already guessed it. Number 3 foie gras is sample number 8, which has the best performance and the heaviest weight. Number 1 foie gras comes from sample number 6, and number 2 foie gras comes from sample number 9. Bastian immediately said with a smile, Mr. Xia, congratulations. Obviously, your company's breeding experiment has achieved perfect results. Sample number 8 is almost impeccable in terms of appearance, texture, weight, and other aspects of data. I believe that soon, we will be able to see your company's new product. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, this is just a preliminary experiment. There is still a long way to go before we can breed it on a large scale. Xiao Ruofei was not being modest. These foie gras were cultivated in the Ring 2 space, which was rich in spiritual energy. Large-scale breeding must be carried out in the outside world. When the time came, it was still unknown whether the data would be so perfect and the texture would be so good. Moreover, the Chinese medicine had to be mass-produced to ensure the needs of large-scale breeding. All these had to be done step by step. Haha. The most critical core technology has been solved. The only thing left is time. Bastian said, when the time comes, when your company's foie gras starts to be sold, you must think of our Western restaurant around the corner. Of course. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I won't forget the help that Mr. Bastian and Mr. Gore provided me during the research and development process. Xiao, who was listening on the side, was confused. Only now did she come back to her senses. She asked in surprise, Boss Xia, were these foie gras produced by the Taoyuan company? Yes. We're trying to develop high-quality foie gras. We just had some results, so we wanted to test it out. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Xiao, you're also participating in our experiment. Boss Xia, you're amazing. Xiao did not hide her admiration. Jade skin ointment, heart-nourishing soup, the best abalone, truffles, tea leaves, caterpillar fungus. They're all high-end products. Now, there's foie gras, which is known as the gold on the dining table. You're going to monopolize the high-end food ingredient market. Xiao was indeed Xiao Ruofei's hardcore fan. She had a deep understanding of the Taoyuan company. She was very familiar with the Taoyuan company's products. Moreover, as a girl, she did not hesitate to put the jade skin ointment first. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's not that exaggerated. Actually, when I learned about the production process of foie gras, I had an idea. I hoped to find a way to prevent the geese from experiencing such pain during their growth, so I tried to do some research. I didn't expect the results to be so good. Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia were communicating in Chinese, so Gore naturally did not understand. However, Bastien heard them clearly. He was stunned for a moment, then asked in shock, "What? Mr. Xia, are you saying that today's foie gras samples were not produced using the traditional method of feeding?" "Of course, I can't stand this production process, so I want to improve it," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Otherwise, what's the point of adding a product like foie gras? It's just letting more geese suffer such a miserable life." How? How is this possible?" Bastien was stunned. If it's fed normally, the foie gras can't become so fat. Of course, he also knew very well that Xiao Ruofei had no reason to lie to him, so he immediately exclaimed, "Mr. Xia, this is really amazing." Xianxia was confused. She couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Bastien, what feeding method? How is it cruel?" Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Nothing." However, Bastien had already said, "Xiaoxiao, foie gras is known as the cruelest delicacy, mainly because of its production process." Watching Bastien describe the tragic experience of a goose from birth to slaughter, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xiao Ruofei's guess was not wrong. Although Xiao had learned a lot about Western food, it was obvious that the book she had read did not describe the production process of foie gras. After listening, Xiaoxia's face became paler and paler. Then, she covered her mouth and retched. Xiao Ruofei quickly stopped Bastien from continuing, and then said, "Xiaoxiao, the foie gras you ate today definitely didn't use this method. It was cultivated normally." Xiaoxiao felt a little better. She grabbed the cup and drank a mouthful of water, and then said, "I won't eat foie gras anymore. No, I'll only eat foie gras produced by the Taoyuan company." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "Then I'll thank you for your support." After that, Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, "Mr. Bastien, Mr. Gore, thank you very much for your help. Then I'll leave first. By the way, about our company's attempt to cultivate foie gras and our different production process, please keep it a secret." Of course," Bastien said quickly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and looked at Xiao, whose face was still a little pale, and said, "Xiao, there are a few samples of our foie gras in the kitchen. You can try them in the next 2 days. Otherwise, according to what you said, if you don't eat other foie gras, I'm afraid it will take at least a few months for our company to start selling foie gras." Xiao said embarrassedly, "I know, thank you, Boss Xia." Xiao Ruofei said goodbye to Xiao and the others, then stepped out of the Western restaurant around the corner. He drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle to Taoyuan Building. In his chairman's office, he used his mobile phone to call Shui Jinshan, the director of the pharmaceutical factory. "Chairman." Shui Jinshan quickly answered the phone. Xiao Ruofei heard the background noise on Shui Jinshan's side. He smiled and asked, "Jinshan, are you at the pharmaceutical factory construction site?" "Yes," Shui Jinshan said. "I have to keep an eye on this place. I'm mainly focused on the construction of the branch factory now." The pharmaceutical factory construction site was not far from Taoyuan Farm. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Well, come to the farm at 2:30 in the afternoon. Let's go to the small meeting room from before. I have something to talk to you about." "Okay, Chairman, I'll be there on time," Shui Jinshan said immediately. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Also, tell Chao Taishu that he'll be there too. I won't call him again." "Okay. Don't worry," Shui Jinshan said. Xiao Ruofei stayed in the company until around 11 o'clock, then he took his bag and left. If he drove back to the farm at this time, he would be able to make it in time for lunch. Xiao Ruofei was getting lazier and lazier. If he could avoid cooking himself, he would try his best not to. He had lunch with the workers in the farm cafeteria, then went back to the villa to take a nap. At 2:20, he went downstairs and walked to the office building, which was much quieter. Chairman! Shui Jinshan and Chao Taishu had already arrived at the small meeting room on the second floor. The meeting room looked very clean. Obviously, someone had already cleaned it in advance. Otherwise, it would have a layer of dust on it after such a long time. Moreover, there was a steaming teacup on Xiao Ruofei's seat. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "You're quite well prepared. I thought I would have to clean it up first before we start the meeting." Chao Taishu smiled and said, "Chairman, after factory manager Shui called me in the morning, I asked my wife to bring a few workers from the cafeteria to clean up the meeting room and boil 2 pots of water." "Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law," Xiao Ruofei said. "It's just a matter of convenience, don't mention it," Chao Taishu said. Chao Taishu used to be a fisherman. During the fishing season, he would do some farming. After he started working at the Taoyuan company, Xiao Ruofei entrusted him with an important task. Now, Chao Taishu was in charge of the farm business. Chao Taishu didn't disappoint Xiao Ruofei's expectations. He managed the farm very well, and the dozens of workers were all very obedient to his management. Compared to before, Chao Taishu was more dignified now. He looked a bit like a middle manager in the company. Xiao Ruofei came to his seat and sat down. He gestured for Shui Jinshan and Chao Taishu to sit down as well. Then, he went straight to the point and said, "Jinshan, brother Chao, the company is preparing to develop a new product. It mainly involves the business that both of you are in charge of. We need the cooperation of the pharmaceutical factory and the farm. So, I called you here today to inform you and arrange the preliminary work." Shui Jinshan and Chao Taishu were very excited. Especially Shui Jinshan, he immediately said, "Chairman, a new product is coming out. This was a good thing. I also feel that our pharmaceutical factory's product line is a little too simple. We only have Yuji ointment and heart-nourishing soup." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Jinshan, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The products this time are mainly from the farm, and the pharmaceutical factory is only supporting." "Ah?" Shui Jinshan was stunned. Chao Taishu, on the other hand, became very excited. He rubbed his hands and said, "Chairman, what do you need us to do? Just give us the task." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Let me give you a brief introduction. As for the company, they may be trying to breed Strasbourg geese." "Sure, what goose?" Chao Taishu was a little confused and couldn't help asking. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's a Strasbourg goose. Brother Chao, you don't need to know what it's called. It's just a type of goose, but it's different from the domestic geese. This type of goose is mainly used to provide foie gras. It's a very common ingredient in Western cuisine." After all, Shui Jinshan had graduated from university, so he was more knowledgeable than Chao Taishu. He immediately said, "Chairman, foie gras is not cheap. I heard that in some top restaurants, the price of foie gras is comparable to gold." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "That's right. Any product produced by our company must be the best of the best, and this time's foie gras is no exception." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei turned his gaze to Shui Jinshan and Chao Taishu and continued, "The breeding of Strasbourg geese is mainly based on the farm. Isn't the farm expanding this time? Our plan needs to be modified, and we need to set aside enough area for the breeding farm. Jinshan, you're the main person in charge of the entire construction site, so I'll leave this work to you." "No problem." Shui Jinshan agreed readily, and then asked, "Chairman, do you have any specific requirements for the construction of the breeding farm?" Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, "Just build it according to the normal breeding farm, but remember, the space design should be spacious. If the terrain is suitable and the space is enough, try to design it as free-range as possible. Absolutely don't design it like some overseas designs for intensive breeding." He was also worried that Shui Jinshan would go to check the information and design a concentration camp-type farm specially prepared for the feeding method after hearing that it was breeding Strasbourg geese, so he specially reminded Shui Jinshan. Shui Jinshan nodded and said, "Okay. I'll consult the professionals in this field later. The land has just been flattened for the expansion of the farm, so it's not too late to modify the design." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "You can consult a professional, but you must remember what I said just now." "Understood," Shui Jinshan said. Xiao Ruofei then turned his gaze to Chao Taishu and said, "Brother Chao, you also need to prepare in advance. First of all, you need to recruit some employees. If they have work experience in breeding farms or have been engaged in the breeding industry, you can recruit them first. The person in charge of the breeding farm must have experience in this field. Okay. Shui Jinshan replied. Xiao Ruofei then said, what I just said is the work for a period of time in the future. There are a few things that need to be done now. When Shui Jinshan and Chao Taishu heard this, they immediately cheered up and listened carefully to Xiao Ruofei's tasks. Xiao Ruofei didn't directly assign tasks, but asked, Jinshan, is the pharmaceutical factory's production line resources tight now? Shui Jinshan said, the jade skin ointment and the heart-nourishing soup are in short supply. Our production line basically runs 24 hours a day, except for periodic maintenance. If you say it's tight, it's definitely tight. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in a hurry to write a report to urge the establishment of a branch factory. Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, if I need to use a production line to produce other medicines, will the impact be great? It may not need to be occupied for a long time, just used once in a while. Shui Jinshan thought for a moment and said, Chairman, there will definitely be an impact. After all, the production line is constantly producing. Whether it's the jade skin ointment or the heart-nourishing soup, they are all money. And if you change it to produce other medicines, it's not as simple as turning it on and off. First, there needs to be a set of automatic control processes. You know this better than me. In addition, if you were producing the jade skin ointment before, the production line has to be thoroughly cleaned. Otherwise, the new medicine may be contaminated. When you change it back to producing the jade skin ointment, you also need to thoroughly clean it. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, that's true. But for the work of the farm, it's acceptable for the pharmaceutical factory to be affected a little. Ah? Shui Jinshan didn't understand. What does this have to do with the farm? Xiao Ruofei said, breeding Strasbourg goose requires a special Chinese medicine preparation. This involves trade secrets, and it's impossible to entrust other pharmaceutical factories to produce it. We can only solve it ourselves. When Shui Jinshan heard this, he immediately said, if that's the case, then our pharmaceutical factory will fully support it. Even if we specially allocate a production line to produce this medicine, there won't be any problems. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it seems that Jinshan's awareness is quite high. But there's no need for the pharmaceutical factory to make such a big sacrifice. I think that in the early stage, only small-scale experimental breeding will be carried out. The demand for the Chinese medicine preparation isn't high. Let's find a time to stop one of the production lines and thoroughly clean it. Then, we'll produce a batch and put it in the cold storage. Even if it's affected, it'll only be once. Shui Jinshan nodded and said, okay. But the control process will need you to do it yourself. Now, the control process of the heart-nourishing soup and jade skin ointment was written by Xiao Ruofei on the computer, according to the method of brewing these two medicines. Even Shui Jinshan himself didn't know the specific steps inside. Perhaps he knew what materials to put in first, what materials to put in later, and other such external processes. After all, as long as a skilled worker worked for a while, he would be able to understand it. However, as for the specifics of the internal fusion, the specific temperature, and the precise time down to the second, only Xiao Ruofei knew. After the process was written, it was sealed together, and even a self-destruct program was added. Once someone broke it, the data inside would be destroyed. This was also the way to ensure the highest degree of confidentiality. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, of course. Shui Jinshan then said, Chairman, it's not a problem to solve it in the early stage, but if we want to do large-scale breeding in the future, we'll definitely need to use a production line. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, hasn't our pharmaceutical factory already started the construction? This is what I'm thinking. When the time comes, we'll set up a production line for the production of this Chinese medicine preparation. The frequency of its use will definitely not be as high as the production line for the jade skin ointment. When it's not used, it can be used as a backup or a rotation. If it's not possible, we'll order another production line. I think the site of the branch factory is big enough, so adding another production line is definitely not a problem. This won't affect your previous plan. Hearing this, Shui Jinshan smiled and said, that's good. That's good. Xiao Ruofei said, then you should prepare as soon as possible. I'll write the control program in 2 days. Okay. Shui Jinshan said. Xiao Ruofei then said to Qiao Taishu, Brother Qiao, in addition to preparing for the recruitment in advance, we still need to do experimental breeding for 1 or 2 months, so we need to find a suitable place and find someone to be in charge of it. Okay. Qiao Taishu said quickly, and then asked, Chairman, how big of a place do you want to find? Xiao Ruofei said, it doesn't need to be too big, at most 6 or 7. It's still free-range breeding. The experimental breeding this time was mainly to verify if the quality of the foie gras could be maintained in the outside world, so it didn't need to be too big. There weren't many Strasbourg geese imported this time, and Xiao Ruofei still needed them to breed more geese in the Archean realm as soon as possible. Qiao Taishu thought for a moment and said, then put it at the foot of the hill in the orchard. There's an empty space there. I'll get someone to fence it in the next 2 days. In addition, if you want to rear geese, you'll need to dig a pond. Villagers definitely knew a little about rearing chickens, ducks, and geese. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, okay. You can arrange this. When you need money, get me to sign the form and withdraw it from the finance department. Okay. Qiao Taishu said, Chairman, I've thought about it. I'll be in charge of it myself. I don't feel at ease leaving it to others. You still have to manage the farm. Do you have the energy to manage it? Xiao Ruofei asked. It's fine. Qiao Taishu said with a smile, I don't have any specific work right now. It's all done by the workers. Leave the goose rearing to me. I'll find another worker to take turns keeping watch with me at night. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, all right then. If you're on duty at night, remember to get overtime pay. There's no need, Chairman. My salary is already high enough. Qiao Taishu hurriedly said. You have to take the money that you deserve. Xiao Ruofei said, besides, don't you want to find someone to take turns keeping watch with you? If you don't take overtime pay, how will others take it? This matter is settled. All right. Qiao Taishu said, thank you, Chairman. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, all right, it's just getting paid for the work. There's no need to be polite. These are the main things today. You can split up and do them. Is there anything else you don't understand? No. Shui Jinshan and Qiao Taishu replied in unison. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, yes. Then push this matter forward as soon as possible. If there are any problems that you're not sure about, you can directly report to me. All right. Understood. Shui Jinshan and Qiao Taishu each went to complete their own tasks. Xiao Ruofei returned to the study of the small villa and wrote on a piece of paper. He wrote down the final prescription and then began to design the process of mass production. This prescription wasn't complicated. The production process was simpler than the heart-nourishing soup and jade mussel ointment. Xiao Ruofei quickly broke down the general steps. To mass produce it on an automated production line, the design of the steps was the most important. After a few modifications, the overall structure and steps became clearer. Xiao Ruofei looked through it and felt that there were no problems. He casually stuffed the printed paper into a small shredder. He had already memorized the content on it. Then, he entered the space and picked 6 young geese to continue breeding in the Mountain Sea territory. Then, he got Xia Qing to place the remaining young geese in the Archean territory and raise them in captivity. Xiao Ruofei instructed Xia Qing to feed them in the normal way. There was no need to add Chinese medicine. The only mission of these geese was to reproduce as much as possible and expand the population. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to import a large number of young geese just to build a breeding farm. Not only was it a waste of money, the process of importing living creatures was too complicated, especially the inspection and quarantine process. It was better to do it himself and have ample food and clothing. The gentle voice in the steel gun said, thank you to the Audiobook friends Alblis, Bowen Academy 123, and Moonlit Snowy Tale for their 100 book coins. After finishing these things, Xiao Ruofei walked to the small balcony connected to the bedroom. He laid on the recliner and prepared to enjoy the afternoon leisure time. But after a while, his phone rang. Xiao Ruofei picked it up and glanced at it. It was Ling Qingxue, so he immediately picked it up. Wife. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Classmate Xiao Ruofei, where are you? Ling Qingxue asked with a smile. Oh, I'm at home on the farm. Xiao Ruofei replied subconsciously. Ling Qingxue said, you seem to have forgotten that you have a home in the city, right? You haven't lived in this house for a day since you bought it. Xiao Ruofei heard that Ling Qingshue's tone was a bit unfriendly, so he quickly explained with a smile, I came here today to find Xue Jinshan and Chao Taishu to arrange some work. So, I was just about to go back to the city. In fact, if it wasn't for Ling Qingshue's call, Xiao Ruofei was really prepared to stay at the farm for a night. Lazy people were like this. If they could lie down, they would never sit down. Since they were already at the farm, why bother going back to the city? Wasn't it sleeping anywhere? But this was something that he couldn't admit. That's more like it. Ling Qingxue said, if there's nothing else, come back early. You're a big boss, staying at the farm all day. What's wrong with you? Yes, sir. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he immediately said, eh? Why do I feel that something is wrong? You should be at the company right now, right? Why do you sound like you're at home? Ling Qingxue laughed and said, it seems that men also have a sixth sense. I'm at home. At our home. Ling Qingxue especially emphasized the word our. Obviously, she was at Xiao Ruofei's villa. Ling Qingxue also had a set of keys to the villa. What's going on? Did the sun rise from the west today? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, why is the old capitalist in your family so kind today, letting you off work so early? Ling Qingxue said in a low voice, how could you say that about my dad? Hee hee. A slip of the tongue. It was a slip of the tongue. Xiao Ruofei said. Immoral. Ling Qingxue scolded coquettishly. Then, she said in a low voice, my dad went to Luocheng for an inspection, so he won't be coming back to Sanshan tonight. There's nothing going on at the company today, so I'll go home first. At this point, Ling Qingxue said coquettishly, Aya, why are you asking so many questions? It's up to you whether you want to return or not. It's just that the environment here is better. What's wrong with me staying here? Xiao Ruofei's heart was already burning when he heard this. How could he sit still? As if there was a spring under his butt, he jumped up from the recliner all of a sudden. I'll be right back. Qingxue, wait for me. Xiao Ruofei said. Okay, drive slowly. Ling Qingxue said, I'll talk to you later. There's still soup in the pot. Xiao Ruofei heard this and quickly said, no, no, no. What do you want to eat? Wait for me to come back, I'll make it. Ling Qingxue didn't inherit Ling Xiaoyan's cooking talent at all. The dishes that she made were terrible. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to be the person who tested the poison. It's okay. I'm free now, right? I just want to make something delicious for you. Ling Qingxue didn't realize that her cooking skills were bad at all. She continued to smile and said, drive slowly on the road. You can eat when you come back. Xiao Ruofei sighed in his heart and said in despair, okay. I understand. He could only pray that Ling Qingxue wouldn't set the kitchen on fire. He hadn't lived in this house for even a day. He didn't want to have to redecorate the kitchen. Xiao Ruofei rushed downstairs as fast as he could. When he was getting the car, Little Hay and Little Hay ran over, wagging their heads and wagging their tails. Xiao Ruofei had the idea of bringing the two dogs to the villa in the city. However, he thought about it again. Little Hay and Little Hay were on the farm. Even if he wasn't at home, Yi Lin Yun and the others would take good care of him. If they were in the city, he could only ask Ling Qingxue to take care of him. Of course, this wasn't too troublesome. The main reason was that they didn't have a dog breeding license or any registration. It was okay to raise them on a farm in the suburbs, but not in a high-end villa area. Little Hay and Little Hay were all fat and strong. They were at least medium-large dogs. Even if the owners didn't say anything, the property management would definitely interfere. So Xiao Ruofei could only put this idea aside for the time being. He was going to find an acquaintance to get a dog breeding license first, and then think about this matter. Anyway, Little Hay and Little Hay were all very intelligent. If they were raised in the villa in the city, they would definitely not hurt the other owners, and they could also play a role in guarding the house. Xiao Ruofei drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle all the way back to the Jiangbin Villa community. He didn't park the car in the garage. Instead, he drove directly into the parking space in the yard, then jumped out of the car and trotted all the way into the villa. When he entered the door, Xiao Ruofei sniffed. Fortunately, he didn't smell anything burnt. As soon as this thought came into his mind, Xiao Ruofei saw Ling Qingxue standing in the living room in her home clothes, smiling at him. Xiao Ruofei was stunned and asked, "Didn't you say you were going to cook?" Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "If I didn't say that, would you be back so quickly?" "What?" Xiao Ruofei suddenly opened his eyes wide. Ling Qingxue finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She trembled with laughter, holding her stomach as she laughed. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Qingxue, when did you become so cunning? You actually know how to use this trick to urge me to go home? People grow up in fights." Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "The great man told us that fighting with people is endless fun. How dare you treat me as your opponent?" Xiao Ruofei laughed as he approached Ling Qingxue. "Miss, do you know the consequences of messing with me?" "I'm just kidding." Ling Qingxue opened her eyes wide and said with an innocent look, "You can't be so stingy, right?" "Humph. I'm really so stingy." Xiao Ruofei said, "Since you dared to lie to me, you must have been prepared to accept the punishment." After that, Xiao Ruofei rushed towards Ling Qingxue like an arrow. Ling Qingxue screamed as she was caught by Xiao Ruofei. The two of them fell onto the soft and wide sofa in the living room. Xiao Ruofei could feel the softness of the delicate body beneath him, especially when the pair of elastic long legs subconsciously wrapped around his waist. Originally, he was only half joking about punishing Ling Qingxue, but now he suddenly felt a primitive flame burning fiercely. Ling Qingxue and Xiao Ruofei had been together for so long, so naturally, she was very familiar with Xiao Ruofei's every reaction. When she felt that Xiao Ruofei's breathing had become a little heavy, her heart inexplicably trembled. However, Ling Qingxue still maintained a trace of rationality. She said in a trembling voice, "Ruofei, don't do it here, I think it's pretty good here." Xiao Ruofei said as he lowered his head and kissed her. At the same time, a pair of big hands began to move mischievously. "The curtains haven't been drawn yet." On the other side of the living room, there was a full-length glass wall, and the view was very wide. Outside is Min River. Even the beaches are home. "Where is there anyone?" Xiao Ruofei said, "There can't be someone who is bored enough to stare at us from the other side of the river with binoculars every day, right?" In fact, if there really was someone staring at them, with Xiao Ruofei's sharp senses, he would have already noticed. Therefore, he could be said to be fearless. "But we haven't had dinner yet. Let's cook first." Ling Qingxue felt her whole body go weak and said weakly, "Let's exercise first, then we can eat more later." After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he didn't allow for any explanation and pressed on top of her. Ling Qingxue's resistance was actually subconsciously reserved. In fact, her whole body had already gone weak, and her body's reaction was very real. She hugged Xiao Ruofei very, very tightly. The heater in the house wasn't turned up very high, but the temperature seemed to be rising. In the winter villa, there was a boundless spring scenery. Unknowingly, the sky outside was already dark, and the two of them finally stopped having fun. Ling Qingxue snuggled in Xiao Ruofei's arms, her beautiful face blushing. She couldn't help but feel shy when she thought about what had just happened. It could be said that this was the boldest thing she had done since she got together with Xiao Ruofei. The two of them even moved their battlefield to the floor-to-ceiling window, facing the unobstructed view of Min River outside the window. It was as if the people on the other side of the river would see the spring scenery here at any time. That kind of excitement was indescribable. Ling Qingxue pinched Xiao Ruofei playfully and said, "Hurry up and get up to cook. My stomach is growling." Xiao Ruofei laughed and stood up to pick up the clothes scattered on the ground. He picked out Ling Qingxue's clothes and handed them to her. He said, "You should put on your clothes first. Don't catch a cold." "Got it." Ling Qingxue's heart warmed as she said softly. Xiao Ruofei put on his clothes quickly and walked over to increase the temperature of the heater by a few degrees. He then said, "Wife, be good and rest for a while. I'm going to cook. After you put on your clothes, turn on the living room lights. The sky is getting dark too quickly." Just now, the two of them had been entangled from the afternoon to the evening. Although they also realized that the sky was getting dark, they weren't brave enough to turn on the lights and continue to do it. If so, someone on the other side of the river could see the situation here at a glance. Ling Xianxia blushed and said, "Got it. Got it. Hurry up and go." Xia. Ruofei laughed and walked quickly into the kitchen. Ling Xianxia had already bought a lot of ingredients, and the open refrigerator was almost full. Xia Ruofei's cooking skills were quite good. He quickly made 3 dishes and a soup. When the last soup was cooked, the mixed grain porridge in the pressure cooker was also ready. Xia Ruofei wore an apron and insulated gloves as he brought the last soup into the dining room. After putting the soup on the table, Xia Ruofei took off his insulated gloves and poked his head out of the dining room. He shouted, "Xianxia, stop watching TV. Hurry up and come over to eat." "Coming." Ling Xianxia got up and ran over. "What delicious food did you make? Wow. It looks very good." As she spoke, she reached out and stuffed a piece of twice-cooked pork into her mouth. After chewing a few times, she said, "It smells so good." Xia Ruofei patted Ling Xianxia's head affectionately and said, "Why are you eating? Hurry up and wash your hands. I'll get you some porridge. Don't eat any more." Ling Xianxia made a face and said, "I know. You're just like my dad." After saying that, she couldn't help but laugh. At times like this, she felt like she was being spoiled like a daughter. It felt quite good. The two of them finished their dinner affectionately. Ling Xianxia volunteered to wash the dishes, and Xia Ruofei went to the living room to clean up the battlefield from the afternoon. Tonight, Ling Xiaotian wouldn't come back from Luoqing, so Ling Xianxia naturally wouldn't go back to stay. Of course, she would stay at Xia Ruofei's villa. The two of them had been intimate for a long time in the afternoon. After dinner, they sat and chatted for a while, then went upstairs to the master bedroom. After setting up the time formation, the two of them began to practice the Questioning Heart Sutra at the beginning together. In one night, the two of them cultivated in the time formation for about 3 to 4 days. Ling Xianxia's cultivation had taken a big step forward, and Xia Ruofei also felt that he had benefited a lot. Of course, there was still a long way to go before Ling Xianxia could try to cultivate her spirit body with Xia Ruofei. When the two of them finished cultivating, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Although they only had 4 to 5 hours of sleep, it was enough for cultivators. The two of them didn't have sex again. They just took a shower together and fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Xia Ruofei and Ling Xianxia had breakfast at home. He first drove Ling Xianxia to the company, then drove directly to Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. Shui Jinshan also specially came to the pharmaceutical factory today to accompany Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei first inspected the bustling production workshop, then went to the heavily guarded control room. This could be said to be the core of the pharmaceutical factory. Xia Ruofei specially arranged for a few veterans to guard it 24 hours a day. Other than the veterans in charge of security, only a few technicians in the factory had the authority to enter this control room. Moreover, they could only use the control program and couldn't see the back-end code at all. It was impossible for them to crack the production process of the jade skin ointment. After Xia Ruofei entered the control room, everyone, including Shui Jinshan, left. Xia Ruofei used his super administrator privileges to open the editing software for the control program and created a new program. Then, he started to input the control code according to the process he designed yesterday. With the improvement of his mental strength, Xia Ruofei's current brain development was definitely far beyond that of ordinary people. This was not only reflected in his memory, but also in his logical thinking ability and so on. It was not a very complicated program. Xia Ruofei spent more than half an hour to write it. He ran it through the simulation on the computer and corrected a few of the errors in the writing and some of the more cumbersome logic. A control program was completed. Xia Ruofei skillfully packaged the program and added a self-destruct program in the case of brute force cracking. Then, he named it Strasbourg, which was also Strasbourg. This program was specially designed to produce Chinese medicine preparations for breeding Strasbourg geese. After saving it, Xia Ruofei got up and walked out of the control room. He said to Shui Jinshan, who was waiting outside, "Jinshan, find time to vacate a production line. We have to test this control program." If there are no problems, we can start the production directly. This is the most time-saving way. The gentle voice in the steel gun said thank you to the Qidian readers Dazed Fish for 1,000 book coins and Alblis 10-year Immortal for 100 book coins for their support. Shui Jinshan naturally carried out the orders with high efficiency. That afternoon, he stopped one of the Yuji ointment production lines and organized people to thoroughly clean the production lines in preparation for the trial production the next day. In fact, from an economic point of view, the best choice was naturally to stop one of the production lines of the heart-nourishing soup. After all, the price of the Yuji ointment was so high, and the heart-nourishing soup was a semi-public welfare project in China. In order to let more patients be able to afford the medicine, the profits had been reduced to a very low level. However, Xiao Ruofei specifically said that the production of the heart-nourishing soup could not be stopped. The heart-nourishing soup was still in short supply in the domestic market. Many autistic patients were waiting for the medicine. Xiao Ruofei understood this very well. He would rather the company make less money and sacrifice some short-term benefits than to reduce the production of the heart-nourishing soup. The next day, Xiao Ruofei personally came to the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. Shui Jinshan had purchased the required medicinal materials in advance according to Xiao Ruofei's requirements yesterday and had done the preliminary preparations. Xiao Ruofei personally replaced the control program of the production line with the new program he wrote yesterday morning and pressed the start button. The highly automated production line immediately began to operate. The medicinal materials matched according to the ratio were put in through the feeding port. The production process was strictly carried out according to the process designed by Xiao Ruofei. After more than an hour, the first batch of medicine was produced. These medicines were automatically sealed in transparent, environmentally friendly Chinese medicine bags according to 500 milliliters. Xiao Ruofei randomly picked out a portion from the bag, reached out and tore a small hole in the bag. He then gently took a sip and closed his eyes slightly to taste it. Although these medicines were produced for geese, Xiao Ruofei did not have any psychological barriers because he was very clear that this was a pure Chinese medicine preparation. If a person drank it, it would have the same effect. It was just that the person might not be able to take it and would not form such a serious fatty liver. Unless they drank it like water every day, 10 to 20 bags a day. Xiao Ruofei did not intend to conduct a more detailed test of the medicine. It did not need to be that accurate. With his current strength, even if he tasted it with his mouth, he could be sure that it was not far from the truth. For the breeding of Strasbourg geese, this was enough. The reason why this was the first small-scale trial production was mainly to prevent obvious process errors that would lead to changes in the composition of the medicine. It turned out that the process designed by Xiao Ruofei was quite rigorous. The medicine produced was basically the same as the one he made by hand. Xiao Ruofei randomly took a few bags of medicine and checked them carefully. Finally, he was relieved. He clapped his hands and said, "Okay. There is no problem with the control program. Jinshan, let everyone rest for 10 minutes. After that, we will start the production. Once all the raw materials are used up, the jade muscle cream production line will resume." "Yes, Chairman," Shui Jinshan said quickly. Xiao Ruofei estimated that the raw materials prepared by Shui Jinshan could produce almost 1,000 bags of medicine. This amount was enough for the 6 Strasbourg geese to use for 2 months. As for the preservation of these medicines, there was a very advanced cold storage on the farm. After the pharmaceutical factory produced them, they could be directly transported to the cold storage for storage. It was very convenient to feed the geese. Xiao Ruofei explained the follow-up production and transportation to Shui Jinshan and left the pharmaceutical factory. When he drove back to Taoyuan Farm, Chao Taishu was busy on the hillside near the orchard. A piece of land would be circled here to breed the 6 Strasbourg geese. It was just a temporary place to breed 6 geese, so it was not troublesome to arrange. The main thing was to dig a pond here as a place for the Strasbourg geese to move around. Chao Taishu immediately arranged for a small excavator from the farm expansion site to come over. The pond was dug out in no time. He even specially dug a small channel from the nearby river to ensure that the water in the pond was running and would not become a puddle of smelly water. Xiao Ruofei walked over and saw Chao Taishu instructing the workers to clear away the weeds in the field. On the other side, there were a few masons laying bricks and applying cement to the small aqueduct. There was also a master in charge of building the goose house with bamboo. Everyone had their own duties and was busy in full swing. Seeing Xiao Ruofei coming over, Chao Taishu quickly greeted him and said, "Chairman." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Brother Chao, the progress here is very fast." Chao Taishu smiled and said, "The project here is very simple, and with the help of the digging machine, it is done in a few seconds." "Well," Xiao Ruofei said, "how long will it take to put it into use?" Chao Taishu said, "Now that the pond has been dug, the cement for the channel will be applied today. It may take a few days to dry it. The rest will definitely be done in the next 2 days. The goose house will be set up today, and the site will be cleared. When the time comes, we will transplant some grass that the geese will eat by the pond, and then we will set up the fence. Everything will be ready." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then, won't you take turns to keep watch here? How will you do it without a place to sleep?" Chao Taishu smiled and said, "It's okay. Find a place to shelter from the wind, set up a camp bed, and get a thick coat." "Nonsense," Xiao Ruofei said, "it's so cold today. How can we sleep in the wild? How about this? I will talk to the Jianda group. Isn't there a prefab house next to the construction site? Ask them to help us get the smallest prefab house next to this one. Anyway, this place is still empty. Chairman, there is no need to go through so much trouble. It will only take 1 or 2 months." Chao Taishu said. 1 or 2 months is not 1 or 2 days. How can there not be 2 places to shelter from the wind and rain? Xiao Ruofei said, "There is a lot of rain in the 3 mountains in winter. Where will you hide if it rains?" "Alright, it's settled then." Chao Taishu also knew that he had not thought it through. He didn't dare to say anything more and just thanked him. Xiao Ruofei called Liang Weiman on the spot. Liang Weiman naturally didn't say anything about such a small matter. He immediately arranged it. Now, the infrastructure projects of the Taoyuan company were basically handed over to the Jianda group. Liang Weiman had always placed Xiao Ruofei's matter as the first priority. Not only did it ensure quality and quantity, but it was also very efficient. Now, the construction of the pharmaceutical factory branch and the expansion of the farm were also handled by the Jianda group. The construction site was not far away. Therefore, after a while, a truck drove into the farm, and the workers came over with the prefab house. The workers, who were familiar with the road, built a single-story prefab house in a short time. They also connected the electricity from the nearby cold storage. Xiao Ruofei went in to take a look. Although the prefab house wasn't big, it had no problem putting 2 single beds in it. Moreover, the airtightness was not bad. At least, they wouldn't be exposed to the wind and rain inside. The most important thing was that after the electricity was connected, the air conditioner that was installed together with the prefab house came in handy. After the heater was turned on, the iron house was as warm as spring. Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction. He encouraged Chao Taishu with a few words, then asked, "Brother Chao, I will send the geese over in 3 days. Do you have any problems with the time?" 3 days is enough," Chao Taishu said without hesitation. "Chairman, I think 2 days is enough," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "It's not in 1 day. Didn't you say that you had to wait for the cement in the canal to dry? Okay then. Then bring the baby goose here in 3 days. There will be no problem here," Chao Taishu said. Yes, yes. By the way, the pharmaceutical factory will send a batch of Chinese medicine preparations over today. These are used in breeding Strasbourg geese. After you receive them, keep them in our cold storage, Xiao Ruofei said. Okay. Chao Taishu replied. As for how to use them and what to pay attention to during the breeding process, I will tell you in detail in 3 days. Xiao Ruofei said, by the way, buy a batch of cornmeal in advance these 2 days. This is also for the geese's food. We will prepare it in advance. Okay, Chairman, don't worry. I will remember it. Chao Taishu said. Okay, you do your work. I will go back first. Xiao Ruofei said. After these tasks were assigned, Xiao Ruofei was relieved of these affairs. These 2 days, he basically lived in the villa in the city. After all, it was troublesome to go back and forth every day. After Ling Xiaotian came back, Ling Qingxue couldn't stay at Xiao Ruofei's place anymore. Even though Ling Xiaotian didn't particularly mind, as a girl, Ling Qingxue was shy after all. Moreover, she couldn't leave her father alone at home and fly away with her boyfriend. Ling Qingxue couldn't do such a thing. But even so, because the two families were very close, Ling Qingxue still had a lot of opportunities to be with Xiao Ruofei. After dinner, she walked a few steps to Xiao Ruofei's place. What's more, Xiao Ruofei basically had his dinner at Ling Xiaoyan's place these 2 days. Wasn't it normal for the two of them to go out for a walk after dinner? Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's energy finally had a place to vent. Moreover, the two of them had time to cultivate together. With the help of the time formation flag, even an hour was enough for them to cultivate in the formation for 2 or 3 days. Ling Qingxue's cultivation was steadily improving. Everything was developing in a good direction. Feng Jing's villa had begun to be renovated. The designers of the Jianda group stayed up almost all night. On the basis of full communication with Feng Jing, the design plan was quickly approved by Feng Jing. Then, the renovation team came in to start the construction. Feng Jing also had a lot of trust in the Jianda group. The renovation work was all done by the Jianda group. She basically didn't need to be on site to supervise the work. Every day, after work, she would come over to check on the renovation progress. At the same time, she began to order the necessary furniture, household appliances, daily necessities, and so on online. Shirchang quickly got Xia Ruofei's yacht driving license. This thing looked quite similar to a car driving license, but it was only valid for 5 years. After the time was up, he would have to take another test. However, the Asma yacht was still being modified. After Xiao Ruofei got the yacht, according to the agreement between the two parties, he chose about 500,000 yuan worth of equipment. The yacht club was responsible for the replacement and installation. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't have the chance to personally drive the yacht out to sea for the time being. On the 3rd day, after Xiao Ruofei woke up, he drove directly to Ling Qingxue's house and had breakfast with the father and daughter. Then, he drove Ling Qingxue to the company to work. For the past 2 days, this was basically the same process. Ling Xiaotian was now in a semi-retired state. He wouldn't go to the company every day. Even if he went, he wouldn't go so early. Ling Qingxue carried most of the company's burden. Unless there were special circumstances, she would go to work on time. The two of them didn't go out together. In the past, Ling Qingxue basically drove herself. Now that Xiao Ruofei had moved in, he was basically responsible for picking her up and sending her. Xiao Ruofei didn't find it troublesome at all. After all, he didn't take care of Ling Qingxue much in the past. Now that he had the opportunity to do more for her, he felt that it was only right. Of course, this was also because Xiao Ruofei always felt that he owed Ling Qingxue. Whether it was Song Wei's matter or Monica's matter, Xiao Ruofei felt a little guilty. After returning home from Ling Qingxue's company, Xiao Ruofei directly took out the cages with the 6 Strasbourg geese that he had already prepared in the space. Then he took all 6 cages to the villa's yard and put them there. Around 10 o'clock, Yi Linyun drove the farm's pickup truck to Xiao Ruofei's villa. "Brother Xia, it's not easy to find you here," Yi Linyun said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "The first time was unfamiliar, but the second time was familiar. Now that I know the way, I'll come here often to play in the future." "Okay," Yi Linyun said. "You don't live on the farm much now, so we don't have many opportunities to meet." Yi Linyun was now basically devoted to the business of making tea. Lei Hu was mainly responsible for the security department. He rarely went to the company's headquarters in the city. Most of the time, he lived in the farm staff apartment. After the headquarters moved, the staff apartment wasn't so tight. Yi Linyun alone could enjoy the treatment of 2 bedrooms and a living room. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You should also bring a few apprentices soon. I don't want my right-hand man to be tied up with making tea all day long. In the future, you will still have to work at the headquarters." "I got it, brother Xia." Yi Linyun smiled and said, "Oh right, it's these cages. Okay. Put them all in the truck, and then we'll go home," Xiao Ruofei said. Okay. Yi Linyun quickly put the cages in the back of the pickup truck, and then carefully fastened them with a strap. Then, Xiao Ruofei drove his off-road vehicle, and Yi Linyun drove the pickup truck. The two cars drove out of the villa area one after the other, and sped in the direction of Peach Garden Farm. The gentle voice in the steel gun said, "Thank you to the Chidian book friends Albus and Moonlit Snowy Story for the 100 book coins reward support. Thank you to the Creation book friend 31*****23 for the 200 book coins reward support. Taoyuan Farm, at the foot of the Orchard Hill." Yi Linyun unloaded the cages from the pickup truck. Chow Taishu and a few workers were already waiting there, and they quickly came up to help. Chow Taishu took the two cages, and the two workers he brought with him also took the cages from Yi Linyun. "Lil Six, slow down. These things are precious." Chow Taishu saw that one of the workers was so careless that he almost tripped, so he quickly reminded him. He carefully took the 6 Strasbourg geese out of the cages and placed them in the brand new goose house. Then, he jogged over to Xiao Ruofei. "Chairman." Chow Taishu smiled and greeted him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded at Chow Taishu, saying, "Brother Chow, not bad. You are very efficient, and this place is already brand new." Although the area wasn't big, it looked very clean and tidy. It was surrounded by bamboo fences, and the goose house against the hill was about half a meter above the ground. It still maintained the original bamboo color, and the green goose house was refreshing. Not far from the goose house was a newly dug pond, and there was a lot of grass beside the pond, which was the most common grass used to raise geese in the countryside. Of course, the Strasbourg geese were still very young, and the main thing was to feed them. Hee hee. Actually, there isn't much work. Chow Taishu smiled honestly and said, "Don't worry. I will take good care of these geese." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Let me tell you what to pay attention to." "Okay, Chairman, let's talk here." Chow Taishu said, then led Xiao Ruofei to the temporary house next to the fence. Xiao Ruofei walked in and saw that the place had been cleaned up. There were 2 single beds by the window, like those in the student dormitory, and the bed sheets and blankets had been made. In the remaining space of the temporary house, there were stacked bags of cornmeal. Chow Taishu smiled and said, "Chairman, we bought a lot of cornmeal this time. This is only a part of it, and the rest is in our warehouse." "Not bad, not bad." Xiao Ruofei said, "The Strasbourg geese mainly eat cornmeal, and there is also a batch of Chinese medicine from the pharmaceutical factory." Xiao Ruofei explained the main points of feeding to Chow Taishu, including the frequency of feeding, the ratio of Chinese medicine and cornmeal, and other things to pay attention to. Chow Taishu was also very serious. He wrote down everything Xiao Ruofei said, and even repeated it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "That's about it. Brother Chow, don't be too nervous. Just treat it as a normal goose rearing. How many people in the countryside have never raised geese?" "Of them?" Chow Taishu smiled and said, "No. The geese in the countryside could be raised casually, but these geese were very precious. Those were foreign geese specially shipped from abroad. If I don't take good care of them, I won't have the face to work here." "No, no." Xiao Ruofei said, "Just follow the main points I just said. Feed them on time every day, and pay attention to them. Don't have any sudden diseases. That's all." "Okay, I got it." Chow Taishu said, "Chairman, I've arranged the staff. Xia Luzi, who moved things with me just now, is also from the same village as me. Although he is a little impatient, he graduated from a proper agricultural school. It's just that it's hard to find a job after graduating from a technical secondary school. He hasn't had a proper job for more than half a year since he graduated, so I brought him here to try it out." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. Just treat it as an internship here. Give him a probationary period, and his salary will be 70% of that of a regular worker. Our next step is to raise Strasbourg geese, and we need a lot of people in this area. If the young man's work is good, we'll officially hire him." Chow Taishu quickly said, "Chairman, there's no need for a salary. Just take care of his meals. He used to be idle at home. Now that he has the opportunity to work in our company, it's already very good." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Since we want him to work, of course we have to pay him a salary." But whether he can become a regular worker or not depends on his performance. Brother Chow, it's settled. Remember to report to the company. The finance department needs to make a salary table. Okay, then I'll thank you on behalf of Xiaoluzi. Chow Taishu said happily. They were all from the same village, more or less related. Xiaoluzi was Chow Taishu's distant nephew. When he had just graduated from a technical secondary school in June, Xiaoluzi's family had asked Chow Taishu for help, hoping to bring his son to work in the Taoyuan company. Now the villagers in their village who worked in the Taoyuan company lived a much better life than others. Their high income was envied by everyone. However, in the past 6 months, there had been enough people on the farm. Although Chow Taishu was the person in charge of the farm, he couldn't just put people there casually. Xia Ruofei trusted him so much, and he was also very loyal to the company. Naturally, he wouldn't do anything that would harm the company's interests. This time, Xia Ruofei wanted to develop the breeding of Strasbourg geese. Since Xiaoluzi had graduated from an agricultural school, Chow Taishu wanted to let him work there first. When the large-scale breeding began, he could arrange for him to work there. Chow Taishu didn't expect Xia Ruofei to be so straightforward. Not only did she agree, but she also agreed to Xiaolio's probation period from now on. This made Chow Taishu surprised and very moved. He knew that this was Xia Ruofei's absolute trust in him. He also secretly reminded himself that he absolutely couldn't disappoint Xia Ruofei's trust. After sending Xia Ruofei away, Chow Taishu walked to the fence of the goose house. The workers had already returned to the vegetable shed. Xiaoluzi was standing by the goose house, looking curiously at the Strasbourg geese inside. It seemed that he wanted to see the difference between them and the geese raised in the countryside. Xiaoluzi, come here. Chow Taishu shouted. Xiaoluzi quickly ran over and said, Uncle Taishu, are you looking for me? Chow Taishu cleared his throat and said, Xiaoluzi, I just mentioned your matter to the boss. Xiaoluzi quickly asked nervously, did the boss agree? He had basically been waiting for a job at home for the past 6 months. When he had just graduated, he had worked in a nearby factory for a while, but it had nothing to do with his major. Every day, he repeated the mechanical work on the production line. Because he was not skilled, his salary was very low. Soon, he wanted to quit. Later, he occasionally did odd jobs at home. Basically, he didn't have much income, so he was very concerned about this job. Chow Taishu looked at Xiaoluzi and said, your uncle Taishu is here. How can the boss not give you face? He agreed. Xiaoluzi's face was full of expectation. Yes. Chow Taishu nodded and said, the boss said that this period of time is your probation period. If you do well, you can become a regular employee. At that time, the farm will build a big farm, at least thousands of geese. Then you can work on the farm. Great, thank you, Uncle Taishu. Xiaoluzi was so happy that he almost jumped up. Chow Taishu said, I haven't finished yet. You child, you are so impatient. You have to change this habit. Otherwise, you can't do a good job. Chow Taishu was not the honest farmer he used to be. Now, he had some dignity of a leader. His face became serious. Xiaoluzi quickly said, I know, Uncle Taishu. Chow Taishu nodded and said, the boss said that during the probation period, you will be paid 70% of the salary of a regular employee on the farm. Xiaoluzi was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and asked, There's a salary. What are you talking about? You work here. How can you not be paid? Chow Taishu slightly raised his head and said, does our boss look like someone who lacks money? That's right, that's right. Xiaoluzi quickly smiled and then asked, Uncle Taishu, then 70%. How much is it? Chow Taishu cleared his throat and said, I'm not very clear about the specific standard, but it's about 4,000 yuan. So much. Xiaoluzi suddenly shouted, Uncle Taishu, you're not joking with me, right? Chow Taishu stared and said, when have I ever joked with you? Is 4,000 yuan a lot? Which regular employee on the farm has a lower salary than that? Xiaoluzi, let me tell you, our company now has a tiered salary. The new employee's salary is lower. Plus, you only get 70%, so it's only 4,000 yuan. If you work hard, you will get much more after you become a regular employee. And the year-end bonus is a lot. When your salary goes up in the future, you will get even more money. If you get the excellent employee title, your salary will go up by one level. Xiaoluzi was fascinated. He couldn't help but ask, Uncle Taishu, then how much do you get now? Chow Taishu said reservedly, I'm an old employee, so my salary is higher. I also have a management allowance. Don't ask me how much it is, but it's not lower than the county heads. In Sanshan, the department heads only got about 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. But the civil servants had a spiritual civilization award at the end of the year. Plus the high housing fund and car allowance, their annual income was about 200,000 yuan. As the person in charge of the farm, Chow Tieshu's income was higher than the county heads. Xiaoluzi couldn't help but open his mouth wide. In their eyes, the county head was a very high position. Chow Taishu was in charge of a farm, but he got more than the county head. This was like a fantasy story. But Xiaoluzi didn't think that Chow Taishu was lying. After all, an intern in the probation period could get 4,000 yuan. There was a huge difference between an intern and a farm manager. Chow Taishu said, Xiaoluzi, you have to work hard. If you don't perform well and can't be promoted, it won't just be a disgrace to yourself. You were picked up by me, so I'll be a disgrace to you too. Xiaoluzi quickly patted his chest and said, Uncle Taishu, don't worry. I will do my best. Just wait and see. I will move my things here today, and I will be living on the farm for the next 2 months. Chow Taishu smiled and said, that's not necessary. We can take turns keeping watch at night, it's okay. I have nothing to do at home anyway. I might as well work more. Xiaoluzi said. Uncle Taishu, you have to take care of the entire farm. You can't keep watch here all day. I can share your burden if I live here. Chow Taishu nodded and said, okay. You should watch and learn more during this time. Oh right, the boss just told you some things to take note of when raising geese. Come with me, I will tell you. Okay. Xiaoluzi quickly followed Chow Taishu into the temporary house. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that his small decision had made Xiaolu so excited that he was wholeheartedly devoted to that small farm. In fact, he had never been stingy with his employees. Only when his employees were loyal and treated the company as their own business could he, as the boss, be less worried. As for the extra labor costs, compared to the huge profits of the company, it was nothing. Take the farm for example. Tens of thousands of yuan a month was nothing. A complete Strasbourg foie gras was enough to pay the wages of several workers. After Xiao Ruofei arranged his work, he didn't go back to the city. Instead, he went to the bedroom of the small villa, locked the doors and windows, and entered the ring 2 space. There were still a lot of materials for the previous batch of spirit puppets that had not been processed. Today, he finally had some free time, so he planned to use this opportunity to process as much as possible. Xiao Ruofei didn't leave the space at noon. He only stopped to eat some fruit and continued working. When he was building the orchard, Xiao Ruofei had planted a few fruit trees in the Archean realm. For a long time, Xia Qing would harvest the fruits every time they ripened. Therefore, there were a lot of cherries and lychees in the space. These fruits grown in the Ring 2 space tasted much better than the fruits produced in the orchards outside. It could be said that they were full of saliva and left a lingering fragrance in his mouth. With Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation, it didn't matter if he skipped a few meals. He just maintained the routine of an ordinary person. Eating a few fruits was enough. He worked for more than 10 hours. Looking at the materials that were engraved with all kinds of runes and polished into all kinds of shapes, Xiao Ruofei was filled with a sense of accomplishment. If he had the time to process some of the materials every day, he estimated that it would take at most 2 weeks to process all the materials that could be processed. The next step was to combine these materials. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation was not enough to assemble a complete spirit puppet. According to Xia Qing, it was mainly because his mental strength cultivation was insufficient. During the assembly process, it was not a simple combination of materials. The most important thing was to fuse the array formation together seamlessly. This required a very high amount of mental strength. In particular, the core array formation of the spirit puppet could be said to be the most complicated array formation Xia Ruofei had ever seen. Let alone successfully assembling it, Xia Ruofei didn't even have the ability to process the few materials that formed the array formation. Xia Ruofei looked at the time and saw that it was already 1 or 2 in the morning. He felt that his mental strength had become depleted, so he stopped working. Just as he was about to leave the space and rest in the outside world, a white light flashed in front of him. The White Realm Raccoon suddenly appeared in front of him. Genius memorized this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. During this period of time, Xia Ruofei had entered and exited the Ring 2 space many times. However, this little guy was always hiding in various spatial nodes, tirelessly comprehending the spatial rules. It didn't have the time to pay attention to Xia Ruofei. This time, it ran out on its own. Xia Ruofei also felt a bit curious. He chuckled and greeted the White Realm Raccoon, saying, "Little guy, are you looking for me for something?" The White Realm Raccoon leaned on its 2 legs to support itself on the ground. It waved its front paws at Xia Ruofei a few times and squeaked a few times. Xia Ruofei had interacted with the White Realm Raccoon for a period of time. He could roughly guess what it was trying to express through its body language. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment, then asked with a smile, "You're saying that you're very hungry and want to eat realm stones?" The White Realm Raccoon immediately nodded. Xia Ruofei smiled, shrugged, and said, "But according to our agreement, you have to help me find realm stones. Only then can I give you a share of the profits." Back then, he had kept 3 realm stones in the Ring 2 space. He wasn't in a hurry to let the space absorb them. After all, absorbing them wouldn't allow the space to level up again. Instead, by leaving them in the space, the White Realm Raccoon could only see them but not eat them. This could give it some motivation, making it work harder to cooperate with him to find more realm stones. The White Realm Raccoon squeaked while using its front paws to make gestures. It meant that Xia Ruofei hadn't gone out to travel during this period of time. Even if it wanted to find realm stones, it couldn't. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment, then said, "You're right. I've been busy these days. However, you have to bear with it for a while. In a few days, I'll take you out. At that time, you can properly sense it." The White Realm Raccoon had a bitter expression. It rubbed its stomach while lying down. It made a kicking motion, then lay there motionlessly with its face facing the sky. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. This little guy's body language was quite lively. It was clearly saying that if there weren't any realm stones, it would starve to death. However, Xia Ruofei would not easily believe the words of the mischievous White World Raccoon. Moreover, this little guy looked lively and lively. How was it that he was starving to death? Even if it had not eaten a world stone for a very long time, it was definitely not so serious that it was about to starve to death. On the contrary, Xia Ruofei was worried that if he gave it a world stone, it would no longer have the motivation to search for more world stones after eating it. After all, this little fellow seemed to be able to stop eating for a very long time after eating a world stone. Now that it had taken the initiative to ask for the world stone, it meant that it was really hungry. With great difficulty, he finally had the chance to control it, so how could Xia Ruofei give up so easily? Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, okay. Don't pretend anymore. Get up." The White Realm Raccoon crawled up and looked at Xia Ruofei indignantly, as if it was protesting against Xia Ruofei for not saving it. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Little guy. If you really want the world stone, go and sense it properly in a few days. I promise you, in no more than 7 days, I'll take you out for a walk. Moreover, if I really find something, even if it's just 1 world stone, I'll let you eat it first. Is that okay?" Xia Ruofei planned to do this. The yacht should be finished in a few days. At that time, he would bring enough supplies and sail the yacht out to sea alone. He would treat it as relaxing. At the same time, he would let the White Realm Raccoon keep sensing the world stone. Who knows, he might find something new. After all, the world stone was something that could only be found by chance. Running around the world to find it was like trying one's luck in the sea. The probability was actually about the same. The White Realm Raccoon also realized that it was useless to pretend to be pitiful. It could only nod its head in disgust. Then, it squeaked and left in a flash. In the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei's perception had almost no blind spots. With a sweep of his mind, he saw that the White Realm raccoon didn't go to a certain space node to sense as usual. Instead, it found a soft grassland and lay down weakly. It looked very weak. Xiao Ruofei said to himself, "It seems that this little guy is really hungry. It should be fine after a few days, right? It won't really starve to death, right?" He was a little uncertain in his heart and felt that it was very strange. It was fine 2 days ago, so why was it suddenly so hungry? Xiao Ruofei was still a little worried, so he sent a telepathic message to Xiaoqing and asked, "Xiaoqing, come here for a moment." After Xiaoqing received Xiao Ruofei's order, he immediately put down the work in his hands and appeared in front of Xiao Ruofei in a flash. He bowed slightly and called out respectfully, "Master." Xiao Ruofei asked, "The realm raccoon doesn't seem to be in good spirits. It just took the initiative to ask me for realm stones. It said that it would starve to death if it didn't eat anything. How could this be? Wasn't it still fine 2 days ago?" Xiaoqing smiled and said, "Master, it's okay. The realm raccoon's vitality is very strong. It will be fine." "Do you know the reason?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Xiaoqing pondered for a moment and said, "Master, I guess it might have made great progress in its comprehension of the space rules. It might be about to break through." "Break through?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Yes, the realm raccoon's comprehension of the space rules will have a qualitative leap after breaking through the bottleneck." Xiaoqing said, "When breaking through, it needs energy. And the realm raccoon's main source of energy is the realm stones." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "No wonder. Then is it really okay in its current state?" Xiaoqing smiled and said, "It's fine. I reckon that the energy of the realm stones that it ate was used up. That's why it seems to be in low spirits. However, the realm raccoon's vitality is extremely strong. Even if it doesn't have any source of food, it can still live for a long time. If it really can't, it can enter a state similar to hibernation like some animals. In this state, the energy consumption of its body is very low. It won't be a problem to hold on for a year and a half." Xiaoqing paused for a moment and continued, "I think it's just in a hurry to break through. That's why it put down its reservations and came to ask for realm stones from Master. When it couldn't get it, it pretended to be pitiful." Hearing Xiaoqing's words, Xiao Ruofei's heart calmed down and said, "So it's like that. I almost gave it a realm stone just now. Alright, I'll go out first. You should pay more attention to its condition. If the situation isn't too good, tell me immediately." Xiao Ruofei felt that Xiaoqing's analysis should be very close to the truth. He was very happy in his heart. This way, the realm raccoon's need for realm stones would be even more urgent. It would definitely use 120% of its strength to sense the realm stones. It definitely wouldn't hold back. "Yes, Master." Xiaoqing replied respectfully. Xiao Ruofei nodded. In a flash, he left the Ring 2 space and appeared in the bedroom in the outside world. Xiao Ruofei put the spirit map scroll into his palm. Then, he went to the bathroom to take a quick shower. He changed into his home clothes and seized the time to rest. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei basically stayed in the villa in the city. However, he would walk around the farm during the day to check on the situation of the 6 Strasbourg geese raised on the farm. In addition, the plan for the expansion and transformation of the farm was also being adjusted. The design for the Strasbourg geese farm was quickly brought out. Xiao Ruofei was at the farm. He could immediately discuss the design plan with Shui Jinshan and the designers and give suggestions for changes. The entire farm was designed to raise 2,000 Strasbourg geese. There was a spacious and beautiful overhead goose house, a winding artificial stream and a pond, and a large activity area. In addition, according to Xiao Ruofei's request, there was also a dedicated area for geese and facilities for goose egg hatching. Since they were going to engage in large-scale farming, it was natural to form a continuous cycle. It was impossible to wait for a batch of geese to be slaughtered for foie gras and then start raising geese again. In the future, the farm would definitely have a fixed output every month or even every week. Using these few days, Xiao Ruofei finally finalized the revised design draft. The construction site also started to build the vegetable greenhouse and farm according to the new plan. In addition to these things, Xiao Ruofei spent most of his time in the small villa on the farm, tirelessly continuing to process the materials for refining the spirit puppet. Seeing the mountain of raw materials reduce bit by bit, and the components of various shapes and engraved with various complicated patterns increased, Xiao Ruofei felt a strong sense of accomplishment. Every day at 4 or 5 o'clock, he would come out of the Ring 2 space on time and drive to the headquarters of Ling Ji Catering in the city. He would be just in time to pick up Ling Xianxia from work. Sometimes, the two of them would eat out directly. Sometimes, they would go back to have dinner with Ling Xiaotian. After dinner, they would walk to Xiao Ruofei's riverside villa. Sometimes, they would shamelessly roll in the sheets and digest their food. Sometimes, they would simply go to the spacious master bedroom and set up a time formation to cultivate. It could be said that Xiao Ruofei's life was extremely regular. In these few days, Xiao Ruofei did not forget to pay attention to the condition of the white world raccoon. The little fellow's activities were becoming less and less. It seemed to be very sick. Sometimes, it would lie in one place and not move for hours. If Xiaoqing had not repeatedly assured him that the white world raccoon would definitely not be in any danger, he probably would not have been able to hold back his compassion and would have given the white world raccoon a world stone long ago. After about 6 or 7 days of this regular life, Qin Lan from the yacht club called and told Xiao Ruofei that his yacht had been completely modified. He asked Xiao Ruofei to go over and inspect it. Xiao Ruofei also wanted to go out to sea as soon as possible. After all, the white world raccoon's condition made him more or less worried. However, Xiao Ruofei also knew that it would not be easy to find a world stone if he went out aimlessly like this. Fortunately, he still had 3 world stones that he had not used last time. When the time came, he would still be able to deal with emergencies. Although Xiao Ruofei spoke bluntly to the white world raccoon, they were still considered to have gone through trials and tribulations together. If the little fellow's life was really in danger, Xiao Ruofei would definitely not be indifferent. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei received the phone call, he immediately drove to the yacht club's dock. The yacht that had been modified was already quietly moored at the dock. The exterior did not seem to have changed at all. Of course, the interior did not change much either. The 500,000 yuan quota was used on the yacht, so there was not much that could be done. Xiao Ruofei mainly changed the jacuzzi tub. In addition, he upgraded the sound system in the cabin to 7.1-channel surround sound. Just this sound system alone cost nearly 300,000 yuan. After a few small changes, the 500,000 yuan quota would be used up. Xiao Ruofei also added 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. He went to the yacht accompanied by Qin Lan, mainly to check the modifications. After the modification, the sound effect was much better. The melodious music seemed to be in every corner of the cabin. The sense of hierarchy was very clear, and the bass effect was simply shocking. One could imagine this yacht rising and falling with the waves on the blue sea. As far as the eye could see, there was only this endless sea. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. Then, lying on the deck and looking at the sky, a beautiful melody echoed in his ears. The feeling of being completely relaxed and completely free made Xiao Ruofei yearn for a lot. Xiao Ruofei also specially released the restrictions so that the white world raccoon could also sense the situation outside. The little fellow already knew that Xiao Ruofei was going to take it out to sea in the next few days. Now that it saw that Xiao Ruofei was on a beautiful big boat, it suddenly became excited and waved its hands and feet, asking Xiao Ruofei to hurry up and start the boat. Xiao Ruofei said to the world raccoon through telepathy, "Little fellow, don't worry. We still need to do some preparation work before going out to sea. We will definitely be able to set off in a day or 2. Just bear with it for a while." The white world raccoon suddenly pouted in disappointment and lay on the ground again. Xiao Ruofei inspected the yacht and was very satisfied with the transformation. Thus, he signed his name on the list without hesitation. From this moment on, the yacht, which was registered as the Haven, was officially handed over to Xiao Ruofei. However, it would still be docked here. This was the exclusive berth for the Haven. In order to facilitate this deal, the yacht club had also given him 3 years of berth rights, as well as 2 years of free maintenance and 2 years of exemption from management fees. Now, the Haven was using the yacht club's resources for free. After signing, Xiao Ruofei said to Qin Lan, "Manager Qin, please arrange for someone to help me fill up the yacht's fuel. I may be going out to sea in 2 days." "Okay." Qin Lan replied. Then, Ma Shan asked with some surprise, "Mr. Xia, are you sure you want to fill it up? The yacht's fuel tank is relatively large, and it can hold several tons of fuel. The cost of filling it up completely is not low. If you are only going to sail offshore, I suggest that you add some fuel to it. For a medium-sized yacht like this, filling it up with fuel would cost at least 100 to 200,000 yuan. Even rich people might not necessarily do this." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay, fill it up completely. I'll transfer the cost to you in advance." The customer's needs came first, and Qin Lan had already reminded him. Seeing Xiao Ruofei insist, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. She just nodded and said, "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to refuel it in the afternoon." In fact, even if the yacht was filled with fuel, the voyage might not be to Xiao Ruofei's satisfaction. Not only did he want to fill up the fuel tank, but he also wanted to bring some spare diesel in the space to increase the range. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiao Ruofei said to Qin Lan, "If it's convenient for you, why don't we fill up the tank now?" Because there was still diesel left in the tank, they didn't know how much fuel they needed to fill up the tank. Although the yacht club was unlikely to do something like filling up the tank, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was better to do it himself. Plus, he could pay the money on the spot, so that everyone could rest assured. Qin Lan said, "Mr. Xia, if we want to fill up the tank, we need to drive the yacht to a special berth. It may take some time for us to find a yacht driver." Qin Lan also considered that Xiao Ruofei's time was precious, so she said that they would fill up the tank in the afternoon. After all, the yacht driver was arranged in advance, and it didn't mean that there would be someone available at all times. If they needed to fill up the tank immediately, then Xiao Ruofei would have to wait here. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Manager Qin, you just need to contact the person who will fill up the tank. I can drive the yacht there myself." "Ah?" Qin Lan was shocked and said, "Mr. Xia, this is not a joke. You need to be qualified to drive a yacht. The punishment for driving without a license is very serious." Xiao Ruofei smiled and put his hand into the inner pocket of his coat. Of course, he took out his yacht driver's license from the ring 2 space. Then he handed it to Qin Lan and said, "Manager Qin, I have a license." Qin Lan was a little confused. She subconsciously took Xiao Ruofei's yacht driver's license, opened it, and took a look. She found that the holder was really Xiao Ruofei. She didn't doubt the authenticity of the license, but she was a little surprised. Why would a rich man like Xiao Ruofei spend time learning how to drive a yacht? Weren't they the kind of people who could spend hundreds of thousands of yuan every minute? People who had money to buy a yacht usually hired professional drivers and sailors. For a yacht like Xiao Ruofei's, there was a driver and 2 sailors, and at most 2 service staff. The salary of these people was not much, however, these thoughts just flashed in Qin Lan's mind. She quickly came back to her senses and quickly returned the license to Xiao Ruofei. She said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Xia, I didn't mean to suspect you, but I didn't expect you to get a yacht driver's license. It's okay." Xiao Ruofei smiled. Qin Lan. "Manager Qin, can we go fill up the tank?" "Of course," Qin Lan said. "I'll contact them right away." She. Translation. And Qin Lan. The Qin Lan, Qin. She. Xia, translation. And Mr. Xia, translation. Translation Liu translation the. Com translation. Translation. Qin Xia let translation. Let translation. Let. It's a good view. The deck of the bridge was located on the uppermost level of the yacht. It was the most open deck of the yacht. This ASMA 100 Leonardo flying bridge was 11 meters long. At the very front of the deck, there was a second driving area. Here, the yacht could also be driven. Because there was no windshield, and the view was good, it was even better to experience the feeling of traveling at lightning speed. In addition to the driving area, the deck of the yacht also had a lounge area, a jacuzzi with a sun mat, a large sun mat near the driver's seat, and a dining table for 8 guests. Although Qianlan was a little afraid of the cold winter wind, she couldn't refuse the customer's request. Besides, it was not far from the refueling berth. She just had to bear with it. The refueling berth was originally operated by the yacht club, and it was one of the club's basic facilities. Qianlan followed Xiao Ruofei to the deck of the bridge. Xiao Ruofei sat in the driver's seat and started the yacht. Qianlan stood next to him, giving him directions. To be honest, Qianlan was still a little unsure. After all, every time Xiao Ruofei came to experience the yacht, he was driven by a professional yacht driver. She had never seen Xiao Ruofei show that he knew how to drive a yacht, but the yacht started steadily and slowly left the berth. Qianlan's heart was at ease. She had been on all kinds of yachts and worked with different yacht drivers. When she saw Xiao Ruofei's operation, she knew that he must know how to drive a yacht. That license was not bought with money. In fact, although the yacht driver's license was not bought with money, Xiao Ruofei did not spend a minute on training, nor did he take the test. Shi Chang helped him get the license. Of course, when Xiao Ruofei was in the army, he received some crash training and mastered the basic operation. Then, he studied the yacht driver training materials and the operation manual provided by Shi Chang very carefully. So, it was easy for him to drive this yacht. The yacht slowly moved forward. After a while, it came to the refueling berth. Xiao Ruofei saw that there were refueling machines set up on the shore of several berths. This was equivalent to a gas station, but the object of refueling was the yacht in the water. Xiao Ruofei was more skilled after some operations. He controlled the yacht to dock accurately. There were already staff waiting on the shore. They first fixed the yacht to the berth with the cable, then came over with a refueling gun to refuel the yacht. The capacity of this yacht's fuel tank was about 11,000 liters. It was about 60,000 yuan to fill it up. However, there was a surplus in the fuel tank, so in the end, Xiao Ruofei paid about 50,000 yuan for the fuel. Although it was not as exaggerated as 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, for ordinary people, this yacht was really not affordable. After all, even if it was full of fuel, if the yacht sailed relatively far out to sea, the fuel would be almost used up in a round trip. After refueling, Xiao Ruofei drove the yacht back to his special berth and parked it. Then, he got off the yacht. Before driving away from the yacht club, Xiao Ruofei told Qianlan that he would use the yacht to go out to sea tomorrow or the day after. Of course, Xiao Ruofei just said it casually. He did not need the yacht club to prepare a driver, nor did he need to bring any other staff. After leaving the yacht club, Xiao Ruofei contacted Lu Zhi again. It was mainly about buying diesel. He thought that Lu Zhi's father was the leader of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, so he should have more dealings with large state-owned enterprises like 2 barrels of oil. If he asked for his help, he should be able to buy diesel smoothly. After all, the gas stations did not sell diesel directly. They could only fill it up by car. If they wanted to buy it in bulk, they would usually go to the oil depot. However, the procedures were very troublesome and involved the approval of many departments. When Lu Zhi heard that Xiao Ruofei wanted to buy a batch of diesel wholesale, he did not ask Xiao Ruofei why he wanted to buy diesel. He agreed immediately. At the same time, he asked Xiao Ruofei how much he wanted to buy. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and said, if possible, about 100 tons. Of course, if it is difficult, a little less is fine. His yacht's fuel tank had a capacity of about 10 tons. If he stored another 100 tons of diesel, it was equivalent to increasing the range by 10 times. At least, he could sail for thousands of nautical miles. If he used economic speed, he could even drive to Australia and back. With such a long range, it was enough for him to sail freely on the sea. After Lu Zhi heard it, he smiled and said, since Brother Xiao has asked, how can I not? Besides, 100 tons is not a lot. I will help you with the relevant procedures. It can be done in a day. Thank you so much. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, oh right, I need all of this diesel to be packed in oil drums. Then, help me send it to the designated location. I will pay for the oil drums and the transportation. No problem. Lu Zhi said, I will ask them to pack it all in 200L oil drums. Xiao Ruofei calculated in his mind. The density of diesel was lower than that of water. 1 ton of diesel was about 1200 L, which meant that it would need to be packed in 6 drums. 100 tons would be about 600 drums. This kind of oil drum could be stacked several times. His warehouse in the city could hold it all. Therefore, he said, okay. Lu Zhi, I will send you the address in a while. You can tell them that I will pay by cash or check. If they need to transfer the money, I can also transfer it to their account in advance. Okay. Lu Zhi said, Brother Xia, just wait for my news. Lu Zhi was very efficient. In the afternoon, he called Xiao Ruofei and told Xiao Ruofei that the procedures were done. He also contacted the oil depot. 100 tons of diesel was only about 120,000 liters. This amount of diesel was nothing to the oil depot, so there was no need to transfer the fuel. However, because Xiao Ruofei asked for all of it to be packed in the drums, it would take some time. The oil depot started to fill the drums that afternoon. After working overtime at night, it would be delivered to the warehouse that Xiao Ruofei designated the next morning. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed and said, Thank you. Lu Zhi, you have helped me a lot. Lu Zhi smiled and said, Brother Xia, this kind of thing is a piece of cake for me. You don't have to be so polite. Oh yeah, I will go with you tomorrow. No need. Xiao Ruofei said, just give me the contact information of the people who are leading the team. I will go there in advance and wait for them. Anyway, I have nothing to do tomorrow, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Just let them know. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, and I may by more than once. In the future, I will have to trouble you a lot. You can't always come with me to deliver the fuel. Okay then. Lu Zhi said, Brother Xia, if there is anything, just call me directly. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei started to organize his things. He used the afternoon to go to the city to buy a lot of things, including food, drinking water, and other necessities for life at sea. He also bought some emergency equipment, survival equipment, and so on. If it were an ordinary person, limited by the capacity of the yacht, they wouldn't be able to carry too much. However, Xiao Ruofei had an almost unlimited storage space with him, so he didn't have to worry about this at all. He didn't know how long he would be going out this time, and he didn't know what he would encounter at sea. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei stored a lot of food, drinking water, spices, and so on. As for other supplies, as long as he felt that they might be useful at sea, he also bought a lot of them. In the afternoon, he used several delivery trucks from the supermarket, as well as some delivery trucks from other stores. His villa in the city had become a courier transit station. That night, after Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia practiced for a while, he sent her home early. Xiao Ruofei also told Xianxia that he would be driving the yacht out to sea for a few days. Of course, he first invited Xianxia to go out with him. However, when she heard that he was going out for a few days to test the performance of the yacht, Xianxia wanted to back out. After all, it was impossible for her to not go to the company for a few days in a row. She wasn't Xiao Ruofei, who could just leave everything to others. Xiao Ruofei originally planned to go out to sea alone. As for going to the coastal waters with Xianxia to enjoy some alone time, he would have to wait until next time. After returning home, Xiao Ruofei went to bed early. The next day, he had a simple breakfast and sent Xianxia to the company. Then, he drove straight to the warehouse in the city. The fuel truck from the oil depot had not arrived yet, but a manager surnamed Wu had already contacted Xiao Ruofei in advance and told Xiao Ruofei that they had already set off. They should be arriving soon. Xiao Ruofei opened the door of the warehouse. Then, while waiting, he sent a WeChat message to Feng Jing on his mobile phone, telling her that he would be out for a few days and that there might be no signal at that time. He also left the maritime satellite phone number on the yacht with Feng Jing. This way, if there was any emergency and she needed to contact him, she would be able to find him. Feng Jing was already used to Xiao Ruofei's occasional shirking. She didn't even complain about Xiao Ruofei. She just said that she understood and didn't say anything else. Xiao Ruofei waited for about 10 minutes. Then, he saw a convoy of several large trucks coming from afar. A middle-aged man in his 40s jumped out of the first truck and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Hello, are you Boss Xia?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "That's me." "Are you Manager Wu?" "Thank you for your hard work." "Thank you for your hard work." "Boss Xia, you're welcome. This is all part of our job." Manager Wu said with a smile, "The 600 barrels of diesel are all here. Mr. Xia, do you want to unload them in this warehouse?" Xiao Ruofei nodded. Then, he looked at the trucks and said, "Yes. The door here is higher. The truck can drive in directly to unload." Okay. Manager Wu said. Then, he waved his hand and called one of his subordinates over. He whispered a few words, and the first truck immediately started slowly. It sped up the small slope at the entrance of the warehouse and drove directly into the warehouse. The stevedores brought by Manager Wu immediately ran into the warehouse and began to unload the truck quickly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Manager Wu, "Manager Wu, let's settle the payment. Do you accept cash and checks? If it's not convenient, I can also go with you to the bank to transfer the money." "It's convenient. It's convenient." Manager Wu quickly said, "You can just give us cash and checks." Xiao Ruofei nodded. He took out his checkbook and asked, "How much is the total?" Manager Wu politely said, "Ms. Xia, the total is 687,352 yen. Our Mr. Chen said that we don't need the change. You can just give us 680,000 yen. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say, "That's not right. Why is it so cheap?" The current retail price of diesel was about 650 yuan per liter, so 100 tons would be at least 120,000 liters. Just the diesel alone was close to 800,000 yuan, and that didn't include the cost of shipping and the barrels. Manager Wu smiled and said, "Boss Xia, you're probably calculating the retail price, right? You bought so much at once, so of course we're selling it at the wholesale price. The wholesale price we give to big customers is about 6,800 yuan per ton. Actually, how could 100 tons be considered a big customer?" This was entirely because Lu Zhi had personally come out to greet them. Xiao Ruofei was also very clear in his heart. He could only say, "So that's the case. Then, thank you." "Oh right, there's still the cost of the transportation and oil barrels that haven't been calculated." Manager Wu said with a smile, "Boss Xia, you're taking care of our business. Since you bought so much at once, of course we'll deliver it to you. Nowadays, even a bag of rice includes shipping. As for the barrels, young Master Lu said that Boss Xia, you might need to continue buying diesel in the future, so we'll just lend you these barrels. Next time, you can exchange the empty barrels for full barrels." Look. How thoughtful was he? This was the magic of power. Moreover, Lu Zhi was able to gain so much face just because of his father's identity. It was no wonder that so many people were racking their brains to become an official, a high-ranking official. Xiao Ruofei sighed in his heart and said, "Okay then. Manager Wu, I'll write a check for you." After Xiao Ruofei wrote the check, he tore it off and handed it to Manager Wu, who then passed it to a subordinate next to him. This was the finance staff he brought over. Although Lu Zhi asked for this person, Manager Wu didn't dare to be careless when it involved hundreds of thousands of yuan. The finance staff quickly checked the check and nodded slightly to Manager Wu. Manager Wu immediately smiled and reached out his hand to Xiao Ruofei, saying, "Boss Xia, happy cooperation. I look forward to working with you." The stevedores were very efficient. After one truck was unloaded, another truck drove in. After about 2 hours, all the oil barrels were unloaded. They were stacked on top of each other and took up about 2/3 of the warehouse. Xiao Ruofei waved goodbye to Manager Wu until the car disappeared from his sight. Then he turned back to the warehouse and locked the door from the inside. He scanned the area with his spiritual power and confirmed that no one was spying on them. Then, he quickly put all the oil barrels into the space. The mountain sea territory was now very vast. Although many medicinal gardens and paddy fields had been developed, there was still a large area of land that was in an idle state. Xiao Ruofei casually found a flat area and steadily placed these oil barrels in an orderly manner. Since the place was big enough, there was no need to stack several layers. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei opened the door of the warehouse a crack, slipped out, and quickly locked the door. He then drove straight to the yacht club. When he entered the club, Xiao Ruofei called Qin Lan. When he drove to the main building of the club, he saw that Qin Lan was already waiting at the door. Xiao Ruofei found a parking space slightly to the side and parked the car. Then, he jumped out of the car, opened the door of the back seat, and took out a huge backpack. There were a lot of supplies and equipment in it. Of course, it was just a cover. After all, he had to go out to sea for many days. If he came empty-handed, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. In fact, most of the materials prepared by Xiao Ruofei were stored in the Ring 2 space. They were 10 times or even 100 times more than the materials in the backpack. Qin Lan greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Xia." Xiao Ruofei nodded to Qin Lan and said, "Manager Qin, I'll have to trouble you to arrange an electric car to take me to the dock." "It's ready." Qin Lan smiled. Then she waved her hand and an electric car parked next to her drove over. The driver came over and carried Xiao Ruofei's heavy backpack into the car. Qin Lan insisted on taking Xiao Ruofei to the dock. Xiao Ruofei couldn't refuse her, so he could only nod in agreement. After a while, the electric car drove to Xiao Ruofei's exclusive berth at the yacht dock. Xiao Ruofei and Qin Lan stood on the dock. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Manager Qin, let's say goodbye here. I may stay in the open sea for a few more days this time. It's rare for me to relax. Maybe I'll stay in some sea area for a few days." Xiao Ruofei was also preparing in advance. After all, he had brought a lot of fuel reserves, so it would definitely be longer than a normal yacht. Qin Lan nodded and said, "Have a good time. If you need anything, you can contact us through the maritime satellite phone." "Okay." After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he grabbed his backpack and walked to the footboard. Qin Lan couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Xia, do you really not want to consider taking a few staff members with you? You can take care of each other at sea." Qin Lan had met a lot of rich people, but it was the first time she had seen someone like Xiao Ruofei who insisted on going out to sea alone. In fact, it was quite dangerous for a person to go out to sea alone. The main reason was that if something happened at sea, there wouldn't be anyone to help. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "No, I'm used to being alone. Besides, I won't go far. I'll just stroll around the coastal waters. I mainly want to stay at sea for a few days and experience the feeling of sleeping at sea at night." Qin Lan could only persuade him. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei insisted on doing so, she had no other choice but to say, "Okay. Mr. Xia, you must pay attention to your safety when you're out at sea alone." Qin Lan had a very good impression of the sunny young rich man. Of course, she didn't want anything to happen to him. Qin Lan didn't know why, but she couldn't help but think of a scene from a movie. It was a group of friends who went out to sea together on a yacht. When they reached the calm open sea, everyone jumped into the sea to swim. Even a girl who had deep-sea phobia was thrown into the sea as a prank. There was only a baby left on the yacht. Then, everyone was horrified to find that they didn't put down the gangway. There was no strength under their feet in the sea, so no one could reach the side of the boat. After that, a series of terrible things happened. Although it was a thriller movie, Qin Lan's deepest impression was that everyone was soaking in the sea. There was only a yacht around them that they could see but couldn't get on, and then there was the vast sea. As long as she put herself in their shoes, she could feel that kind of helplessness. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't know about the messy thoughts in Qin Lan's mind. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. For a cultivator, it was easy to fly onto the boat in a situation like that in the movie. Of course, the power of nature was awe-inspiring. Even if a cultivator's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Ruofei's, they might still die in the face of the power of nature. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't let his guard down or be careless. The staff untied the cable and threw it onto the yacht. Xiao Ruofei skillfully put away the cable, then waved at Qin Lan and walked into the cabin with his big backpack. He put the backpack on the circular sofa in the reception area, then continued to walk forward a little and entered the cockpit. Qin Lan stood on the dock and watched the yacht slowly move in the direction of the open sea. She didn't leave immediately. Instead, she waited until the yacht was getting smaller and smaller in her field of vision until it was completely out of sight. Then, with a trace of worry, she got on the battery-powered car and returned to the yacht club. On the yacht, Xiao Ruofei sat in the driver's seat very leisurely. At this moment, he wasn't controlling the yacht, but the yacht was still moving forward very steadily. After the yacht was delivered last time, Xiao Ruofei not only upgraded some of the options and facilities, but also did the most important thing, which was to install a global autopilot system on the yacht. Generally speaking, yachts mainly sailed in the coastal waters, so even some luxury yachts didn't have a global autopilot system installed. This system was mainly used on some ocean-going ships. This system was expensive and needed to be updated regularly. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate at all and chose to install it. This time, when he drove the yacht out to sea, Xiao Ruofei also experienced the convenience of this system. After the route was set on the main control computer, the yacht would follow the set route according to the GPS positioning. When it reached the set turning point, the yacht would automatically turn, and the error would be corrected according to the weather, wind, and other factors. At the same time, there were some other auxiliary functions, such as maintaining a route for a long time, deviation warning, target approaching warning, and so on. It could be said that after installing this system, the yacht pilot's hands were greatly liberated. Just like now, Xiao Ruofei was sitting in front of the bridge with a glass of freshly squeezed juice, monitoring the data from time to time. It was very easy. After sailing away from the coastal waters, there were fewer and fewer ships around, and the land was left far behind. Finally, the yacht disappeared from sight. In the end, as far as the eye could see, there was only the endless sea, as if he was the only one left in the world. The route set by Xiao Ruofei was very simple. After going out to sea from the Three Mountains, they would go all the way east, make a small detour north of Taiwan Island, and directly cross the entire East China Sea into the Pacific Ocean. After that, there was no route set for the time being. After all, it was at least a few hundred nautical miles across the East China Sea. With the yacht's cruising speed, it would take at least 20 hours of continuous sailing. Anyway, there was no specific destination for this trip, so Xiao Ruofei planned to take it one step at a time, and enter the Pacific Ocean first. After the yacht went out to sea, Xiao Ruofei released the restrictions of the Ring 2 space, so that the White Realm Raccoon could also sense the outside world without any hindrance in the space. Normally, Xiao Ruofei would block this kind of sensing. He didn't want the White Realm Raccoon and Xiaoqing to be able to watch in the space when he was rolling in the sheets with Ling Qingxue. The scenery of the sea was very beautiful and magnificent. The boundless scene of the sea and the sky merging into one couldn't help but open up a lot. However, after a long time, one would gradually feel monotonous. Moreover, humans were social animals. After being far away from the hustle and bustle of the mortal world, it was as if they were the only one in the world. That kind of spontaneous feeling of loneliness was unavoidable even for someone as powerful as Xiao Ruofei. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had undergone strict training in the army, so it wasn't to the extent of psychological problems. He just felt a little bored. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei didn't set the route blindly for the sake of increasing the probability of finding boundary stones as much as possible. Instead, he deliberately let the yacht pass by some uninhabited deserted islands. This way, with the White Realm Raccoon's sensing ability, if there really were boundary stones on those deserted islands, it would be able to discover them in time. Therefore, after the yacht sailed for a while, it would occasionally see an island. After Xiao Ruofei went out to sea, the White Realm Raccoon no longer looked sickly. Instead, it used its mind to sense for the aura of boundary stones that might exist in the outside world. However, the probability of encountering boundary stones in this kind of voyage was very low. The White Realm Raccoon didn't discover anything at all. Xiao Ruofei set off around 11 in the morning. Other than the short part where Xiao Ruofei was manually driving the yacht, everything else was handed over to the autopilot system. Until around 5 in the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei saw the trajectory displayed on the main control computer. The yacht had already traveled more than 160 nautical miles. At this time, it was already far away from land. It passed by several deserted islands on the way, but the White Realm Raccoon didn't discover anything. Xiao Ruofei was already mentally prepared for this kind of situation, so he wasn't in a hurry. It was already close to evening. Xiao Ruofei simply turned off the autopilot system and stopped the yacht. In order to prevent the yacht from drifting away with the ocean current, Xiao Ruofei even carefully anchored the yacht. After the engine stopped, the yacht became even quieter. Only the sound of the waves gently hitting the hull could be heard. Xiao Ruofei took out a few lychees, cherries, bread, and milk from the space for dinner. He went to the stern deck and sat on a soft reclining chair. He ate while looking at the sun in the west. After Xiao Ruofei left the harbor from the Three Mountains, the general direction had been heading east. It was already evening, and the sun was in the direction he came from. It was no longer as hot as it was at noon. It looked like a big red fireball, dyeing the surface of the sea a sparkling red. The white realm raccoon anxiously squeaked in the space. It was very dissatisfied with Xiao Ruofei stopping the yacht. Xiao Ruofei leisurely enjoyed his dinner at sea, admiring the rarely seen sunset at sea. It wasn't until the sun completely fell below sea level and the sky began to gradually darken that he stood up and walked to the cockpit. Xiao Ruofei said as he walked, "Little guy, don't be in a hurry. Haste makes waste. Besides, it's dark at night. It's dangerous to sail. I decided to continue for a while because of you, but before 8 o'clock, we must stop and sleep. Only when we have a good rest will we have energy tomorrow, . The white realm raccoon jumped up and down in the space, its two forelimbs gesturing to express its strong dissatisfaction. Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, "Looks like you don't agree with my plan. If that's the case, I'll just turn the boat around and head back. I see that you're full of energy. You don't look like you're about to starve to death." The white realm raccoon immediately stopped and pitifully cupped its hands. Its wacky appearance made Xiao Ruofei unable to hold back his laughter. He was just deliberately scaring the white realm raccoon. How could he really turn around and head back? After all, if he found the boundary stone, he would also have a share in it. Moreover, he was so well prepared this time. Wouldn't it be a pity if he didn't go back after a few days on the sea? Xiao Ruofei scared the white realm raccoon a few more words, telling it that if it wanted to cooperate well, it must listen to his arrangements and not raise objections so easily. Then, Xiao Ruofei put away the anchor and drove the yacht forward. After the yacht started moving, Xiao Ruofei quickly switched to autopilot mode and let the yacht follow the route he set. After the sun set below the sea, night quickly fell. The clouds tonight were very thick. The moon and stars were almost blocked. It was almost pitch black outside. On this vast sea, under the cover of the night, ordinary people would quickly develop a very oppressive feeling and fear of the unknown. However, Xiao Ruofei was still happy and content. He didn't turn on the lights of the yacht. Only the dashboard and the main control computer in the cockpit gave off a faint light. He held a can of beer in his hand and listened to music while monitoring the yacht's sailing data. As long as the yacht was moving forward, the white realm raccoon in the space always maintained a high level of concentration and tried hard to sense the aura of the boundary stone. Until around 8 in the evening, Xiao Ruofei stopped the yacht, dropped the anchor, and turned off the engine. The white realm raccoon didn't find anything. Everything was within his expectations. Xiao Ruofei wasn't too disappointed. He didn't go to rest immediately. Instead, he walked through the entire yacht and came to the stern. There was a unique waterfront platform here. It was almost close to the surface of the sea, and there were no fences around it. It was a convex design. It could be said that it was surrounded by water on 3 sides. Xiao Ruofei sat down on the platform and felt as if he was sitting on the surface of the sea. The waves gently hit the hull, and the yacht gently swayed with the rhythm of the sea. There was no other sound around except for the sound of the water. The whole world seemed very quiet. Xiao Ruofei held a spirit crystal in his hand and began to cultivate the Tao formula. On this boundless sea, very few humans set foot on it. Moreover, it was far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, so there was almost no pollution. The heaven and earth spirit qi here seemed to be richer than on land. Xiao Ruofei quickly entered a state of cultivation in the fishy smell of the air. The true qi in his body flowed endlessly along the meridian diagram of the Tao formula. After every cycle, the spirit qi would be transformed into true qi in his dantian. Although his true qi only increased by a little each time, Xiao Ruofei's cultivation continued to grow day after day in this way. Cultivation was a test of perseverance and patience. There were no shortcuts. After a long time, Xiao Ruofei let out a long breath of turbid air. he felt refreshed. He put the spirit crystal that had shrunk into the space and then lay down casually on the platform. He looked at the starless sky and naturally spread out his mental strength. There seemed to be another world below the surface of the sea. Xiao Ruofei's mental strength could detect all kinds of sea creatures swimming at different depths. They were completely unaware of Xiao Ruofei's mental strength. Clownfish, thorny pufferfish, jellyfish. Xiao Ruofei tried to distinguish the sea creatures swimming under the yacht with his not-so-profound knowledge. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind. Xiao Ruofei's mental strength suddenly spat out and wrapped around a thorny pufferfish in an instant. The thorny pufferfish was swimming without any defense. Suddenly, it felt as if it had fallen into a swamp and became unable to move. It subconsciously swelled up. This was the thorny pufferfish's reaction when it encountered danger. In the next moment, the thorny pufferfish was directly pulled up from the surface of the sea by Xiao Ruofei. His mental strength cultivation had always been higher than his true chi cultivation. He had been able to telekinesis for a long time. The thorny pufferfish's size was not big. Although it was slightly more difficult to pull up a swimming object than a stationary object, it was not a problem for him. He succeeded easily. Xiao Ruofei did not reach out to touch the small thorny pufferfish. After pulling it out of the sea, he slightly moved his mind and the thorny pufferfish disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, the thorny pufferfish appeared on the surface of the sea inside the Ring 2 space. With a plop, it was thrown into the sea of space. If the thorny pufferfish could think, it would certainly be puzzled. But this kind of low-level creature moved by instinct. It could feel that it was still in the sea, but the environment was countless times more comfortable than before. The spiritual energy in the space was so dense that it was like a mist. The environment of the outside world was completely incomparable to the inside of the space. After a short period of panic, the thorny pufferfish quickly regained its calmness and began to leisurely swim in the sea of space. Xiao Ruofei had been paying attention to the situation in the space. After perceiving the state of the thorny pufferfish, his face could not help but reveal a trace of a smile. This was also a sudden thought that came to his mind. There were too few creatures in the sea of space. Besides the abalones and the Yangtze River shad that he moved in, there were basically no other creatures. The environment in the space was very good, but it felt a bit less lively. So when Xiao Ruofei used his spiritual force to explore these sea creatures, he immediately decided to use this opportunity to go out to sea alone to capture more sea creatures from the outside world and put them into the sea of space. His first attempt was successful. Xiao Ruofei's confidence was greatly boosted. He continued to work hard and began his second attempt. His goal was to capture those small fish that were not too fast. After all, in the outside world, he could only rely on his spiritual force to bind and capture them. If the fish were too big, the success rate would not be high. Xiao Ruofei didn't go out of his way to catch a certain type of sea creature or a few types of sea creatures. He didn't even go out of his way to pair them up. In any case, once these sea creatures entered the space, they would have no problem surviving. If he happened to catch a few of the same sea creatures, they might be able to reproduce in the space. Xiao Ruofei regarded this as a kind of fun. At the same time, he could also exercise his spiritual force control. He had a lot of fun playing on the hydrophilic platform at the stern of the yacht. In the space, from time to time, a crazily twisting fish would fall from the sky and be thrown into the sea of space, and then quickly escape into the depths of the sea. After a while, Xiao Ruofei had successfully captured dozens of different sea creatures. Most of them were fish, but there were also jellyfish and the like. There was even a large sea turtle that slowly passed by the yacht. Xiao Ruofei easily captured it and sent it into the space. This big guy's speed was really too slow. It was not until about 12 o'clock in the evening that Xiao Ruofei got up and prepared to go back to the cabin to rest. He had already fallen in love with this game. The process of constantly adding life to the Ring 2 space gave him a sense of accomplishment. The Ring 2 space was like Xiao Ruofei's exclusive territory. Every change and progress in this territory would make him happy from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Ruofei had decided that during these days at sea, he would take time out to do this every day. And his goal was not only to catch small sea creatures, he was also eager to try catching some larger fish. Before going out to sea, Xiao Ruofei also bought a professional fishing rod and fishing net. He was going to try it tomorrow and see if he could combine these tools with the use of spiritual force to catch larger sea creatures. After all, the sea of the Ring 2 space couldn't be filled with weak chickens. The master bedroom of the yacht was very spacious and comfortable. Not only did it have a special bathroom, but it also had a luxurious jacuzzi. The large double bed was very soft. This master bedroom was even more luxurious than the guest rooms of a 5-star hotel. In fact, this yacht was like a moving palace on the sea. A yacht was a luxury toy for the rich, so naturally it had to pursue comfort to the extreme. Xiao Ruofei took a bath and changed into a nightgown. He threw himself on the big bed and quickly fell asleep. Of course, in the vast sea, Xiao Ruofei was still very cautious and set up a simple alert formation around the bedroom. Once an intruder touched this formation, or if the yacht swayed more than a certain range, the formation would immediately be triggered and Xiao Ruofei would be able to wake up immediately. Caution, caution, and caution. This was almost an instinct engraved in Xiao Ruofei's bones. Nothing unexpected happened that night. Xiao Ruofei slept soundly with his head pillowed on the waves. When the sun rose from the east and the sunlight shone in through the large porthole of the master bedroom, he woke up. After a simple wash, Xiao Ruofei went to the yacht's kitchen. Although the kitchen was not very big, the facilities were very complete. There was a microwave, an electric oven, a toaster, and everything else. He heated up a cup of milk, fried an egg, and then cut a few slices of bread. He carried the tray to the top deck of the flying bridge and casually placed the tray on the table in front of the U-shaped sofa. He then sat down and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the sea in the morning while eating breakfast. Xiao Ruofei had missed the beautiful sunrise, but the morning sun was not strong at all. The golden light sprinkled on the sparkling sea, and the sea seemed to be dyed with a layer of gold. Occasionally, seagulls flew low over the sea like dragonflies skimming the water. Xiao Ruofei saw the beautiful scenery in front of him and could not help but take out his phone to take a few pictures. Just as he was about to put down his phone, he suddenly had an idea. He switched to the front camera and took a few selfies with the sea and the yacht as the background. Then, he took another selfie with his half-eaten breakfast. Then he went to the cockpit and operated the main control computer for a while. Then he connected his phone to the Wi-Fi on the yacht. There was definitely no signal in the sea, but on the yacht, he could use the maritime satellite as a transit to connect to the internet. The yacht also had this equipment. It could connect to the internet through the main control computer and provide an Wi-Fi hotspot for mobile devices on the yacht to access the internet. Although the internet speed was definitely not as fast as the base station on land, it was not a problem to upload a few pictures. After the phone connected to the internet, Xiao Ruofei immediately opened the Weibo app and selected 9 pictures to upload. He also added the caption, "The conditions at sea are limited, so I can only have a simple breakfast." Recently, there were a lot of funny ways to flaunt your wealth on the internet. For example, you took a picture of yourself eating instant noodles in the car, but you accidentally took a picture of the Bentley logo. Or you said that your phone screen was broken, but it showed a long string of text messages on the phone. Xiao Ruofei also had a joking mentality. He added the caption to flaunt his wealth and clicked to post it on Weibo. After posting on Weibo, Xiao Ruofei put the phone on the cockpit and went to weigh the anchor. He was ready to start today's trip. After the yacht started, Xiao Ruofei switched to the autopilot mode. He then picked up his phone and opened Weibo. Although it had only been a while since the Weibo post was posted, the message bar already showed a red corner of 99+. He clicked on it and saw that most of them were interactions with the Weibo post just now. There were hundreds of likes, forwards, comments, and private messages in such a short time. Xiao Ruofei clicked on the Weibo post with great interest. The internet connection was a little slow at sea, and it was intermittent. It took about 10 seconds for the page to fully open. When Xiao Ruofei saw the comments, he almost laughed out loud. There were all kinds of comments, such as "I received 10,000 critical hits, looking at the instant noodles in front of me, I silently added a ham sausage," and so on. The screen was almost flooded with comments. The official Weibo of the Taoyuan company almost instantly reposted the Weibo post. When it was reposted, it was accompanied by the caption, "In order to prove that the editor really worked hard early in the morning, this post must be reposted." Weakly asking, "Can I add a drumstick?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and casually commented, "Add a pair of drumsticks." I approve. When the netizens saw this comment, they almost burst out laughing. The first person to repost Xiao Ruofei's Weibo was Xianxia's Weibo account. She was considered a well-known netizen, and those who often followed Xiao Ruofei knew that she was his #1 die-hard fan. Moreover, she often had the opportunity to eat with Xiao Ruofei, take photos with him, and so on. Therefore, she had a lot of Weibo followers, and many of them were Xiao Ruofei's fans. She could be said to love the house, and the crow that belonged to it. Xiao Ruofei also saw Ling Qingshua's repost and comment, "The Haven actually didn't bring me along on its first voyage. Remember to buy a new washboard when you go home." Xiao Ruofei immediately replied with a pitiful emoji. When they saw the domineering CEO and his wife appear, the netizens naturally became even more excited. They left comments one after another. Most of them expressed concern about Xiao Ruofei's situation after he returned, but no matter how you looked at it, there was a sense of schadenfreude. Xiao Ruofei happily scrolled through Weibo for a while. The speed of the internet at sea was really too slow. In the end, he couldn't bear the fact that it took him dozens of seconds to refresh every time, so he finally put his phone away. Under the control of the autopilot system, the yacht moved steadily along the preset route. The winter sea was relatively calm. Since they set off yesterday, they had not encountered any major storms. From the GPS track, the yacht had now drawn an arc on the sea and crossed the northern part of Taiwan Bay. There was still no harvest in the morning. They passed by several small islands on the way, but the white raccoon did not find anything. At noon, Xiao Ruofei stopped the yacht to rest. He went to the small but well-equipped kitchen on the yacht and made himself a sumptuous lunch. There were a lot of Taoyuan vegetables and fruits stored in the space, as well as a large amount of meat that he purchased from the hypermarket. Because the wind was relatively strong outside, the cooked food was easily cooled by the sea breeze, so Xiao Ruofei did not choose to eat on the airbridge deck this time. Instead, he went directly to the restaurant on the yacht. The restaurant was connected to the stern deck, so it was basically semi-open. However, it was certainly not as windy as the airbridge deck. After enjoying his lunch, Xiao Ruofei suddenly regretted not bringing Blackie along. A person sailing alone on the sea would naturally give rise to a sense of loneliness. If he had brought Blackie along, at least he would have a companion. Moreover, when he slept at night, Blackie could take on the task of guarding him. Before coming out this time, Xiao Ruofei thought of going out alone, so he did not even bring Ling Qingxue. In addition, the white raccoon seemed to be starving to death at any time, so the preparation was relatively rushed and did not consider everything. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to lift the anchor. Instead, he went down the gangway to the hydrophilic platform at the stern of the yacht and then took out the sea fishing rod and fishing net that he had already prepared from the space. Xiao Ruofei did not rashly fish. Instead, he spread out his psychic power and carefully checked the situation below the sea surface. In fact, after last night's fishing, Xiao Ruofei had already discovered that the distribution of the sea creatures actually had a certain pattern. Today, he carefully analyzed it and found that it was roughly related to the ocean current. Many sea creatures swam in the direction of the ocean current, and there was more than one ocean current under the sea surface. This led to more sea creatures in some areas and less in other areas. After Xiao Ruofei checked it with his spiritual force, he simply put down the fishing net and boom, ran over to pick up the anchor, and started the yacht. The white raccoon in the space thought that Xiao Ruofei was about to set off, and immediately became spirited again. However, it soon realized that the yacht wasn't moving forward at high speed, nor was it moving in one direction. Instead, it was moving and stopping, sometimes even going around in circles. Little Rascal naturally did not know that Xiao Ruofei was looking for an area where marine life was more concentrated, so that he could maximize the efficiency of his fishing operation. After about half an hour, Xiao Ruofei finally stopped the boat. Using his spiritual power, he discovered that there were obviously more marine creatures near the yacht than in the areas they had just sailed through. They were all swimming around in a very small area. "This is it," Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself. He quickly anchored the ship and walked quickly to the waterfront platform at the stern of the ship. Originally, Xiao Ruofei wanted to try using a sea fishing rod, but after thinking about it, he felt that the efficiency was too low, so he directly picked up the fishing net. The Haven was a luxury yacht, not a professional fishing boat, so the boat was naturally not equipped with a professional fishing trawl. He just took an ordinary fishing net. However, in the hands of a cultivator, such a fishing net was enough. He used his spiritual power to check it again, and then threw the fishing net out with force. The fishing net that was infused with Xianxia was thrown very far, and with the help of his spiritual power, the fishing net was accurately scattered in the area that Xia Ruofei had designed in advance. After the fishing net touched the sea surface, it suddenly sank, and quickly moved in the sea under the control of his spiritual power. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was constantly observing the situation under the sea. When the fishing net reached a certain depth, his hand suddenly exerted force, and the fishing net suddenly began to tighten. Xia Ruofei gently pulled the rope in his hand, and suddenly felt a heavy resistance. In fact, his spiritual power had already checked that the fishing net was not small, but he still enjoyed this heavy feeling. It was a bit like the joy of a harvest. Ordinary people would not be able to drag a net full of fish, but Xia Ruofei only used a little force, and the fishing net was quickly pulled back. He threw the fishing net out of the water, and it was full of all kinds of fish and shrimps that were struggling in panic. Xia Ruofei did not drag the fishing net completely onto the yacht. When the distance was close enough, he directly used his mind, and in the next moment, all the sea creatures in the fishing net disappeared into thin air, leaving only the empty fishing net. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely suspect that there was something wrong with their eyes. At the same time, above the sea of the Ring 2 space, dozens of all kinds of fish and shrimps fell from the sky, and flopped into the sea. This scene was very similar to the scene in the movie A Good Show, where countless fish fell from the sky above a deserted island. Unfortunately, there was only a resentful white-whorled raccoon in the space, appreciating this rare spectacle. The sea products in the nearby sea area were indeed very rich, and Xia Ruofei did not need to change places. He only needed to wait for a little while, and then he could cast the fishing net again. At noon, the sun was still very strong at sea. Xia Ruofei was wearing a thin jacket and Ray-Ban aviator sunglasses, constantly casting and pulling the net, and was very busy. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools, and today's efficiency was obviously much higher than yesterday's. In just half an hour, there were hundreds of new guests in the sea of the Ring 2 space. Xia Ruofei was ready to cast the net one last time. After all, the voyage was still very long, and if he stayed in one place for too long, he did not know how many days it would take for him to return. He still used his spiritual power to sense it, and then he threw the net out. Now Xia Ruofei was getting more and more skilled, and soon the net was full of fish. With a flick of his wrist, he easily pulled the entire fishing net out of the water. Just as he was about to put the fish into the space, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and stopped his action. Instead, he took the opportunity to pull the fishing net onto the platform. Because he saw that there seemed to be a touch of blue in the fishing net, and he could not help but feel a little curious. When Xia Ruofei cast the net, he only looked for a place where there were relatively more sea creatures to cast the net. Naturally, it was impossible to accurately distinguish every sea creature caught, so he only had a rough idea of what was in the fishing net. Of course, if he put them into the space, with his current control of the space, even if he put 100 or 200 sea creatures in at once, he could still distinguish what each sea creature was. Naturally, he could not do it in the outside world. The fish and shrimps in the fishing net were frantically struggling in vain, and Xia Ruofei went forward with interest. He put those ordinary fish and shrimps into the space one by one, and the catch in the fishing net was getting less and less, and soon a huge blue lobster was revealed. Xia Ruofei could not help but gasp in surprise. This lobster was very big, at least 40 or 50 centimeters long, and its whole body was very beautiful bright blue. Xia Ruofei had seen reports about blue lobsters on the internet before, and knew that this kind of lobster was basically produced by genetic mutation, and was very rare. It was said that the probability of catching a blue lobster was only 1 in a million. He did not expect to catch one so coincidentally. This was the first lobster he caught since yesterday. Because lobsters generally lived on the bottom of the sea, the probability of catching a lobster in this shallow sea was not high, and Xia Ruofei remembered that this kind of blue lobster generally appeared in the United Kingdom, and the East China Sea did not seem to be the production area of this kind of lobster. With so many factors combined, in this case, the probability of catching such a blue lobster was even lower than winning the lottery. Xiao Ruofei quickly put the other fish and shrimps into the space sea, and then curiously observed this lobster at a close distance. Soon he showed an even more surprised look. There were at least 20 or 30 young lobsters attached to the abdomen of this blue lobster. These young lobsters had obviously hatched not long ago, and were still under the protection of their mothers. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ruofei caught all of them in one go. What made Xiao Ruofei even happier was that these young lobsters were also blue. He said in his heart, "So, may I be able to breed a population of blue lobsters in my space?" Although the appearance of blue lobsters was generally due to genetic mutation, and may not be passed down to the next generation, these young lobsters also had blue shells, and the environment of the space sea was much better than the outside world. Who could be sure that this kind of genetic mutation would not be passed down stably? The more Xiao Ruofei thought about it, the happier he was. He did not dare to let these lobsters out of the sea for too long, so he quickly put them into the space sea with a thought. Xiao Ruofei was also in a good mood to have such a catch in the last net. He tidied up the fishing net, and then directly took some river water from the space to clean the hydrophilic platform. Then he walked briskly and started the yacht again. Xiao Ruofei quickly drove the yacht back to the set route, and then entrusted it to the autopilot system. Xiao Ruofei did not stop the yacht for the whole afternoon. Even at dinner time, he simply made a bowl of noodles and sat in the cockpit to eat. During this time, the yacht was still moving forward. He thought that after stopping the yacht for an hour at noon, he would make up for the time in the evening, so he stopped the yacht at 8 o'clock and ended the day's sailing. At night, Xiao Ruofei did not cast the net to catch big fish. He just sat on the hydrophilic platform to cultivate for 2 hours, and then returned to the master bedroom to take a shower and sleep. This was Xiao Ruofei's second night at sea. He had gotten used to the slight shaking of the yacht, and even felt like he was lying in the cradle as a baby. Xiao Ruofei did not notice that in the second half of the night, the extent of the yacht's shaking seemed to be slowly increasing. When Xiao Ruofei woke up, the yacht was swaying so much that it triggered the warning formation he had set up. This was not because Xiao Ruofei was not vigilant, but mainly because the yacht was constantly swaying with the waves at sea. He had gotten used to this rhythm in his sleep. When the warning formation was triggered, Xiao Ruofei suddenly opened his eyes and immediately noticed that something was wrong. The yacht was swaying more than normal. He even heard the hull creaking, and many unsecured things in the room began to fall. Xiao Ruofei suddenly sat up, flipped over the quilt, jumped out of bed, and rushed to the deck. It would be difficult for ordinary people to stand still under such strong swaying, let alone walk. However, Xiao Ruofei only needed to inject a little bit of qi into his legs, and he could walk as if he was walking on flat ground. When he came to the deck outside the cabin, Xiao Ruofei was stunned by the scene in front of him. The sea, which was very calm in the first half of the night, suddenly changed, like a roaring monster. The wind whistled on the surface of the sea, and the huge waves kept rolling, making loud rumbling sounds. In such an environment, the yacht was like a light leaf, constantly moving up and down with the waves, as if it would capsize at any time. Xiao Ruofei made a prompt decision and rushed to the cockpit. He immediately raised the anchor, and while starting the yacht, he quickly clicked a few times on the main control computer to bring up the picture of the weather radar installed on the yacht. This small weather radar was also installed at Xiao Ruofei's request. It could detect the real-time weather in a fan-shaped area of about 10 nautical miles in front of the yacht, including some low-altitude rapids, rain, and other conditions. After the radar was activated, the weather situation was quickly presented on the screen. Xiao Ruofei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The screen was almost completely covered in yellow and even red, which meant that the weather ahead was also very bad. There might be heavy rain, strong airflow, or thunderstorms. Xiao Ruofei's face became very ugly. Under such a great force of nature, a qi refining stage cultivator was simply not enough. It was possible that a huge wave would capsize the yacht, but there was nothing he could do. Xiao Ruofei steered the yacht to avoid the oncoming waves as much as possible. When the yacht turned, he had been paying attention to the radar screen, but all he saw was a shocking yellow and red area. Obviously, the yacht had been caught in the storm. Xiao Ruofei's face became very serious. The yacht narrowly avoided a big wave. After temporarily escaping danger, he quickly got up and rushed out, then jumped directly on the deck of the air bridge and ran to the second driving area to pilot the yacht. This was the highest point of the yacht, and there was no glass, so the view was better. If anything happened, it would be easier for him to react from the outside. If it was an ordinary person, it would be very dangerous to stand on the deck of the air bridge without any shelter in such a stormy weather. Maybe one wave would sweep them into the sea. Xiao Ruofei was also very skilled and brave. At least he could stabilize his body in such a large swaying. While he steered the yacht left and right on the waves, he also took out a life jacket from under his seat and quickly put it on. In such a terrible situation, Xiao Ruofei had to prepare for the worst. The waves around the yacht were getting bigger and bigger. The 30-meter-long yacht was no different from a small boat in such a storm. It rushed to the top of the waves one moment, and then fell rapidly with the waves the next moment. This feeling was much more exciting than the world's most dangerous roller coaster. However, Xiao Ruofei did not show any signs of fear, and his body was still stable as if he was welded to the deck of the yacht. He tried his best to control the yacht, and at the same time, kept his spiritual power in a constant state. He tried his best to grasp the situation around him, so that he could avoid the dangerous waves in advance. In such a situation, perhaps if he had reacted a tenth of a second earlier, the result would have been completely different. However, the storm on the sea tonight was just too big. Even if Xiao Ruofei could rely on his spiritual power to make predictions, it was still difficult for him to deal with it. Xiao Ruofei's forehead could not help but be covered in beads of sweat, and his expression was very serious. At this time, a huge wave came from the left side of the yacht. Xiao Ruofei quickly turned the rudder to the right. If the side of the yacht was hit by such a huge wave that was 10 to 20 meters high, the yacht would definitely capsize. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei pushed the yacht's horsepower to the maximum, hoping to escape the range of the huge wave. However, his expression suddenly changed, because at this time, his spiritual power sensed that there was an even bigger wave coming from the right front of the yacht. This wave was 30 to 40 meters high. Now that the yacht had turned around and was heading towards the huge wave, if it was hit by a 10-story tall wave, the yacht would definitely disintegrate in an instant. From the time he was awakened until now, Xiao Ruofei had barely held on for more than 10 minutes, but the situation was getting worse and worse, and now it was obvious that he was in a desperate situation. In a flash, Xiao Ruofei did not have time to think. He made a decision at this moment, and at the same time, he turned off the engine of the yacht, supported himself with both hands, and his whole body jumped off the deck of the flying bridge, and fell towards the sea. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power gathered wildly and locked onto the yacht, and then he shouted, "Get in!" The next moment, the yacht disappeared from the sea with a whoosh, and fell into the sea of Ring 2 space. In a situation where there was no way to avoid, Xiao Ruofei's first thought was to protect this yacht. It should be known that he was now hundreds of nautical miles away from land, and if this yacht was destroyed in the storm, then no matter how strong he would not be able to swim back. This yacht was not the same as the small yacht he bought before. It was more than 30 meters long, and weighed dozens of tons. It also carried fuel, fresh water, and other equipment on the yacht. Such a big guy was somewhat beyond the scope of Xiao Ruofei's ability to collect. After the yacht was reluctantly collected into the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei even felt a stabbing pain in his head, which was obviously caused by the instantaneous overload of his spiritual power. He did not have time to think about anything else. After falling into the sea, he immediately took off his life jacket, and then dived into the sea. In this situation, the life jacket was actually a burden, because if he stayed on the sea, even if Xiao Ruofei's body was many times stronger than the average person's, if he was hit by the huge waves head-on, his bones would probably break inch by inch. The power of nature was very terrifying. Xiao Ruofei had received strict special training in the army, so naturally, he was a good swimmer. As long as he did not faint, he would definitely not sink in the sea, so it did not matter if he had a life jacket or not. In addition, his physical strength was excellent, and as long as he could get through this storm, he would be able to take the yacht out, so he did not need to worry about physical exhaustion or loss of temperature. Xiao Ruofei tried his best to dive down, but soon he felt that he was first pressed down hard, and then the surrounding sea water suddenly surged up, and he could not help but quickly rise with the sea water. Xiao Ruofei knew that the huge waves must have hit the place where he had just entered the water, and formed a new wave. Under such a huge force, Xiao Ruofei had no way to control his body. Almost in an instant, he was thrown up by the waves and flew directly to the surface of the sea. He tried his best to twist his body in the air, hoping to avoid the range of the waves. But there was no place to borrow strength, and all around him were monstrous waves. Even if Xiao Ruofei had great ability, it was useless. He soon fell heavily, and his body hit the sea surface. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be displaced, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had already covered his body with true qi to form a protective layer in advance, he still suffered a serious injury. Xiao Ruofei endured the pain and continued to dive. He knew very well that only by diving to a certain depth could he possibly be away from danger, and the deeper the area, the calmer the sea would be. The deep sea was dark, and Xiao Ruofei relied on his senses to dive down with all his strength. He had received special training in holding his breath, and ever since he became a cultivator, he could rely on true qi to form an internal circulation, so he did not even need to come out of the sea to breathe for a short period of time. Xiao Ruofei felt that he had dived at least a dozen meters, and the surrounding water pressure was getting stronger and stronger, but this pressure, which was difficult for ordinary people to bear, did not affect him much. A dozen meters was obviously not enough, because Xiao Ruofei could still feel the surrounding sea water surging and surging. It was difficult for him to control his body, and he could only go with the flow involuntarily. All of a sudden, Xiao Ruofei felt a huge pressure coming from below, and he sank several meters into the ground. Xiao Ruofei knew that this was bad, and he knew that there must be another huge wave coming down. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sea water in this area suddenly surged, and his body rushed straight up uncontrollably. Before he could even think, Xiao Ruofei was thrown out of the sea by this irresistible force. As soon as he came out of the water, Xiao Ruofei's heart suddenly trembled, because he saw that there was a huge wave at least a dozen meters high above him, coming down on him with the force of Mount Tai. The power of this huge wave was enough to overturn a huge ship, and Xiao Ruofei seemed so small in front of such a huge wave. The surging sea water and the huge wave, which was more than a dozen stories high, were getting bigger and bigger in Xiao Ruofei's eyes, and he could even feel the huge force coming head-on. There was no doubt that once he was hit by the huge wave, he would have no hope of survival. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei was forced into a desperate situation. He had no choice but to use his last life-saving means. The gentle voice in the steel gun said thank you to the Qidian readers Albus and Moonlit Snowy Tail for the 100 book coins reward support. In such a dangerous moment, Xiao Ruofei had no other choice. He only had one path to take, and that was to hide in the Ring 2 space. In fact, Xiao Ruofei did not have any confidence in his heart, because once he entered the space, the spirit map scroll would be exposed to the outside world. And in the face of such a violent storm, no one could say for sure whether the spirit map scroll would be damaged or not. Once the spirit map scroll was destroyed, in the long run, Xiao Ruofei would completely lose the capital to live. In the short run, if the spirit map scroll was destroyed, the Ring 2 space would probably be destroyed as well. Even if Xiao Ruofei could save his life when the space was destroyed, all the things in the space would definitely be destroyed, including the 2 yachts and a large amount of survival resources. Without these things, how could Xiao Ruofei return to land? When Xiao Ruofei tried to drive the yacht out of the storm area, he had already analyzed the worst-case scenario, but now he had no other choice and no time to think. Before the huge wave hit him, Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the outside world and entered the Ring 2 space. And the ancient spirit map scroll fell into the sea just like that. In the next moment, it was heavily hit by the waves and was pressed into the sea. After Xiao Ruofei entered the space, he directly appeared at the entrance of the cave halfway up the mountain in the mountain sea territory. With a serious expression, he paid attention to the situation outside. Even when Xia Qing and the White Realm Raccoon came over, he did not have the mind to pay attention to them. What made Xiao Ruofei feel a little comforted was that although the spirit map scroll was constantly rolling in the sea, it did not show any signs of damage for the time being. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei first obtained the spirit map scroll, he did some tests. At that time, he found that the spirit map scroll was abnormally strong. No matter if it was water bubbles, fire, or tearing with force, it could not be damaged at all. Moreover, the spirit map scroll was so small and cylindrical. The impact of the waves should not be that great. Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel a trace of confidence. Of course, the most important thing was that he faintly felt that the cultivator who could create such a vast dimensional space must have a terrifyingly high cultivation. The magic treasure made by such a person should be very sturdy. Right now, Xiao Ruofei could only comfort himself like this. The environment outside was extremely bad, and if he went out now, he would not be able to survive. He could only pray that the spirit map scroll was strong enough. As for the spirit map scroll, although it kept rolling up and down in the sea, it couldn't be felt in the space at all. It was completely the same as usual, there wasn't even a trace of vibration. Xiao Ruofei guessed that the Ring 2 space was actually a separate space, and the painting was just an entrance to the space. Only through the scroll could one connect the outer space to the Ring 2 space. Master! Xiaqing called out again. Xiao Ruofei snapped back to his senses and said to Xiaqing, "It's fine. Go ahead." When he stopped the ship to sleep, he had sealed off the Ring 2 space's external senses. Therefore, be it Xiaqing or the White Realm Raccoon, neither of them knew what was happening outside. However, they had all seen the huge Asma yacht being taken in by Xiao Ruofei. The White Realm Raccoon knew that Xiao Ruofei had been sailing on this yacht for the past few days. Xiaqing was absolutely obedient to his master's orders. He immediately nodded and said, "All right." Just as Xiaqing was about to teleport back to the Archean realm to take care of the Strasbourg geese, Xiao Ruofei suddenly stopped him. "By the way, Xiaqing." "Xia." Ruofei asked, "This spirit map painting shouldn't be easily damaged, right?" Xiaqing definitely knew more about the Ring 2 space than Xiao Ruofei. However, due to the rules, he couldn't tell Xiao Ruofei everything. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei wanted to find some comfort from Xiaqing. Xiaqing was taken aback for a moment before saying, "Of course. The materials used to create the painting are very precious. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain a stable spatial node." Xiao Ruofei felt slightly relieved, but Xiaqing changed the topic and said, "However, it's not absolute. If it encounters a huge external impact, the painting might be damaged." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but frown and ask, "Then what level of external force can damage the painting?" Xiaqing said with a bitter smile, "I'm not sure. Generally speaking, the attacks of nascent soul experts can't do anything to this painting. If it's someone with a higher cultivation level. I've never experienced it." Xiao Ruofei was also somewhat helpless. He didn't know how destructive a nascent soul expert's full-strength attack was. That level of cultivation was too far away for him. Even if he knew, he couldn't directly convert it to the impact the painting would suffer in the storm. However, Xiaqing's words still gave Xiao Ruofei some comfort. At the very least, the painting was made of very precious materials. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problems after soaking in the sea for a period of time. He nodded and said, "All right, go ahead." "Yes, master." Xiaqing's figure flashed and disappeared from the mountain sea realm. Xiao Ruofei looked at the White Realm Raccoon and said, "Little guy, you should also go and rest first. When the wind and waves outside calm down, I'll continue to sail." The White Realm Raccoon didn't throw a tantrum. It nodded very humanely, and then a white light flashed past and it also left the mountainside platform. Xiao Ruofei sighed and sat down cross-legged at the entrance of the cave. He focused all his attention on sensing the situation outside. Once the spiritual map scroll was in danger of being destroyed, he had to leave the space immediately. He didn't know what would happen after the entire space collapsed. What if he could never return to the outside space? Therefore, not only was he ready to leave the space at any time, but he also carefully controlled some materials to be moved here. Then, he used a backpack to fill with a lot of food and water. In addition, he also stuffed the handheld GPS, maritime satellite phone, and so on that he had originally prepared into the backpack. He carried the backpack on his body, then glanced at the thriving and bustling Ring 2 space. He silently said in his heart, "I hope the worst doesn't happen. Otherwise, all this beauty will be gone." Xiao Ruofei had expected to encounter all kinds of dangers when he went out to explore with a yacht that was only suitable for sailing in the coastal waters, but he didn't expect the situation to be so bad. He couldn't help but sigh. Never underestimate the power of nature. In front of nature, humans are still too insignificant. Xiao Ruofei sensed that in the sea outside, the spiritual map scroll was constantly rolling up and down with the huge waves. Sometimes it sank into the water 10 to 20 meters deep, and sometimes it was thrown up. This storm lasted for several hours, and he didn't know how wide the storm was. At least, when Xiao Ruofei used a small weather radar to observe on the yacht, he found that the surrounding 10 nautical miles were all extremely bad weather. Now, Xiao Ruofei didn't know where the spiritual map scroll was brought to by the waves. It was an impossible task to determine the direction and position in such a rolling situation. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wasn't very worried. He was well prepared this time. There was a GPS positioning system on the yacht, and he also brought a handheld GPS, a maritime satellite phone, and so on. As long as the storm subsided, he believed that he could quickly determine his position and even continue sailing. After all, the yacht wasn't damaged in the storm and had been stored in the space by Xiao Ruofei. Although the storm was still raging outside, Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel that the intensity of the storm had begun to weaken. The waves that were dozens of meters high were rarely seen. He was overjoyed. He knew that the storm was about to pass, and the sea should soon return to normal. In these few hours, the spiritual map scroll had been drifting with the waves. It had been hit and thrown away countless times by the waves, but it didn't show any signs of damage. Xiao Ruofei had been paying attention to the situation of the spiritual map scroll at all times. He was very clear that the spiritual map scroll wasn't damaged at all. At this moment, his mood had calmed down a lot. Let's wait for this damned storm to pass and then immediately leave the space, Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself. The storm came very suddenly, but it didn't leave that quickly. Xiao Ruofei waited for another hour or so before the storm outside decreased to a level that he felt he could handle. At this time, the sky outside was already bright, but all his mental power could reach was the vast sea. He didn't know where the spiritual map scroll had been brought to in these few hours. Xiao Ruofei felt that the sea outside had begun to calm down, so with a thought, he left the space. He couldn't wait any longer. He didn't even take off his backpack. The moment he appeared in the outside world, Xiao Ruofei immediately put the spiritual map scroll back into his body. Only now did he feel completely at ease. Although the storm was far less terrifying than last night, the waves on the sea were still quite big. Xiao Ruofei decided to take out the yacht later. Thinking about the 30-meter-long Asma yacht, Xiao Ruofei felt a headache coming on. If he wanted to take out the yacht again, he would definitely have to use all his strength. The splitting headache caused by the overdraft of his mental power made him feel a lingering fear. Although he was carrying a heavy backpack, Xiao Ruofei was still able to easily stabilize his body in the sea. At this time, white fog began to rise from the sea. This fog seemed to have appeared out of thin air, causing Xiao Ruofei to click his tongue in wonder. This fog came very quickly. After a while, Xiao Ruofei felt as if he was in a sauna. His range of vision was no more than 2 to 3 meters. This caused Xiao Ruofei to feel a little uneasy. He couldn't help but release his mental power. After all, this white fog was a little strange. However, to Xiao Ruofei's surprise, he suddenly realized that his mental power was also greatly restricted in this thick fog. He could only detect a range of about 10 meters. What the hell is this? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but mutter to himself. He didn't have any good ideas. He could only roughly identify a direction and swim forward with all his might. In the fog, it was difficult to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Determining direction was not an easy task. Xiao Ruofei swam forward for about 10 minutes, but he was still in the thick fog. Just as he gradually lost his patience and was about to take out the yacht and use the GPS to determine his position, the white fog began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. It really came and went quickly. Xiao Ruofei watched as the wisps of white fog around him quickly faded and disappeared. This phenomenon made Xiao Ruofei a little confused. However, since this strange white fog had begun to disappear, he didn't think too much about it. At most, it took 2 to 3 minutes for the white fog to completely dissipate. Xiao Ruofei turned his head to look for the direction of the sun, but when he turned his head, he was stunned. At most, about 1,000 meters behind him, there was a lush green. Island. Before the white fog rose, Xiao Ruofei had seen the surrounding environment. It was a boundless sea, and there were no islands at all. In this sea, Xiao Ruofei's vision was completely unobstructed. If there was such a small island, he should be able to see it from afar. Just now, he had only swum for about 20 minutes in the thick fog, and it was very difficult to maintain a straight line. He might have been going in circles in the thick fog. Even if he could move in a straight line and swim very fast, he couldn't swim very far. After all, this small island was very close. Xiao Ruofei felt that his mind was a little muddled. From last night's storm to this island, he felt that there were too many things that were difficult to explain. At this moment, the white boundary raccoon in the space suddenly squeaked excitedly, and jumped on the spot while gesturing with its forelimbs. Xiao Ruofei came back to his senses and used his mind to sense a little. He immediately cried out in surprise, "What did you say? There's a boundary stone on the island in front?" When Xiao Ruofei put the ring 2 space into his body, he had already released the space's senses to the outside world. If there really was a boundary stone on the island, it wouldn't be strange for the white boundary raccoon to sense it. But this island was already so close. Logically speaking, the white boundary raccoon should be able to sense it from very far away. Unless... Xiao Ruofei thought of a possibility. Since that thick white fog could suppress the range of the spiritual power senses, then it was very likely that the white boundary raccoon's senses to the boundary stone was also obstructed. No matter what, after experiencing such a terrifying storm, now that the rain had passed and the sky was clear, he actually discovered an island with a boundary stone. Perhaps this was what it meant to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster, although this island's appearance was a bit sudden. Since the white boundary raccoon was so sure that there was a boundary stone on the island, then Xiao Ruofei definitely had to go to the island to search for it. However, he didn't take out the yacht because this location was already very close to the island. He still didn't know the situation on the island. If this wasn't a deserted island but a small island with people living on it, then if he took out the yacht now, the people on the island would very likely see a yacht appear out of thin air. To the cautious Xiao Ruofei, this was a situation that absolutely couldn't be allowed to happen. Moreover, he didn't have a complete grasp of the hydrological environment nearby. If there were submerged reefs around the island, then the yacht might be damaged before it reached the shore. Then, the losses would outweigh the gains. If Xiao Ruofei wanted to return to land, that Asma yacht was the key. Xiao Ruofei's location was only about 1,000 meters away from the island. Such a small distance was nothing to Xiao Ruofei. When he was in the army, when he underwent armed swimming training, he would swim at least a few thousand meters at a time. Moreover, after cultivating, his physical fitness was many times better than when he was in the army. What was this small distance to him? Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate and quickly swam in the direction of the nameless island. A distance of more than 1,000 meters was not too far, but at this time, the sea seemed to be in a state of low tide. Xiao Ruofei had to overcome the resistance of being far away from the island, plus he was carrying a heavy backpack, so it took him more than half an hour to feel the ground under his feet. He swam forward for a short distance, then stood up from the water and walked step by step to the beach of the island. When he was on the island, Xiao Ruofei paid attention to the situation of the island. On the side of the island he landed on, there was a large beach. The beach was white and fine sand, there seemed to be no traces of human activity. The blue sea, the white beach, and the lush tropical plants seemed to be completely unpolluted. The scenery here was more beautiful than the Maldives, Bali, and other tourist attractions. Soon, Xiao Ruofei walked to the beach, sat down, untied the heavy backpack and threw it on the beach. The wet clothes stuck to his body, and it was very uncomfortable. He also prepared a few sets of clothes in the backpack, ready to take them out and change into them. When Xiao Ruofei prepared this backpack, he was prepared for the worst, to prevent the spiritual map scroll from being unable to withstand the huge impact of the storm and causing the space to collapse. So, not only did it have food, drinking water, GPS, satellite phone, and so on, there were also clothes, salt, and some daily necessities, and so on. Just as Xiao Ruofei opened the zipper of the waterproof backpack, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at a bush not far away. Xiao Ruofei heard a rustling sound, and with a sweep of his mental power, he found a figure running away. He could vaguely sense that the figure was not wearing clothes on the upper body, and there were some leaf-like things around the lower body. Xiao Ruofei said to himself, there are people on this island? They look like savages. However, Xiao Ruofei did not pay attention to it. Even if there were savages on the island, they were not a threat to him. Not to mention that his combat power was enough to deal with ordinary savages. Even if there were a lot of savages, he still had a lot of guns in the space. When he was in Italy, he dealt with the mafia family, so he kept a lot of guns in the space. In the face of firearms, it didn't matter how many primitive barbarians there were. Xiao Ruofei also didn't pay attention to the excited white boundary fox in the space. Instead, he unhurriedly changed into a set of dry clothes, and then conveniently put the wet clothes into the space, and let Xiaoqing hang the clothes casually on the tree to dry. Then, Xiao Ruofei checked the items in his backpack. The backpack was very waterproof, and he hadn't been in the water for a long time, so the backpack was still very dry. The food, drinking water, maritime satellite phone, and other equipment were all intact. Xiao Ruofei casually placed the food, water, and seasonings on the beach. He then turned on his handheld GPS, hoping to determine his position and see how far he had deviated from his planned route. Although there were 100 tons of fuel stored in the space, Xiao Ruofei still needed to plan carefully to ensure that there was enough fuel for the return trip. However, after turning on the GPS, he couldn't find any satellite signals. This made Xiao Ruofei a little dumbfounded. How was this possible? There was almost no cover around the island, and the GPS didn't correspond to a certain satellite. It was impossible that there wasn't any satellite over the island at this moment, right? The probability should be very low. Xiao Ruofei didn't give up and changed his direction. He waited for 2 or 3 minutes, but the GPS was still searching for signals, but no satellite was found. Damn, what's going on? Xiao Ruofei said to himself. He turned on the maritime satellite phone, but the satellite phone also had no signal. This place seemed to be isolated from the world. Just when Xiao Ruofei was puzzled, he heard a burst of messy footsteps. Xiao Ruofei frowned. He first put down the GPS and the maritime satellite phone, then turned his head to look. A group of people rushed out from the bushes behind the beach. There were about a dozen of them. This group of people were all wearing simple skirts made of leaves, and 1 or 2 of them had tree bark wrapped around their waists. They were all sallow and emaciated. They stared fixedly at the instant noodles, hardtack, mineral water, and so on that Xiao Ruofei had just casually thrown on the beach. Their eyes shone with desire. Some of these people were holding wooden spears, and some were carrying very simple bows and arrows. They looked like the indigenous savages of the island. Xiao Ruofei slowly put the things he just took out into his backpack. When the savages saw Xiao Ruofei's actions, they couldn't help but become restless. However, they didn't act rashly. They just stared at Xiao Ruofei. Unless it was a last resort, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to hurt these savages. Even on a deserted island outside the sea, Xiao Ruofei didn't want his hands to be stained with blood. As for food and water, it can be said that he had a mountain of them in his space. He didn't mind giving some to these savages. Put those things down. From the moment you set foot on Sam Island, everything on your body, including yourself, has already become my personal property. A rebellious voice sounded, speaking in English. Xiao Ruofei's movements suddenly stopped. He slowly turned his head and looked at the group of savages. These savages can actually speak the language of human society, and it's English? Xiao Ruofei was quite surprised. He didn't take the other party's threat seriously at all. The savages hurriedly opened up a path, and a bearded white man swaggered to the front. He was wearing a pair of jeans, a pair of tattered leather boots, and a very old jacket, which was also very old. However, at least it can be seen that this bearded white man's clothes came from a civilized society. Moreover, he can speak English. This made Xiao Ruofei feel a little surprised. At least this person has a way to communicate. He also wants to know the situation of this island. Xiao Ruofei smiled and put down the bag of bread in his hand. He then stood up and walked towards the bearded white man. Stop. The bearded white man shouted, stand there and don't move. When the bearded white man saw Xiao Ruofei stop with a smile on his face, he felt a little embarrassed for being nervous just now. He thought to himself, what happened to me just now? Is there a man in this world who is stronger than me, Black Sam? He's just a lucky kid who saved his life in a shipwreck. Thinking of this, the bearded white man snorted and said, "Stand there and don't move." Then he turned his head and said to a savage with an animal skin wrapped around his waist, "Carson, go get his backpack." "Yes, Your Highness," the savage responded. Xiaoruofei looked at the savage named Carson with some surprise. He found that although his skin was very tanned and his hair and beard were messy, he could still tell that he was a white man. Moreover, his English just now was very pure. So these aren't savages. This is getting more and more interesting. The corner of Xiaoruofei's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Especially when he heard Carson call the bearded white man Your Highness, he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. If this bearded white man in front of him was really a prince, he would probably be the most destitute prince in the world. Carson walked towards Xiaoruofei. The bearded white man grinned and said, "Instant noodles, carbonated drinks, bread, ham. How many years have I not eaten these things? I really miss their taste." The savages beside the bearded white man couldn't help but gulp. Obviously, they were very tempted, but they knew very well that these things were definitely not for them to enjoy. Carson casually walked in front of Xiaoruofei and reached out to grab a few bags of bread on the beach and stuffed them into his backpack. Xiaoruofei looked at him with a smile and didn't stop him. When Carson put everything into his backpack and was about to pick it up, he suddenly felt a blur in front of him. A hand reached out and grabbed the backpack before he could. Carson turned his head and saw Xiaoruofei smiling as he put the backpack on and said, "Thank you for helping me pack." Seeing this, the bearded white man was furious and roared, "How dare you? Boy, you dare to disobey the orders of Black Sam? Are you tired of living? Black Sam?" Xiaoruofei was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but he couldn't help but smile. After hearing the bearded white man's self-address, he finally understood why Carson called him Your Highness. In history, there was a legendary pirate named Sam Bellamy. This guy was called the Pirate Prince. In the 18th century, he built his pirate base on a small island in Venezuela and hid a lot of treasures on the island. These treasures weren't discovered until 1984, and all of them benefited the Venezuelan government. So this guy called himself the Pirate Prince. No wonder he called this island Sam Island just now. He must have named it himself. This bearded man is quite narcissistic. Xiaoruofei laughed in his heart. When the bearded white man saw Xiaoruofei's strange smile, he was even more exasperated and shouted, "Oriental boy! It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't be afraid. Carson! Pop! And you! You! All of you, come together and let him see the strength of the warriors of Sam Island." The savages who were called out by the bearded white man immediately strode out. There were about 6 or 7 of them, all holding their primitive weapons, and surrounded Xiaoruofei. Carson, who was closest to Xiaoruofei, took the first step and threw a heavy punch at Xiaoruofei. Xiaoruofei smiled slightly, took a side step, and then gently pulled. Carson immediately staggered a few steps forward involuntarily and fell to the ground. The other savages also rushed forward. Xiaoruofei was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. They were all defeated in a few moves, and there was not even a trace of sweat. To be honest, these savages who had been malnourished for a long time were really weak. Of course, Xiaoruofei did not use too much strength. In his view, these were just poor people who were trapped on the island. Seeing this, the bearded white man's face became even uglier. He snorted and said, "You have some ability. It seems that I have to do it myself." After he finished speaking, he strode forward, cracking his fingers as he walked, making crackling sounds. When the savages saw the bearded white man take action, they all showed a look of awe. At the same time, some of them looked at Xiaoruofei with sympathy. In their view, this Oriental boy was obviously going to be unlucky. How could Sam be provoked by ordinary people? The bearded white man's abuse of power for many years had already made these savages have lost any will to resist. Everyone was already traumatized. Xiaoruofei was still standing calmly, looking at the sturdy bearded white man in front of him. The smile on his face did not diminish. The bearded white man was still 3 or 4 meters away from Xiaoruofei. He shouted and then rushed towards Xiaoruofei. He waved his big fist and fiercely smashed towards Xiaoruofei's face. Xiao Ruofei easily reached out his hand to block. The moment the two arms touched, Xiao Ruofei could not help but change his face slightly, and his eyes showed an extremely surprised look. Huh? Xiao Ruofei could not help but cry out. Then his speed suddenly increased a few times, and his figure flashed behind the bearded white man like a ghost. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and twisted the bearded white man's thick arm behind his back. Xiao Ruofei gently pressed down, and the bearded white man immediately lowered his body involuntarily and cried out in pain. Xiao Ruofei had already locked his acupuncture points, so he could not use any strength at all. He could only cry out in vain. The savages were stunned. They did not expect the god of war Sam to be so weak. This was simply an unbelievable scene, but it really happened in front of their eyes. Tell me. What's your name? Xiao Ruofei asked lightly. Sam, tell me your real name. Xiao Ruofei directly interrupted him and shouted. The bearded white man trembled and quickly said, Puyal, isn't this name very nice? Why is it called Sam? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, don't you know that the pirate prince Black Sam only lived to 28 years old? Using such a short-lived name, aren't you afraid of being unlucky? This bearded Puyal was a Westerner. How would he know what was unlucky? In his view, the legendary pirate Sam Bellamy was a great hero, so he called himself Black Sam. Xiao Ruofei immediately asked, tell me the truth, who did you learn martial arts from? As soon as their arms touched during the fight, Xiao Ruofei immediately felt that the bearded Puyal had vital energy in his body. Although his cultivation was very weak, even in the first level of qi refining, his vital energy was enough to pique Xiao Ruofei's interest. A white man who had been stranded on a deserted island had actually cultivated vital energy. Was there anything weirder than this? It was no wonder that Puyal could become the leader of this group of savages. He could barely be regarded as a practitioner. In front of a group of ordinary people, Puyal was absolutely invincible, even if he relied on his physical strength. According to the White World Raccoon's senses, there was a boundary stone on this island. Xiao Ruofei also found that the GPS and maritime satellite phones couldn't find any signal here. Coupled with the fact that there was a white man who had cultivated vital energy in his body, Xiao Ruofei was becoming more and more interested in this island. Xiao Ruofei didn't know how to translate vital energy into English, so he used the word Kung Fu, which was the transliteration of Kung Fu in English. After Puyal heard this, he showed a look of confusion and said, Kung Fu? I've never learned Kung Fu. I used to be a kickboxer. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, then immediately asked, has your physical strength become a lot stronger? Did all of this happen after you came to this island? Puyal's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he asked subconsciously, how do you know? A smile appeared on Xiao Ruofei's face. Judging from Puyal's reaction, he could basically conclude that the bearded man must have had some fortuitous encounter after he had been stranded on this deserted island. He had inexplicably cultivated vital energy, and he probably didn't even know what had happened. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, okay, take me to where you live first. Then, slowly tell me about your experience. I hope your memory is good enough. If you miss anything, you know the consequences. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei slightly exhaled his true qi and pierced it into several acupuncture points on Puyal's body. Puyal suddenly felt as if his entire body had been stung by countless wasps at the same time. He cried out in pain. Xiao Ruofei quickly withdrew his true qi. The whole process only took 2 or 3 seconds, but Puyal was already in so much pain that his face was pale and his body was covered in cold sweat. It was as if he had just been fished out of the water. Puyal quickly said, Sir. My lord. I dare not. Whatever you ask, I will answer. I will definitely not hide anything. Very good. Xiao Ruofei gently pulled Puyal to straighten him up and said, tell your men to lead the way. In fact, Xiao Ruofei could have let go of Puyal completely. With this bearded man's weak cultivation, even if he ran 100 meters ahead, Xiao Ruofei could easily catch him back. However, Xiao Ruofei still grabbed Puyal's arm with one hand. This was to prevent this guy from fantasizing about running away because he was not clear about his strength. If so, he would have to spend a little effort to catch him back. Puyal hurriedly shouted, Carson, quick. Lead the way for Sir. Carson and the others looked at Xiao Ruofei in awe and hurriedly led the way in front. Xiao Ruofei held Puyal and followed behind. The group of people went into the bushes behind the beach. The savages were obviously very familiar with the terrain here. They led Xiao Ruofei around for about 10 minutes and came to a forest. This forest was the base of Puyal and the others. It was backed by a mountain wall, and a few simple wooden houses were built at the bottom of the mountain wall. There was also a fence made of small trees around it. 2 people were left to guard the place. When they saw Carson and the others, they quickly opened the fence door. However, they were dumbfounded when they saw Puyal being held by Xiao Ruofei. Puyal, who usually had absolute authority, was now like a docile cat. Carson and the others were also like defeated roosters. They were all dejected and did not even dare to breathe loudly as they walked in front. Puyal said submissively, "Sir, this wooden house in the middle is where I live." In fact, even if Puyal did not say it, Xiao Ruofei had already seen it. Not only was this wooden house located in the center of the entire camp, but it was also obviously much larger than the other wooden houses. Its appearance was also relatively more exquisite. Xiao Ruofei escorted Puyal into the wooden house. To his surprise, there were 3 women living in the wooden house. One of them was holding a 1-year-old child in her arms. The 3 women only used animal skins to cover their sensitive parts. When they saw Puyal being escorted in such a position, their eyes were filled with horror. Their bodies trembled slightly, and they looked at Xiao Ruofei hesitantly. Puyal quickly said, "Elena, you guys go out first." Xiao Ruofei looked at Puyal with a faint smile. If he guessed correctly, these 3 should be Puyal's women. In fact, it was not surprising. Puyal was a cultivator who could barely be considered a first-level chi refining cultivator. In this group of people, he was basically the local tyrant. Women were definitely a rare resource on this deserted island, so it was normal for him to monopolize them. However, Xiao Ruofei heard Puyal's anxious tone and felt that he was worried that his women would be taken away. Xiao Ruofei could not help but laugh. These 3 women's beauty could only be considered average. They had lived on this deserted island for who knew how many years, so it was obvious that they were not well nourished. All of them looked sickly, and their skin was very rough. Their bodies were so weak that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow them over. Xiao Ruofei's female confidants were all as beautiful as fairies. Unless he was blind or crazy, he would not fall for these women. The 3 women hurriedly got up and left the wooden house as if they were fleeing. Xiao Ruofei threw Puyal to the ground, then waved his hand, and the 2 doors of the wooden house closed by themselves. When Puyal saw this scene, his eyeballs almost fell out. He stammered, "Sir, are you an immortal from the east?" Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "I'm interrogating you now. What you need to do is to answer my questions honestly." "Yes, yes, yes," Puyal said quickly. Then he hesitated for a moment, and gathered his courage to ask, "Sir Immortal, I will tell you everything I know and cooperate fully. But, can you take me away from here?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Puyal with a faint smile and asked, "Aren't you living a good life here? No one dares to disobey your will. It's like being an emperor." Puyal said with a wry smile, "Sir Immortal, if I could go back to land, who would want to be the king of this damned place? Even if I conquered the entire island, what would happen? I haven't had a can of cola for 8 years. The clothes I'm wearing are the best on this island. You saw it." After that, Puyal laughed self-deprecatingly. Xiao Ruofei took out a can of cola from his backpack and threw it to Puyal. Puyal caught the cola subconsciously and was stunned. He felt that he was already Xiao Ruofei's prisoner. Naturally, he didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes for the things in Xiao Ruofei's backpack. Of course, he also didn't think that Xiao Ruofei would really give him a can of cola. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This thing is only worth a few dollars outside." Puyal was stunned at first, but then he figured it out. This Sir Immortal in front of him had superb means. How could he be trapped on a deserted island? In his opinion, cola from the outside world was worth a lot, but in the eyes of this person, it was only worth a few dollars. Xiao Ruofei said, "Tell me about your experience first. Then I'll ask you some questions. If your answers satisfy me, it won't be difficult to take you away from here, let alone cola." Puyal's eyes suddenly showed a strong desire, and then he spilled the beans without hesitation. In fact, his experience was similar to Xiao Ruofei's guess. He had been stranded on this deserted island about 8 or 9 years ago. He had been on this island for a long time, so he couldn't calculate the exact time. At that time, Puyal was a boxing athlete. He participated in a boxing exhibition on a cruise ship, and then unfortunately, he was shipwrecked. There were about 700 or 800 people on the cruise ship, but in the end, only a few dozen survived. At that time, Puyal grabbed a piece of the ship's plank and drifted in the sea for 2 days. He was lucky enough to encounter a cruise ship's lifeboat. There were about 20 people on the lifeboat. After he was pulled up by the people on the lifeboat, he followed them and drifted in the sea for 3 days. The food and water on the lifeboat were almost exhausted. At that time, they encountered a heavy fog. After passing through the thick fog, they found the island they were on now. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but interrupt Puyal and ask, "Fog? Can you describe the scene in detail?" Although Puyal was a little curious about why Xiao Ruofei was interested in the fog, he quickly said, "It was noon, and the sea was calm. The weather was very clear, but within a few minutes, the sea area we were in was filled with a thick white fog. It was very strange. We felt a little scared, so we rowed hard, and then, after a few minutes, the fog dissipated by itself, and then we saw the island. I swear to God, the view on the sea was very good. Before the fog came, we didn't see the island at all." After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but gasp. The scene Puyal described was almost exactly the same as what he had encountered today. Xiao Ruofei's heart moved slightly, and he asked, "Puyal, do you remember where your cruise ship was sailing when the accident happened?" Puyal shook his head and said, "I don't know the exact location. I only know that the cruise ship set off from Lisbon, Portugal, and its destination was Iceland. After sailing for 2 days, we encountered a superstorm and the cruise ship quickly capsized." When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but feel a storm in his heart. No matter where Puyal and the others had encountered the shipwreck, judging from the departure and destination, the cruise ship must have been sailing in the North Atlantic Ocean. Xiao Ruofei was sure that before encountering the white fog, his position was definitely not outside the range of the East China Sea. It was like being half the world away. There must be something wrong. Either Puyal and the others were teleported from the North Atlantic Ocean to the East China Sea for some unknown reason, or Xiao Ruofei was actually in the North Atlantic Ocean now. Of course, there was also the possibility that this deserted island was neither in the North Atlantic Ocean nor in the East China Sea. No matter which possibility it was, Xiao Ruofei vaguely felt that all of this had something to do with the strange white fog. However, this was beyond the scope of Xiao Ruofei's ability. He knew that even if he racked his brains, he wouldn't be able to come up with an answer. So, he decisively put this question aside and said lightly, "I know, Puyal." "Continue." Puyal continued to tell his experience. After discovering this deserted island, the survivors who had almost exhausted their supplies naturally acted as if they were grasping at straws. They desperately rowed their lifeboats to the island. What happened next was nothing to write home about. This was a deserted island in the middle of the sea. More than 20 survivors were stranded on this deserted island. All the laws and norms of civilized society had lost their effect here. Puyal, who was the strongest in terms of combat, naturally became the ruler. The island wasn't too small, and it had fresh water resources. At the same time, there were also some small beasts and tropical fruit trees. So, these survivors all survived, except for a few who were killed by Puyal when they were fighting for survival resources. Of course, they didn't give up on returning to human society. In the first few years, they arranged for people to be on the lookout 24/7, hoping to find passing ships. At the same time, they also set up SOS distress signals on the beach and lit bonfires, but it was to no avail. After a few years, not even a ship or a plane passed by here. Puyal and the others gradually gave up. They faintly felt that the location of this deserted island was definitely far away from the normal ship route. As time passed, they also knew that the chances of them being rescued were very low. So, they gradually settled down and gradually formed a structure similar to that of a rough stone society. Puyal was naturally worthy of being the king. He had the priority to enjoy all the resources. The 3 women among the survivors all became his women, and they even gave birth to children for him. However, the conditions on the island were too poor. Almost all the children died young. Only a girl born last year stubbornly survived until now, but she was also severely malnourished. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he pondered for a moment and asked the question he was most interested in. Puyal, did you experience something on the island that caused your strength to increase significantly? Puyal immediately said, Great Immortal, nothing can be hidden from your eyes. Yes, I was only slightly stronger than them, but the experience 7 years ago gave me unparalleled strength. Speaking of this, Puyal seemed to think of the huge gap between himself and Xia Ruofei. He couldn't help but laugh. Of course, in front of the great immortal, my strength is naturally not worth mentioning. Xia Ruofei frowned slightly and said, Get to the point. What did you experience 7 years ago? He was very sure that there was vital energy in Puyal's body. This was also an important reason why he didn't rush to find the boundary stone directly according to the White World Raccoon's request. The strange white fog, the possible existence of the boundary stone, a white man who had cultivated vital energy. This island was becoming more and more mysterious in Xia Ruofei's eyes. Don't fight an unprepared war. This was a common saying in the army. Xia Ruofei knew very well that he had to be very careful at this time. This extra caution at a critical moment was very likely to save his life. Yes, yes, yes. Puyal hurriedly said, 7 years ago, I ruled this island. At this point, Puyal showed a trace of embarrassment, then continued, Usually, other survivors go fishing, hunting, picking fruits, and so on. That day, I was bored, so I climbed up the mountain behind to take a stroll. Puyal began to tell the story of that day, which he would never forget. Perhaps it was the guidance of the underworld, but that day, Puyal went deep into the mountain forest, where other survivors had never set foot. To collect survival materials, and accidentally came to the side of a pool. In Puyal's words, the pool exuded a trace of coolness, and the pool was dark blue, like sapphires dotting the earth. What surprised him even more was that no matter how he walked, when he was about 1 meter away from the pool, he could not go any closer. There was clearly nothing there, but there was an invisible resistance. He circled around the pool and tried many positions, but he just couldn't get close to it. Just when he was ready to make one last attempt, and if it did not work, he was ready to give up. He did not know why, but he actually walked 1 meter away from the pool. Of course, he only took 1 or 2 steps forward. Before he really reached the pool, the resistance appeared again, and he could no longer move forward. At this time, Puyal saw a dark red fruit hanging from a branch beside him. The branch grew horizontally from the pool, and the fruit exuded a tempting fragrance. Puyal, who had been blindly busy for half a day, was already hungry. When he smelled the fragrance, he completely could not restrain his appetite. He even forgot to consider whether the fruit was poisonous, and directly plucked it and stuffed it into his mouth. He could not remember the specific taste of the fruit, not only because the fruit immediately turned into liquid and flowed down his throat, but more importantly, the moment he plucked the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, a sudden change occurred in the pool. With a splash, a very thick python suddenly jumped out of the water, spitting out its scarlet tongue and biting fiercely toward him. Puyal was trained in martial arts, so his nerve reaction was quite agile. He almost subconsciously rolled to dodge, and at least he did not end up in the snake's belly. The python, which had missed its target, did not stop at all. Its tail swept towards Puyal with a whistling sound. This time, Puyal had no time to dodge it completely. He could only raise his arm to block it out of reflex. Puyal felt like he had been hit by a truck. With a crack, his arm broke, and then his whole body flew like a cloud. He fell 1 meter away from the edge of the pool and slammed heavily into a tree. He felt like his internal organs were broken. Puyal's vision turned black. Before he passed out, his last thought was that he was finished this time, and he would definitely become the python's dinner. That night, Puyal slowly woke up. He thought he was dead, but the pain in his body and the pain in his arms told him that he seemed to be alive. Puyal felt like he had survived a disaster. He lay under the tree and used all his strength to turn his head to look at the pool. He was almost scared out of his wits. The python swam above the pool, its cold eyes glancing over from time to time. Puyal was so scared that he did not dare to move. In fact, he could not move. Not only was his arm broken, but several bones in his body were also broken when he hit the tree. That night was torture for Puyol because he didn't know when the python would pounce on him and swallow him into its stomach. Fortunately, the python did not seem to leave the range of 1 meter from the pool. Although it was eyeing him covetously, it did not come out. What was even more amazing was that Puyol felt a warmth in his lower abdomen, and that warmth gradually began to spread throughout his body. This feeling was like the last moment when he was having sex with a woman. And after this warm current passed through him, the broken bones in his body began to heal quickly. The next morning, Puyol found that his broken arms and body were almost healed. This was simply unimaginable. He lay under the tree for 3 days. On the one hand, the broken bones were not completely healed, and he was worried that moving his body would cause the bones to be dislocated. On the other hand, he also considered that if he returned to the camp in this state, it was very likely that he would be killed by the usurping survivors. In any case, the python did not seem to want to come out, so Puyol simply lay there to heal his injuries. For 3 days, he relied on the dry food and water he had brought with him when he went out and lay there, almost motionless. Then, he found that the broken bones were completely healed. The injuries that should have taken at least 3 months to heal were completely healed in 3 days. Moreover, Puyol soon found that his strength had increased by many times. He was originally a strength-based fighter, and increasing his strength by several times on this basis was a very terrifying thing. Speaking of which, Puyol was able to find that his strength had increased because when he returned to the camp after staying outside for 3 days, he found that there was a new king in the camp. The group of survivors thought that he had died in the forest. After a struggle, after 3 people died, a Portuguese man named Olis succeeded in taking the position. Olis's strength was not much different from Puyol's. He used to be a sailor on a cruise ship. When Puyol was in power, he was mainly drawn to him. Basically, he was Puyol's deputy in the survivor camp. Olis had been promoted with great difficulty, but in the end, Puyol had unexpectedly returned. Naturally, he was not reconciled. In addition, he had also drawn in a few people with benefits, and his strength was not much worse than Puyol's. Therefore, when Puyol returned, a conflict broke out. It was during this conflict that Puyol kicked Olis's abdomen and sent him flying a few meters. His entire abdomen caved in, and he died on the spot. Puyol then realized that his strength had suddenly skyrocketed by many times. Puyol did not want to kill Olis, but this inadvertent kick ended Olis's life. In the eyes of the other survivors, this was undoubtedly very cruel, and it also showed Puyol's absolute strength. Since then, Puyol had completely controlled the small society formed by the survivors and became the absolute king of the camp. Of course, Puyol still had lingering fears about the pool, especially the terrifying python, which made Puyol flinch. He also strictly ordered the other survivors not to approach the area, and that small pool became an absolute forbidden area on the island. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, his eyes burst out with a strange light. Puyol did not know what had happened, but Xiao Ruofei had a rough idea of what had happened from his description. He was almost certain that the pool Puyol was talking about was protected by a barrier, and the fruit Puyol had eaten was certainly not simple. It could actually make an ordinary person's body produce vital energy. It was definitely a very precious spirit fruit in the world of cultivation. Xiao Ruofei guessed that Puyol was able to take 1 or 2 more steps forward and pick the fruit because the barrier had existed for too long, causing some small problems in some parts of the barrier. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei was full of curiosity and anticipation about the pool Puyol was talking about. However, he did not immediately rush to the pool to check it out. Instead, he continued to ask, "Puyol, other than this, have you lived on the island for so many years? Has anything strange happened?" Puyol thought for a moment and said, "We have been mainly active on this side of the island all these years. There are many places on the island that we have not set foot on. Every day, we just struggle to survive. If there is anything strange..." Puyol frowned and thought hard, then said, "There is one thing. I don't know if it counts." Xiao Ruofei took out a bowl of instant noodles from his backpack and handed it to Puyol. He said pleasantly, "It's okay. Tell me about it first. What you said just now was very helpful to me. This is your reward." Puyol took the ordinary bowl of instant noodles as if he had received a treasure. He thanked him repeatedly and said, "Lord Immortal, it's like this. Almost every month, on a few days, there will be a very strange sound coming from the forest. It's a bit like the cry of a wild beast, but it doesn't really sound like it." At first, we were quite scared, but then we slowly got used to it. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? What are the specific dates? Is there any pattern?" Puyal smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Immortal, we don't specifically record the time and date on this deserted island, so we really don't know the specific dates. But, what we can be sure of is that when the beast roars, the moon in the sky is very full." Xiao Ruofei nodded thoughtfully. So it was the night of the full moon. Did some strange beast come out on the night of the full moon? Things were getting more and more interesting. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Puyal, please take me to the pool to have a look." When Puyal heard this, his face turned pale and he said, "Lord Immortal, that python is really scary. Now that I think about what happened that day, my legs feel weak. It's better not to provoke it if there's no reason." It was obvious that Puyal had been scared out of his wits by the python. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Don't worry, just lead the way for me. As long as you can see the pool, you can come back. I won't let you take any risks." Although Xiao Ruofei's tone was very gentle, there was a hint of non-negotiable. Even if Puyal was unwilling in his heart, he didn't dare to disobey Xiao Ruofei. He could only nod with a bitter face. "Very well, then let's go now," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Yes." Puyal stood up and pulled out an old backpack from under the simple wooden bed. He put the Coke and barrel noodles in it, then carried the backpack on his body and walked out of the wooden house with Xiao Ruofei. The other survivors, including Puyal's 3 women, stood in the open space in the middle of the camp, waiting anxiously. As soon as Puyal came out, he said to everyone, "Go do what you are supposed to do. I'm going to take this lord to a place." Xiao Ruofei had a faint smile on his face as he walked out of the simple camp with Puyal. The survivors looked at Xiao Ruofei in awe until the 2 of them disappeared into the woods in front of the camp. Then, they began to work again with a nervous heart. On this isolated island surrounded by the sea, it was impossible for these people to escape. All the laws and morals here could not be formed. Whoever had the biggest fist was the boss. Now, there was no doubt that Xiao Ruofei's fist was the biggest. These survivors were used to Puyal's rule. Although life was difficult, at least their lives were not in danger for the time being. Now that it was Xiao Ruofei, they did not know what their fate would be, so they were all very uneasy. Xiao Ruofei naturally did not care about the thoughts of these survivors. His mind had already flown to the mysterious pool. Puyal led Xiao Ruofei through the dense forest. Since he had not dared to come near this area for many years, Puyal only remembered the general direction, so their speed was not particularly fast. He stopped from time to time to observe the surrounding environment. After carefully identifying the surroundings, he continued to move forward. Xiao Ruofei did not rush him. He just followed behind Puyal unhurriedly. Of course, with so many mysterious things happening on this island, Xiao Ruofei did not dare to let his guard down. He maintained a high state of alert the whole time, and his psychic power radiated out at any time. If there was any movement in the dense forest, he would be able to detect it immediately. What made Xiao Ruofei even more excited was that the white world raccoon in the space was also very excited. Through rich body language, it told him that as he continued to move forward, the aura of the boundary stone was getting stronger. Obviously, if Puyal did not lead the wrong way, the pool was very likely to be the place where the boundary stone was. Xiao Ruofei followed Puyal for about an hour in the dense forest. Puyal parted a clump of weeds and suddenly stopped with a trace of fear on his face. Xiao Ruofei saw that Puyal had stopped and immediately stuck her head out to take a look. There was a burst of excitement in his heart. About 20 or 30 meters in front of him, there was a pool of about 5 or 6 meters in diameter. The water in the pool was, as Puyal said, a dark blue color, like a pure sapphire embedded in the forest. The area around the pool was very quiet. Normally, one could hear the sound of insects at any time in the forest. It was as if this was a forbidden area. Even the small animals in the forest stayed away, which was a bit strange. Puyal whispered in a trembling voice, "Sir Immortal, it is the pool in front of us." In fact, there was no need for Puyal to say anything. Xiao Ruofei already had an answer in his heart when he first saw the pool. He said lightly, "Very good. Puyal, you have completed your task. Now you can go back. This is your reward." After that, Xiao Ruofei casually took out a pile of biscuits, bread, cola, and other food and drinks from his backpack. He even gave him 2 packs of cigarettes. Puyal's eyes lit up when he saw them. He even temporarily forgot his fear of the pool and the python in the pool. He said excitedly, "Thank you. Thank you, Sir Immortal." Puyal hurriedly put all the things Xiao Ruofei had rewarded him into his backpack. He carefully put the 2 packs of cigarettes into his shirt pocket as if he were carrying 2 peerless diamonds. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "By the way, before I go back, I don't want anyone to appear within a 500-meter radius of the pool, including yourself." Puyal quickly said, "Understood. Understood. Please rest assured, Sir Immortal. Even if you asked us to come, we wouldn't dare to. After I go back, I will restrain my subordinates and make them stop hunting in the forest without your order." Xiao Ruofei didn't want to be disturbed by others, so he only drew a 500-meter restricted area with the pool as the center. Puyal directly sealed off the entire forest. Xiao Ruofei was, of course, happy to have peace and quiet. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well. Then you go back first." Puyal didn't want to stay there for a long time. He always had a feeling of fear and trepidation beside this quiet pool. After Xiao Ruofei spoke, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty. After turning around and taking 2 steps, he turned back and said carefully, "Sir Immortal, please be careful. That python is really scary. If it's not necessary, don't provoke it." Puyal still had a glimmer of hope that this Sir Immortal could take him away from this deserted island and return to human society. This was much more important than the biscuits and drinks in his backpack. If the great immortal was accidentally buried in the snake's belly, then wouldn't his glimmer of hope be dashed? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "I know, thank you for your reminder. Puyal, it's time for you to leave." Although Xiao Ruofei's tone was gentle, Puyal was shocked and quickly said, "Yes. Yes. Yes." Then, he hurriedly turned around and entered the forest. Soon, he was far away from this area. He quickly moved in the direction of the camp, not even daring to look back. Xiao Ruofei's psychic power had been radiating. Next, she needed to get close to the pool to observe the enchantment. She even needed to make some experiments. Naturally, she had to prevent Puyal from sneaking around and peeping, although the possibility of that was very low. After confirming that Puyal had really left without looking back, Xiao Ruofei didn't immediately approach the pool. He directly took out some jade and other materials for setting up enchantments from the Ring 2 space and set up an alert enchantment in a 10-meter radius around the pool. Once the enchantment was activated, he would be able to detect it immediately. There wasn't even the sound of insects in the vicinity. Xiao Ruofei had also carefully probed with his psychic power. It was indeed dead silent. There weren't even any insects, let alone wild rabbits, foxes, and other animals. So, if the enchantment was activated, then it was basically the survivors of the camp who had broken in. After setting up the enchantment, Xiao Ruofei carried his backpack with one hand and carefully approached the pool step by step. When he was about 2 to 3 meters away from the pool, Xiao Ruofei casually threw his backpack on the ground. Then, he maintained a state of alert with his psychic power radiating. His true energy was also circulating throughout his body according to the essentials of the Tao formula. He carefully continued to move forward. In this state, if there was any danger, Xiao Ruofei would be able to react in time and burst out with his strongest attack. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei's psychic power probed in the direction of the pool, he had already discovered something different. When he was 1 meter away from the pool, his psychic power encountered an invisible barrier that simply couldn't penetrate. When he observed with the naked eye, there was clearly nothing, and the situation of the pool could be seen at a glance. On the other hand, his psychic power, which was difficult to block by a physical barrier, simply couldn't break through. If Xiao Ruofei closed his eyes and completely relied on his psychic power, he wouldn't be able to discover the pool at all. He would only sense that there was a blind spot in that direction. This situation was very strange, but it was also within Xiao Ruofei's expectations. He walked step by step to the invisible barrier and tried to reach out his hand. A gentle resistance came, and Xiao Ruofei's hand couldn't move forward at all. He poured his true energy into his arm and gradually increased his strength. At the same time, the invisible resistance also increased. In the case of using true energy, this kind of force could even move a truck, but in the face of this invisible resistance, it had no effect at all. This resistance was a bit like a water wave, not at all rigid, but very resilient. No matter how much strength Xiao Ruofei used, the formation boundary at most caved in a little. When Xiao Ruofei's hand moved away, it immediately returned to its original state. Xiao Ruofei was no stranger to this situation. In the cave in the Ring 2 space, there were several such defensive boundaries. His human jade talismans and earth jade talismans were all taken out from the boundary. The method to break the boundary wasn't complicated. To put it bluntly, it was to break the boundary with force. Today, he intended to use the same method to try. Xiao Ruofei secretly gritted his teeth, and the true energy in his body suddenly sped up. Then he took a bow posture, and the muscles all over his body tightened in an instant. All the strength was concentrated in his right fist. After a loud shout, he waved his fist and smashed it at the invisible boundary. This punch almost condensed Xiao Ruofei's greatest strength, and it even made a sound of breaking the air. When the fist hit the invisible boundary, Xiao Ruofei clearly felt the whole boundary caved in. However, before Xiao Ruofei could show an excited expression, the boundary emitted a light visible to the naked eye. Then Xiao Ruofei felt a huge rebound force, and his whole body was bounced back by this force. Xiao Ruofei hit a tree hard, making a dull sound. The pain in his back was secondary. Xiao Ruofei's right fist felt like the bones were about to crack, and his whole right arm couldn't help but tremble slightly. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He shook his fist, and it took him a long time to recover feeling in his fist. In fact, when the rebound force came, Xiao Ruofei realized that he had done something stupid. Although in the space cave, he had broken the small enchantment by force, but not by brute force. Instead, he mainly relied on his mental power to mobilize the invisible power of space, constantly increasing his strength, and finally breaking the enchantment. This kind of boundary was very tough, and there was no way to break it with an instantaneous burst of strength. Although there was no invisible power of space to mobilize in the outside world, and Xiao Ruofei could only rely on his true energy to break it, he shouldn't have chosen to concentrate all his strength in an instant. However, judging from the situation just now, even if he gradually increased his strength, it would be very difficult to break this boundary. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel troubled. He clearly knew that there was a boundary stone in this pool, and that there might be other opportunities, but he could only watch and couldn't enter at all. He thought hard for a long time and finally thought of a possibility. Puyal had accidentally taken 1 or 2 steps into the boundary, which meant that the boundary might have been damaged to a certain extent due to the passage of time. Then, if he could find the damaged position where Puyal had entered the boundary, the difficulty might be reduced a lot. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei was motivated again. He immediately took action, following the invisible boundary around the pool, and tried little by little. The sky gradually darkened, and Xiao Ruofei had been trying for more than 2 hours by the pool. Although he didn't gain anything for the time being, he had enough patience. Back then, Puyal was just an ordinary person, but he could take 1 or 2 steps in. As a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining, there was no reason that he couldn't be better than Puyal. Unless this formation boundary had the ability to repair itself. This possibility was extremely low, and basically negligible, because if this boundary could repair itself, Puyal wouldn't have been able to walk in so coincidentally back then. Finally, after 2.5 hours of trying inch by inch, Xiao Ruofei found a position where the boundary's energy was obviously much weaker. In fact, it was only a matter of time before he found this position. Xiao Ruofei's luck wasn't very good, which was why it took him so long. When he felt that his mental strength probing over, the resistance of the boundary at a certain position was obviously weaker, and he knew that this was most likely the position where Puyal had mistakenly entered the pool back then. Xiao Ruofei's spirits were lifted, and he hurriedly controlled his mental strength to pass through this gap. The next moment, he suddenly felt a chill, as if even his mental strength could be frozen. This feeling was, of course, very uncomfortable. Xiao Ruofei resisted this discomfort and used his mental strength to scan the boundary of the formation. There seemed to be nothing special about the pool of blue water except that its temperature was slightly lower. However, Xiao Ruofei still gained a lot. He sensed that many complex formation patterns were engraved on the edge of the pool, and the pool was the center of these formation patterns. All the formation patterns eventually returned to the pool. Xiao Ruofei's formation skills had improved greatly, especially after he spent time studying formation knowledge. At the same time, he had recently processed a large number of basic materials for refining spirit puppets and engraved countless formation patterns. His formation skills had also improved continuously. Although Xiao Ruofei had never seen the formation beside the pool, he could still infer the general principle of this formation through the formation patterns he had probed. The more one studied formations, the more one would feel that their knowledge of formations was lacking. This was a broad and profound knowledge, and Xiao Ruofei had only grasped a little. However, most of what he had mastered was basic formation knowledge, so even if the formation he saw today was very complicated, he could still try to analyze it from the most basic formation composition. In fact, every formation, no matter how complicated it was made up of countless basic formations, including the internal formation of the spirit puppet that Xiao Ruofei had not been able to complete for the time being. When he sensed the formation patterns, Xiao Ruofei was quickly immersed in it and was not in a hurry to try to break it by force with his vital energy. This was because he had considered the terrifying python that Puyal had mentioned. From Puyal's description, Xiao Ruofei had no way to judge the strength of the python, but he was sure that the python could not leave the range of the formation. If he really broke the boundary of the formation with brute force, the python might be able to break free of the formation's shackles. It would be fine if the python's strength was average, but if it was not even Xiao Ruofei's opponent, the survivors on the island would have no hope of survival if such a terrifying monster was released. Xiao Ruofei could only escape, and he would not be able to covet the opportunity in the pool. On the contrary, if he entered the boundary by analyzing the principles of the formation, Xiao Ruofei would have a way out if he could not defeat the python. As long as he retreated out of the boundary, he would be safe. After making up his mind, Xiao Ruofei was no longer in a hurry. He simply sat down beside the barrier. His spiritual power penetrated through a small crack in the barrier and constantly probed the situation of the array pattern. At the same time, he outlined the array pattern in his mind and began to deduce it. Xiao Ruofei entered a very focused state. His solid foundation in formations was his biggest help. The combination of a basic trap formation and a protective formation can produce such an effect. This formation pattern is very special. It seems to be able to connect several small basic formations. Why would there be two formation patterns with completely opposite attributes combined together, and the degree of fusion is so high? Xiao Ruofei analyzed while talking to himself. Sometimes, he would even use his fingers to draw in the air. In this state of concentration, he had no concept of the passage of time. The sky had completely darkened, especially in the forest, where it was pitch black. Through the gaps in the leaves, a round moon hung high in the sky. Xiao Ruofei was completely unaware of this, and did not realize that the moon seemed to be quite round today. Time passed by minute by minute. Xiao Ruofei was like a clay statue, sitting on the ground motionlessly. He had been in this state for a long time. In the beginning, he would use his fingers to draw various formation patterns in the air. Later, he did not even move his fingers and just sat there quietly. The dark night gradually passed. The sun jumped out of the sea and began to sprinkle rays of sunlight on the forest. Xiao Ruofei was still sitting cross-legged, motionless. For the entire day, Xiao Ruofei did not move at all. He was completely immersed in the vast and profound knowledge of formations. The sun rose and set. The second night Xiao Ruofei came to the island quickly arrived. Xiao Ruofei, who had been sitting there for more than 10 hours, first raised his eyelids and revealed a look of pleasant surprise. I understand now. Xiao Ruofei could not help but wave his fist and say excitedly, so the direction of my research was wrong at the beginning. The two sets of formation patterns that are like twin sisters are the core and key of the entire formation. Originally, Xiao Ruofei felt that this formation was shrouded in a thick layer of fog. No matter how he analyzed it, he could not find any clues. However, it was completely different now. When he discovered the uniqueness of the twin formation patterns, it was as if he had suddenly found a thread in a mess. Many of the questions he had during the previous 10 to 20 hours of analysis seemed to have been cleared up all of a sudden. So that's how it is. It's not that complicated even if I understand it. These two basic formation patterns can actually be used like this, Xiao Ruofei kept exclaiming to himself. He was getting more and more familiar with this formation that could form a tough boundary. It was like a complicated math problem. Before finding the solution, one might not even be able to understand the question. One would not know how to use the various known conditions given in the question. However, when one's mind flashed and found the correct solution, one would realize that the known conditions given in the question were actually useful. Furthermore, it required very ingenious techniques to use them. Then, in the process of solving the question, when one was getting closer to the correct answer step by step, the sense of accomplishment would be unparalleled. Now, Xiao Ruofei was in such a state. He had almost forgotten the passage of time and was completely immersed in this ingenious formation. As his analysis deepened, the formation that was originally covered by a layer of veil became clearer and clearer. After removing the fog, Xiao Ruofei's eyes became brighter and brighter. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was able to analyze the principle of this formation not only because of his solid foundation in formation theory, but also because of a large amount of luck. The most important thing was that this formation had existed for an unknown period of time and had even been slightly damaged due to the passage of time. It was also because of this extremely small damage that Xiao Ruofei's mental strength was able to explore the interior of the formation. Otherwise, no matter how solid his foundation in formation theory was, there would be no place for him to use it. Time passed silently. After another 2 hours, Xiao Ruofei finally let out a long breath and stood up from the ground. After a day and night of non-stop analysis, he finally completely understood the principle of this formation. In this process, Xiao Ruofei's formation skills also improved greatly. Because there were many basic formation patterns in this formation, which Xiao Ruofei had never heard of before. Not only were they successfully combined with each other, but there were also ready-made combination effects as proof. It was just like a treasure trove. Xiao Ruofei felt that many parts of the spiritual puppet that he didn't know how to use were suddenly understood after 1 day and 1 night. This could be considered a pleasant surprise. Originally, he only wanted to try his best to decipher this array formation, but he didn't expect it to be of such great help to his array Dao. Later on, when he was dealing with the materials needed to make the spirit puppet, he would definitely have a much easier time. Xiao Ruofei could not help feeling somewhat emotional too. Looks like the cultivation of formations Dao still had to constantly improve through practice. Just like the strategy of overflowing with questions before the college entrance examination, it was actually to try as much as possible to come in contact with different types of questions and learn different ways to solve them. In the end, the effect of mastering one was the effect of mastering all. However, now that the cultivation environment on Earth was harsh, no one knew where the cultivators were hiding to cultivate. At least, Xiao Ruofei rarely encountered them. Where could he find so many examples to learn from? This was really a problem. Xiao Ruofei felt that in the future, he should go out more often. Just like this time, if he could find the relics left behind by the senior cultivators, it would definitely be of great help to him. Of course, these thoughts only flashed through Xiao Ruofei's mind. The most important thing now was to enter the interior of this formation and explore this mysterious pool. After understanding the principle of the formation, this incomparably tough formation boundary was no longer an obstacle for Xiao Ruofei. He rested for a while, adjusted his state, and then confidently stepped in front of the transparent formation boundary. This formation was very exquisite. It combined the functions of a trapping formation, an illusory formation, and a protective formation, with the outermost protective boundary as the main function. After he reached out and touched the formation boundary, his mental strength quickly probed inside, skillfully searching for the formation's node. Xiao Ruofei's train of thought was very clear. First, he had to break the illusory formation within the formation. According to Puyal's description, there was a terrifying python inside the formation. Under the cover of the illusory formation, what Xiao Ruofei saw now might not necessarily be the true situation inside the formation. Therefore, Without breaking the illusory formation, Xiao Ruofei certainly would not rashly enter the formation's interior. The existence of this protective boundary was no longer an obstacle for Xiao Ruofei. On the contrary, it was a kind of protection. If Puyal was right, the python should also be blocked inside the boundary. Xiao Ruofei's mental strength accurately found the node of the illusory formation, and his true qi was immediately channeled in. The next moment, the fog shrouding the formation was suddenly lifted. Originally, what he saw from the outside was a blue pool of water, and there was nothing beside the pool. However, after the illusory formation was broken, the true appearance of the pool was revealed. Above the clear water, there was still a faint white mist. Moreover, there were pieces of broken ice on the surface of the water. Obviously, the temperature of the pool was very low. A huge python was entrenched in the center of the pool. This python was as thick as a bucket. Because it was entrenched together, its length was unknown, but it was definitely the largest snake Xiao Ruofei had ever seen. This python was obviously not affected by the illusory formation. It spat out a scarlet tongue and stared at Xiao Ruofei with a pair of cold eyes. Being stared at by such a huge python, although Xiao Ruofei knew that the python could not come out of the formation boundary, he still felt a chill from the soles of his feet. In particular, when he thought about how this python had been so close to him for the past day and night, and how it was very likely that it had been staring at him like this all along, Xiao Ruofei felt a chill run down his spine. He stabilized his mind and continued to observe the environment inside the formation. In addition to the python, there was also a small tree growing in the pool. The part that was exposed above the water was about 3 meters tall. The crown of the tree was very luxuriant, almost covering the entire range of the formation. It was like a large umbrella covering the pool. Xiao Ruofei had not yet entered the formation, but he could already feel that this tree was not ordinary. Every leaf was full of vitality, and there were more than a dozen fruits hanging on the tree, each of which exuded a rich and attractive fragrance. Xiao Ruofei's eyes suddenly lit up. He vaguely guessed that Puyal should be eating one of these fruits. The reason for this was that the fruits hanging on the tree were of 2 different colors. One of them was dark red, and the shape and size were exactly as Puyal had described, while the other was dark purple. Apart from the color, the 2 fruits were almost identical. There were about 7 or 8 fruits of each color. Xiao Ruofei scanned them with his mental power and could feel the rich energy contained in the fruits. He was very sure that the fruits of these 2 colors were ripe, and they were not the same fruit in 2 states when it was ripe and when it was not ripe. It was indeed a strange thing that 2 fruits of completely different colors grew on the same tree, and each fruit was rich with such an attractive aura. Modern people could make a pot of flowers bloom with colorful colors through grafting or genetic technology, but this tree was obviously formed naturally. Xiao Ruofei guessed that there might be branches growing out of the damaged part of the formation, and there was a dark red fruit hanging on it. Puyal stepped in and reached out to pick it. It had to be said that Puyal's luck was really heaven-defying. Xiao Ruofei looked at the fruits on the tree with some envy, but soon turned his attention to the python. With the python's protection, these fruits could be seen but not touched, just like the moon in the water. Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel a headache coming on. This python exuded a dangerous aura, which made Xiao Ruofei feel a great threat. He was sure that not only would Puyal be unable to fight back in front of this python, but he was also afraid that he himself would not be a match for this python. The difficulty was greater than he had imagined. Before Xiao Ruofei came, he always had a glimmer of hope. After all, Puyal was just an ordinary person with decent skills at that time. The python that was so powerful that it was impossible to defeat in Puyal's eyes might not be difficult to deal with in the eyes of a cultivator like him. Now, this glimmer of hope was shattered. It would be difficult for him to gain any advantage against this python. However, after analyzing the formation thoroughly with great difficulty, there were still more than a dozen attractive spirit fruits in the pool. More importantly, the boundary stone that he and the White Realm raccoon urgently needed was also very likely to be in this pool. Xiao Ruofei absolutely would not allow himself to return empty-handed. How should he deal with this python? Xiao Ruofei also fell into deep thought. Unknowingly, the moon and the sky gradually came to the top of their heads. At this time, the python that had been coldly staring at Xiao Ruofei all this time moved. Xiao Ruofei was startled and subconsciously took a step back, making a defensive posture. However, that python only glanced at Xiao Ruofei, then self-mindedly adjusted its position, and then raised its head. Xiao Ruofei even saw a trace of ridicule and disdain in the python's eyes. He was actually despised by a snake. Xiao Ruofei was speechless. He was quickly attracted by the situation in the formation. He saw that python open its mouth at the moon in the sky, then a bright light fell from the sky and accurately entered the python's mouth. The python seemed to be enjoying it very much, its tail happily slapping the water surface, and at the same time, its mouth let out a passionate cry. "It's absorbing the moonlight," Xiao Ruofei exclaimed to himself. Obviously, when Puyal said that every month, during the days when the moon was at its fullest, a terrible cry could be heard from the mountain forest, and it was made by this python. As for the snake's ability to make sounds, Xiao Ruofei didn't find it too strange. After all, this was a python that could absorb moonlight. The demons of the supernatural could even change into human form. What was so strange about a snake being able to make sounds? That python obviously didn't take Xiao Ruofei seriously, because in its eyes, this human was too insignificant. Moreover, with the protection of the formation boundary, it didn't need to worry at all, and this human wouldn't be able to enter. Therefore, even though Xiao Ruofei was outside the formation, the python still absorbed the moonlight as if there was no one around. Xiao Ruofei's heart suddenly moved. Maybe this was an opportunity. This python was concentrating on absorbing the moonlight. If he quickly entered the formation, he might be able to give it a surprise attack, although he could feel the terrifying aura of this python. Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't try it himself. Even if it didn't work, there was still the protection boundary. If his life was in danger, Xiao Ruofei still had a chance to escape outside the boundary. The most important thing was that if it was under normal circumstances, Xiao Ruofei might not have a chance at all. Moreover, the python would only be absorbing the moonlight for a few days. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he might have to wait for a month. Xiao Ruofei obviously couldn't wait that long. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei quickly made up his mind. His eyes revealed a trace of determination. With a flip of his hand, he took out the sharp military dagger that had accompanied him for many years from the space. His whole body's true qi circulated, and the dagger was also infused with true qi. After adjusting his state to the best, Xiao Ruofei began to carefully use his mental strength to guide the true qi to open the node of the protection boundary. Xiao Ruofei was already very familiar with this formation. He easily found the core node of the protection boundary. As long as he infused his true qi, the protection boundary would open. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the python again. He secretly gritted his teeth and transferred his true qi to the node of the formation. The python was concentrating on absorbing the moonlight, and didn't pay attention to the small human next to it. Xiao Ruofei felt that the protection boundary was rapidly melting. Now was the time. He knew that the wisp of true qi could only last for 1 or 2 seconds at most, and then it would be exhausted and the protection boundary would be reformed. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate at all. His right foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and his body shot into the boundary of the formation like lightning, directly pouncing on the python. He raised the dagger in his hand, which was shining with a cold light, and fiercely stabbed at the python's 7-inch position. Xiao Ruofei didn't know if this rule was applicable to the python, which obviously had a high cultivation level, but in this case, he could only give it a try. It wasn't until Xiao Ruofei was right in front of the giant python that it finally reacted. It found that this ant-like human had actually broken into the boundary of the formation, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. In this moment of surprise, Xiao Ruofei's military dagger had fiercely stabbed at the python's 7-inch position. With a ding sound, Xiao Ruofei's heart suddenly thumped. The python's scales were very hard, and the military dagger infused with true qi only left a little white mark on it. It couldn't even break the python's physical defense. Xiao Ruofei's reaction was also very fast. After his attack failed, he immediately used the force to somersault, and directly rushed out of the formation. At this time, the boundary of the formation hadn't been formed yet, and he still had time to escape. Xiao Ruofei didn't even forget to use his mental power to wrap up the closest crimson fruit, and quickly put it into the space as he fled out of the formation. However, at this time, the python had already reacted. The enraged python let out a long roar. Its head suddenly stood upright, and its tail, which was originally coiled up, suddenly stretched out. With a sound of breaking air, it swung towards Xiao Ruofei. The python's speed was also beyond Xiao Ruofei's expectations. In addition, he was only using the force to somersault, so its speed was definitely not as fast as his full sprint. The python's thick tail hit Xiao Ruofei's body heavily. Xiao Ruofei felt as if he was hit head-on by a train. His throat was sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He almost blacked out and directly fainted. However, after being hit by the python's tail, Xiao Ruofei's speed suddenly increased, and he was directly thrown out of the formation's range. He fell heavily to the ground, and felt that his ribs might have been broken, and his internal organs seemed to have been displaced. Before Xiao Ruofei could rejoice that he had escaped, he saw in horror that the python actually flew out of the formation at an extremely fast speed, and aggressively chased after him before the boundary of the formation was completely formed. The whole process only took 2 to 3 seconds. The python's reaction speed and movement speed were far beyond Xiao Ruofei's expectations. He couldn't even use the boundary of the formation to protect himself. Now it was dangerous. Xiao Ruofei felt all the hair on his body stand on end. He didn't hesitate to directly take out the dark red fruit he had just picked from the space, and stuffed it into his mouth without thinking. Puyol had said that this dark red fruit could not only strengthen the body, but also greatly improve the recovery of injuries. Xiao Ruofei was originally a cultivator, and his body was many times stronger than Puyol's. Although the python's attack had injured him, he didn't lose his ability to move. In this extremely dangerous situation, Xiao Ruofei also knew that if his strength increased a little and his injuries recovered a little faster, it might play a vital role in saving his life. Of course, he didn't have time to hesitate. After stuffing the dark red fruit into his mouth, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate to turn around and flee into the mountain forest. The python was originally in a rage and subconsciously chased out. It didn't expect that it would really leave the boundary of the formation. It couldn't help but be a little surprised. It had been trapped in this formation for so many years, and it was really a little stunned when it suddenly rushed out. However, after Xiao Ruofei took out the fruit and swallowed it, the python's hostility was immediately aroused. This was the spirit fruit it had guarded for countless years, and it was actually stolen and eaten by this hateful ant. How could it tolerate this? A few years ago, there was an ant who had gotten lucky and obtained a spirit fruit from the edge of the formation. However, in comparison, this ant was even more hateful. He actually broke into the formation and directly stole it. How could the python allow Xiao Ruofei to leave so easily? It immediately twisted its long body and chased after Xiao Ruofei. Although the python relied on its abdomen to move, its speed wasn't slow at all. It was even a little faster than Xiao Ruofei. This was because Xiao Ruofei still had to avoid obstacles such as trees, but the python directly rolled over him like a heavy tank. No matter what it encountered along the way, it was invincible, and it directly cut a path in a straight line. In the darkness, Xiao Ruofei had no way to determine the direction. He could only subconsciously follow the easiest escape route and quickly move forward. Of course, he would suddenly change directions from time to time. After all, the python's body was huge and it was moving forward like a snake, so its reaction was relatively slow. But even so, the giant python was still getting closer and closer. After a while, Xiao Ruofei could even hear the hissing sound of the giant python's offspring and the fishy smell that made him feel dizzy. After Xiao Ruofei took the crimson fruit, he felt that the true qi in his body had become more vigorous, and his injuries were healing faster, but it was still like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. After all, he was different from Puyol. Puyol was just an ordinary person at the time, so the effect of eating the crimson spirit fruit was naturally much better. As for Xiao Ruofei, as a cultivator at the 6th layer of the qi refining realm, his body was much stronger than Puyol's. The stronger one's body was, the faster one's recovery would be. On the contrary, it would be more difficult to recover. After all, the amount of energy needed to recover to Puyol's physical state was completely different from that of Xiao Ruofei's. Xiao Ruofei felt a deep threat of death. This was the second time in his more than 20 years of life that he had felt this way. The first time was when he was serving in the Lone Wolf Commando team. Once, when he and the team were breaking out of an encirclement, they got separated and fell into a heavy encirclement. They almost ran out of ammunition and food, and the enemy was several times stronger than him. At that time, he finally managed to escape from the enemy's pursuit with many injuries. This time, the situation was countless times worse than that time. Xiao Ruofei almost stimulated all his potential, and his speed was even faster than his usual fastest speed. The giant python was also chasing after Xiao Ruofei, and it was unwilling to give up. In the process of flying forward, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He almost subconsciously jumped up, grabbed a branch in front of him, and swung forward. Almost at the same time, the giant python's tail swung fiercely with a whistling sound. Xiao Ruofei narrowly avoided this powerful blow. After the snake's tail broke a few trees, it hit a rock heavily, and the rock was smashed into pieces. Xiao Ruofei saw this scene from the corner of his eye, and he couldn't help but feel frightened. The giant python's angry attack was obviously much more powerful than the one in the array formation. If it wasn't for Xiao Ruofei's almost instinctive sense of danger and completely subconsciously chose to jump to avoid it, perhaps Xiao Ruofei's tendons and bones would have been broken and he would have died on the spot. The giant serpent stopped and launched this sure-kill attack. Its speed was also affected a little, and the distance between Xiao Ruofei and it increased a little. However, Xiao Ruofei also knew that he couldn't go on like this. Sooner or later, he would run out of stamina. As for the giant python, no matter how he looked at it, it had more stamina than him. Xiao Ruofei judged that this giant python was at least at the golden core stage. Otherwise, it would not have such terrifying strength. I can't keep running like this. I have to think of a solution as soon as possible. As Xiao Ruofei fled forward, his mind raced as he tried to think of a countermeasure. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei suddenly found a cliff in front of him. The cliff wasn't very high, about 10 meters high. He even saw a bonfire at the bottom of the cliff. Xiao Ruofei suddenly realized that he had unknowingly fled to the survivors' camp in a panic. If the survivors encountered the giant python, it would definitely be a one-sided massacre. There was no chance of survival. However, Xiao Ruofei now had no way to change direction. The cliff was a little protruding, and his escape route had been completely blocked by the giant python. In a flash, Xiao Ruofei could only shout in English, "Puyao! Quickly take everyone and escape. The python has run out. Quick, quick, quick. Run to the sea." These survivors could only escape to the sea to have a chance of survival. After all, the survivors' camp and the sea were only separated by a small forest. After passing through the forest, they came to the beach. The island was very quiet at night. Xiao Ruofei shouted loudly with Xianxia, so the people in the camp quickly heard him. When Puyao heard this, his legs went soft. His survival instinct made him jump out of bed and shout for everyone to escape. He didn't care about the three women. He picked up his child and ran in the direction of the beach. While Xiao Ruofei was warning the survivors, he didn't dare to stop at all. If he slowed down a little, the giant python would catch up. He didn't hesitate in front of the cliff and jumped down. When he encountered the cliff, Xiao Ruofei's first thought was to warn the survivors. At the same time, he had a flash of inspiration and found a way to escape. When his body flipped over the cliff, Xiao Ruofei had already summoned the spiritual map scroll from his body and held it in his hand. His body fell rapidly under the influence of gravity. Although it was dark, Xiao Ruofei's eyesight immediately found a gap in the mountain wall. He used one hand to grab the mountain wall to slow down the speed of his fall. At the same time, his right hand accurately stuffed the spiritual map scroll into the gap. Then Xiao Ruofei's mind moved. His whole body disappeared into the outside world and hid in the Ring 2 space. The survivors below were all running for their lives. No one noticed the scene happening on the mountain wall above their heads. Even if someone looked here, in the dark environment, they might not be able to see clearly what happened on the mountain wall that was more than 10 meters high. After Xiao Ruofei entered the space, he put his hands on his hips and kept panting. Just now, he really used all his strength without holding back. Now that he stopped, he felt as if his lungs were burning. The muscles of his whole body, especially the muscles of his legs, were sore and weak. His calves and stomach were trembling. While he was panting, he did not forget to use his spiritual power to check the outside world. That giant python directly chased Xiao Ruofei over the cliff and heavily smashed into the simple wooden houses of the survivor camp. Those wooden houses fell apart without any suspense, but the giant python with thick skin and thick flesh was not injured at all. However, it immediately discovered that the aura of the ant that ran very fast just now had completely disappeared. The giant python hissed, and its tail was like a huge whip, sweeping around the survivors' camp. Suddenly, the camp was in a mess. But Xiao Ruofei was hiding in the Ring 2 space. How could there be any aura in the outside world, and the spiritual map scroll, in the eyes of the giant python, was no different from the mountain rocks. It was a dead object. If the spiritual map scroll suddenly appeared on the ground and Xiao Ruofei disappeared at the same time, it might arouse the python's suspicions. But Xiao Ruofei had hidden the spiritual map scroll in the crack of the mountain wall when he was falling down the cliff. The giant python did not notice at all. In addition, the spiritual map scroll was very hidden in the crack. It would never have thought that Xiao Ruofei would be hiding there. The giant python could not find Xiao Ruofei, but it found the survivors running out of the forest in front of it. In the eyes of the giant python, these survivors were the same as the ant from before. After losing Xiao Ruofei, it naturally vented its anger on these survivors. The giant python hissed, and its huge body suddenly jumped forward, chasing the survivors. The slower survivors had already seen the giant python's terrifying body and could not help but scream in despair. Xiao Ruofei could clearly see everything from inside the space with his spiritual power, but he could not help at all. He could only watch. Because he knew that if he went out, he would only be sending himself to death. Xiao Ruofei could only helplessly help the survivors with their misfortune. In fact, he really did consider a way to bring the survivors out when he left the island. When he landed on the island and found people, he had already carefully changed his appearance. He did not have to worry that these people would expose his identity after they returned to society. Of course, he naturally could not directly take out the yacht from the space and send the survivors out. But with his strength as a practitioner, he could cut enough wood on this deserted island to make a sturdy raft. He would first take them out of the island, then try to use the GPS to locate them and use the maritime satellite phone to call for help. There would always be a way to save these people. At that time, he only needed to secretly leave the sea when the rescue boat arrived, and then take out the yacht when there was no one around. Absolutely no one would know that he was the one who did this. Xiao Ruofei actually had this plan, but it was meaningless to talk about it now. He even saw the giant python directly swallowing the last survivor in one bite. The survivors who were running in all directions were estimated to be very few who could escape from the snake's mouth. Xiao Ruofei sighed and withdrew his spiritual power perception. He could not bear to watch anymore. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's body suddenly trembled. He suddenly realized that this was an opportunity. The giant python went to chase the survivors. He could not help by hiding here. If he ran out now and quickly returned to the pool, wouldn't he be able to directly go in to pick the spirit fruit and look for the boundary stone? Most importantly, there was the protection of the boundary formation. Even if the giant python returned, it would not be able to enter. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei no longer hesitated because he knew that the opportunity was fleeting. Now was not the time to be sad for the survivors. He made a prompt decision. With a thought, he flashed back to the outside world. Xiao Ruofei agilely grabbed a crack in the mountain wall. After storing the spirit map scroll into his body, he was like an agile monkey. He quickly climbed up and then flew in the direction of the pool without stopping for a moment. Xiao Ruofei was racing against time. The survivors were also racing against time to escape. Although on this island surrounded by the sea, there was no other way for them to escape except to jump into the sea. However, their survival instinct still urged them to run wildly in the direction of the sea. Even if they drowned in the sea, it was better than being eaten alive by the giant python. The giant python was extremely fast. In a short while, it had swallowed 7 or 8 survivors. It did not even have the time to chew. It just swallowed them in one bite. In the end, only a few people, including Puyal, managed to escape to the beach. They all ran towards the sea as if they had gone mad, and then swam out desperately. In the past few years, Puyal and the others had thought of building their own rafts to escape. They had tried before, but the simple rafts could not withstand the wind and waves of the sea. They also found that there were no ships passing by, and there were no other islands nearby. Escaping by raft was tantamount to a fool's dream. The final result would only be being eaten by the fish. Now that there was a terrifying giant python behind them, Puyal and the others did not care so much. Even if there was no raft, they had to swim out first. The giant serpent chased them to the beach and stopped. Perhaps it was already full, or perhaps it was afraid of the sea, or for some other reason, but it didn't go into the sea to continue the chase. Instead, it looked at Puyal and the others who were desperately swimming away, stuck out its tongue, and turned its head back. Puyal and the others swam for a long time before they mustered up the courage to look back. They found that the giant python did not chase after them. Instead, it turned its head back. They could also see the giant snake's tail flashing in the forest and then disappearing. Puyal and the others stayed in the sea for a long time. In the end, it was too cold to do anything. They would freeze to death if they continued like this, so they mustered up the courage to swim to the island. At least for the time being, it seemed that there was no danger on the beach. After Puyal and the others returned to the island, they did not dare to go back to the camp. They stayed on the beach, shivering, hugging each other for warmth. If the giant python appeared here, they could still escape into the sea. If they returned to the camp, they might just be caught by the giant python. Xiao Ruofei did not know how long the giant python would stay outside, nor did he know if it would return to the pool. He could only do his best to seize every second. He channeled true chi into his legs and ran through the forest. Practitioners had a very good memory. Although Puyal had only taken him once, and it was still night time, he could still accurately find the route they took during the day. After a while, the pool appeared in Xiao Ruofei's sight again. The barrier had already returned to normal. Xiao Ruofei could not help but secretly sigh. If the barrier had recovered a second earlier, the giant python would not have been able to escape, and the survivors would not have suffered. But there was no if in this world. Now that the consequences had already been caused, Xiao Ruofei did not have time to feel guilty. He quickly arrived in front of the barrier, found the point of the barrier, and channeled true chi into it. The protective barrier immediately melted. Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate to fly into the barrier. He immediately used his mental strength to wrap around the dozen spirit fruits on the tree and put them all into the space. At this time, the barrier had already begun to recover. When Xiao Ruofei saw the sturdy barrier, his heart calmed down a little. At least his safety could be guaranteed here. Of course, he did not procrastinate because of this. After all, if the giant python returned, even if it could not enter, he would not be able to get out if it guarded outside the barrier. It would be best to find the boundary stone before the giant python returned, and then leave in another direction as quickly as possible. Xiao Ruofei used his mind to ask the white realm fox. The little fellow pointed out with certainty that there must be a boundary stone inside the pool. Xiao Ruofei also had the sensing jade leaf on him, but the range of the boundary stone was relatively small. However, the sensing jade leaf did not have the slightest reaction. He was standing right beside the pool. At such a close distance, if there really was a boundary stone, it was impossible for the sensing jade leaf to not have any reaction. Xiao Ruofei still had some doubts about the White Realm Fox's words. However, the range of the barrier was not large, and everything could be seen at a glance. Other than the bottom of the pool, there was no other place that could hide the boundary stone. Xiao Ruofei only muttered to himself for a moment, then immediately decided to go into the water to take a look. He put away his mobile phone and other electronic products into the Ring 2 space. Then, with the dagger still in his hand, he jumped into the pool. The pool water was bone-chillingly cold. Xiao Ruofei could not help but shiver. With Xiao Ruofei's body, even if he was bare-chested in the middle of winter, he would not feel cold. However, this pool water was able to make Xiao Ruofei feel bone-chillingly cold. It was obvious how low the temperature was. However, the miraculous thing was that the pool water should have been completely frozen at such a low temperature. In fact, other than a small layer of ice floating on the surface of the water, the pool water was still in a liquid state. Xiao Ruofei was certain that the temperature of the pool water was definitely below 0 degrees Celsius. However, he did not have time to investigate this. After becoming like water, he immediately dived down. He held the dagger in his mouth, held the waterproof flashlight in one hand, and used the other hand to paddle with all his might. His legs also kicked quickly, and his body quickly dived into the depths of the pool. Not only was the pool extremely cold, but after diving 2 to 3 meters deep, he could not even see his fingers in front of him. He could only see the pillar of light from the flashlight. However, all he could see was the pool water. It was so deep that he could not see the bottom. The white realm fox in the space was extremely excited. It kept squeaking and gesturing, telling Xiao Ruofei that the boundary stone was below and telling him to speed up. Xiao Ruofei did not expect that the small pool he saw on the shore would be so deep. In a short while, he had already dived nearly 100 meters. One had to know that Xiao Ruofei did not carry any breathing equipment. He did not even wear flippers. This depth was even close to the world record for free diving. Of course, as a cultivator, Xiao Ruofei was much better than those free divers in terms of his ability to withstand water pressure and the time he could hold his breath. Moreover, he could even rely on the Tao formula to form internal breathing and stay underwater for a longer time. Therefore, even though he had dived so deep, Xiao Ruofei still felt relatively comfortable. In fact, what made it even more unbearable for him was not the water pressure or holding his breath, but the temperature. As he went deeper, the temperature of the pool water became lower and lower. He did not wear a professional diving suit to maintain his body temperature. The places where his skin came into direct contact with the water felt like needles. This was a reaction to the extreme low temperature. Xiao Ruofei had to quickly circulate his true qi at all times to resist the low temperature in the pool water. Otherwise, even he would very likely be frozen. In this way, the consumption of true qi would greatly increase. The most important thing was that he did not know when he would reach the bottom of the pool. This pool looked like a dark bottomless pit. And the giant python could return at any time. This made Xiao Ruofei a little anxious in his heart. However, since he had already come this far, Xiao Ruofei could not back down. He could only grit his teeth and continue to dive. 110 meters, 120 meters, as the depth increased, Xiao Ruofei felt that his hands and feet began to feel a little numb. Even if he circulated his true qi, the effect was not obvious. And the sense of suffocation was getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Ruofei still had to reserve time to surface. He decided to dive a little more. If he still did not reach the bottom, he would surface to warm up first. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt that the sensing jade leaf on his chest began to emit a burst of warmth. Xiao Ruofei, who had already thought of retreating, immediately perked up. He could sense that the jade leaf was reacting, which meant that he wasn't far from the realm stone. He adjusted his breathing according to the Great Tao Sutra and continued diving with all his might. Although the strong flashlight's range was still filled with water and he couldn't see the bottom, Xiao Ruofei was very motivated. The pool water became colder and colder. Xiao Ruofei's teeth began to chatter involuntarily. To be able to make a cultivator feel so cold, the temperature of the pool water was obvious. Under such circumstances, the expenditure of quintessential energy was astonishing. Even though Xiao Ruofei cultivated a top-notch Great Tao Sutra cultivation technique and his quintessential energy was much denser than cultivators of the same cultivation level, he couldn't withstand such expenditure. Gradually, he felt that his strength was lacking. Of course, at this point, he definitely wouldn't give up so easily. Xiao Ruofei had already made up his mind. If he really couldn't hold on any longer, he would enter the Ring 2 space. That way, not only could he take a breath, but he could also use the difference in the flow of time in the primordial realm to meditate and recover his quintessential energy. He believed that the spirit map scroll wouldn't be damaged in such an extremely cold environment in a short period of time. Similarly, it wouldn't deviate too much from its original position. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't immediately take out the spirit map scroll. He still wanted to challenge his limits. After diving for about 50 meters, the surrounding water pressure was already extremely astonishing. If it were an ordinary person without professional training, their lungs would probably have been severely damaged. Just as Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and prepared to continue diving, the white realm raccoon in the space squeaked and gestured to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei had been maintaining a mental connection with the Ring 2 space, so he naturally sensed the signal the white realm raccoon sent him immediately. Swim to the left? Xiao Ruofei said in her heart. The White Realm Raccoon gestured for him not to continue diving but to swim to the left. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed. Did this mean that he was close to the World Stone? In any case, swimming horizontally was at least better than continuing to dive. Xiao Ruofei judged that if he continued to dive down, he would only be able to dive down 50 meters at most. Whether it was the water pressure or the low-temperature underwater environment, it should reach the limit of what his body could bear. At that time, even if he hid in the space to recover his Xianxia, it would be difficult for him to dive any deeper. If he swam horizontally, he could rely on his internal breathing to persist for a long time. Even if he couldn't persist, as long as he took a breath in the space, he would be able to persist underwater. Originally, Xiao Ruofei thought that the World Stone could only be found by diving to the bottom of the pool. His heart was beating like a drum in this astonishingly deep pool. He didn't know when he would be able to see the bottom. Xiao Ruofei immediately turned his body and swam to the left. At the same time, he shone the flashlight in his hand forward, trying to see the situation as clearly as possible. The bottom of the pool was much bigger than Xiao Ruofei imagined. He swam to the left for at least 20 to 30 meters, but he still couldn't see the wall of the pool. It was obvious that it was the shape of an inverted funnel. Because from the shore, the pool didn't seem that big. Instead, it got bigger the deeper he went. Xiao Ruofei could feel that the induction jade leaf on his chest was getting hotter and hotter. This made him feel a lot more at ease, because it meant that he was getting closer and closer to the World Stone. The White Realm Raccoon in the space also became more and more excited. Xiao Ruofei continued to swim forward for 20 meters. Finally, under the illumination of the flashlight, he saw the wall of the pool with strange rocks. And about 2 meters below him, there was a black hole. Squeak! 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 The White Realm Raccoon jumped and cried, using its forelimbs to gesture. You want me to enter that cave? Xiao Ruofei asked with his mind. The White Realm Raccoon immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. If a little girl saw this, she would definitely be flipped over by its cuteness. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate. His legs quickly kicked the water, and his body dived down a bit, swimming towards the hole. Under the illumination of the flashlight, Xiao Ruofei gradually saw the appearance of the hole. It was about 1 meter in diameter. It looked like a very regular circle, and the edges were very smooth. This was completely different from the wall of the pool he saw earlier. There was no doubt that this hole was dug by man. What kind of person could dig such a regular hole in the water that was almost 200 meters deep? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be secretly amazed. He didn't dare to be negligent. He had already spread out his mental power. What little true chi he had left was also stirred up, ready to deal with the unknown danger at any time. It was pitch black inside the cave, and he couldn't see what was going on inside. It was also difficult for him to extend his mental power into the cave. This was very similar to the situation he encountered in the strange white fog before he arrived on this island. Xiao Ruofei changed to holding the flashlight in his mouth. His right hand clenched the military dagger, and his hands forcefully paddled back. At the same time, his legs also moved in coordination. His body lightly paddled through the water and directly entered the narrow hole. He felt as if he had passed through an invisible membrane. The inside of the hole was actually dry, and there wasn't even a drop of water. Xiao Ruofei still maintained his diving posture. For a moment, he didn't have any preparation and directly fell to the ground of the hole. Xiao Ruofei opened his mouth in surprise. The flashlight fell to the ground, and the light danced wildly in the hole. Only then did he wake up and quickly reached out to grab the flashlight. The diameter of the hole was only about 1 meter. It was difficult to turn around inside. Xiao Ruofei grabbed the flashlight and shone it behind him. At the same time, he tried his best to turn his head. He saw that there was still a slightly swaying pool of water at the entrance of the hole. However, this pool of water seemed to be blocked by a layer of transparent cover. It didn't flow into the hole at all. Xiao Ruofei guessed that this should be the effect of the formation. However, he was still very surprised. One must know that the water depth was close to 200 meters. The water pressure was amazing. To be able to block the pool of water outside and still be able to easily pass through, this formation was quite remarkable. Xiao Ruofei had been holding his breath since he entered the hole. After entering the hole, he tried to exhale the turbid air, and then gently took a breath. He suddenly found that the air in the hole was quite fresh, and it seemed that the concentration of spirit qi was quite high. Although it couldn't be compared to the environment in the Ring 2 space, compared to the ordinary places in the outside world, this place could be considered a treasure ground with rich spirit qi. Xiao Ruofei was relieved and took a few deep breaths. He felt a lot more comfortable. Although he could rely on the Tao formula to maintain the state of internal breathing underwater, breathing was a human instinct. After not breathing for such a long time, he subconsciously felt very suffocated. Now, this suffocating feeling was finally gone. Xiao Ruofei didn't stay at the entrance of the hole for too long. After a short rest, he began to move forward. The diameter of this hole was only a little more than 1 meter. An adult could barely pass through it. Moreover, they had to crawl forward. If it was someone with claustrophobia, they would probably go crazy after staying in such an environment for a long time. Xiao Ruofei's psychological quality was very strong. He still crawled forward very calmly. This hole had a downward slope, and the temperature in the hole was also very low. Xiao Ruofei even felt that it was a bit colder than when he was in the pool of water. He clenched the dagger in one hand and didn't dare to withdraw his mental strength. In this hole, his mental strength was also greatly suppressed. He could only detect about 3 to 4 meters in front of him. As he continued to crawl forward, Xiao Ruofei felt that the hole was gradually becoming wider and wider. The cramped feeling was also getting lower and lower. Of course, the temperature in the hole was still very low. The deeper he went, the lower the temperature became. After another 100 meters, the width of the hole could already accommodate an adult bent over to walk. Xiao Ruofei also sat up from the ground and leaned against the wall to rest for a while. After all, he had been crawling in the narrow tunnel. In addition, he had to continuously use his true qi to resist the cold. He was also very tired. Xiao Ruofei took out a bottle of spirit pool water from the spirit heart flower's petals and drank it. Suddenly, his mental strength and true qi recovered faster. He sat for more than 3 minutes, then got up and bent over to continue moving forward. The hole continued to widen. After moving forward for less than 50 meters, Xiao Ruofei discovered that the hole had become at least 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Not only was it a lot more spacious, but it was also high enough for him to straighten his back and walk normally. This made it a lot easier. Xiao Ruofei held the dagger in his hand and carefully moved forward. His mental strength was also constantly probing the surroundings. He was always on high alert. The inside of the hole was very quiet. Xiao Ruofei could clearly hear his own footsteps and the thumping of his heart. The sensing jade leaf in front of his chest was a little hot. This meant that the boundary stone was nearby. The hole in the hole was slightly downward. Xiao Ruofei judged that he was already more than 200 meters away from the ground. Finally, after moving forward for another 60 to 70 meters, Xiao Ruofei saw a stone door. This cyan stone door should be made from a huge piece of cyan stone. It gave off a simple and unadorned aura. It was seamlessly connected to the entire passage. He couldn't see any switches or handles. Xiao Ruofei walked closer and quickly discovered that the stone door was engraved with mysterious patterns. They formed a complete array diagram. He analyzed it for a while and his heart calmed down a lot. This array diagram was of the same origin as the boundary array diagram at the edge of the pool. Although the two arrays were completely different, the idea of setting up the array diagram was the same. Xiao Ruofei had studied the boundary array diagram at the edge of the pool for an entire day and night. He had already thoroughly understood the principles of the array diagram. Now, it was much easier to analyze this array diagram. He faintly knew that this array diagram was the key to opening the stone door. Of course, if he wanted to analyze this array diagram, he would also need a lot of time. Although it had been almost half an hour since he entered the pool, the giant python might have returned to the edge of the pool. Even if it couldn't enter the array diagram, it might still stay outside the array diagram. However, now that he had already come this far, Xiao Ruofei couldn't care less about the giant python. He had to open the stone door with all his might first. In any case, even if he went back the way he came, the giant python might have already returned. It might even be caught red-handed. Sensing that the jade leaf was already boiling hot and the boundary stone was close at hand, Xiao Ruofei naturally knew what to do. Now was not the time to think about the giant python. He could only calm down and analyze the array diagram on the stone door. Only then could he open it as soon as possible. The more anxious he was, the more counterproductive it would be. Xiao Ruofei quickly memorized the entire array diagram under the strong flashlight. Then, he sat cross-legged in front of the stone door and put the flashlight aside. He closed his eyes and analyzed the array diagram in his mind. As time passed, the principle of the array diagram became clearer in Xiao Ruofei's mind. Arrays were also divided into different schools. Obviously, Xiao Ruofei's analysis and deciphering of the array diagram at the edge of the pool was of great help to him in analyzing the array diagram in front of him. The array patterns formed the basic array diagram, and the basic array diagrams formed the array diagram. Xiao Ruofei still started to analyze each basic array diagram, and then made a reverse inference through the connections between them. Although he was doing the same work, the efficiency this time was much higher than the last time he analyzed the array diagram. He sat for about an hour before he suddenly opened his eyes. A relaxed smile hung on his face. It should be like this. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself. He had just deduced a few times in his mind and had basically confirmed the result of his analysis. Xiao Ruofei stood up confidently and returned to the stone door. He had a confident smile on his face. He reached out. His hand impressed down on a certain node of the array diagram. At the same time, he exhaled a bit of vital energy. Then, Xiao Ruofei's finger quickly tapped on the array diagram, pouring a wisp of vital energy each time. The whole process took about 10 seconds. When Xiao Ruofei tapped the last point, the entire array diagram seemed to be lit up. Every array pattern emitted a dazzling light, and this bright light quickly flowed on the array diagram. At the same time, a series of caw-caw sounds were heard, and the cyan stone door began to slowly rise. The stone door seemed to be very heavy, and the speed of its rise was quite slow. Xiao Ruofei could see a faint cyan light through the gap below the stone door. After more than 2 minutes, the stone door rose to the top. With a caw-caw sound, the stone door seemed to be locked and hung steadily above, revealing a 2-meter wide and 3-meter high doorway. Xiao Ruofei walked in with a heart full of expectation. When he passed by the doorway, he looked up and found that the stone door was more than a meter thick. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was simply the legendary dragon-breaking stone. It was almost impossible to open this door by relying on brute force alone. After passing through the 1-meter-deep doorway, Xiao Ruofei suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing an extremely shocked expression. Xiao Ruofei originally thought that after passing through this stone door, there would be a stone room or several stone rooms. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to find the world stone here. However, everything in front of him greatly exceeded his expectations. After walking out of the doorway, Xiao Ruofei was presented with a huge and empty space. The height was at least 100 meters and the size of a dozen or so soccer fields. It was as if the center of the island had been hollowed out. On the walls and ceiling of this huge cave, there were round beads emitting a misty green light. They were like stars adorning the dome. It was a magnificent sight. It was also these round beads that shrouded the entire cave in a misty green light. It looked very dreamy. No wonder when the stone door opened, Xiao Ruofei saw the green light coming from inside. The stone door was located at the bottom of the huge cave. Looking out from here, one could see pavilions scattered all over the place. There were also secluded winding paths, exquisite little bridges, winding streams. Under the misty green light, it looked like a paradise on earth. Xiao Ruofei stood in a daze for a long time, unable to take a step forward. He could never have imagined that there would be such a beautiful paradise more than 200 meters underground on this desolate island. Every building here was magnificent, and every scenery was unforgettable. Moreover, it looked chaotic and disorderly, but in fact, it was in accordance with the principles of heaven and earth. Everything seemed to be made by nature. Even an ordinary rock was just right, as if it was born there. Without this rock, the entire complex of buildings would be out of place. It's too amazing. Xiao Ruofei could not help but sigh. Could it be that this was the work of immortals? Xiao Ruofei was sure that even the most amazing architect of ancient buildings in the mortal world would not be able to design such a perfect complex of buildings. Especially that natural charm, it was a realm that mortals could not achieve. Xiao Ruofei walked forward. From the exit of the doorway, there was a small path paved with bluestone that led to the huge ancient building complex. Purple bamboos were planted on both sides of the path. These bamboos perfectly blocked part of the scenery, and on the winding path, the scenery was completely different every few steps, but each had its own charm. Xiao Ruofei had visited the humble administrator's garden before. This garden could be considered the pinnacle of the history of gardens, and its most famous feature was shifting scenery. Now, in comparison, the humble administrator's garden's shifting scenery was at a beginner level compared to this complex of buildings that were more than 200 meters underground. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but think that if he could live in such an environment for a long time, even if it was over 200 m deep underground, he would still enjoy it. Of course, if he could bring his confidant to live here, then he would have nothing more to ask for in this life. However, it was not easy to enter this underground cave. Just the low temperature of the pool and the fact that it was over 200 meters deep was enough to keep most people out. Xiao Ruofei thought about it as he walked forward on the small path. After passing through the purple bamboo forest, there was a huge garden in front of him, and the small path went through the garden. Xiao Ruofei could see a large number of spirit herbs planted in the gardens on both sides. Among them, there were quite a few that she had seen on the island in the spirit map space. The only difference was that these spirit herbs were all in a mature state. However, there were no flowers that were commonly seen in the outside world. Xiao Ruofei had also read a lot of books on cultivation and was no longer a cultivation novice. However, he could not recognize more than 30% of the spiritual grass and spiritual medicine. Just the spirit herbs that he recognized were so precious that his body trembled with excitement. Rainbow miscanthus. I sold jade leaf. Damn, there's even a snow sepal golden lotus. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself as he walked into the garden. The spirit herbs here were no less precious than the ones on the islands in the Ring 2 space. Although he did not see any spirit herbs as precious as the heart-congealing grass, Xiao Ruofei did not recognize at least 2/3 of the spirit herbs here. It was possible that there were even more precious spirit herbs here, however, it was obvious that he was happy too early. Before he could step into the garden, a halo lit up. It was obvious that the array had been activated. Xiao Ruofei realized that other than this small path, there was no way for him to enter the garden. Moreover, this array was obviously much more advanced than the one in the pool. Furthermore, it was not damaged at all and was operating normally. Even if he wanted to try to break it, there was no way for him to enter. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and could only give up for now. Although he was envious, he knew that there was no hope. Naturally, he would not waste any more time here. What he was worried about now was that if he found out that the world stone was also in this array, what should he do? Could it be that he had gone through so many hardships to come here and even almost lost his life just to broaden his horizons? Yes, he saw an awesome array, an almost perfect immortal treasure land and a garden full of spirit herbs. It was a pity that it had nothing to do with him. He didn't take anything away. Just thinking about it made him feel vexed. Xiao Ruofei carried a trace of worry as he continued to move forward. After entering the interior of this beautiful building, the path was naturally not the only path. However, Xiao Ruofei relied on the guidance of the jade leaf and the white world raccoon. He kept thinking that there might be a world stone nearby. Along the way, he also saw many treasures. Other than spirit herbs, there were also extremely sharp treasured swords and crystal stones that had a higher concentration of spirit energy than spirit crystals. However, these treasures all had a common characteristic. They could be seen but could not be touched. It was as if they were specifically left here to annoy people. Xiao Ruofei was also worried about his gains and losses. On one hand, he was naturally unwilling to enter a treasure mountain empty-handed. On the other hand, he was secretly rejoicing. At least until now, he had not seen a world stone protected by an array. There was a saying in the West, no news was good news. This saying was very suitable for the current Xiao Ruofei. As long as he did not see a world stone protected by an array, it was good news to him. Xiao Ruofei walked through this immortal palace-like ancient building complex for more than 10 minutes. He was already a bit numb to the magnificent scenery. Of course, he did not dare to let his guard down. After all, this place was clearly set up by a cultivation senior with a very high cultivation level. There might be unknown dangers. Just like that, Xiao Ruofei finally arrived in front of a palace. Yes, in Xiao Ruofei's eyes, this was a palace. It was even more magnificent than the palaces in the Forbidden City. This palace was 30 to 40 meters tall and was unique in the entire ancient building complex. It was also the largest building. In front of the palace was a huge square paved with bluestone. These bluestone slabs were polished to the point that they could be used as mirrors. Xiao Ruofei was even worried that his feet would slip when he walked on them. After passing through the square, there were a total of 99 steps. On both sides of the steps were railings made of white marble. Every 3 steps, there was a lifelike beast head on the railings. There were a total of 66 beast heads on both sides. Not a single one was the same. The carving was simply a work of art. After walking up the steps, Xiao Ruofei stood in front of this nameless palace. At the entrance of the palace were 2 3-meter-tall stone sculptures. The sculptures were of 2 guardian beasts that Xiao Ruofei could not name. They looked a bit like lions from the front, but had a tail full of scales. At the same time, the claws of these guardian beasts were not lion claws. Instead, they were similar to the legendary dragon claws. Xiao Ruofei stood in front of these guardian beasts that looked like dragons and lions. He could not feel a trace of vitality, but he could still feel the pressure coming from them. He was very sure that these were 2 stone sculptures. However, just their appearance alone could produce such a strong pressure, especially the pair of eyes of the guardian beasts. They were cold, ruthless, and bloodthirsty. Xiao Ruofei felt his heart palpitate just by looking at them. Xiao Ruofei steadied his mind, stepped over the high threshold, and walked into the palace. Inside the palace, there were huge pillars that were 30 to 40 meters high. The roof was also inlaid with round beads that emitted a blue light. In the blue halo, the interior of the palace seemed a bit empty. At the entrance, there were 2 rows of pillars neatly arranged, extending forward 1 to 200 meters. Between the pillars was a path paved with bluestones. Xiao Ruofei looked into the distance. At the end of the bluestone path, there were more than 10 steps, and then there was a platform at the top. He could vaguely see a quaint throne, and in front of the throne was a table. The white world raccoon in the space was extremely excited. It kept urging Xiao Ruofei to move in the direction of the throne. Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath and carefully stepped forward. 1 step, 2 steps. In this spacious palace, the sound of footsteps could form echoes. In this strange silence, Xiao Ruofei was also fully focused on guarding against any possible danger that might occur. Xiao Ruofei took 5 to 6 minutes to walk this distance of more than 100 meters. Every step was carefully taken. When he was about 3 or 4 meters away from the bottom of the steps to the throne, he suddenly heard a squeaking sound. Xiao Ruofei suddenly turned around and found that the palace door had closed by itself. With a clang, the palace door was completely closed. Xiao Ruofei became more and more nervous. He even summoned the spirit map scroll and held it tightly in his hands. It was precisely because of the existence of the spirit map scroll that Xiao Ruofei had a trace of confidence. Once there was a danger that he could not fight against, he only needed a thought to hide in the space. Although this underground complex was magnificent, and he saw many spirit herbs, spirit medicines, and heaven and earth treasures along the way, he faintly felt that none of them were as precious as the spirit map scroll. The spirit map scroll had opened up a stable space, and it was not the kind of storage space that was dead silent. Instead, it was filled with the spirit energy of heaven and earth, and it could even evolve the rules of the natural space in the outside world. And although this underground complex was ingenious, the difficulty of construction was obviously not as great as opening up another space. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei deduced that the owner of this place should be much weaker than the owner of the Ring 2 space. He was also very confident that in this environment, the Ring 2 space would definitely be able to protect his safety. After the palace door closed, Xiao Ruofei was only slightly shocked. Then, he turned around and focused his attention on the table in front of the throne. Previously, he was too far away to see clearly, but now, he could clearly see that there were 3 boxes placed side by side on the table. Xiao Ruofei's gaze became fervent. Whether or not he would be able to gain anything this time, it all depended on these 3 boxes. Just as he was about to step onto the stairs, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from the palace. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ruofei was so scared that he almost hid in the ring 2 space. Along the way, he never thought that there would be someone here. The laughter was very loud, and it formed waves of echoes in the spacious palace. It sounded even more eerie. Who is it? Xiao Ruofei could not help but shout. At this moment, a ray of light fell on the throne behind the table. Then, Xiao Ruofei watched as a figure appeared on the throne. This figure was very strange. It appeared from the feet, and then the light slowly moved up the legs, waist, and finally the body and head. The entire person seemed to be bathed in a layer of light, and it looked a little hazy. This person was wearing a moon-white Taoist robe, and his hair was tied up in a Taoist bun. His face was thin, and there was a faint smile on his face. He even held a horsetail whisk in his hand, which was casually placed on his arm. He looked very sage-like. Xiao Ruofei suddenly realized and could not help but exclaim, 3D projection? This is too advanced. The Taoist seemed to be looking at Xiao Ruofei, and began to speak with a smile, Junior, you can enter my immortal island, which means that we are fated. And you have come here, at least in terms of formation, you have reached a higher level. Moreover, you can pass the test of the purple blood spiritual python, which means that your cultivation has at least reached the peak of the gold core stage. Speaking of this, the Taoist hesitated for a moment, and then said with a smile, speaking of which, I don't know how many years it will be when you see this video. If it is too long, the purple blood spiritual python might have broken through to the nascent soul stage. Then, wouldn't it be very difficult for someone to pass the test? Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. It turned out that the Taoist had originally estimated that only the peak of the gold core stage could enter, which meant that the giant python was at least in the middle or late stage of the gold core stage. After all, spirit beasts were much stronger than humans. Human cultivators of the same level would not be able to defeat spirit beasts. If the Taoist knew that Xiao Ruofei was only at the 6th level of the qi refining stage, and that he had relied on the ring 2 space and a trace of luck to break in, what would his expression be? The Taoist immediately shook his head and said, forget it, I won't worry too much. In such an environment, even if the purple blood spiritual python cultivated for 2 years, it would be very difficult for it to break through. Let's get back to the point. Xiao Ruofei immediately focused on the Taoist on the throne. Even though it was just a video, Xiao Ruofei could still feel the great power of the Taoist. Xiao Ruofei estimated that the Taoist was at least at the nascent soul stage, or even higher. The thin Taoist smiled and said, I'm Baiyuzi, the master of the Green Immortal Island. Since you can enter the Green Immortal Island, you and I are destined to meet. Speaking of this, Baiyuzi showed a trace of bleakness on his face and said, a catastrophe more than 100 years ago caused a large loss of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the divine land. The little remaining spiritual qi also became violent and the cultivation environment was extremely bad. In the past 100 years, no cultivator at the nascent soul stage was born. The cultivators of Huaxia decided to go to the endless starry sky to find a new way out, and all the cultivators above the nascent soul stage left. In order to leave some hope for the future generations, I left the Green Immortal Mansion and some cultivation resources for the fated ones. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but feel shocked. No wonder there were so few cultivators on Earth now. It turned out that a large number of masters above the nascent soul stage had left Earth. Xiao Ruofei didn't know which era Baiyuzi was from, but judging from the fact that the bounded formation outside had been damaged, he judged that it was at least 1,000 years old. From Baiyuzi's words, Xiao Ruofei didn't know what happened 100 years ago that caused the cultivation environment on Earth to deteriorate to such an extent. There were a large number of cultivation classics left in the Ring 2 Space's Inheritance Jade Talisman, but there was no record of this. However, Xiao Ruofei was sure of one thing. After those cultivators at the nascent soul stage and higher cultivation left Earth, there must have been a gap in the cultivation world on Earth, and many inheritances were lost. It could be imagined that under such harsh conditions, no matter how hard those Oris core stage cultivators tried, they would have no hope of reaching the nascent soul stage. This could be seen from the giant python. Xiao Ruofei was very sure that the giant python's cultivation level was still at the gold core stage. If it was a spirit beast at the nascent soul stage, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. After so many years, the giant python had been cultivating by absorbing the moonlight, but it still hadn't been able to break through to the nascent soul stage, let alone those human cultivators of the Aurus core stage. The lifespan of a cultivator in the golden core stage was at most 500 or 600 years. As time went by, the number of cultivators on Earth would definitely decline. In this era, Xiao Ruofei could hardly meet any cultivators. The old Taoist Baiyuzi smiled and said, "I'm very gratified that there are still juniors who can cultivate to the peak of Jingdan stage under such conditions. The things in these 3 boxes are my gifts to you. I can imagine how difficult it is for you to cultivate to this stage, so I won't set any more tests. I believe that since you can reach this stage, you are qualified enough to get these treasures. Now, you can open them." Speaking of this, the old Taoist Baiyuzi seemed to have been pressed on the pause button. He was completely frozen, and there was a gentle smile on his face. Xiao Ruofei gave Senior Baiyuzi a thumbs up in his heart. This was a senior master. If he wanted to give her something, he would just give it to her directly. He walked up the steps with a hint of expectation and came to the front of the case. These 3 boxes were all made of jade and looked very warm. There were complicated patterns carved on them. These boxes alone were very precious antiques. After all, they had at least thousands of years of history. Xiao Ruofei scanned them with his mental strength and knew that Taoist Baiyuzi didn't lie to him. There were no traces of formations on these 3 boxes, nor did he find any information about mechanisms. He reached out to the first box on the left and gently lifted it, opening it easily. The moment the lid was opened, Baiyuzi, who was sitting on the throne, seemed to come back to life. He said with a smile, "This is the first gift I'm giving you." Xiao Ruofei was startled, but he soon realized that there should be some kind of restriction on the box. Once it was opened, it would trigger the stored image behind it. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Senior Baiyuzi, you can easily scare people like this." He cast his gaze into the box. Inside was a short sword. The sword was very small, only about 30 centimeters long and about a finger wide. It was dark green all over, as if there was a sharp aura swimming around the sword. What was even more strange was that this short sword didn't have a hilt. It was more than 30 centimeters long. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but secretly say, "Is this first gift a semi-finished product?" At this time, Baiyuzi continued, "This is the flying sword I used when I first entered the nascent soul stage. It's called Blue Sky. It has accompanied me for more than 300 years of cultivation. Although I have a better flying sword later, I have always taken it with me. This time I am going to the unknown endless starry sky. Maybe I will never come back. I will leave this blue sky sword to the destined person. I hope you can cherish this flying sword." After that, Baiyuzi entered the state of pause again. Xiao Ruofei showed a look of joy and said to himself, "It turns out that this is the legendary flying sword. Senior Baiyuzi, can you at least teach me how to use it?" There is no instruction manual in this box. There were a lot of descriptions about flying swords in the ancient books of cultivation in the Ring 2 space, but most of them introduced some famous flying swords and the glorious deeds of some sword immortals. As for the basic operation of using a flying sword, there was no mention of it. However, Xiao Ruofei was not completely ignorant. At least he had heard that the flying sword needed to be dripped with blood to recognize its master. So he simply decided to give it a try. A sharp line of genuine qi condensed into a line, and it easily forced a drop of blood from his finger and dripped on the green flying sword. After the drop of blood touched the flying sword, it disappeared without a trace and integrated into the flying sword. The next moment, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt that he had established a very strong connection with the flying sword. This feeling was a little similar to when he had taken the Ling to painting scroll into his body, but it was a little different. Xiao Ruofei felt that he could take this flying sword into his body at any time. He tried to move his mind, and sure enough, the flying sword directly flew up, and after drawing an arc, it directly entered Xiao Ruofei's body. Looking at the flying sword shining with cold light flying towards him, Xiao Ruofei was still a little scared, but he still endured the psychological discomfort and insisted on standing still. The flying sword directly entered his body, and then he quickly felt that the flying sword was quietly staying near his dantian. As long as he moved his mind, the flying sword could leave his body at any time. And it was not like the sword immortals on TV who needed to fly out of their mouths, and when it was taken into the body, it also needed to go in through the mouth. After the flying sword recognized its master by dripping blood, no matter where the master's body was, he could receive or release. The flying sword. This flying sword was like a part of the master's body, and naturally it would not hurt the master's body. Xiao Ruofei could freely hold this flying sword with his hand without worrying about cutting his hand. Only then did he understand why this sword was not designed with a sword hilt. It turned out that it was not necessary at all. Of course, the flying sword was very rarely held in the hand. Since it was a flying sword, it naturally flew more in the air. Xiao Ruofei's mental power cultivation was originally higher than his qi cultivation, so after a few tries, he was already able to control the flying sword very well. He controlled the flying sword to fly up and down around him, and then let the flying sword fly freely in the space of the palace. Sometimes it swooped down, sometimes it stopped and turned sharply. After a while, he had become very proficient. If it were not for the 2 boxes that had not been opened, Xiao Ruofei might not be tired of playing for a few hours, and that kind of feeling was very fresh. It was said that after the golden core stage, cultivators could also fly on the sword, which made Xiao Ruofei look forward to it even more. After playing for a while, Xiao Ruofei put the flying sword into his body and looked at the second box. The first gift was already a pleasant surprise for Xiao Ruofei. As for the second box, he was filled with anticipation. As soon as the second box was opened, Bayuzi, who had been in a suspended state, immediately came to life again. He smiled and said, "This is the second gift. A total of 200 yuan jing. Now the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is poor. I believe that with these 200 yuan jing, it should be of some help to your cultivation. I hope you can use it to break through to the nascent soul stage." Although Xiao Ruofei's psychological quality was very good, he still couldn't help but be ecstatic after hearing this sentence. 200 pieces of crystal stones with extremely rich spiritual qi were neatly placed in the box, and the whole box was full. These were the yuan jing, which was more precious than the spirit crystal. Xiao Ruofei had read a lot of ancient books on cultivation, and he also knew that once a cultivator reached the golden core stage, the genuine qi in the body would be transformed into yuan jing, and the demand for the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the process of cultivation would greatly increase. Cultivators of the golden core stage would absorb yuan jing to cultivate. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth contained in the yuan jing was 100 times richer than that of the spirit crystal. And the absorption efficiency was higher. It could be said that a single piece of yuan jing was enough to provide all the spiritual qi needed by Xiao Ruofei for the whole qi refining stage. And there were actually 200 pieces here. Xiao Ruofei's hands trembled slightly, and he took out a piece of yuan jing from the box and looked at it carefully. This yuan jing was cut into a standard cuboid, and as soon as he touched it, he could feel the huge amount of spiritual qi contained inside. He tried to run the Tao formula, and suddenly felt a strong spiritual qi directly entering his meridians from his palm. This spiritual qi was not only rich, but also extremely pure. Xiao Ruofei easily absorbed this spiritual qi, and he immediately felt that the genuine qi in his dantian had increased a little. It could be imagined that if he used yuan jing for cultivation, the efficiency would be greatly improved. Like a poor man who had found a huge sum of money, he quickly put the yuan jing back into the box, and then put the box into the ring 2 space with a thought. Bayuzi seemed to have expected that Xiao Ruofei would be stunned after seeing the yuan jing, so he deliberately waited for a while before continuing to say with a smile, "The first 2 treasures are a little gift from me to you. They can only play a certain role in your cultivation. The third treasure is what I really want to leave to the younger generation. Its value is more than 10 times or 100 times that of the first 2 treasures. What are you waiting for? Open it quickly." Xiao Ruofei was stunned. The legendary flying sword and the whole box of yuan jing were just appetizers. The third treasure was 10 times or 100 times more valuable than the first 2. What could it be? Xiao Ruofei couldn't imagine it. In his opinion, if the third treasure was really that valuable, it would not be any less valuable than his spirit map scroll. Full of expectation, Xiao Ruofei turned his eyes to the last box. The appearance of this box looked exactly the same as the first 2, but at this moment, in Xia Ruofei's eyes, it became completely different. Bai Yuzi on the throne fell into a state of pause again. Obviously, he needed to open the third box to trigger the next video. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and reached for the box with trembling hands. His hand touched the lid of the box, and then his eyes widened and he opened it forcefully. A ray of light came out of the box, and what appeared in front of Xia Ruofei was a dark brown wooden plate. He didn't know what wood it was made of, but the whole body emitted a white light. The wooden plate was engraved with mysterious formation patterns. With Xia Ruofei's cultivation of formation, he couldn't understand the function of these patterns at all. He couldn't even see the most basic function. As soon as the box was opened, the smile on Bai Yuzi's face became wider. His eyes seemed to pass through time and space, gently looking at Xia Ruofei in front of the table, and said, "This thing is called the life-guarding wooden plate. It is the control center of this green immortal mansion and even the entire immortal island. After refining it, you will be the real master of this green immortal island. You can use all the formations and restrictions on the immortal island at will. You can also use some of the other treasures of heaven and earth, spiritual stones, and magic treasures I left in the immortal mansion. By the way, once you completely refine this wooden plate, you can also find the green sword skill I left for you. Practicing this sword skill can maximize the power of the green immortal sword, and if you want to fly on the sword, you must practice this sword skill." Xia Ruofei's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. There was only one thought in his mind, that was, "I'm rich." He couldn't help but think of the spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, and various treasures he saw along the way. Not only that, as long as he refined this life-guarding wooden plate, the whole beautiful immortal mansion, or even the whole immortal island, would belong to him. There was also the green sword skill. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but think of the legendary swordsmen, such as the Red Thread Woman and Kong Kong who rode the flying sword to take the head of a person from thousands of miles away. Of course, there was also the flying sword, which was exciting just thinking about it. That was too wonderful. Bai Yuzi continued to introduce the life-guarding wooden plate. "Junior, now you must want to know how to refine this life-guarding wooden plate, right?" Although she clearly knew that the Bai Yuzi in front of her was just an image left in advance and a 3D projection, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but nod and stare at Bai Yuzi intently. Bai Yuzi smiled and said, "The method is very simple. You just need to drip a drop of blood on the wooden plate." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei immediately forced out a drop of blood from his fingertip. Before he could drip the drop of blood on the wooden token, Bai Yuzi continued, "When you drip the blood essence, the wooden token will automatically enter your body. Of course, there will be two possibilities. One is to start refining the wooden plate, and the other is that you will explode and die." The drop of blood on Xia Ruofei's fingertip had already begun to drip down. After hearing Bai Yuzi's words, he was so scared that he immediately waved his hand, and a wisp of genuine qi rolled up the drop of blood and threw it far away. Then Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say with a wry smile, "Taoist Bai Yuzi. Master Bai. Please don't speak with such a big pause. I'll die." Bai Yuzi's image paused for a moment, and then he said with a smile, "Junior, are you scared? I hope you didn't rush to drip blood on it before listening to my words." Xia Ruofei looked at Bai Yuzi angrily and thought, "What a senior. Is it really fun to play with people like this?" Bai Yuzi smiled faintly and continued, "In fact, as long as you practice the orthodox cultivation method of my Taoism, you don't have to worry. After the wooden plate enters your body, it will automatically sense the primordial qi in your dantian. As long as it's the primordial qi cultivated by my orthodox cultivation method, there will be no problem. But if you practice the heterodox way..." Speaking of this, Bai Yuzi's expression changed and he said seriously, "I advise you to take the two treasures in front of you and leave my green immortal island as soon as possible. Don't have any wishful thinking. The wooden plate is very sensitive to the primordial qi. Once it senses the heterodox primordial qi, it will trigger the strongest attack formation on the wooden plate and blow you to pieces from the inside out." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but shiver after hearing this. If the wooden plate was absorbed into the body, it would appear in the dantian. It could be imagined that if it launched the strongest attack inside the fragile dantian, even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage would die. Xia Ruofei also understood Bai Yuzi's approach. At first glance, Bai Yuzi practiced the orthodox cultivation method of Taoism. Although he was going to leave the starry sky, he certainly didn't want the immortal mansion he left behind to fall into the hands of an heterodox way cultivator. As for the green immortal sword and the primordial crystal, their value was estimated to be ordinary in Bayuzi's eyes. The real precious treasures must have been taken away by him. Among the things he left behind, the most precious was obviously the wooden plate. The flying sword and the primordial crystal were only a small part of all the wealth he left behind. If an heterodox way cultivator came here by fate, Bayuzi wouldn't mind giving him 2 gifts. But if he wanted to take away the immortal island and the immortal mansion, that would be impossible. However, Xiao Ruofei began to struggle. Although he knew that the truth formula he practiced was very unlikely to be an heterodox way cultivation method, his genuine qi naturally carried a brilliant righteousness, absolutely without the slightest gloominess. No matter how he looked at it, it wouldn't be an heterodox way cultivation method. But there was a very serious problem here. Bayuzi had always thought that those who could enter this immortal mansion were at least at the peak of the gold core stage, so in his words just now, he had always been talking about the primordial qi that only cultivators above the gold core stage had, rather than the genuine qi of cultivators in the qi refining stage. But Xiao Ruofei was just a cultivator in the qi refining stage, and there was only genuine qi in his body. Could the mansion guarding wooden tablet distinguish the nature of true energy? If it mistook the genuine qi in his body as heterodox devil qi, wouldn't he die too unjustly? Xiao Ruofei looked at the wooden plate that emitted a milky white light, and his heart was extremely tangled. Should he drip blood or not? That was the problem. Just then, Bayuzi spoke again. Bayuzi said seriously, Junior, I have to remind you of 3 things. First, the wooden token will stay here for an hour. If you don't recognize it with your blood within an hour, it will automatically escape and hide in a powerful restriction formation in the immortal mansion, waiting for the next destined person. By the way, don't try to put it into the storage magic treasure. Before you recognize it with your blood, it can't be put into the storage magic treasure. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can try it first. After hearing this, Xiao Ruofei tried it and found that the wooden token could not be put into the Ring 2 space. It seemed that if he wanted to take the wooden token away, it would be impossible to refine it after he broke through to the gold core stage and the genuine qi in his body had been transformed into primordial qi. Bayuzi continued, second, the size of the green immortal mansion can be changed. After completely refining the wooden token, you can even take the immortal mansion into your body and take it away completely. Of course, recognizing it with your blood is only the first step. If you want to completely refine the wooden token, you need at least the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. But it doesn't matter. As long as you have preliminarily refined it, you can use part of the restriction formation. Even if you are thousands of miles away, you can sense the location of the immortal island and come to collect it at any time in the future. Bayuzi paused for a moment and then said, third, if you don't recognize it with your blood within an hour, not only will the wooden token escape, but you will also be directly teleported out of the immortal island. It should be impossible for you to find the immortal island in your life. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he faintly understood that the island was probably not fixed in a certain position, and because of the immortal formation, it would not be discovered by satellites or other means of detection. The probability of it appearing randomly in the vast sea and finding the immortal island again after leaving was indeed very small and basically negligible. Bayuzi smiled and said, well, Junior, that's all I have to say. Please think about how to choose. Finally, I want to remind you that you must never take any chances. Even if it's me, it's difficult to save my life when the wooden token launches an attack from the Dantian. After that, Bayuzi's image became paused again. Obviously, he had said all he needed to say. Next time, only when the wooden token was bound by a drop of blood or some other conditions were met would the other video content be triggered. Xiao Ruofei looked at the wooden tablet in front of him and found it hard to make a decision. 1 hour, which was 1 hour, he had to make a decision. If he gave up, then he would basically miss this precious immortal island and immortal abode for the rest of his life. Although obtaining a flying sword and 200 precious origin crystals was already an unimaginable amount of cultivation resources, in the face of such a large immortal mansion and the many treasures in it, he was really unwilling to give up just like that. Moreover, he had come here to search for the World Stone, but he had already opened all 3 boxes, and there was still no trace of the World Stone. If he didn't refine the wooden tablet, he would be teleported out of the immortal island. Presumably, he would find the immortal island by then. If he looked at it from the point of view of looking for the world stone, it would be a waste of effort. However, if he bound it with a drop of blood, Xiao Ruofei couldn't guarantee what would happen. After all, he didn't have a trace of origin qi in his body. If the wooden tablet misjudged him, no one would know even if he died unjustly. This immortal island was in the vast sea. Puyal and the others had lived there for 7 or 8 years, and no one had found it. If he really died on this island, then people in the outside world would definitely think that he was missing. After all, he went out to sea alone on a yacht and then disappeared without a trace. Xiao Ruofei looked at the wooden tablet that emitted a milky white halo and constantly weighed the pros and cons. As time went by, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and the expression on his face was extremely tangled. Bayuzi gave him 1 hour, and Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't wait indefinitely. He clenched his teeth and stared at the wooden tablet. Finally, he made up his mind. Let's do it. Xiao Ruofei shouted loudly to encourage himself. Cultivation was against the natural order. If he didn't even have the courage to do this, then what was the point of cultivating? He had originally cultivated the very orthodox Tao skill, and there was no evil in his heart. What was there to be afraid of? If such a good opportunity was in front of him, and he missed it because of cowardice, then wouldn't he live in regret in the future? It might even affect his Taoist heart. Xiao Ruofei kept giving himself psychological hints, and his eyes gradually became more determined. He first summoned the spiritual map scroll from his palm and held it tightly in his hand. Then, he used his genuine qi to force out a drop of blood and dripped it on the wooden tablet. At this time, Xiao Ruofei was also very nervous. He stared at the wooden tablet without blinking. After the blood dripped on the wooden tablet, it immediately penetrated it. At the same time, he also felt that he had established a very close mental connection with the wooden tablet. Of course, this connection was somewhat different from the connection between him and the spiritual map scroll, and even the connection between him and the green traveling immortal sword was different. He could feel that this wooden tablet was temporarily not under his control, and it was just a mental connection. After the wooden tablet absorbed Xiao Ruofei's blood, the milky white halo on it suddenly increased a little. The next moment, the wooden tablet directly floated up. After a pause, it turned into a white light and directly entered Xiao Ruofei's body. With Xiao Ruofei's reaction speed, even if a bullet was shot, he could subconsciously avoid the vital parts. However, he could only watch as the wooden tablet entered his body. He didn't even have a subconscious reaction. Xiao Ruofei felt that after the wooden tablet entered his body, it directly appeared in his dantian. Then, this wooden tablet immediately began to emit a mysterious aura. This aura seemed to have intelligence and wrapped around the vital qi in Xiao Ruofei's dantian. Then, this aura also began to change continuously. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei did not even dare to breathe loudly. He held the spiritual map scroll tightly in his hands. He was thinking that if this wooden tablet determined that he was not a righteous cultivator and triggered the wooden tablet's attack array, he would immediately hide in the Ring 2 space. Although he had no way of resisting the wooden tablet's attack from within his dantian, and his dantian would be almost impossible to preserve when the time came, it was very likely that it would shatter in an instant. But in the space, his chances of survival were slightly higher. After all, he could mobilize the power of the entire space inside and was almost an absolute controller. When the time came, he might be able to use the invisible power of the space to dissolve this attack. Even if his cultivation was destroyed, he could at least preserve his life. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was highly concentrated, paying close attention to the situation of the wooden tablet at every moment. Soon, Xiao Ruofei found that the aura released by the wooden tablet, after a short evolution, had become almost exactly the same as the vital qi in his dantian. Could it be that this aura also had the ability to learn and replicate? Xiao Ruofei's heart gave birth to an idea. After the evolution, this aura quickly retracted back into the wooden tablet. The wooden tablet quietly stayed in Xiao Ruofei's dantian, emitting a milky white halo. After the aura returned to the wooden token, the halo of light suddenly increased by a few degrees. Xiao Ruofei was so scared that he almost directly moved into the Ring 2 space. He thought that the wooden tablet had begun to attack. Fortunately, at this time, Bayuzi, who had been standing still in a daze, spoke again. A very kind and benevolent smile appeared on his face as he said, "Congratulations. Junior, you have been recognized by the wooden tablet. This shows that you are a cultivator of the same path as me. I, Bayuzi, feel very gratified that my inheritance in the human world can be handed over to a cultivator of the same path." After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief, and a big stone in his heart was completely lifted. Obviously, only after the wooden tablet confirmed that the person who was bound by blood was not an evil cultivator, would this image of Bayuzi be triggered. At this time, Xiao Ruofei found that the clothes on his back had been soaked with sweat. This process didn't last long, but he felt as if 100 years had passed, and the psychological pressure was too great. After the wooden tablet confirmed Xiao Ruofei's identity as a righteous cultivator, he clearly felt that his mental connection with the wooden tablet was closer. Without anyone's reminder, Xiao Ruofei already knew how to refine this wooden tablet. In fact, the method was very simple. The first step was to bind the wooden tablet with blood. After the wooden tablet was put into the dantian, it was a painstaking effort. He needed to constantly inject his spiritual force into the wooden tablet and refine it bit by bit. The time needed for this process was inversely proportional to his cultivation. If Xiao Ruofei was a cultivator of the yuanying stage, the refining process might be very short, at most 1 or 2 days. If Xiao Ruofei's cultivation was higher, he could even directly refine the wooden tablet with a thought. At that level, even if it was an evil cultivator, the offensive formation of the wooden tablet might not be able to do anything to him, and he could also easily refine it. Of course, if his cultivation reached that level, this small Bayuzi immortal mansion would not be attractive. Xiao Ruofei was now only in the qi refining stage, and had not even cultivated the most basic primordial qi. Although his spiritual force cultivation was higher than his genuine qi cultivation, there was a limit to it. If he wanted to rely on such a little bit of cultivation to completely refine this wooden tablet, he didn't know how long it would take. But Xiao Ruofei was not very anxious. He had already put this wooden tablet into his dantian, which meant that this immortal mansion was already in his pocket. Even if he left, the immortal island would be completely closed until he completely refined the wooden tablet, and then he would come to collect the immortal mansion. Even if it took a long time, for Xiao Ruofei, it was only a matter of time. Moreover, he had also obtained precious primordial crystals this time, and his cultivation would definitely be rapid. With the growth of his cultivation, the speed of refining the wooden tablet would definitely be faster and faster. Xiao Ruofei happily continued to inject his spiritual power into the mansion-guarding wooden tablet. Through this intuitive experiment, Xiao Ruofei also felt the difficulty of refining the wooden tablet. Although it was only for a short while, the consumption of his spiritual force was not small. However, he felt that the refining progress of the wooden tablet was not even 1/1,000,000th. It could be seen that to completely refine this wooden tablet would be a huge project. Even if Xiao Ruofei could continuously inject his spiritual force without sleep, it would probably take several years. And Xiao Ruofei could not just sit there and refine the wooden tablet without eating or sleeping, not to mention that his spiritual force could not withstand such a continuous output. So the time might be even longer. At this time, Bayuzi on the throne showed a complicated look and said, "Junior, everything I left behind is given to you. Accept my gift and bear my karma. Remember, I, Bayuzi, am a third-generation disciple of the Jade Void Temple. If you meet any of the younger disciples of the Jade Void Temple in the future, if you have the ability, help take care of them. It can be considered as leaving a good karma for them as an elder. Go. Go." Ha ha ha. Xiao Ruofei looked at Bayuzi on the throne and saw him laughing freely. Then the image began to dissipate slowly and finally returned to nothingness. Jade Void Temple. Xiao Ruofei said to himself, "Senior Bayuzi, I'll remember it. But there are many Taoist temples called Jade Void Temple in Huaxia. How do I know which one is your sect?" Xiao Ruofei did not know that there were many Taoist temples called Jade Void Temple, but more than 1,000 years ago, Jade Void Temple was the only one in the cultivation world. The real cultivators of Jade Void Temple were naturally different from the Taoist priests in the present Taoist temples. Of course, most of them had been living in seclusion, so the probability of Xiao Ruofei meeting them was naturally very low. After Bayuzi's image dissipated, Xiao Ruofei said, Jade Void Temple. Xiao Ruofei said to himself, Senior Bayuzi, I'll remember it. But there are many Taoist temples called Jade Void Temple in Huaxia. How do I know which one is your sect? Xiao Ruofei did not know that there were many Taoist temples called Jade Void Temple, but more than 1,000 years ago, Jade Void Temple was the only one in the cultivation world. The real cultivators of Jade Void Temple were naturally different from the Taoist priests in the present Taoist temples. Of course, most of them had been living in seclusion, so the probability of Xiao Ruofei meeting them was naturally very low. After Bayuzi's image dissipated, Xiao Ruofei said the real cultivators of Jade Void Temple were naturally different from the Taoist priests in the present Taoist temples. Of course, most of them had been living in seclusion, so the probability of Xiao Ruofei meeting them was naturally very low. After Bayuzi's image dissipated, Xiao Ruofei's real cultivators of Jade Void Temple were naturally different from the Taoist priests in the present Taoist temples. Of course, most of them had been living in seclusion, so the probability of Xiao Ruofei meeting them was naturally very low. After Bayuzi's image dissipated, Xiao Ruofei said, Where is the boundary stone? Xiao Ruofei said to himself. In fact, he didn't need to look for it, because the white boundary raccoon in the space was already very anxious. It pointed its hands and feet and gave Xiao Ruofei directions in the space. Now that Xiao Ruofei had dripped his blood on the wooden tablet, he was equivalent to half the owner of the immortal mansion. Although he couldn't open any restriction enchantment because of the low level of refinement, at least the formation in the immortal mansion wouldn't take the initiative to attack him because of the aura of the wooden tablet in his dantian. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's safety factor in the Baiyu immortal mansion had increased a lot. Basically, there was no danger to his life. Of course, the premise was that he didn't take the initiative to attack those dangerous restrictions. Xiao Ruofei followed the direction pointed by the white boundary raccoon and walked to the side hall. This palace was very big, and the side halls on both sides of the main hall were also very spacious. Xiao Ruofei still didn't understand why a cultivator built such a big palace. If it was him, he would be scared to sleep in such an empty place. In contrast, Xiao Ruofei still felt that the exquisite and small buildings outside were more to his liking. Of course, this Bayuzi was at least a nascent soul stage cultivator, maybe even higher. Xiao Ruofei couldn't guess the thoughts of a master of this level. There were also a lot of things in the side hall. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei found 3 or 4 small boxes that didn't look ordinary at first glance. There was also a gourd that exuded a trace of mysterious aura and a jade slip, but they were all protected by the restriction enchantment. Xiao Ruofei couldn't even get close to them, let alone take the treasures. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless for a while. He thought that this Bayuzi was too stingy. He even suspected that there were restrictions protecting the tables and chairs in the Baiyu Immortal Mansion. In fact, this was not an exaggeration at all. Many of the tables and chairs in the immortal abode were made of very precious ores. In the eyes of Qi condensation stage and even Aurous core stage cultivators, these things were rare treasures. Of course, Xiao Ruofei only complained a little. He no longer felt as uncomfortable as before. On the contrary, the more treasures he discovered, the happier he felt. Because he was very clear that these things were only temporarily unobtainable, but sooner or later, they would be his, and no one would be able to snatch them away. Xiao Ruofei mainly wanted to find the world stone, so he did not stay in the side hall for too long. Under the guidance of the white world raccoon, he passed through the side hall and arrived at the back of the palace. The front, left, middle, and right were all spacious halls, while the back half was filled with rooms. With the white realm raccoon as a super radar, Xiao Ruofei went straight to his target. Soon, he arrived at the door of a room. There are world stones here? Xiao Ruofei asked. White realm raccoon nodded repeatedly in the space like a chick pecking at rice. Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and reached out to push open the door of the room. Fortunately, Bayuzi was not so crazy as to directly seal every room with a formation. Xiao Ruofei easily pushed open the door. He stepped into the room. This room was not big. It was about 30 to 40 square meters. If such a room was placed in a big city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the developer would definitely advertise it as a super large bedroom, but in this magnificent palace, it was indeed a very small room. There was almost no furnishings in the room. There were only a few boxes placed in the corner of the room. Of course, even if 1,000 years had passed in this immortal treasure land, the entire immortal mansion was still spotless. This room was no exception. Those boxes still looked new. White Realm Raccoon impatiently asked Xiao Ruofei to open the boxes. However, Xiao Ruofei's heart sank slightly. According to his experience, this kind of box would basically be protected by a formation. If the world stone was inside, it would not be so easy to get it. However, since he was already here, he had to try to know. Xiao Ruofei walked over. When he was about to open the first box, White Realm Raccoon in the space kept shaking its head, indicating that the world stone was not inside. Although it was stopped by White Realm Raccoon, Xiao Ruofei still felt a layer of formation outside the box. He was even more pessimistic. However, he still followed White Realm Raccoon's guidance and directly walked to the third box from the left. I hope this box can be opened directly, Xiao Ruofei silently said in his heart. He slowly reached out his hand toward the box. As his hand got closer to the box, he became more and more nervous. Until his fingers touched the lid of the box, he did not encounter any formation. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a burst of unexpected joy. He did not expect that this box really did not have any formation protecting it. On his way here, this was the first box that could be opened directly. If there really was a world stone inside, then his luck was really too good. Xiao Ruofei's heart thumped. No matter how many treasures he obtained, he was still most concerned about the world stone. This was because it was related to whether or not the Ring 2 space could continue to upgrade. He had always wanted to know what it would be like when the Ring 2 space was upgraded to its final form. What would it become after the space continued to expand, a huge continent? A vast ocean? Or even, a planet? Or an even bigger and wider space? The Ring 2 space was the capital that Xiao Ruofei settled down in. It was where his core interests lay. Everything related to the Ring 2 space was the first priority in Xiao Ruofei's heart. His hands trembled slightly as he lifted the lid of the box. There was no formation, nor was there any offensive formation. The box was just quietly placed there. It was no different from an ordinary farmer's toolbox. Xiao Ruofei's gaze fell on the inside of the box. This really was a bit like a toolbox. The things inside were a bit disorderly, a few pieces of jade of good quality, a few half-finished sword forms, there was even a stack of yellow joss paper used to draw talismans. In short, there were all sorts of things inside. However, they did not seem to be anything important. They were more like miscellaneous items. It was no wonder that they were casually placed together without any formation. Even for a little qi condensation cultivator like Xiao Ruofei, these things did not feel that they were all that precious. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's main goal was the world stone. He took out those miscellaneous items and placed them to the side. Very quickly, his eyes lit up. This was because he could already see a thin layer of black stones at the bottom of the box. That familiar aura told him that this was the world stone that he had been searching for so long. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. Xiao Ruofei impatiently scanned it with his spiritual power. He immediately got an accurate number, 35 world stones. His heartbeat could not help but speed up a lot. This was the first time he had obtained so many world stones at once. With this batch of world stones, he did not dare to say too much. Upgrading the space by 1 or even 2 levels was absolutely not a problem. Xiao Ruofei did not know why the world stones were classified as miscellaneous items by Daoist Bayuzi. They were casually placed in the box without even a formation. He could only vaguely guess that the world stones only involved a relatively high-level space law. Although Bayuzi's cultivation was considered very good, he might not have a deep understanding of the space law. It was even very likely that he did not know the preciousness of the world stones. That was why he casually placed them together with these things. Of course, this was only Xiao Ruofei's guess. As for the specific situation, only Bayuzi himself knew. The white world raccoon in the space also cheered and was eager to share the spoils. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand, and the first layer of world stones at the bottom of the box were all collected into the Ring 2 space. Of course, he did not let the space directly absorb the world stones. He was still thinking about the threat of the giant python. He did not dare to stay in the green Turing Immortal Mansion for too long. In addition, he did not know how long it would take for the space to absorb the world stones to upgrade. He thought that it would be better to wait until he safely left the green Turing Immortal Island and reached the vast sea where no one would disturb him. Then, he could peacefully let the space absorb the world stones. After Xiao Ruofei collected the world stones, he directly walked out of the palace. He knew that there might be some things in this immortal mansion that were not protected by formation, just like the world stones. If he searched carefully, there should be a chance to pick up the scraps. However, he did not intend to do so. The main reason was that it was too much of a waste of time. The things in this immortal mansion would be his sooner or later. Why should he search painstakingly now? As long as he completely refined the mansion guarding wooden tablet, no corner of the entire immortal mansion could escape his mind search. As long as his mind moved slightly, he could take whatever he wanted. Although calculating the time, if the purple blood spiritual python really could not forget the pool, it would most likely have returned to the pool. However, Xiao Ruofei still had a trace of luck in his heart. Therefore, he thought that it was better to leave as soon as possible. As he flew toward the stone door, he separated a trace of mind into the Ring 2 space. The White World Raccoon was looking at the pile of world stones suspended in the air of the Mountain Sea territory. It was so greedy that its saliva kept dripping down. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved slightly. He separated 10 world stones from the inside and pushed them directly in front of the White World Raccoon. Seeing this, the White World Raccoon was stunned for a moment. Then, it immediately showed a very dissatisfied expression. It waved its forelimbs and squeaked. Xiao Ruofei said with his mind, "Little guy, I've already given you 30%. Are you still not satisfied?" The White World Raccoon stretched out its forelimbs and gestured. However, each of its forelimbs only had 4 toes. No matter how it gestured, it could not accurately express its meaning. However, Xiao Ruofei understood. He sneered and said, "Little guy, what are you thinking? You still want to split it 50-50? The White World Raccoon squeaked and gestured. Xiao Ruofei said with his mind, "Yes. You sensed the world stones." However, before this green Turing Immortal Island appeared, what could you have sensed? You only sensed it after I was sucked in by the white mist of the Immortal Island. Even without you, wouldn't I have explored this green Turing Immortal Mansion? After I refined the mansion guarding wooden tablet, I could take anything in the entire green Turing Immortal Mansion. The White World Raccoon was naturally dissatisfied with such a distribution ratio. It tried to use its body language to argue with Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said, "Little guy, even if I found these world stones under your guidance, it's impossible for me to split it 50-50 with you. You were responsible for sensing the location of the world stones. In the process of finding the world stones, I faced all the dangers I encountered alone. In all honesty, if it wasn't for me, even if you were lucky enough to find this immortal island, would you have been able to escape the attack of the giant python? Would you have been able to understand the principle of the protective barrier? That's impossible. So if it was you, you could only stare. You couldn't even find the door of the immortal mansion, let alone find the world stones. I've done so much. Shouldn't I get a little more?" Xiao Ruofei used his silver tongue to make the White World Raccoon speechless. Xiao Ruofei saw that the White World Raccoon still had an unwilling expression. He smiled and transmitted his voice, all right. Your stomach is so small. If you eat too many world stones at once, it won't be easy for you to digest them. I promise you. In the future, when we cooperate, I'll give you at least 30%. If you put in more effort, I'll raise it to 40%. How about it? For example, unlike this time when I accidentally came to the Immortal Island, I relied on your sensing ability to discover the existence of the world stones. If it wasn't for your sensing ability, I might have missed the world stones. If that's the case, I'll give you 10% more. But I definitely won't agree to 50-50. At most, I'll give you 40%. After all, I put in more effort. Hearing this, the White World Raccoon reluctantly nodded. After accepting this ratio, the White World Raccoon looked at the 25 world stones floating in the air with some envy. In the end, it finally accepted reality and turned to look at the 10 world stones that belonged to it. The white world raccoon was like a reincarnated hungry ghost. It directly waved its front claws and sucked all 10 world stones over. Then, it opened its mouth and started chewing. In a short while, the 10 world stones were all eaten into its stomach. Even if it was an adult, if they ate food the size of 10 world stones, their stomach would probably swell to the point of feeling uncomfortable. Yet, this little guy's body didn't look big, yet it could easily eat so much. Xiaoruofei couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Of course, he felt more heartache for the world stones. They were actually eaten by the world raccoon as food. What a waste of natural resources. You could use anything as food, but you just had to use such precious world stones. After the white world raccoon ate the world stones, it rubbed its slightly bulging little belly and directly lay down on the ground. It narrowed its eyes and revealed an expression of extreme enjoyment. Slowly, it seemed to have entered a special state. Even its breathing became very slow, and mysterious ripples circulated around its body. In fact, Xiaoruofei only diverted a small part of his attention to the Ring 2 space. His speed was not slow. Just as he was splitting the loot with the White Realm raccoon, he had already opened the palace door, passed through the Immortal Mansion, and returned to the stone door that led to the Immortal Mansion. After he refined the Immortal Mansion wooden tablet, although he could not activate, open, or close almost all the restrictions, there was no danger in the Immortal Mansion, so he did not have to be as careful as when he came, and his speed was naturally much faster. Xiaoruofei sensed that although the White Realm raccoon was motionless, its vital signs were very stable and its vitality was very strong. He was relieved and put all his attention to the outside world. After Xiaoruofei passed through, the heavy stone door closed with a rumble. He moved quickly along the corridor, and made a slight adjustment in front of the water-repelling formation at the end of the corridor. He took a deep breath and went straight out. As soon as he entered the cold pool, Xiaoruofei immediately felt a huge water pressure coming from all directions. He was already prepared. As soon as he entered the water, he immediately controlled his body to swim to the surface. With the help of the buoyancy of the pool, Xiaoruofei did not have to spend much effort at all. Moreover, his body was strong, so he did not need to control his speed to float up like ordinary people to prevent his body from being hurt by the sudden change in pressure. Therefore, his speed of floating up was much faster than when he dived down. Xiaoruofei was like a nimble fish as she rapidly swam upwards in the pool. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up, and his heart was filled with the joy of the harvest. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze, and then he curled up his body in the water, abruptly stopping the trend of floating up, and desperately dived down into the water. Because when Xiaoruofei looked up at the surface of the water just now, he suddenly found a huge shadow on the surface of the water. He almost immediately recognized that it was the purple-blood spiritual python. Xiaoruofei scolded in his heart while diving, "Damn! What's the situation? Isn't there a bounded formation? How can that big guy come in? And it's guarding the pool. Isn't this like catching a turtle in a jar? Ba ba ba." This analogy was not appropriate, although he accidentally compared himself to a turtle in his anger. There was nothing wrong with that. With the purple-blood spiritual python guarding above, Xiaoruofei simply couldn't get out. And this was not the worst-case scenario. Xiaoruofei soon discovered that the purple-blood spiritual python also moved and quickly chased after him when he braked and dived downwards. It turned out that after devouring most of the survivors, the purple-blood spiritual python habitually returned to the pool, mainly because the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was densest here, and it was also the best place to absorb the moonlight. The worst thing was that Bayuzi had left the purple-blood spiritual python in the bounded domain to guard the pool, and it was also a test for the junior practitioners who were lucky enough to enter the fairy island. Therefore, the purple-blood spiritual python was engraved with formation patterns. In this way, the purple-blood spiritual python could not get out of the bounded domain, but it could return to the pool from the outside unimpeded. The purple-blood spiritual python naturally returned to the pool where it had lived for more than 1,000 years and entrenched itself in the water. Its cultivation was much higher than that of Xiaoruofei. When Xiaoruofei went upstream and discovered it, it naturally felt the movement at the bottom of the water and discovered Xiaoruofei at the first time. If the purple-blood spiritual python's attention was not focused on the outside of the bounded domain, Xiao Ruofei would have been discovered earlier. When the purple-blood spiritual python saw Xiao Ruofei appear from the water below, it was furious and directly stretched out its long body, diving into the water and chasing after Xiao Ruofei. In the water, the purple-blood spiritual python's speed was much faster than Xiao Ruofei's. Xiao Ruofei tried his best to dive down, hoping to return to the waterproof formation. As long as he could hide in the blue Turing Immortal Mansion, he was confident that he could stop the purple-blood spiritual python. At least the purple-blood spiritual python would not be able to break through the stone door. However, the purple-blood spiritual python's speed in the water was too fast. This was its home ground, and the little distance between it and Xiao Ruofei was rapidly shrinking. In just a few seconds, Xiao Ruofei immediately judged that he would not be able to reach the entrance of the bounded domain in time. At this speed, the purple-blood spiritual python would be able to catch up with him in 10 seconds at most. Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel a burst of bitterness in his heart. Extreme joy begets sorrow. He had always thought that even if the purple-blood spiritual python came back, it would only be blocked outside the bounded domain. If that was the case, he would have enough time to think of a way after returning to the surface. Therefore, in the process of floating up, his vigilance was actually lowered, or else he would have discovered the purple-blood spiritual python earlier. But now it was too late. Xiao Ruofei could feel the fluctuation of the pool water behind him. The purple-blood spiritual python was getting closer and closer to him. He could really feel the threat of death. After 5 or 6 seconds at most, Xiao Ruofei felt a suction force, and his diving speed suddenly slowed down a lot. In a flash, the purple-blood spiritual python had caught up with him. Xiao Ruofei turned his head and could see the giant python opening its bloody mouth. Needless to say, just now it must have opened its mouth and sucked back, which blocked Xiao Ruofei's body. Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and twisted his body abruptly in the water. He dodged by a hair's breadth and did not directly become the giant python's food. But he had been caught up by the purple-blood spiritual python, and it was impossible to escape. The purple-blood spiritual python was more flexible in the water. After missing Xiao Ruofei, it did not stop and threw its huge body toward Xiao Ruofei. If he was entangled by the purple-blood spiritual python, Xiao Ruofei would have no other choice but to hide in the Ring 2 space. He relied on his flexible body to pass through the gap between the python's body, and then desperately floated up. Xiao Ruofei had realized that if he continued to dive down, he would definitely die. In this situation, he might have a chance to survive if he went up. Because this pool was in the shape of an inverted funnel, the deeper he went, the wider it was. Near the water surface, the diameter was only a few meters. The purple-blood spiritual python had to curl up its body to accommodate it. Therefore, the closer it was to the water surface, the more the purple-blood spiritual python's huge body could not stretch out, and Xiao Ruofei could take advantage of his small body. Xiao Ruofei desperately kicked his legs, and floated toward the water surface. The purple-blood spiritual python very flexibly turned its body. The place where it was just now was about 100 meters deep, and the space was very spacious. The purple-blood spiritual python could easily turn around. The purple-blood spiritual python's speed was very fast, and it quickly caught up with Xiao Ruofei's back. What's more, the suction force of its mouth was very strong, which could greatly slow down Xiao Ruofei's speed. Xiao Ruofei floated up about 20 meters, and immediately felt the pool below surging. He subconsciously dodged to the side, only to see the huge python's head suddenly jump up. Xiao Ruofei could even see the white ferocious snake's teeth. He gritted his teeth, twisted his body flexibly, and then forcefully kicked the purple-blood spiritual python's body, and floated up a bit faster. The purple-blood spiritual python missed its attack, and was kicked by Xiao Ruofei, so its speed was slightly delayed, and the distance between them increased by several meters. In this way, Xiao Ruofei relied on his small body and nimble advantage to dodge the purple-blood spiritual python's attack again and again. Every time, it was like walking on a tightrope, and if he was slightly careless, he would be buried in the python's belly. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had already summoned the spiritual map scroll, and held it tightly in his hand. Once there was no place to hide, he would definitely hide in the Ring 2 space without hesitation. In fact, Xiao Ruofei soon fell into a desperate situation. When he was about 30 meters away from the water surface, although the purple-blood spiritual python's huge body was somewhat restricted, the space for Xiao Ruofei to dodge was also very small. However, the purple blood spirit python quickly changed its strategy. It no longer tried to use its body to wrap around Xiao Ruofei. Instead, it stretched its long body completely. This way, the resistance in the water decreased a lot, and the speed at which it floated up increased. More importantly, after the elongated body was stretched, it was no longer restricted by the narrow space. The purple blood spiritual python used one kind of attack, and that was to open its bloody mouth and continuously suck in Xiao Ruofei. Finally, Xiao Ruofei felt that his body was completely unable to float up, and he and the pool water around him were involuntarily falling towards the purple blood spiritual python's mouth 1 or 2 meters below. This suction force was simply impossible for him to resist. Xiao Ruofei could almost see the light on the surface of the water, but she had no other choice. He steeled his heart, and with a thought, his entire body disappeared into the pool water and hid in the Ring 2 space. Almost at the same time, the spiritual map scroll and a large amount of pool water were all sucked into the purple blood spiritual python's stomach. Xiao Ruofei stood at the entrance of the Mountain Sea Territory's cave, and his face became very ugly. He immediately released his thoughts, and observed that the spiritual map scroll's environment was very dark. Without a doubt, he was already inside the python's belly. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power could even sense some broken limbs, and he knew that the purple blood spiritual python must have eaten a lot of survivors, and had not had time to digest them. Although he was very confident in the spiritual map scroll, Xiao Ruofei was still a little worried. He did not know if the purple blood spiritual python's stomach acid would corrode the spiritual map scroll. Even if the stomach acid did not have any effect on the spiritual map scroll, hiding in the python's belly was not a solution. At this time, Xiao Ruofei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He suddenly realized that this might be a good opportunity. Wasn't the purple blood spiritual python's skin thick, and even a military dagger could not pierce through its scales? He did not believe that its insides could be as hard as its scales. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also remembered that he had obtained a flying sword in the Green Turing Immortal Mansion. This flying sword was still used by Green Turing Master after he entered the nascent soul stage, and its sharpness was not comparable to his original dagger. Xiao Ruofei even felt that if he had taken out the Green Turing Immortal sword just now, he might not have had to flee in such a sorry state, and even the spiritual map scroll was swallowed into the python's belly. But this was also good, at least it would be easier to attack from the inside. Xiao Ruofei could not help but think of the scene in Journey to the West where Sun Wukong entered Princess Iron Fan's belly, and suddenly felt that that scene was similar to his current situation. Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate, and with a thought, he summoned the Green Turing Immortal sword from his dantian. The flying sword, which exuded a sharp aura, quietly floated in front of Xiao Ruofei. He muttered to himself, "Evil creature. You chased me until I was in such a sorry state, and you even ate those poor survivors. It's time for you to pay the price." After that, Xiao Ruofei's mind moved, and the flying sword suddenly disappeared from the Ring 2 space. The next moment, it appeared in the purple blood spiritual python's belly. Xiao Ruofei did not need to leave the Ring 2 space at all, and he could easily control the flying sword with his mind. Even if he did not practice the Green Turing sword technique, and some powerful moves could not be used, the result of the battle was already determined by the sharpness of the flying sword and the unique position advantage. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved, and the Green Turing Immortal sword immediately cut into the thick flesh wall of the purple blood spiritual python's belly. When the purple blood spiritual python was swallowing, Xiao Ruofei disappeared into thin air. Naturally, it felt very strange. It felt that it had swallowed something, but it did not seem to be a person. At least, it was completely different from the feeling it had when it swallowed those survivors outside. It looked around the pool, but did not find the shadow of Xiao Ruofei. Then it floated to the surface of the water with a trace of doubt. Just after it floated up about 7 or 8 meters, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its belly. It could not help but scream miserably, and its body twisted violently. There was a huge splash on the surface of the pool, as if a pot was boiling. The purple blood spirit python's body crazily twisted and slapped. Even if it was a piece of iron that was subconsciously slapped by it, it would probably be turned into a metal pancake. However, the stones by the pool were not damaged at all, but the flowers and plants on the shore were all in a mess. Xiao Ruofei gnashed his teeth and controlled the green Turing immortal sword to crazily stab and cut in the belly of the purple blood spiritual python. There was even a sword that directly pierced through the purple blood spiritual python, and the sword tip came out from the solid scales of the purple blood spiritual python. In an instant, a large amount of blood surged in the pool. Miraculously, the blood was all purple. No wonder it was called purple blood spiritual python. After a while, it seemed that the whole pool was dyed dark purple. The purple blood spiritual python struggled crazily, hissing incessantly. However, even if it had the ability to penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth, it had no way to deal with this attack from the inside of its body. It couldn't even dodge. Moreover, its fragile flesh wall was like tofu under the attack of the flying sword. Everything was a big hole. It was really a trap of its own making. However, the purple blood spiritual python's vitality was really tenacious. Xiao Ruofei crazily attacked it for 5 or 6 minutes. Its body was full of holes, but it was still crazily twisting its body. Finally, the purple blood spiritual python's struggle gradually weakened, and then it floated motionlessly in the pool, leaving a mess. After a long time, everything calmed down. Even the water that had been stirred up by the python was calm again. Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to be careless. He still controlled the green traveling immortal sword to slash at the python several times. The purple-blooded spiritual python was still motionless. It seemed to be completely dead, because one of the slashes almost cut off its entire head. If the python was pretending to be dead, its acting skills were too good. Xiao Ruofei appeared in the outside world with a thought. He gently stepped on the corpse of the purple-blooded spiritual python without touching the water. He turned over and came to the shore of the pool. At the same time, he waved his hand and the green traveling immortal sword and the spirit map scroll floated in front of him. Originally, Xiao Ruofei wanted to take a bucket of water from the Ring 2 space to wash them. The pool outside had been dyed purple-red by the python's blood, so it was impossible to use it. However, when he took a look, he realized that there was not a single trace of filth on the immortal sword and the spirit map scroll. There was not even a drop of water on them. Thus, with a thought, he stored them into his body. Xiao Ruofei sat down on the grass beside the pool. Looking at the motionless corpse of the purple-blooded spiritual python floating in the pool, he felt that he had survived a disaster. He contacted Xiaoqing in the space with his mind. Xiaoqing, I killed a purple-blooded spiritual python. Is its corpse valuable? Xiaoqing asked, Master, what's the cultivation level of this purple-blooded spiritual python? At least the gold core stage. Xiao Ruofei answered casually. Xiaoqing couldn't help but exclaim, Gold core stage. Master, a purple-blooded spiritual python at the gold core stage is very powerful. You actually killed it. Xiaoqing knew Xiao Ruofei's cultivation level. Even if Xiao Ruofei's cultivation method was very powerful and could challenge opponents at a higher stage, it was still too many stages. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I was lucky. Xiaoqing quickly said, Master, the purple blood spirit python's corpse is very valuable. The most valuable thing is its golden core. This is the energy essence of its long years of cultivation. Also, the gallbladder of a purple blood spiritual python at the gold core stage has a very high medicinal value. In addition, the skin of the python is very tough, it can be. At this point, Xiaoqing suddenly stopped. Because Xiao Ruofei had already put the purple blood spirit python's body into the space, Xiaoqing saw the purple blood spirit python that was riddled with holes and knew that there was no need to explain the use of the snake's skin. Xiao Ruofei said awkwardly, This evil creature is very lethal. I was afraid that it wasn't completely dead, so I stabbed it a few more times. This snakeskin is probably useless now, Xiaoqing smiled bitterly. With this level of damage, if it had been stabbed in a vital spot, it would have died in one strike. At that time, how could Xiao Ruofei care about whether it was a vital spot or not? Anyway, he just wanted to kill it. It was just a piece of snakeskin, so he didn't feel bad about it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Xiaoqing, I'll take its golden core and gallbladder first. After that, Xiao Ruofei summoned the green traveling immortal sword from his body and directly cut open the belly of the purple blood spiritual python. After the death of the purple blood spiritual python, the defensive power of the outer skin seemed to have decreased a lot. In addition, the blue traveling immortal sword was originally very sharp, so Xiao Ruofei felt that it was not difficult to cut it open. He soon found a fresh gallbladder in the snake's belly. This gallbladder was at least 10 or 20 times bigger than the gallbladder that Xiao Ruofei had seen on the internet before. Then, with the help of Xiaqing, he found a golden core. The golden core of the purple blood spiritual python was as big as a volleyball. Xiao Ruofei could feel that it was all made of pure energy. Holding it in his hand, he even felt a kind of palpitating feeling, as if it would explode if he was not careful. Xiao Ruofei didn't care much about the gallbladder. He asked Xiaqing, "What's the use of this golden core for me?" "Master, you are practicing the Great Way formula. This golden core can be directly refined and absorbed." Xiaqing said with a smile, "The biggest characteristic of the Great Way formula is that it is close to the origin. The closer it is to the origin, the more inclusive it is. Therefore, even if you are in a bad environment, your cultivation speed will be much faster than ordinary cultivators." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly. He had already discovered that whether it was the Scorching Sun Sutra that he had passed on to his disciple Tanghaoren, or the Taichu Heart Questioning Sutra that he had passed on to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, they were all superior cultivation methods. However, the cultivation speed of these two methods was still far inferior to that of the Great Way formula. Even in the combined state, the cultivation speed of the Taichu Heart Questioning Sutra could not catch up with that of the Great Way formula. Xiaqing continued, "This golden core is the energy essence accumulated by the purple blood spirit python over countless years of cultivation. If it were a cultivator of other cultivation methods, they might not be able to directly absorb it due to the energy being too pure or due to the difference in attributes. However, Master's cultivation method of the Great Way formula doesn't have such problems at all. You can treat it as a spirit crystal or essence crystal. Furthermore, the cultivation efficiency will far exceed essence crystals." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Understood." He wrapped the golden core with an invisible spatial force and placed it in the small cave. For the time being, he didn't plan on absorbing the golden core for cultivation. After all, he was still worried about the survivors of the shipwreck outside. He didn't know if any of them had survived. Xiaqing smiled and said, "Master, if it's the snake gallbladder, I suggest that you use it to make wine. There are quite a few fine wines in the Archean realm. Using the snake gallbladder and some herbs, you can make very good medicinal wine." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "All right. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Do we have the herbs needed in our space? If you need to buy them, you'll have to wait for a while. They're all common herbs. The ones grown in the spirit map world are enough." Xiaqing said with a smile. "Then I'll leave it to you." Xiao Ruofei said, "There's also the snake skin and meat. If you think they're useful, deal with them. I'll find a time to throw out the rest." "Yes, Master," Xiaqing said respectfully. Xiao Ruofei checked the White Realm raccoon's condition and discovered that the little fellow seemed to have entered a deep sleep. What was even more amazing was that wisps of milky white aura began to appear around its body. Furthermore, this aura was getting thicker and thicker, almost completely enveloping it. From afar, it looked like a white cocoon. Xiao Ruofei reckoned that the White Realm raccoon had entered a critical point. Perhaps it was about to break through or evolve. He could easily detect the White Realm raccoon's condition. Although it was motionless, its vitality was very exuberant, so he wasn't too worried. After greeting Xiaqing, Xiao Ruofei returned to the outside world in a flash. After this torment, the sky had begun to brighten. Xiao Ruofei walked to the front of the array barrier and skillfully inserted his true qi to open the barrier. Then, he flashed out of the array. Soon, the barrier returned to normal. Xiao Ruofei checked it and felt relieved to pick up the backpack that he had thrown in the bushes last night. Then, he left the pool. When he left the Green Turing Immortal Mansion, the stone door had been completely closed by Xiao Ruofei. Other than the fact that he could enter with the mansion guarding wooden tablet, even if other cultivators happened to come to the Immortal Island, or even break the array barrier beside the pool, it was basically impossible for them to discover that there was an immortal mansion so deep underground. Xiao Ruofei, carrying a huge backpack, quickly moved forward in the mountain forest. Along the way, he could see a lot of trees were crooked. It could be seen how destructive the purple blood spirit python was last night. However, this also made it convenient for Xiao Ruofei. He did not need to identify the direction. As long as he moved forward along the damaged area, he soon arrived in front of the cliff. Last night, the moment he jumped off the cliff, he hid in the Ring 2 space. Only then did he escape the pursuit of the purple blood spirit python. However, the survivors' camp at the bottom of the cliff had suffered a disaster. Xiao Ruofei stood on the cliff. He clearly saw that the camp had already become a mess. All the houses had collapsed. In many places, there were shocking splashes of blood. He could not help but sigh. Although he did not kill these survivors, it was undeniable that if he had not broken into this immortal island, these survivors might not have been able to leave for the rest of their lives. However, it was basically impossible for them to encounter such a disaster. Xiao Ruofei did not look for a way. Instead, he directly jumped off the cliff. In the process of falling, he gently touched the protrusions of the cliff several times. Then, he lightly landed on the ground. He directly used his spiritual power to scan the area. His heart could not help but secretly sink. There was no breath of life in the surrounding area. Could it be that the survivors were really all wiped out? This possibility was very high. After all, the strongest of the survivors was Puyal. However, Puyal did not have the slightest ability to resist Xiao Ruofei. Facing the purple blood spirit python, Puyal was no different from the other survivors. The only difference was that the speed of escape was a little faster. But this was an island. Where could he escape to? As long as the purple blood spirit python wanted to, even if Puyal escaped to the sea, it would still be difficult to escape death. In the sea, their speed could not be compared to the purple blood spirit pythons. Xiao Ruofei still had a glimmer of hope. He followed the path of the purple blood spirit python's destruction in front of the camp. After passing through this forest, there was a beach in front of him. It seemed that Puyal and the others had escaped in the direction of the sea last night. Xiao Ruofei quickly walked out of the forest. Then, he saw Puyal and the others trembling on the beach. Including Puyal and the child in his arms, there were a total of 4 or 5 survivors. Except for the child, all of them were relatively strong men. Puyal! Xiao Ruofei shouted. Puyal suddenly raised his head. When he saw Xiao Ruofei, his eyes showed a look of disbelief. After a long while, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Immortal! You are still alive." Xiao Ruofei walked in front of them with a heavy face and whispered, "About what happened last night, I am very sorry. I did not expect the python to escape." Puyal showed a trace of sadness and said, "Dead. Many people died. Even John's mother, Linda, died. I saw with my own eyes that the python bit Linda's body in half and then swallowed her." Puyal's words reminded the remaining 3 survivors of the hellish scene last night. Their eyes showed a look of extreme fear. Xiao Ruofei sighed and said, "Well, it's all in the past. I've already killed that python." "What? Is that true?" Puyal cried in surprise. "Of course." Xiao Ruofei said, "You don't have to doubt this. From now on, you don't have to worry about your safety on the island." "Thank you. Thank you," Puyal said, and then the look on his face became a little gloomy. He said, "But it will be difficult for us to survive." They had been able to live on the island for so many years because they had formed a small society. Everyone had their own duties and division of labor. Everyone worked hard to survive under the leadership of Puyal. Now that so many people had died, there were only 4 or 5 survivors left. There was also a crying child waiting to be fed. Survival had become a big problem. Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't worry, I will find a way to get you out of here." Puyal and the other 3 survivors' eyes suddenly lit up. Over the years, they had dreamed of leaving this deserted island and returning to human society. However, Xiao Ruofei said it so casually, which made them feel somewhat unreal. Perhaps it was because the surprise came too suddenly. "Really? Can I really go back?" a survivor murmured. "Of course," Xiao Ruofei said. "I brought network equipment and GPS equipment, but I don't know why the signal is blocked on this island. We just need to build a strong enough raft and try to get as far away from this island as possible. When we get to a place with a signal, we can call for help. With a precise location and the ability to connect to the network to call for help, the probability of being rescued was still very high. Several survivors, including Puyol, heard this and burst into tears. "I thought I would never see my mother again," one of the survivors murmured. "And my dear Jessica, she must have thought that I had died in the sea, woo-woo. I can finally go back, little John, Dad can take you home soon." Puyol was also very excited. Xiao Ruofei looked at them and said, okay, wait until you are really rescued before you get excited. Now the most important thing is to build a raft that is big enough and strong enough. Otherwise, if it falls apart in the wind and waves before the rescue, none of you will be able to go home." Yes. Puyol said repeatedly. "Lord Immortal, we will go cut the wood now." "Wait!" Xiao Ruofei shouted. He looked at the child in Puyol's arms and said, "Puyol, there seems to be something wrong with your child." The child's face was red and his whole body was trembling slightly. Xiao Ruofei reached out and touched his forehead. He immediately withdrew his hand and said, "This child has a high fever. Let's quickly bring his fever down. Don't worry about building the raft." In fact, Puyol's child, John, had started to have a fever before dawn after being soaked in the sea and exposed to the cold wind on the beach. When Puyol heard that there was hope for him to return to human society, he was a little too happy. Now that Xiao Ruofei had reminded him, he immediately came to his senses and said, "Sir Immortal, please save John." Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said, "Let's leave here first. The wind on the beach is too strong. Let's find a place to camp first." Yes. Puyol said quickly. "Sir Immortal, please follow me." Puyol had been stranded on the deserted island for many years, so he was very familiar with the terrain around the camp. Now that the survivor camp was in a mess and there was blood and flesh everywhere, he naturally wouldn't go back to that sad place. Therefore, Puyol took Xiao Ruofei along the beach for a few minutes and arrived behind a huge reef. There were a few slightly smaller reefs, which formed a gap with the big reef in front of him. It was a little like the structure of a cave, which could shelter them from the wind and rain. After Xiao Ruofei walked into the cave, he found a dry place and took down the single-person tent tied to his backpack. He skillfully set up the tent, then took out the down sleeping bag from his backpack, unzipped it, and laid it in the tent. "Put your child in there," Xiao Ruofei said. "I should have some fever medicine in my backpack. I'll look for it first." Yes. "Thank you, Sir Immortal," Puyol said gratefully. Xiao Ruofei reached into his backpack and rummaged through it. He quickly took out a bottle of fever medicine for children, Merrill Lynch, and a bottle of mineral water. Naturally, these were taken from the space. Before he went out to sea, he had purchased a lot of food, drinking water, medicine, and so on. They were all stored in the space. This bottle of Merrill Lynch was also bought when he was shopping. He didn't expect it to come in handy here. The child's forehead was so hot that he didn't need to take his temperature to know that it was a high fever. Directly taking the fever medicine would be the right choice. Of course, Xiao Ruofei could also use a small amount of the Spirit Heart Flowers petal solution to help little John recover. However, Xiao Ruofei was more and more inclined to use conventional medical methods to solve problems. In John's case, the fever could be brought down first. If the fever continued to recur, the problem would be solved very quickly with some anti-inflammatory medicine. After all, the petals of the Spirit Heart Flower were also precious resources, so it was best to use them as little as possible. On this deserted island, antipyretics and antibiotics were extremely precious because they didn't have the ability to produce them. When they first arrived on the island, even if they had a small amount of medicine, it would have long been used up after so many years. It could be said that in such a place, once one fell sick, even if it was a relatively common disease in the outside world, it could be life-threatening. Over the years, several survivors had lost their lives due to pneumonia and other diseases. When Puyol saw the special fever medicine, he hurriedly took it with gratitude. Xiao Ruofei asked about John's age and weight, then told Puyol the best dosage according to the Chinese instructions. The rest was up to him. Xiao Ruofei let Puyol take care of John first, while the rest of the survivors were arranged to return to their previous campsite and pack up the tools that could still be used. The next step was to build the raft, which would definitely use these tools. Xiao Ruofei went to the dense forest and began to prepare to cut down some trees. If he relied on Puyal and the others to use their crude tools, he didn't know how long it would take to gather the required wood. No one had come to Emerald Immortal Island for many years. Although the core of the island was the Emerald Immortal Mansion, and the trees on the island were ordinary trees, there were a lot of thick trees. There were even huge trees that required several people to wrap their arms around. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't need such big wood. He chose wood with a diameter of 40 to 50 centimeters. Even with such wood, it would take a lot of effort for Puyal and the others to transport it to the beach and assemble it into a raft. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't plan to let them transport the wood. Xiao Ruofei cut the wood very easily. After choosing the wood, he directly took out the Emerald Immortal Sword and drew a circle around the bottom of the tree. The tree fell down with a loud bang, and the cut was incomparably smooth. Xiao Ruofei chose trees of roughly the same thickness, so it would be easier to build the raft. In a short while, he had easily cut down 20 to 30 big trees. Xiao Ruofei felt that the wood should be enough, so he directly put the wood into the ring 2 space. Then, Xiao Ruofei went into the forest and used the Emerald Immortal Sword to cut a lot of tough and thick old vines, which he also put into the space. After preparing the materials to build the raft, Xiao Ruofei strolled out of the forest. He basically didn't use his own hands during the whole process. He directly used his mental strength to control the Immortal Sword to cut the wood and vines, and then put them into the space. He wondered what Bai Yuzi would think if he saw his blue wandering Immortal Sword being used by Xiao Ruofei to chop wood. Xiao Ruofei put the wood and vines into the Archean realm, mainly because he wanted to use the time flow of the Archean realm to make these materials as dry as possible. In this way, after the raft was pushed into the sea, the wood and vines would swell and tighten when it came into contact with water, making the raft extremely sturdy. After the raft was built, it would be used by Puyal and the others. Naturally, it had to be as sturdy as possible. Although Xiao Ruofei was confident that he could save them even if they encountered danger at sea, it was still troublesome, wasn't it? Of course, if they encountered a superstorm like that day, even Xiao Ruofei would have no way to save them. He could only hide in the Ring 2 space. If such an extreme situation really happened, Xiao Ruofei could only put Puyal and the others into the space. In this way, in order to ensure that the secret of the Ring 2 space would not be leaked, Xiao Ruofei would not let these people leave the space, although he would not kill them to silence them. Unless his cultivation reached a certain level in the future and he learned some immortal methods, these people would absolutely not be able to leak the secret. Xiao Ruofei would not consider such a probability event now. In fact, even if he told Puyal and the others about the risk of never being able to return to human society, they would choose to leave without hesitation. After all, the result would be the same if they stayed here. Instead of painfully dragging out an ignoble existence here, it was better to take a gamble. When Xiao Ruofei returned to the cave, the other survivors had already returned from the camp. They brought some saws, machetes, and other tools. The island did not have the conditions for smelting, so these were the tools from the lifeboat. They had long since rusted, so one could imagine the efficiency with these tools. Perhaps it was because John had not taken any medicine since he was born, so the effect of Merrill Lynch was very good. After drinking it for a while, he began to sweat and his fever subsided. Puyal was so grateful that he kept thanking Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei knew that this antipyretic only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. If the inflammation did not go down, the fever would rise again after the antipyretic effect. So he took out a box of oral Lanqin liquid from his backpack and let Puyal feed John the same amount as the child. The child was still so young, so Xiao Ruofei felt that it was better not to use antibiotics. If the inflammation could not go down, it would not be too late to use it. After all, he had a lot of antiseptics like cephalosporins stored in his space. Okay, everyone rest for a day or two, then we will start building the raft. Xiao Ruofei said, I hope John can get better as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will not be able to go out to sea in this condition. Puyal was afraid that Xiao Ruofei would leave his baby son behind, so he quickly said, Your Excellency, John is very healthy. He has not been sick since he was born. He will definitely get better soon. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly, took out a few bowls of noodles from his backpack, and said, "Don't go out to look for food for the next 2 days. My food reserves are still quite sufficient. You can rest here today. I will go to the island for a walk." Naturally, he did not want to eat instant noodles with Puyal and the others. There was a lot of delicious food and wine in the space, but he could not take it out in front of Puyal and the others. Otherwise, his backpack would become Doraemon's pocket. If he wanted to enjoy delicious food, he could only avoid them. Puyal quickly said, "Your Excellency, let's keep the food first. Once we go out to sea, we don't know how long we will have to drift. We need to prepare more food." Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "I still have a lot of compressed biscuits in my backpack. It is enough for us to consume for a month. These instant noodles are not easy to carry around, so let's just consume them on the island." "Yes, yes, yes." Puyal and the others quickly responded. One of the survivors could not help but swallow his saliva. The food from the civilized world, even if it was just ordinary instant noodles, was a peerless delicacy in their eyes. Xiao Ruofei looked inside the cave. In addition to the rusty tools, the survivors also found some worn-out quilts from the collapsed house to warm themselves. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, then threw a lighter to Puyal and said, "I won't be coming back tonight. You guys take advantage of the day to collect more dry wood and light a bonfire at night. It can warm you up and also ward off wild beasts." "Yes, Your Excellency," Puyal respectfully responded. Xiao Ruofei thought that John might have a fever after the effects of the medicine wore off, so he explained in detail to Puyal about taking the antipyretics and the Lanqin oral liquid. Then he stepped out of the cave. As soon as Xiao Ruofei left, the survivors immediately rushed to the instant noodles, bread, and other food. Puyal's prestige was still very high. He gently snorted, and the survivors hurriedly stopped. Finally, Puyal arranged for a survivor to go to the nearest water source to get water, while the others went to collect dry wood. They were going to boil the water first and then enjoy the food. While Puyal and the others were enjoying the food, Xiao Ruofei was also enjoying the food. He directly returned to the array formation at the edge of the pool. Because it was absolutely safe here, he could enter the spirit map space without worry. The water in the pool had returned to its clear state. If it were not for the weeds and shrubs that were crooked around the pool, there would not be any traces of the battle in the morning. Xiao Ruofei first looked at the tree above the pool. It was the fruit on this tree that had greatly increased Puyal's strength. Xiao Ruofei also ate a dark red fruit in an emergency, but for a practitioner at his level, the fruit's effect was not obvious. Obviously, this fruit was very useful for strengthening the physique of ordinary people. It could even improve a person's cultivation aptitude. Because he had just picked a dark purple fruit to try, he found that this fruit could nourish the soul. Although the effect was not obvious for him, if an ordinary person ate it, it would definitely improve their soul and even improve their cultivation aptitude. Such a good thing, Xiao Ruofei naturally would not let it go. He picked all the fruits on the tree and put them into the cave in the Ring 2 space. After picking the fruits, Xiao Ruofei drilled into the pool again. He found that the tree grew out of the pool's wall, its roots tightly grasping the pool's wall. The purple blood spirit python's frantic struggle before its death was unable to destroy the pool, so Xiao Ruofei naturally found it difficult to pull the tree out of the pool's wall. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei dismissed the idea of transplanting the tree into the Ring 2 space. Of course, this was only temporary. When he completely refined the mansion guarding wooden tablet and returned here, the tree would definitely be taken away by him. Xiao Ruofei climbed ashore from the pool. Circulating his true qi, he quickly dried the wet clothes on his body. Then he summoned the spiritual map scroll and casually stuffed it in a bush beside the pool. He left a wisp of spiritual energy as a warning, and with a thought, he entered the Ring 2 space. Xiaqing had already disposed of the purple blood spirit python's body. The snake's gallbladder was soaked in a 500-pound wine jar together with several other medicinal materials, including wild ginseng. The snake's skin was also removed. A large amount of snake meat was also not wasted. Xiaqing removed the snake meat and packed several large plastic boxes. Xiao Ruofei bought a large number of Lu Kou's largest plastic boxes online. One by one, they were stacked together. They didn't take up much space, so it was quite convenient to store things in the space. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei simply took a large pot and cooked a large pot of spirit snake soup in the space. In addition, he also heated up the braised food he bought before going out to sea. He also opened a bottle of the best Zui Ba Xian, and leisurely ate and drank in the space. Xiao Ruofei stayed in the space for a day, and didn't go out. At night, he directly slept on the Asma yacht in the sea of the space. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruofei, who had slept in the Ring 2 space full of spiritual energy, returned to the pool refreshed and took back the spiritual map scroll. Then he passed through the barrier and returned to the seaside with great familiarity. On the beach about 100 or 200 meters away from the cave where Puyal and the others were staying, Xiao Ruofei used his spiritual energy to investigate and found that Puyal was taking care of little John. The few survivors were busy preparing breakfast in the cave. None of them came out to look in his direction. With a thought, he took out all the wood and vines that had been left to dry in the Archean realm for nearly a month and piled them on the dry sand. Then Xiao Ruofei walked to the cave entrance and said, "Puyal, hurry up and eat breakfast. In a while, the one with the weakest stamina will stay behind to take care of little John. The rest of you, come with me to build the wooden raft." David, who was obviously the thinnest survivor, quickly said, "Remember, Boss Puyal, don't worry. I will take good care of little John." Xiao Ruofei stood at the entrance of the cave and said with a smile, "Our place of work is on the beach not far from here. If you need anything, just shout and you will hear it. Don't worry, Puyal." Puyal rubbed his hands and said with a dry smile, "Yes, Mr. Immortal. Let's go." The other survivors quickly took all their tools and followed Puyal out of the cave. When Puyal and the others arrived at the entrance of the cave, they immediately saw dozens of huge logs and a large pile of old vines on the beach not far away. They were all shocked, speechless. If they had to prepare so much wood, it would take them half a month to prepare. After all, it was already very difficult to cut down trees with primitive tools, and such heavy logs had to be transported from the forest. It would be very good if they could get one log a day. In the eyes of Puyal and the others, Xiao Ruofei could prepare so much wood and vines in one night. It was definitely the work of an immortal. "Mr. Immortal, this," Puyal said in shock, "did you prepare all this by yourself?" Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Yes. It's too inefficient to cut the wood by yourself. I'm in a hurry." Puyal couldn't help but feel ashamed. They had been trapped on this deserted island for so many years, and they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. As long as they could leave this place, even if there was only a little hope, waiting a few more days was nothing, but this immortal obviously didn't think so. Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and get to work." "Yes, yes, yes," Puyal said quickly. The group of people followed Xiao Ruofei to the beach and began to work energetically. Their only requirement for building a raft was that it must be strong enough. They didn't care about aesthetics or comfort, so they didn't even peel off the bark. Puyal and the others were busy cutting down all the branches of the wood, then sawing off the thinner part at the top, cutting out about 10 meters of wood. Then they chiseled a few grooves on the wood, then wrapped the vines around the grooves and tied the wood side by side. The prototype of the raft was formed. Of course, because Puyal and the others' tools were relatively simple, this work took them a whole day. This was the result of Xiao Ruofei's help. Otherwise, it might not be finished in 2 or 3 days. With the addition of Xiao Ruofei, the progress of the raft construction was greatly accelerated, especially when it came to binding the vines. Puyal's strength was not bad, so the other 2 survivors could not bind the vines tightly. However, Xiao Ruofei easily tied the vines tightly. After a day of work, Puyal and the others were exhausted. As usual, Xiao Ruofei didn't stay in the cave with them. Instead, he returned to the formation and went to the Ring 2 space to rest. The next day, Xiao Ruofei brought Puyal and the others to make some modifications to the raft. For example, they installed a simple mast that could be flattened when not in use. Then the other 2 survivors used some old cloth found in the camp to sew a jib. In addition, Xiao Ruofei let Puyal and the others use the branches they cut down to nail a simple deck on the raft. After all, the raft would be permeable after going into the sea. There was a platform that could be used to store supplies, and because they had a baby, the sea was very windy and rough. When the time came, it would be much better to set up a tent on the platform. After another day of work, the construction of the raft was basically completed. Puyal took the survivors to the ruins of the camp where they had lived for several years. They dug out everything that might be useful after going out to sea. In addition, they collected a large amount of fresh water from the water source and used all the containers that could be used. They placed all these things on the raft and fixed them with a net of thin rattan. The raft had more than a dozen logs side by side. It was about 5 or 6 meters wide and 10 meters long. It was relatively spacious. On the simple deck, the supplies were stacked in the shape of a triangle on the periphery. The concave part in the middle was Xia Ruofei's single tent. When the time came, Little John could stay inside. After a day of preparation, Xia Ruofei decided to go out to sea early the next morning. He let Puyal and the survivors have a good rest tonight. As usual, he went back to the formation to rest. The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, Xia Ruofei left the bounded formation and came to the beach. Puyal and the others were so excited that they almost didn't sleep all night. They looked around the entrance of the cave early in the morning. After seeing Xia Ruofei's figure, they hurriedly walked out. Everything that they needed to bring was taken onto the raft yesterday. Puyal carried Little John and the other 3 survivors followed closely behind. They almost ran all the way to the beach. Puyal and the others came in front of Xia Ruofei. Their eyes were full of expectation. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Are you all ready? Then let's go." "Yes," Puyal said with a trembling voice. He handed Little John to the skinniest survivor, David, and then walked to the back of the raft with the other 2 survivors. Yesterday, they had cut some fist-sized branches in advance and laid them under the raft. They laid them all the way to the beach. Puyal and the other 2 survivors used all their strength to push, and the raft began to move forward. This was their hope to return to civilized society. Puyal and the other 2 felt that their bodies were full of energy. Because of the wooden sticks below to reduce friction, the raft's speed became faster and faster. In the end, it directly rushed into the sea. Puyal and the others followed behind. They hurriedly stepped on the water and jumped onto the raft. They used the suggested oars to stick into the sand and tried to fix the raft as much as possible. According to their observations these days, this time was almost the time when the tide was low. If they didn't fix the raft, it would quickly float out. They chose to go out to sea at this time to save some energy. If it was high tide, they might desperately row, and the raft would still be circling around the island. David hurriedly ran over and handed Little John to Puyal. He then climbed onto the raft with some difficulty. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, lightly tapped his feet and landed on the raft 5 or 6 meters away. Puyal and the others were full of admiration for Xia Ruofei after he inadvertently showed off his skills. Xia Ruofei came to the edge of the simple deck and sat down. He said, "Let's go." Puyal's voice was trembling. "Let's go. Let's go." He and another survivor pushed the oars hard, and the raft began to slide out to sea. The survivors' feelings were both excited and complicated. They looked at the deserted island behind them and thought to themselves that as long as they could return to civilized society, they would never go out to sea again, especially to this damned place. They would never come back a second time even if they were beaten to death. Xia Ruofei had a faint smile on his face. Looking at the Emerald Fairy Island, he said to himself, "I will come back again. By then, I should have completely refined the mansion guarding wooden sign." Puyal led the survivors to paddle hard. The raft gradually moved away from the Emerald Fairy Island with the help of the ebbing tide. The island was getting smaller and smaller in everyone's vision. The survivors paddled hard. At this time, someone inadvertently looked back and suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, look. The island, is gone." "Don't be kidding. We've only paddled for a short distance. How could it be gone?" "Ah. It's really gone," Puyal shouted. They looked back and could no longer see the deserted island where they had lived for many years. Today, the sea view was very good. They could see very far at a glance. How could the deserted island disappear? They had paddled for more than 1,000 meters at most. Xia Ruofei's face was calm, but in fact, he was very shocked. Puyol and the others did not see it, but he had been paying attention to the situation on the island. He was sitting on the edge of the simple deck with his back facing the direction of the raft, so he could see the situation on the green touring Immortal Island behind him. Just now, Xiao Ruofei clearly felt that there seemed to be a slight distortion in the space where the green touring Immortal Island was located. Then, the whole island disappeared from sight. Xiao Ruofei had a feeling in his heart. He thought to himself, maybe it's the opposite. The space where we are is distorted in an instant, and that's why we saw such a magical scene. In any case, one thing seemed to be clear. They were now out of the range of the Emerald Fairy Island. Xiao Ruofei could still vaguely feel the location of the Emerald Fairy Island because of the treasure-guarding wooden token in his body. He just felt that the island had become very, very far away from him. But no matter what, he could still rely on the sensing of the treasure-guarding wooden token to find the Emerald Fairy Island. At this time, Puyol said carefully, "Sir Immortal, can you check if the positioning device you brought has returned to normal?" Xiao Ruofei came back to his senses and nodded. "Okay. You guys keep paddling forward." Okay. Puyol said quickly. Xiao Ruofei took out the GPS locator. Sure enough, after a short while, the GPS successfully found the satellite. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the location and could not help but exclaim, "Damn." Puyol quickly stopped paddling and ran over to ask carefully, "Sir Immortal, what's wrong?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Puyol and asked with a smile, "I remember you said that you were shipwrecked in the Atlantic Ocean, right?" "Yes, the cruise ship's route was in the Atlantic Ocean," Puyol said. "Puyol, guess where we are now?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "Are we not in the Atlantic Ocean?" Puyol asked. "See for yourself." Xiao Ruofei turned the screen of the GPS to Puyol. After glancing at it, Puyol could not help but rub his eyes. He looked again and then exclaimed, "Impossible." How is this possible?" "We are in the Indian Ocean now, and not far from Australia." "Sir Immortal, this device is not broken, is it?" "The device must be working," Xiao Ruofei said. "That's impossible. We were in the Atlantic Ocean. Although we drifted for a while on the lifeboat, how far could we have drifted? This place is almost half a world away from where we were." Puyol's face was full of disbelief. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Puyol, don't look at this with a fixed way of thinking. Have you ever seen an island that just disappeared? Have you ever seen a python that big? Also, have you ever seen someone as strong as me before?" Every time Xiao Ruofei asked a question, Puyol shook his head. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Isn't that right? There are many things that cannot be explained by science." Puyol was relieved. He said with a smile, "You are right. As long as we can return to civilization, it doesn't matter if it is the Indian Ocean or the Atlantic Ocean." "Haha." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "We are lucky. We are not far from several commonly used routes. Maybe a ship will pass by, I hope so. Now that the island has disappeared, we can't go back even if we want to. If we can't find help, we will starve to death or die of thirst here." Puyol said. "Don't worry. With me here, you won't die." Xiao Ruofei said, "Well, let's row harder." After Xiao Ruofei saw where they were now, he wanted to try not to use the satellite phone to call for help. Maybe they would encounter a passing cargo ship. After all, this place was not far from the traditional route. He mainly considered that using the satellite phone or the internet would leave traces. After all, after he found help for Puyol and the others, he would have to leave directly before the rescue ship arrived. If he left traces, it was likely that someone would trace it back, and then there would be endless trouble. When Xiao Ruofei found people on the Azure Immortal Island, he had changed his appearance. Every time Xiao Ruofei asked a question, Puyol shook his head. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Isn't that right? There are many things that can't be explained by science." Puyol was relieved. He said with a smile, "You are right. As long as we can return to civilization, it doesn't matter if it is the Indian Ocean or the Atlantic Ocean." "Haha." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "We are lucky. We are not far from several commonly used routes. Maybe a ship will pass by, I hope so. Now that the island has disappeared, we can't go back even if we want to. If we can't find help, we will starve to death or die of thirst here. Puyal said. Don't worry. With me here, you won't die. Xiao Ruofei said, well, let's row harder. After Xiao Ruofei saw where they were now, he wanted to try not to use the satellite phone to call for help. Maybe they would encounter a passing cargo ship. After all, this place was not far from the traditional route. Okay, Mr. Immortal, Puyal said. Then he asked nervously, didn't you say there was a satellite phone? Xiao Ruofei said casually, there's a problem with the solar battery of the satellite phone. I didn't charge it today. I'll try again tomorrow when the sun comes out. Tonight, we'll use the distress signal first. Maybe there will be a ship passing by in the nearby sea. Okay, I understand, Puyal said quickly. Okay, you go and check on John Jr., Xiao Ruofei said, everyone should take the time to rest tonight. Arrange for someone to take turns to be on duty. Yes, sir. Puyal said. He quickly arranged for everyone to take turns to be on duty. He and the 3 survivors would each take 3 hours. Even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare to arrange for Xiao Ruofei to be on duty. After the arrangement, Puyal said, Mr. Immortal, you should rest in the tent. We'll take turns to be on duty tonight. Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, John Jr. is a little shy. Take him to sleep in the tent. I don't need him. After that, he went directly to the front of the raft and sat down casually. Puyal didn't dare to persuade him. He gave each of the 3 survivors a signal. When they were on duty, each of them would send out a signal. Then, he put the remaining 2 into the tent and went in himself. As the leader of the survivors, Puyal naturally had some privileges. He arranged for himself to be on the last shift, so he could lie down and have a good night's sleep. Similarly, the first shift had a relatively good night's sleep, so it was arranged for David, who had the weakest physique. The remaining 2 survivors also found a relatively dry place at the end of the raft to lie down and rest. The raft was 5 or 6 meters wide, so it was relatively loose for them to sit on it. David sat in the middle of the raft and began the first shift. In fact, the main reason why they arranged for people to be on duty was because they were afraid of extremely bad weather or sharks. If everyone fell asleep, it was very likely that they would die in a daze. Although it was very difficult to escape in the vast sea, having someone on duty would at least be able to detect danger immediately. Xiao Ruofei saw that David was the first one to pull the cable of the distress flare. Bang! 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 3 red flares whizzed into the sky, illuminating the night sky. In the open sea, such signal flares could be seen from far away. Moreover, these were basically distress signals. If a ship really saw them, they would definitely come over to check. After the signal flare was fired, the fireworks were still spraying white sparks. If it was daytime, a large amount of orange-red smoke could be seen. If a helicopter came to check, it would be able to find the target immediately. In fact, this kind of distress flare was similar to the fireworks set off during the Spring Festival, but it was more sophisticated in terms of production. On one hand, the quality was better, and the duration of the flare was much longer than ordinary fireworks. Especially the spray of smoke, it could last for a long time. Xiao Ruofei lay down at the front of the raft with his backpack on his head. He looked at the sky full of stars, felt the rhythm of the raft swaying with the waves, and slowly fell asleep. That night, every person on duty would fire a distress flare, so every 3 or 4 hours there would be a bang. Xiao Ruofei didn't sleep very well. After Puyal took over the shift and set off the distress flare, Xiao Ruofei saw that the sky was about to brighten, so he simply sat up. He sat on the simple deck and pondered. This night, they had been firing distress flare, but no ship had appeared. Indeed, this place was close to the traditional sea route, but the sea was really too wide. Ships that sailed the sea all year round might not necessarily see other ships on the sea every day. It was very normal that no ship passed by this area for several days. If there were no ships, then they could only use the satellite phone to call for help. Although he still had a lot of distress flare in his space, he couldn't always take these things out of his backpack. The backpack was very big, but it couldn't have unlimited capacity. Xiao Ruofei decided to observe for another day. If it really didn't work, then he would first use the satellite phone to call for help. At this time, Xiao Ruofei seemed to hear a tu-tu-tu sound coming from a distance. The sound was very faint, and there was also the sound of the waves, so it was somewhat vague and not very clear. He turned his head and looked again. The three survivors were sleeping, and Puyal was sitting next to the tent doing nothing. Obviously, they didn't hear the sound. Xiao Ruofei quickly came to his senses. His hearing was much better than the average person's. Now, he could only hear faintly discernible sounds. Puyal and the others definitely could not hear anything at all. Xiao Ruofei pricked up his ears to listen carefully. He found that the sound was coming from the southeast, and it seemed to be getting closer. He listened carefully for a while. It was the sound of a helicopter engine. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but stand up and shout, "Puyal! Quick! Signal flare! Release another one immediately!" Puyal looked at him blankly and said, "Sir Immortal, it just finished." The sound of a helicopter engine. Did you hear it? Xiao Ruofei asked. It must be a big ship or a warship. They saw the distress signal and sent a helicopter to check it out. Quickly release the signal flare. Otherwise, the helicopter will turn back if it can't see anything. In this vast sea, the helicopter's range was definitely not enough to reach these areas. The helicopters that could appear must be shipboard helicopters, or large cruise ships with complete facilities, or warships. Anyway, no matter what the situation was, the possibility of Puyal and the others being rescued greatly increased. Puyal was also excited. Although he still didn't hear anything, he believed Xiao Ruofei's words without a doubt. He quickly went into the tent to look for the remaining distress signal flare. Puyal held the signal flare tightly in his hand and pulled with his right hand. With a whoosh, sparks flashed, followed by 3 bang-bang-bang sounds, and 3 signal flares rose into the air. The flames illuminated Puyal's face, which was full of expectation. Soon, the sound of the helicopter engine became louder and louder. This time even Puyal and the 3 survivors could hear it. Apparently, the pilot of the helicopter also saw the signal flare, so he didn't need to search for it, but directly flew in this direction. After a short while, the flashing anti-collision lights of the helicopter appeared in their field of vision, and the sound of the helicopter engine became louder and louder. Puyal and the 3 survivors couldn't help but shout for help on the raft. The 3 survivors waved their hands frantically, and Puyal kept shaking the flare stick in his hand. Only Xiao Ruofei sat quietly on the simple deck, and went through his mind again. He had always been in a state of disguise, and the things of civilized society, such as compressed biscuits, mineral water, instant noodles, were all in his backpack. Except for the tent for Little John, there was nothing of modern civilization. And that tent was a very popular camping tent he bought on the internet. Just the sales of the Tmall store alone were in the hundreds every month. It was impossible to find his identity through this tent. In other words, he could disappear at any time. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't rush to dive into the water, but waited with Puyal and the others. After all, it was only the helicopter that was coming, and it was hard to say whether the pilot of the helicopter had discovered them. Before confirming that Puyal and the others could be rescued, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't leave. At this time, the sun had just risen over the sea. A red helicopter was coming closer and closer, and Puyal and the others were so excited that tears were streaming down their faces. The helicopter came to the top of the raft and circled it a few times. Considering that the airflow caused by the propellers could easily overturn the raft, the helicopter didn't descend too low. Soon, the helicopter dropped a positioning buoy, and the pilot reached out his hand to wave at Puyal and the others, then left. This kind of buoy would constantly send a position signal to guide the ship. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Puyal, don't worry. The rescue ship will be here soon." "You're saved." "Yes." Puyal choked. "Thank you, Mr. Immortal." "Thank you." David and the other survivors also hugged each other excitedly. They had been stranded on a deserted island for so many years, and they had experienced a nightmarish night not long ago. They had almost become the python's food. These people were really survivors of a disaster. That kind of excitement was really difficult to express in words. Xiao Ruofei said, "Puyal, after you're rescued, you have to know what to say and what not to say. If you don't want to be a lab rat, don't mention that mysterious island." Puyol immediately said, I understand. I understand. Mr. Immortal, but our identities can be found out. We clearly encountered a shipwreck in the Atlantic Ocean, and now we're in the Indian Ocean. It's hard to explain, Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, then you can say that you floated to a nameless island with a lifeboat. You can't say anything about the specific situation of the island, especially the situation of the pool, and the fact that you ate the fruit. Otherwise, you'll probably be dissected and studied like a lab rat. Puyol couldn't help but tremble. He quickly said, I definitely won't say anything. I'm the only one who knows about this. It'll be fine as long as I don't say anything. As for the python, I'll tell David and the others. It's best not to mention it. No one will believe a human-eating python as thick as a bucket. Maybe they'll think that we've been on a deserted island for too long and have mental problems. Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction and said, it's good that you understand. In short, it won't be easy for problems to arise if you don't talk. As for the matter of you coming out of a small island a few years later and ending up in the Indian Ocean, at most, the island is mysterious. It's not dangerous to you. Yes, you're absolutely right. Puyol said quickly. Xiao Ruofei then said, also, about my situation, yes. Puyol said hurriedly. Mr. Immortal, we won't say anything. Don't worry, Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, it doesn't affect me much whether you talk or not, but to reduce some trouble for yourselves, you'd better pretend that I'm not here. Later, you and David and the others will speak the same words. Puyol looked puzzled and said, Mr. Immortal, but when the rescue boat arrives, you, Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, you don't have to worry about that. You'd better emphasize it to David and the others first. He didn't tell Puyol that he would leave directly in a while, and Puyol naturally didn't expect that someone would jump directly into the sea on such a vast sea without even seeing the rescue team, so Puyol didn't think too much about it. He quickly found David and the other two survivors according to Xiao Ruofei's instructions and began to speak in a low voice. Xiao Ruofei went to the tent on the simple deck and poked his head out to take a look. Little John was sleeping very soundly. The raft was probably floating on the sea with the waves, a bit like a cradle. The little guy had been sleeping for a day and a night on the sea, so he didn't cry at all. Xiao Ruofei reached out and touched Little John's little face. He said with a smile, little guy, we'll have to say goodbye in a while. I hope that I'll be able to see you again in the future. Xiao Ruofei sat on the raft with Puyol and the others. After waiting for almost an hour, a ship finally appeared on the surface of the sea in the distance. Although they already knew that they were rescued when they saw the helicopter, Puyol and the others still couldn't help but jump up in excitement when they saw the rescue ship arrive. They jumped up and waved the clothes that they had just taken off in their hands vigorously. The ship stopped a few dozen meters away from the wooden raft. Then, a lifeboat was lowered and rowed towards the direction of the wooden raft. Puyol and the others stood on the raft and looked up, so no one noticed that Xiao Ruofei, who was at the bow of the ship, gently waved his hand, and the backpack disappeared into thin air. Then he turned over at the bow of the ship and silently dived into the sea. Because of the supplies and tents on the simple deck, when Xiao Ruofei entered the water, no one on the lifeboat or even on the cruise ship saw him. After waving his arms for a while, Puyol excitedly turned back and said, Sir Immortal, we finally. Eh? Sir Immortal. Immortal. When the survivors saw this, they all turned their heads and found that there was no one at the bow of the ship. Puyol, David, and the others looked at each other and quickly recovered from the shock. Puyol looked at the lifeboat that was getting closer and closer and said in a low voice, Listen up, Sir Immortal definitely doesn't want to see these rescuers. Remember what I said just now, don't mention Sir Immortal. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves clearly and it will bring endless trouble. David and the others quickly nodded in agreement. As for Xiao Ruofei's safety, Puyol and the others who had seen so many miraculous tricks of his were not worried at all. However, when they saw Xiao Ruofei leave so quietly, they more or less felt a little lost. Xiao Ruofei actually didn't go far. After he dived into the sea, he immediately summoned the spiritual map scroll and then stuffed it into a gap under the simple deck of the raft. This place was completely covered by wooden boards, so it was impossible to see from the surface of the sea. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei entered the dimension and immediately released his power of the mind to observe the situation on the surface of the sea. The gentle voice in the steel gun said, "Thank you Chitian reader Albus for your support." The lifeboat was already nearing the wooden raft. Puyal and the other three had already recovered from the shock of Xia Ruofei's sudden disappearance. They waved excitedly at the people on the lifeboat. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with their performance. Puyal looked very rough, but he was able to lead the entire survivor camp not only because he was strong, but also because he was a very smart person. As for the other three survivors, they would probably pretend that Xia Ruofei had never appeared in order to avoid more trouble. Of course, even if they let it slip, they would still be in trouble. Xia Ruofei did not leave any traces behind, so there was no need to worry. Xia Ruofei used his power of the will to detect that the lifeboat was approaching. The lifeboat was smaller than the raft. The crew on the boat threw a rope onto the raft as it approached. Puyal and the others quickly took the rope and tied the raft and the lifeboat together. The crew asked a few simple questions. In fact, Puyal and the others had not had a proper haircut for many years, and their beards had not been shaved for a long time. Their clothes were ragged like savages, and there were no ships around at all. The possibility of them being pirates was very low. After the routine questioning, the crew took Puyal and the others to the lifeboat. Puyal let David and the other two get on the boat first. He went over to pick up Little John and handed him to David on the lifeboat. Apart from a tattered canvas bag that contained a few souvenirs, they did not take anything else from the raft. If they could return to civilized society, these things would basically be trash. No one would want them even if they were left on the side of the road. The crew was slightly surprised to see a baby on the raft, but they did not ask. They just let Puyal untie the rope and throw it back to the lifeboat. Then, they reached out and pulled Puyal onto the boat. The lifeboat began to return to the large cruise ship. As for the raft, it was naturally abandoned at sea. Xia Ruofei's spiritual map scroll was clipped to the bottom of the raft. He sensed that the lifeboat was getting farther and farther away until it left the range of his power of the will. Then, with a thought, he returned to the outside world from the space. Xia Ruofei clung to the bottom of the raft with one hand and put the spiritual map scroll into his body. Then, relying on his memory, he went to the other side of the raft. Using the supplies on the deck and the tent as cover, he threw the spiritual map scroll into the tent. Then, with a thought, he entered the space again and immediately came out again. This way, he arrived at the tent without anyone noticing. With the tent as cover, Xia Ruofei could easily observe the situation on the cruise ship in the distance through a small transparent window. The lifeboat arrived below the cruise ship and was quickly hoisted up. Puyal and the others were also taken to the cruise ship. Xia Ruofei was finally relieved. As long as they were not so unlucky that the cruise ship encountered a shipwreck during the voyage, it was basically certain that they were rescued and could successfully return to civilization and reunite with their families. As for how they would explain that they encountered a shipwreck in the Atlantic Ocean and then appeared in the Indian Ocean a few years later, this was not something Xia Ruofei could care about. After all, in the long history of navigation and aviation, similar situations had happened before. Just the mysterious Bermuda Sea alone, who knew how many ships and planes had gone missing? In history, there was once a plane that flew into a storm and disappeared. Everyone concluded that the plane had crashed and no one survived. However, many years later, the plane landed, and the people on the plane only felt that a few moments had passed. There was also a rumor that a group of soldiers walked into a thick fog and disappeared without a trace. They also reappeared many years later. In their perception, they had only traveled for a short while in the thick fog. Whether it was time travel or space travel, experts would always find various explanations, such as wormholes and the like. In short, Xia Ruofei did not need to worry about what Puyal and the others were going to face next. The cruise ship quickly weighed anchor and gradually disappeared from Xia Ruofei's sight with the sound of the steam whistle. Xia Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally resolved one thing. He had always felt guilty for these survivors. After all, if he had not opened the enchantment formation, so many innocent survivors would not have died in the snake's stomach. This time, he could help Puyal and a few lucky people return to civilization, which could be considered as compensation. Xia Ruofei was lying on the raft drifting with the waves. Under him was a soft sleeping bag. The tent was filled with the unique fragrance of a baby. After resting for a while, he sat up and took out the golden elixir from the dimension. After Puyal and the others left, on this vast sea, no one would disturb Xia Ruofei. He decided to absorb the golden elixir first. As for why he chose to do it on this simple raft instead of the comfortable yacht, the reason was very simple. Xia Ruofei had put the yacht into the dimension in a critical moment last time. He felt that his mental power was a little weak, and he felt like his head was about to split open. He still had some lingering fear when he thought about it. He really did not want to experience it again. Although he had to take the Asma yacht to the outside world, or else there would be no way to return to land, he would drag it out as long as he could. After all, he was not in a hurry right now. According to Xiaxia, he should be able to directly absorb the pure energy in the golden elixir. Xia Ruofei adjusted his state and sat cross-legged in the tent on the raft. He held the golden elixir with both hands and silently operated the Tao formula. As soon as the Tao formula began to operate, Xia Ruofei immediately felt a huge amount of energy pouring directly into his meridians. If an ordinary cultivator cultivated between midnight and dawn, absorbing the barren spirit chi of heaven and earth would be like an intermittent stream, then cultivating with spirit crystals would be like a wide river. If one used crystals, it would be like a surging river. However, whether it was using spirit crystals or crystals, it paled in comparison to absorbing the golden elixir. Absorbing the energy of the gold elixir gave Xia Ruofei the feeling that the energy was endless like the waves of the sea. It was also like a great river during a flood. There was no need for him to deliberately absorb it as it directly flowed into his body. In terms of cultivation, Xia Ruofei had a very solid foundation. His meridians were also very wide and tough. However, when he absorbed the energy of the golden elixir this time, he faintly felt that his meridians were a little swollen, and even faintly painful. This was obviously because the energy had reached the limit that his meridians could bear. Xia Ruofei's heart shuddered, and he quickly slowed down the pace of absorption. Even so, this cultivation speed was many times faster than when he usually used spirit crystals to cultivate. Usually, after one circulation, the true qi in his dantian would increase a little. Unless he deliberately probed, the total amount of true qi would actually change very little. But today was completely different. Just one circulation according to the Tao formula, Xia Ruofei clearly felt that his true qi had increased by nearly 10%. Xia Ruofei was shocked by the efficiency of the absorption. This meant that there was basically no energy loss, and the amount of energy absorbed was the same as the amount of true qi. It was a bit incredible. Although the spirit qi in spirit crystals was very pure, there would always be some loss during cultivation, and a large amount of spirit qi could be transformed into a trace of true qi. The energy of the golden elixir was actually spirit qi, and it was even a level higher than true qi. Therefore, after absorbing it, basically all of it could be transformed into true qi. In this way, how could the cultivation efficiency not be high? Xia Ruofei had only cultivated for a short while, and he felt that the true qi in his dantian had almost reached a state of saturation. This meant that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of qi refining. Xia Ruofei did not stop, but continued to circulate the Tao formula. His dantian continued to produce true qi, and because it had reached saturation, the true qi in his dantian began to compress. Without much effort, Xia Ruofei felt the genuine qi in his dantian suddenly shrink inwards. His dantian, which was already saturated, became empty again. Although the amount of true qi after compression seemed to have decreased, the energy contained in each strand of true qi was several times more than before. He felt refreshed, and his whole body felt like it was floating. In just a short while, his cultivation had broken through to the 7th level of qi refining. And he almost didn't feel the bottleneck, and the process of breaking through was smooth, without any obstacles at all. He naturally reached the 7th level of qi refining. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and looked at the golden elixir in his hand. It was only a circle less, and at most 1/10 of it had been consumed. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. The energy of this golden elixir was really pure, and the cultivation effect was much better than he expected. He even thought that if he had 8 or 10 golden elixirs in his hand, let alone breaking through to the golden elixir stage, even the nascent soul stage would not be a problem. However, this was just a thought in his heart. Xia Ruofei also knew that this was not realistic at all. On the one hand, the cultivation environment today was so bad. According to Taoist Bai Yuzi, the masters above the nascent soul stage had even left the earth to look for opportunities, leaving behind only low-level cultivators. In such an environment, how many golden elixir stage cultivators could there be? How could there be so many golden elixirs waiting for Xiao Ruofei to hunt? On the other hand, even if there were so many golden elixir stage cultivators, would they be like this purple blood spiritual python, stupidly swallowing Xiao Ruofei into its stomach, and then have its stomach cut open by Xiao Ruofei? Under normal circumstances, Xiao Ruofei was no match for the golden elixir stage cultivators. At that time it would not be him hunting others' golden elixirs, but others who would rob him of his treasures. In addition, Xiao Ruofei was also very clear that cultivation was definitely not something that could be done in haste. Absorbing a golden elixir was nothing, but relying on absorbing golden elixirs to cultivate, the foundation was certainly not solid. Even if his cultivation was improved, the gains would not make up for the losses. Xiao Ruofei only slightly opened his eyes, and then immediately entered the state of cultivation. He slowly absorbed the energy of the golden elixir while consolidating his cultivation. The wooden raft was still bobbing up and down with the waves, and time passed by minute by minute. When Xiao Ruofei began to cultivate, the sun had just risen from the surface of the sea. As the sun slowly moved to the middle of the sky, it slowly sank below the surface of the sea in the west. When night fell, Xiao Ruofei still sat motionless in the tent. The golden elixir in his hand had shrunk to the size of a tennis ball. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's body faintly emitted a fierce aura. For the entire day, Xiao Ruofei had been absorbing the energy of the golden elixir to cultivate. His cultivation had just advanced from the 6th layer to the 7th layer of qi refining, and in the afternoon, he broke through again. Again, he did not encounter any bottlenecks, and directly entered the 8th layer of qi refining. He was probably the cultivator who stayed in the 7th layer of qi refining for the shortest time, not even a day's time. After breaking through to the 8th layer of qi refining, the energy of the golden elixir was still not exhausted. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei consolidated his cultivation, he continued to absorb the energy in one go. Now, he could basically confirm one thing, and that was that this purple blood spiritual python had absorbed the moonlight for more than 1,000 years to cultivate. Although its cultivation was still in the golden elixir stage, it was definitely at the peak of the golden elixir stage. Because if it had just entered the golden elixir stage, it would only be one level higher than the 9th layer of qi refining. Although there was a difference of one level, it was impossible for the golden elixir to contain so much energy. While cultivating, Xiao Ruofei did not feel the passage of time at all. When he had absorbed all the energy of the golden elixir, he discovered that the sky was already filled with stars. He turned his hand, and took out his phone from the Space Mountain Sea mirror to look at the time, and found that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei also felt his cultivation. The 8th layer of qi refining, and his dantian was basically full. In other words, he was not far from breaking through to the 9th layer of qi refining. If the energy contained in the golden elixir increased by 10%, Xiao Ruofei felt that he could certainly reach the 9th layer of qi refining in one go. However, people should not be so greedy. Being able to directly cultivate from the 6th layer of qi refining to the peak of the 8th layer of qi refining in one day was already a great opportunity. It was absolutely something that could only be encountered and not sought. After not eating or drinking for a day, Xiao Ruofei was still very excited. The feeling of absorbing energy like a whale, and the feeling of his cultivation rising at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye was really wonderful. As long as his cultivation improved by one more step, he would reach the 9th layer of qi refining. This was also the last level of qi refining. Once he reached the 9th layer of qi refining, he was not far from condensing the golden elixir. Xiao Ruofei still remembered Bai Yuzi's words. If he wanted to completely refine the wooden tablet, he must reach the nascent soul stage. He had not even condensed the golden elixir, so how could he talk about the nascent soul stage? Therefore, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt that there was still a long way to go. However, he had already cultivated for a day, so he was not in a hurry to continue using spirit crystals or yuan crystals to cultivate. Instead, with a thought, he took out the spiritual map scroll. There were still 25 world stones stored in the space. It was time to let the spiritual map scroll absorb them all. The gentle voice in the steel spear said, "Thank you to the Chidian book friends Albus and Will Friendship Last Forever for the 100 book coins reward support. Thank you to the Creation book friend Haven for the 100 book coins reward support." Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to control the spirit map scroll to absorb the boundary stones in the space, he suddenly stopped. Because he discovered something else. After a whole day of cultivation, not only did his true energy cultivation successfully break through to the peak of Qi refinement level 8, it also seemed like his mental energy cultivation had also broken through. All along, Xiao Ruofei's mental energy cultivation was higher than his true energy cultivation. When he was still at Qi refinement level 6, his true energy cultivation had already reached the spirit evolution stage. This was already equivalent to the later stage of Qi refinement, which was the standard of Qi refinement level 8 or level 9. Just now, because Xiao Ruofei used his mental energy when he took out the spirit map scroll, he discovered that his mental energy cultivation had unknowingly broken through to the spirit gathering stage during the cultivation process. This was equivalent to the cultivation of the golden core stage. In the Qi refinement stage, the mental energy cultivation was divided into 3 stages: spirit formation, spirit palpitation, and spirit evolution. These stages corresponded to Qi refinement levels 1 to 3, 4 to 6, and 7 to 9 respectively. If it continued to increase, the mental energy would enter the spirit gathering stage, which corresponded to the cultivation of the golden core stage. Later on, there would also be the spirit transformation stage, which corresponded to the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, and the Holy Spirit stage, which corresponded to the cultivation of the primordial soul stage. In other words, Xiao Ruofei's cultivation had not reached the golden core stage yet, but his mental energy cultivation had already crossed a large realm and reached the spirit gathering stage. This made Xiao Ruofei both surprised and happy. Spirit gathering stage, as the name suggested, when one's mental energy reached this stage, the soul would undergo a fundamental change. Xiao Ruofei sensed it briefly and immediately discovered the wonders within. He could clearly feel the Niwen Palace where his soul was located. This meant that he could completely see the Niwen Palace's scene. This was impossible when he was in the spirit evolution stage. He only truly experienced the existence of the soul when he went through a deeper level of cultivation with Song Wei. Now, as long as he concentrated, he could immediately feel the state of his soul in the Niwen Palace. The soul was more condensed and stronger. This was the spirit gathering stage. Correspondingly, the quantitative change in his mental power had led to a qualitative change. Every strand of mental power was more condensed, and the range of his mental power had increased by more than 10 times. Xiao Ruofei expanded his mental power to the limit and found that he could clearly sense the situation at least 5 or 6 kilometers around him, and the penetration of his mental power had obviously increased. In the past, when he encountered walls, metal, or some liquid, his mental power would obviously be hindered, but now the hindrance was much smaller. There were still many changes. For example, he could previously use his mental power to control objects to achieve an effect similar to telekinesis. Now, this ability had been greatly enhanced. With great interest, Xiao Ruofei examined the many changes brought about by the breakthrough of his spiritual power. He was overjoyed. He even wanted to try to take the yacht out of the space to see if it would be like that night when the yacht was taken into the space in the middle of the storm, where he would have a splitting headache due to overload. However, Xiao Ruofei resisted the urge. He decided to let the space absorb the world stones first. This time, he had obtained a total of 25 world stones. In addition to the few remaining world stones from the previous upgrade, he let the space absorb them. If his judgment was correct, the space could at least upgrade by another level this time. Putting aside the many changes brought about by the upgrade of the space, Xiao Ruofei was very clear about one thing. Every time the space upgraded, his compatibility with the space would increase correspondingly, and his control over the space would be strengthened. Under such circumstances, it would also be easier to retrieve items from the space. Xiao Ruofei felt that it would be better to wait until the space upgraded. Presumably, it would be easier to take out the yacht then. Thus, he reached out and picked up the spirit map scroll, and then his mind moved slightly. In the spirit map world, the 25 world stones that were suspended in an independent space immediately broke free from the cage. One of the world stones emitted a faint glow, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it began to fade and become brittle. At the same time, a mysterious aura of the rules permeated the surroundings of the world stone. Xiao Ruofei was very familiar with this aura. It was the aura of the rules of space. This aura quickly merged with the entire space. 2 world stones, 3 world stones, one by one, the world stones were swallowed by the power of space, and emitted all of their essence, turning into unremarkable pieces of waste stone. Although he was already mentally prepared, after seeing that the spirit map scroll had absorbed 20 world stones consecutively without any changes, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He remembered very clearly that the space only started to upgrade after absorbing about 14 world stones last time. Could it be that this time, he had to double it to 28 world stones? Then he didn't have enough world stones on hand. If he had known earlier, he would have given less world stones to that white world raccoon. Xiao Ruofei said in his heart. If the white world raccoon knew what Xiao Ruofei was thinking at this moment, it would definitely remember it and stomp its feet. The current distribution ratio was already very unfair. Did you think that you didn't exploit me enough? Of course, that white world raccoon was now in a state similar to deep sleep, and didn't have any reaction to the changes in the outside world. If it was awake and saw these delicious world stones being absorbed by the Ring 2 space like this, it would definitely feel heartache. Other than being worried that there wouldn't be enough world stones, Xiao Ruofei also had some hidden worries, and that was that the space was absorbing more and more world stones. This time, it was already absorbing over 20 world stones, then wouldn't it be absorbing over 40 world stones next time? What about the next time? Unfortunately, world stones were things that could only be chanced upon, and not sought, so he didn't know where to find them next time. Now that the space had upgraded to this extent, if it still relied on absorbing world stones to upgrade, it would basically be a fantasy story. The amount of world stones required would be huge, and perhaps in the later stages, even absorbing an entire world stone mine might not be enough. If he wanted to upgrade the space, the only way was to absorb world stones. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei found world stones in this jade roving immortal mansion. He had some conjectures that world stones might not be particularly precious in the ancient cultivation world, otherwise, Taoist master Baiyuzi wouldn't have put them together with some other miscellaneous things. Or perhaps there was another possibility, and that was that there were very few cultivators who cultivated the law of space, including Baiyuzi, who didn't know the main function of world stones. Perhaps it was because he needed a small amount of world stones in other aspects, so he collected them. No matter which possibility it was, it meant one thing, and that was if he could find the remains of more cultivators, it was very likely that he would find more world stones. If he could find the cave left behind by a cultivator who specialized in the law of space, he might find more world stones. According to Baiyuzi, cultivators above the nascent soul stage had all left Earth in search of opportunities, so the number shouldn't be too small. With so many cultivators above the nascent soul stage, it was impossible for all of them to have descendants, masters, and juniors. There would always be a few who were alone, or like Baiyuzi, even if they had a master, they would leave their cave to a fated person. Xiao Ruofei felt that in the future, he would have to go to famous mountains, rivers, or even overseas to look for the cave left behind by the ancient cultivators. While Xiao Ruofei's imagination was running wild, the spirit map scroll continued to absorb the world stones. Finally, when the 24th world stone was absorbed, Xiao Ruofei clearly felt that the law of space in the spirit map world had become somewhat chaotic. Xiao Ruofei already had some experience with this and knew that this was the precursor of the space's upgrade. He was full of expectations as he paid attention to the situation in the space. Sure enough, after the 24th world stone was absorbed, it fell to the ground with a clatter. The law of space in the spirit map world seemed to have reached a bottleneck, constantly compressing and changing in the chaotic flow. Finally, after all the laws were compressed to the extreme, they seemed to have broken free of a shackle and rapidly began to reorganize. Xiao Ruofei also clearly felt that the law of space in the spirit map world had become clearer. At the same time, in the mountain sea realm, the mountains were rumbling and growing, the land was rapidly expanding outwards, and the sea was constantly extending outwards. It was as if the Creator was unleashing his boundless power. It was also because of the breakthrough in his mental power that Xiao Ruofei could clearly sense that the spatial membrane of the entire mountain sea realm was expanding outwards. It was like a balloon being blown up, constantly expanding its boundaries. The process of the spirit map world's upgrade was not long, and the dust settled in a short while. During the process of the law of space being reorganized and perfected, wisps of law aura passed through the White Realm Fox's body, and the light on its body seemed to be brighter. Xiao Ruofei's mental power swept past the little guy's body and found that in such a short time, its vitality had become even more vigorous, but it still showed no signs of waking up. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, could it be that the upgrade of the space has also affected the realm fox? Please don't cause it to go berserk. In the space, the only remaining world stone was floating all by itself. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and did not continue to control the space to absorb it. It could be foreseen that the next upgrade of the space would require at least 30 to 40 world stones, so absorbing one more would not have any obvious effect. It was better to keep it for emergencies. What if the White Realm Fox was so hungry that it went crazy? He still had to borrow the world stones he needed for emergencies. He could not just watch this little guy starve to death, although Xiao Ruofei was very strict with the White Realm Fox. In fact, he had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. If this little guy's life was really in danger, Xiao Ruofei would definitely not be so heartless as to ignore it. With a thought, he directly constructed a small and stable space, wrapping up the only world stone and placing it at a high place in the space. Even if it was a spare ration for the White World Raccoon, he still had to hide it well. Furthermore, he couldn't let it discover it, or else this little fellow would definitely pretend to be pitiful and keep asking him for it. Xiao Ruofei only used his mental power to maintain contact with the Ring 2 space in the outside world and checked the upgraded space. He did not enter the space himself. Right now, he wanted to take out the Asma yacht first, because his top priority was to return to land as soon as possible. Originally, he was still in the East Sea, and it would not take much time to return to land. However, a storm brought him to the Green Turing Immortal Island, and when he left, he was already in the Indian Ocean. From here, he would most likely not have enough fuel to return to the Three Mountains. Xiao Ruofei looked at the approximate location on the GPS and felt that going to Australia from here might be closer than going back to Huaxia. He had to plan the shortest route as soon as possible. Even if he could not return to the Three Mountains, he had to at least reach a port in the country. That way, he could rely on the port to replenish his fuel. After all, his yacht was directly registered in Huaxia, and he did not apply for a visa from another country, so it was impossible for him to enter the territorial waters of another country. Even if he had the authority to enter the territorial waters of another country or even a port, he could not go there. It should be known that according to the theoretical range of the yacht, it was impossible for him to sail from the Three Mountains to any of the nearby ports. The reason why he could sail such a long distance was entirely because he had hundreds of tons of fuel stored in the space. However, his departure from the Three Mountains was recorded, and Xiao Ruofei would not be able to explain it at all. Therefore, he could only try his best to reach a port in the country, and it had to be a port where the yacht could sail from the Three Mountains with a full tank of fuel. After replenishing his fuel, he would return to the Three Mountains. This required the use of the yacht's positioning system and main control computer to help plan a route. Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath and locked his mind on the yacht floating in the sea of space. He was slightly nervous. After the upgrade of the space, his mental connection with the space had become even closer, and his control over the space had also increased significantly. In addition, his mental power had also broken through a large realm, so logically speaking, he should have the ability to control and retrieve the yacht. However, he could not help but feel a lingering fear when he recalled the feeling when he put the yacht into the space that night. This was not just a problem of mental power overdraft and headaches. If he overused his mental power, it could cause permanent damage to his soul. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had been in a very dangerous situation last time. At this point, he could not back down. After gathering his courage, he finally made up his mind and controlled the yacht. This required the use of the yacht's positioning system and main control computer to help plan a route. Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath and locked his mind on the yacht floating in the sea of space. He was slightly nervous. After the upgrade of the space, his mental connection with the space had become even closer, and his control over the space had also increased significantly. In addition, his mental power had also broken through a large realm, so logically speaking, he should have the ability to control and retrieve the yacht. However, he could not help but feel a lingering fear when he recalled the feeling when he put the yacht into the space that night. This was not just a problem of mental power overdraft and headaches. If he overused his mental power, it could cause permanent damage to his soul. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had been in a very dangerous situation last time. At this point, he could not back down. After gathering his courage, he finally made up his mind and controlled the yacht. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had been in a very dangerous situation last time. At this point, he could not back down. After gathering his courage, he finally made up his mind and controlled the yacht. After Xiao Ruofei checked his precise location through the satellite positioning system on the yacht, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was now in the depths of the Indian Ocean. If he wanted to return to Huaxia, he would have to take a detour through the Strait of Malacca and then pass through the South China Sea. In theory, the nearest supply point should be in Nanhai Province. However, after using the main control computer to simulate the route and calculate the fuel consumption, he found that the 100 tons of fuel he had stored was not enough. He calculated that according to the most economical speed, he might not even reach the Strait of Malacca. The 100 tons of fuel would be used up, and that was less than 2/3 of the journey. According to the calculation of the main control computer, the fuel available could reach the Maldives at most. Although the Maldives could definitely be resupplied, it was useless. A yacht from Huaxia that was usually only used for coastal navigation suddenly appeared in the Maldives without any immigration documents. Wouldn't it be immediately arrested? Xiao Ruofei's eyes couldn't help but move down on the map. Since it was impossible to return to China directly, he could only think of other ways. From his current location, the distance to the Maldives was about the same as the distance to Australia. It seems that I can only go to Australia. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly in his heart. After all, he was unfamiliar with the Maldives, while Australia had Tang Etian. He believed that with Tang Etian's status in the Australian Chinese society, it wouldn't be difficult to help him with this matter. After making up his mind, Xiao Ruofei no longer hesitated. He quickly set the route on the main control computer, turned on the autopilot system according to the most economical speed, and headed in the direction of Perth, Australia. The yacht moved forward. Xiao Ruofei sat in the cockpit and pondered for a moment. He took out the maritime satellite phone. After connecting to the satellite, he found Tang Etian's phone number from his mobile phone and dialed it with the satellite phone. The phone rang twice and was hung up. Xiao Ruofei listened to the busy tone from the receiver and couldn't help but be stunned. He thought for a moment, then found Jennifer's number and dialed it. This time it was relatively smooth, and the call was quickly connected. "Hello?" Jennifer's voice came from the receiver. Xiao Ruofei immediately smiled and said, "Jennifer, it's me." Xiao Ruofei. As soon as Xiao Ruofei spoke, Jennifer recognized his voice. She said in surprise, "Xia. You haven't contacted us for a long time. Is this your new number?" Xiao Ruofei said, "No, my mobile phone has no signal now. This is the satellite phone number." "Jennifer, how's Haren recently?" Even though he wanted to find Tang Etian as soon as possible, Tang Haren was his disciple after all. Since the call was connected, he had to show some concern. Jennifer said, "He's very well. He's a lot. Every day, I will follow your instructions and cultivate." "Oh, he's call, us but he's sitss, I of course, 2 I's, is's, isted s, s's, itts, tss. Eason went to the company. Maybe he's in a meeting." Jennifer said, "He must have seen an unfamiliar number, so he hung up." "Xia, I'll contact him right away and ask him to call you back." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." "You're welcome." Jennifer said quickly, "Do you want to call me back to this number?" "Yes." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll stay connected and wait for Brother Tang to call me back." "Okay." Jennifer said, "I'll contact him for you right away." "Thank you." After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he put the satellite phone on the dashboard and connected to the internet through the yacht's IFI. He hadn't been online for several days, so he immediately received a lot of messages. There were messages from Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. There were also messages from Feng Jing asking when he would return to the office. There were also messages from Song Rui and his other friends. After all, when he went out to sea, there was no news from him except for a message on Weibo, so everyone was concerned about him. Xiao Ruofei felt warm in his heart, so he quickly replied to everyone on WeChat. He mainly said that there was no mobile phone signal at sea, and the internet was intermittent, so he didn't see their messages immediately. He also told everyone that he would return in a few days, so they didn't have to worry. As soon as he replied, the satellite phone on the dashboard rang. Xiao Ruofei immediately reached out and picked it up. Ruofei? Tang Etienne's uncertain voice came from the receiver. Xiao Ruofei said, "It's me. Brother Tang, were you in a meeting just now? Sorry to disturb you." Tang Etienne quickly said, "I'm sorry. I didn't recognize the number at first glance, so." "It's okay." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Brother Tang, I'm looking for you because I need your help, say it." Tang Etienne said without hesitation, "Your brother Xiao's matter is my matter." Xiao Ruofei said, "It's like this, I may come to Australia in a few days." When Tang Etienne heard this, he immediately said happily, "That's great. Howren also often talks about you, master. When exactly will you arrive? I'll arrange a car to pick you up at the airport." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Tang, I didn't come here by plane this time. I can't tell you the details in a few sentences. Let's put it this way. I didn't enter the country through the regular way this time." Tang Etienne was stunned for a moment, then he lowered his voice and said, "Ruofei, is there something inconvenient for you to enter the country? Don't worry, I still have a lot of brothers in Australia. They can help you solve the problems of the underworld." "That's not it." Xiao Ruofei said quickly, "Brother Tang, it's like this. I did come to Australia to do something, but I don't need to trouble you. I can handle it myself, but I need you to help me get a legal identity. It's best if it's an Australian Chinese identity." "That's not a problem. Just leave it to me," Tang Etienne said. "For some reason, I'll have to disguise myself. I'll send a photo to your email later. I'll leave the identity to you. By the way, I also need this identity to be able to enter Huaxia directly. Is that okay?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Of course, no problem," Tang Etienne said with a smile. "I'll change your identity to that of an employee of our company and send you to Huaxia to work, right? I have friends in the embassy and consulate, so you don't have to go personally when the time comes to get the visa." "That's great," Xiao Ruofei said. "Brother Tang, I'll be in Perth in about 3 or 4 days, then I want to return to Huaxia as soon as possible." Tang Etienne thought for a moment, then said, 3 days is enough. Ruofei, if you're not in a hurry to go back, I'll have someone wait for you in Perth and bring you directly to Sydney. Howren misses you very much. Time is a little tight this time. I'll see him next time." Xiao Ruofei said after thinking about it. "That's fine. Since you're in a hurry to go back, how about this? I'll help you get your identity documents, then I'll transfer my private jet to Perth. You can fly back to China directly from there," Tang Etienne said. Xiao Ruofei really wanted to return to Huaxia as soon as possible, so he didn't stand on ceremony with Tang Etienne. "That's fine too. Thank you, Brother Tang." Tang Etienne laughed and said, "Why are you being so polite with me? Ruofei, send me the photos as soon as possible." "Okay," Xiao Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei immediately changed his appearance, then took out a DSLR camera from the space and took a few photos. Because the background of the photos was on the yacht, Xiao Ruofei was very careful and took out his laptop. After importing the photos, he used a Photoshop software to remove the background, leaving only the portrait. Then, Xiao Ruofei sent the original PSD file directly to Tang Etienne's email. That way, no matter what background color the photos needed for the identity documents, they could be adjusted at any time. After sending the photos, Xiao Ruofei used the maritime satellite phone to inform Tang Etienne. The next few days of sailing were lonely. In order to save time, the yacht didn't stop almost every day. They just followed the set route and let the autopilot control the yacht to move forward. Only when the fuel was almost used up, Xiao Ruofei would stop for a little rest and take out oil barrels from the space to refuel the yacht. On the third day, they were close to the territorial waters of Australia. Xiao was a little more careful. He first filled up the yacht's mailbox on the high seas. When they arrived in Australia, 90% of the stored fuel had been consumed. The remaining fuel was less than 10 tons. Then, Xiao disconnected the autopilot and changed to manual operation. He carefully sailed toward Perth. Because after entering the territorial waters of Australia, there could be Coast Guard ships at any time. A yacht of unknown origin and nationality would definitely be checked. Therefore, Xiao had to avoid the inspection as much as possible and try to get as close to the coastline as possible. Therefore, he specially chose a coast where there were few people. It was densely covered with reefs and was not suitable for sailing at all. Xiao mental power coverage greatly increased, which objectively helped him avoid the inspection ships in time. After a slight detour, Xiao finally succeeded in getting close to the coast. At this time, night had just fallen and he could already faintly see the outline of the coast. The navigation map showed that there was a reef area ahead. If the yacht continued to move forward, it was likely to hit the reef or be stranded. So, Xiao stopped the yacht. He first tidied up a little. He put the GPS, mobile phone, satellite phone, and other items into a small bag and put it into the space. In order to prevent being located, he also turned off the mobile phone and took out the battery. Then, Xiao came to the deck and took out the sharkskin swimsuit from the space. He looked back at the coastline in the distance and jumped into the sea in a beautiful arc. At the same time, Xiao mind moved and the 30-meter-long yacht suddenly disappeared into the sea. Xiao shook his head and adapted to the dizziness caused by the huge consumption of mental power. Then, he swam toward the coast. On the third day, they were close to the territorial waters of Australia. Xiao was a little more careful. He first filled the yacht's mailbox on the high seas. When they arrived in Australia, 90% of the stored fuel had been consumed. There was less than 10 tons of fuel left. Then, Xiao disconnected the autopilot and changed to manual operation. He carefully sailed toward Perth. Because after entering the territorial waters of Australia, there could be Coast Guard ships at any time. A yacht of unknown origin and nationality would definitely be checked. So, Xiao must avoid the inspection as much as possible and try to get as close to the coastline as possible. So, he specially chose a coast where there were few people. The reef here was dense and not suitable for sailing at all. Xiao mental power coverage greatly increased, which objectively helped him avoid the inspection ships in time. After a slight detour, Xiao finally succeeded in getting close to the coast. At this time, night had just fallen and he could already faintly see the outline of the coast. The navigation map showed that there was a reef area ahead. If the yacht continued to move forward, it was likely to hit the reef or run aground. So, Xiao stopped the yacht. He first tidied up a little. He put the GPS, mobile phone, satellite phone, and other items into a small bag and put it into the dimension. In order to prevent being located, he also turned off the mobile phone and took out the battery. Then, Xiao came to the deck and took out the sharkskin swimsuit from the dimension. He looked back at the coastline in the distance and jumped into the sea in a beautiful arc. At the same time, Xiao mind moved and the 30-meter-long yacht suddenly disappeared into the sea. Xiao shook his head and adapted to the dizziness caused by the huge consumption of mental power in an instant. Then, he swam towards the coast. On the third day, they were close to Australia's territorial waters. Xiao was a little more careful. He first filled the yacht's mailbox on the high seas. When they arrived in Australia, 90% of the stored fuel had been consumed and less than 10 tons of fuel was left. Then, Xiao disconnected the autopilot and changed to manual operation to carefully sail towards Perth. Because after entering Australia's territorial waters, there may be Coast Guard ships at any time. Xiao shook his head and adapted to the dizziness caused by the huge consumption of mental power in an instant. Then, he swam towards the coast. On the third day, they were close to Australia's territorial waters. Xiao was a little more careful. He first filled the yacht's mailbox on the high seas. When they arrived in Australia, 90% of the stored fuel had been consumed and less than 10 tons of fuel was left. Then, Xiao Ruofei disconnected the autopilot and changed to manual operation to carefully sail towards Perth. Because after entering Australia's territorial waters, there may be Coast Guard ships at any time. At this time, the electric door of the Alpha commercial car slowly opened. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. With the help of the lights in the car, he saw Tang Yitian sitting in his seat with a smile. Beside Tang Yitian was Jennifer. A small head popped out from the gap between the two seats. Who else could it be but Tang Howren? Xiao Ruofei was dumbfounded. After a long while, he said, "Brother Tang, why did you come in person? And Jennifer and Howren, why are you here too?" Although Perth and Sydney were both in Australia, the distance between the two places was more than 4,000 kilometers. It would take at least 40 hours to drive there by car, and nearly 5 hours by plane. Xiao Ruofei felt that it was troublesome enough to ask Tang Yitian to help with the ID card and transfer of a plane. He didn't expect that the family would come all the way from Sydney. It was really a long journey. Tang Yitian was a little uncomfortable with Xiao Ruofei's changed appearance. He stared at him for a while, but Xiao Ruofei's voice didn't change. They also knew about Xiao Ruofei's magical means, so they knew very well that the person in front of them was definitely not a fake. Tang Yitian said with a smile, "Howren wants to see you very much. You're in a hurry to go back to China, so we can only rush over." Jennifer also said happily, "Xia, get in the car first." Yes, let's talk in the car," Tang Yitian said quickly. Jennifer took the initiative to sit in the back row with Tang Howren, giving her seat to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei went around the front of the car and got in from the other side. He first turned to look at Tang Howren and said with a smile, "Howren, why didn't you say hello to your master?" "This child, I haven't seen you for a few months and you're still shy." Tang Howren was very used to Xiao Ruofei's changed appearance. Even if Xiao Ruofei didn't look like the original one at all, the sense of familiarity and intimacy would not change. If no one had told him that this person was Xiao Ruofei on the street, he might not have been able to recognize him. But now that he knew, he immediately felt that it was him. Tang Howren smiled a little embarrassedly and called out, "Master." Xiao Ruofei reached out to ruffle his hair and said with a smile, "This kid. Master isn't by your side, will you be lazy in your cultivation?" "I'm very serious every day, Master." Tang Hao said, "I'm almost at the 4th level of qi refinement." Xiao Ruofei looked at Tang Hao in a little bit of surprise and said, "Is that so? I'll give you a good test." At this time, Tang Yitian smiled and said, "Ruofei, I have a holiday villa in Perth. Stay in Perth tonight. Even if you're in a hurry to go back, you don't have to rush back overnight, right?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "I don't have to. Since I'm here, I'll listen to Brother Tang's arrangements." Originally, if Tang Yitian's family hadn't come, Xiao Ruofei would have taken a flight back home overnight. However, they had come all the way here, and it would be too unreasonable for him to just leave after seeing them. After Xiao Ruofei got in the car, the driver started the car and drove forward. Obviously, Tang Yitian had already ordered them to go straight to the holiday villa after picking them up. Xiao Ruofei and Tang Yitian's family chatted on the way. After about 40 minutes of driving, they arrived at a seaside holiday villa. The villa wasn't very big. It was a small 3-story building. However, although it was small, it had all the essentials. The villa's courtyard faced the sea, and there was a soft beach not far from the door. There was also a small garden in the backyard. After the driver dropped off Xiao Ruofei and Tang Yitian's family, he drove away directly. There were no staff or bodyguards left here. With Xiao Ruofei around, there was no need to worry about safety at all. Tang Yitian also knew that Xiao Ruofei had changed his appearance and came to Australia. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Even the driver was an Australian who didn't understand Chinese at all. Moreover, he was also his confidant. Tang Yitian arranged for Xiao Ruofei to stay in a large guest room on the 2nd floor. Xiao Ruofei went back to his room, put down his bag, and restored his original appearance. Only then did he go downstairs. He didn't change his appearance in front of Tang Yitian and the others. Although in the hearts of Tang Yitian's family, he was a godlike figure, Xiao Ruofei still wanted to keep a low profile as much as possible. This method of directly controlling his muscles and bones to change his appearance was indeed a bit scary. As soon as Xiao Ruofei went downstairs, Tang Yitian said with a smile, "Ruofei, you look much more comfortable this way." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Appearance is just a shell. Brother Tang, you really don't have to come all the way here. I often come to Australia, and I'll naturally visit you when the time comes." Tang Yitian said, "How can that be? I know that you've come to Australia, brother, so I have to meet you no matter what. Besides, you're Haren's master. If the little guy knows that you've come to Australia and I don't bring him to meet you, won't he blame me?" Tang Haren nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said, "Master, your method of changing your appearance is so interesting. Can you teach me?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, "Why do you want to learn this all of a sudden?" Tang Haren said, "I want to look like Jebson." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Why?" Jennifer said with a smile, "Jebson is a boy in his class." "Alan, why do you want to look like Jebson?" Tang Haren said, "He often bullies other children. I want to tease him." Xiao Ruofei and Tang Yitian looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Xiao Ruofei asked, "Haren, this kid won't bully you too, right?" Tang Haren said proudly, "Master, he wouldn't dare bully me. He may be the biggest in class, but even 10 of him can't beat me." Tang Yitian coughed dryly and said, "Haren, I didn't teach you martial arts for you to fight. You can't bully the weak." Xiao Ruofei looked at Tang Haren with a smile, wanting to hear his answer. Tang Haren puffed out his chest and said, "I won't bully others. I still remember what Master said. And when Jebson bullies other little students, I will stand up and stop him. At first, he wanted to teach me a lesson, but I taught him a lesson. After that, he didn't dare to bully other students in front of me anymore." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and say, "Oh. Little Haren knows how to be chivalrous. Not bad, not bad." Tang Haren looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Master, can I sleep with you tonight?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Tang Yitian and Jennifer with a smile, then said, "Sure. I still want to test your cultivation. Also, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. Let's talk through the night, how about that?" "Yeah. That's great." Tang Haren jumped up happily. Tang Yitian and Jennifer naturally didn't have any objections. They couldn't be happier. Jennifer smiled and said, "Haren, since you're going to sleep with Master tonight, why don't you hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth?" "Got it." Tang Haren replied. Jennifer brought Tang Haren to wash up, while Xiao Ruofei sat in the living room and chatted with Tang Yitian for a while. Xiao Ruofei suddenly thought of the identity problem and couldn't help but ask, "Oh right, big brother Tang. When I enter Huaxia with this identity, this person will only have a record of entering the country and then disappear. Will that cause you any trouble?" Tang Yitian thought for a while and said, "This shouldn't be a big problem. If it doesn't work, then we'll do it this way. After you return to the 3 mountains, use this identity and walk around the beach. We'll report that you went missing and didn't come back after swimming in the sea. After a certain number of days, this person will be deemed dead, and all records of this identity will be erased." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He was originally going to go to the sea because he had driven the yacht away from the 3 mountains. In the end, he still had to drive the yacht back to the dock. Otherwise, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't be able to explain the disappearance of such a large yacht. "Then it's settled," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "I'll contact you when the time comes." Tang Yitian nodded and then asked, "Ruofei, are you really not going to visit Paradise Farm this time?" Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, "This is an illegal entry, so it's not very convenient. Also, I'm in a hurry to go back." "Oh right, big brother Tang, you didn't tell Liang Qichao that I'm in Australia, right?" No. You said that you entered the country illegally." "How could I tell anyone?" Tang Yitian said. "Other than Jennifer and Haren, no one knows that you're in Australia. Including the people who helped you with the identity documents, they don't know your true identity." "That's good. I'm not worried about brother Tang," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The two of them chatted for a while. Because Xiao Ruofei had to fly to Huaxia early the next morning, they didn't talk too late and went upstairs to their room together. Tang Yitian also specially came to Xiao Ruofei's room and told Tang Haren to be obedient and not disturb Xiao Ruofei's rest. After Tang Yitian and Jennifer went back to their room, Xiao Ruofei called Tang Haoren over and checked him. He found that his cultivation had really reached the third level of the qi refining stage, and he shouldn't be too far away from breaking through. This showed that the little guy was really diligent and didn't relax for a day. Xiao Ruofei was naturally very satisfied. He then told Tang Haoren some things about the cultivation of the scorching sun scripture. After his cultivation and mental strength improved, his understanding of cultivation naturally improved. Although the cultivation experience of the scorching sun scripture came from the inheritance jade talisman, his understanding of this cultivation method and the comprehension of these cultivation experiences were different. After that, Xiao Ruofei answered some of Tang Haoren's questions about cultivation. Finally, when he saw that it was already 1 o'clock in the morning, he told Tang Haoren to quickly go to bed. The next morning, while Xiao Ruofei was still sleeping, he felt Tang Haoren get up in a daze. He opened his eyes and saw that Tang Haoren was already sitting cross-legged on the bed, holding a spirit crystal in his hand and starting to cultivate. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. As his master, he didn't persist as well as Tang Haoren in cultivation. He didn't disturb Tang Haoren and quietly got out of bed to wash up. Then, he also took out a spirit crystal and started to cultivate. 2 hours later, the master and disciple both woke up from their cultivation states. Xiao Ruofei said, "Haoren, not bad, not bad. You're very hard-working in your cultivation." Tang Haoren smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "Master, then teach me the method to change my appearance." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "You still remember this? Your cultivation is still too low. When your cultivation reaches the requirements, I'll teach you." In fact, it was definitely possible to cultivate Xiao Ruofei's method of changing one's appearance at the third level of qi refining. However, Xiao Ruofei was worried that if he passed it to Tang Haoren, the little guy would be too playful and go around teasing people. He thought about it and decided to wait until Tang Haoren was a little older and more mature. Tang Haoren was a little disappointed and said, "All right then. I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation. I'll strive to reach the requirements as soon as possible." "That's the right way to think." Xiao Ruofei laughed. Then, he directly took out a spirit crystal from the space and handed it to Tang Haoren. He said, "I see that you're working hard in your cultivation. Take this spirit crystal first so that you won't delay your cultivation after you use up the one you have." "Master, I feel that there's still a lot of spirit qi in this spirit crystal. You don't have to give me a new one," Tang Haoren hurriedly said. "Just take it," Xiao Ruofei said. "Anyway, it's used for cultivation and won't be wasted. What if you use up all the spirit crystals and I'm not by your side? Take this as a backup." Xiao Ruofei obtained 200 spirit crystals this time. In the future, he would definitely use spirit crystals for his cultivation. And for Tang Haoren's current cultivation, using spirit crystals for cultivation was just right. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't feel bad if he gave it to his own disciple. When Tang Haoren heard this, he obediently took the spirit crystal from Xiao Ruofei and said, "Thank you, master." Xiao Ruofei smiled and patted his head. He said, "Why are you being so polite with your master? Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth." When Xiao Ruofei took Tang Haoren downstairs, Jennifer had already prepared breakfast. After Xiao Ruofei and Tang Yitian's family had breakfast together, the Alpha commercial car from last night also drove to the holiday villa. "Ruofei, the airport has been arranged. We won't be sending you to the airport," Tang Yitian said. "I wish you a smooth journey." Tang Yitian knew that Xiao Ruofei had to keep a low profile on this trip. One of them was a well-known Chinese tycoon in Australia, and the other was a superstar. Once they appeared at the airport, it was impossible to keep a low profile, so they decided not to go to the airport. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. Then we'll meet again." Tang Haoren showed a trace of reluctance and said, "Master, you have to come to Australia to see me often." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Of course. My good disciple is in Australia. And I have a business in Australia, so I'll come often in the future." "Okay." Tang Haoren nodded. Xiao Ruofei waved to Tang Yitian's family and got into the Alpha commercial car. They left the holiday villa and headed in the direction of Perth Airport. Xiao Ruofei had been delayed in Emerald Immortal Island for several days and had been sailing for several days at sea, so he wanted to go back as soon as possible. After all, the yacht was only suitable for sailing in coastal waters. If he did not return after more than 10 days at sea, his family would definitely be worried. Therefore, he did not stay in Perth for long. He hurriedly met with Tang Etienne's family and immediately embarked on the return journey. Tang Etienne's private jet was ready at the Perth airport. The route had been applied for 2 days ago. It was a direct flight from Perth to the Tri-Mountains of Xianxia. Xiao Ruofei received a full set of identity documents, all of which were real and valid. Tang Etienne still had a lot of power in Australia. He quickly passed through the customs security at the official terminal building and went directly to the tarmac. The biggest advantage of a private jet was that the flight schedule was relatively flexible. Although the route was planned in advance, it could still be temporarily adjusted according to the passenger's situation. After Xiao Ruofei boarded the plane, the crew quickly got permission to depart. In less than 10 minutes, the plane had already taken off on the runway. This kind of efficiency was absolutely impossible to achieve by taking a civil flight. After more than 10 hours of flight, Xiao Ruofei finally returned to the Tri-Mountains. The crew would rest in the Tri-Mountains for a day and return to Sydney, Australia tomorrow. Xiao Ruofei used the identity of Tang Fei to go through the immigration procedures. Because he did not come back with his own identity, Xiao Ruofei naturally could not ask the company to arrange a car to pick him up. After he left the airport, he directly took a taxi and went to the Shangri-La Hotel in the city. Tang Etienne had already booked a room for Xiao Ruofei in advance. After arriving at the hotel, Xiao Ruofei used the identity of Tang Fei to check in. Relying on the development of the internet era, Tang Etienne had arranged everything when he was in Australia. In addition to booking the hotel, he even helped Xiao Ruofei sign up for a one-day tour online. This tour group set off from the Tri-Mountains, then went to Pingtan, and directly went out to sea by boat at the dock. They played on a nearby tourist island for half a day before returning. Xiao Ruofei rested in the hotel for a while. Then, the phone he made with the identity of Xiao Ruofei rang. The hotel informed him that the one-day tour group was about to depart. Therefore, he packed up his things and went downstairs. The tour guide gathered the group members in the hotel lobby and everyone boarded a bus to Pingtan. After arriving at Pingtan, they took a boat out to sea. Xiao Ruofei appeared to be in high spirits along the way, and the members gradually became familiar with him. They knew that this Mr. Tang was a Chinese born and raised in Australia, and his Mandarin was not very good, so no one talked to him. After arriving at the island, Xiao Ruofei also had a meal with everyone. When the tour guide was about to take them snorkeling, Xiao Ruofei found the tour guide and told him that he didn't want to go with the tour group. He also didn't want to go back by boat at night. He wanted to stay on the island for a day and then go back by himself. The main reason was that Xiao Ruofei was planning to disappear from the island. He could not cheat the tour group. If he disappeared during the tour, it would involve a lot of troublesome issues. The tour guide didn't ask much. After confirming that Xiao Ruofei wanted to leave the tour group in advance, he took out a standard disclaimer and asked Xiao Ruofei to sign it. Then, Xiao Ruofei no longer went with the tour group. He wandered around the island for a long time and had dinner at a seaside food stall. Then, he walked along the beach, looking no different from a leisurely tourist. However, Xiao Ruofei kept walking forward and gradually came to a section of the beach where there were few people. At this time, night had fallen. Xiao Ruofei looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. He stood on a reef and jumped into the sea. It just happened that the tide was low, so Xiao Ruofei easily swam in the direction of the tide toward the open sea. After a short while, the island was left far behind. Night shrouded the sea and visibility was very low. After Xiao Ruofei swam for a kilometer or two, the lights on the island were already faintly discernible. There were no ships nearby, so it could be said that no one knew. Xiao Ruofei stepped on the water and spread his divine power to the maximum. After confirming that there were no other ships within a radius of several kilometers, he took a deep breath and directly took the Asmi yacht out of the space with a thought. The yacht slapped the surface of the sea and surged up waves. Xiao Ruofei swam half a lap around the yacht and easily climbed onto the yacht through the hydrophilic platform. At this time, the Australian Chinese Tang Fei had disappeared, and the domineering CEO Xia Ruofei's tour on the yacht was coming to an end. Tang Etienne would naturally take care of the rest of the cleanup work. Xia Ruofei stood on the deck of the yacht and took off his wet clothes. He wiped his body with the bath towel on the yacht and changed into clean clothes that he took out from the space. Then, he threw the wet clothes into the washing machine on the yacht. Then, he controlled the muscles and bones on his face and quickly restored his original appearance. He quickly walked to the cockpit and started the engine without turning on the lights. He drove the yacht in the direction of the three mountains. However, he did not directly return to the yacht dock. After all, it was very late. Moreover, after this return, he did not know when he would go out to sea again. So Xia Ruofei planned to spend the night at sea and return early tomorrow morning. He drove the yacht to the sea near the three mountains and stopped the ship to anchor. Then, he went to the luxurious bedroom in the yacht cabin to rest for the night. The next morning, the sun slowly rose and sprinkled golden light on the sea. Xia Ruofei waited until the sun shone through the porthole to the bed before he woke up. He washed up and went to the deck of the flying bridge. Looking at the sparkling sea, Xia Ruofei felt relaxed and happy. This trip to the sea could be said to be quite fruitful. The biggest gain was naturally the emerald touring Immortal Island. That magnificent immortal mansion would definitely become Xia Ruofei's favorite place. The lifeguarding wooden token in his body was being refined all the time. Compared to breaking through to the gold core stage, the refining speed would be much faster. In addition to the realm stones and yuan jing he obtained on the Immortal Island, the Spirit Python gold core was also a big surprise. It directly allowed Xia Ruofei's cultivation to reach the 8th level of qi refining. Especially his spiritual power, it also broke through a big realm and reached the spirit gathering stage, which was equivalent to a gold core stage cultivator. It could be said that this trip out to sea allowed Xia Ruofei to be reborn. In addition, he also collected a lot of sea creatures, including the rare blue lobster. Now those sea creatures lived freely in the sea of the Ring 2 space. Over time, they would continue to reproduce and expand their population. When the blue lobster was caught, there were a lot of young lobsters attached to its body. If he was lucky, a population of blue lobsters would even appear in the sea of the space. Xia Ruofei was in a very good mood. He shouted a few times at the sea before returning to the lower cabin with satisfaction. Then he took out bread, milk, and eggs from the space and made a simple breakfast for himself. After eating breakfast, Xia Ruofei went to the cockpit. He skillfully found the location of the yacht's dock on the mainframe computer and set the automatic route. Then he weighed the anchor and set off on the way back. After nearly 2 hours of sailing, Xia Ruofei could see the yacht dock in the distance. Some ships began to appear in the surroundings. So he switched to the manual mode. At the same time, he got in touch with the dock through the small radio on the yacht and told them that he would be docking in a while. The yacht club was actually a little worried about the haven being out for so many days. Especially this time, the owner of the yacht was driving the yacht alone. Even if Xia Ruofei has a yacht driving license, after all, he is not a professional yacht driver. Moreover, he is alone. If something happens at sea, there won't be anyone to take care of him. After the yacht went out to sea, there was no news about it. There was no contact from the yacht club, so everyone was naturally very worried. Therefore, when the staff on duty received the news that the haven was docking, they were very excited. They quickly called Qin Lan to inform her. Xia Ruofei is an absolute big customer. His matters are generally followed up by Qin Lan personally. Xia Ruofei has become more and more skilled in operating the yacht. He drove the yacht back to his exclusive berth with ease. There were already staff waiting here. They took the rope thrown by Xia Ruofei and fixed the yacht on the dock. When Xia Ruofei returned to the shore, Qin Lan had already rushed to the dock by electric car. As soon as they met, Qin Lan said, "Mr. Xia, you are finally back." Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Manager Qin, is there something urgent?" Qin Lan said with a little anger, "You have been out for so many days, and there is no news. The staff of our club are very worried about you." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Actually, I didn't go far. I was in the nearby sea. And most of the time, I stopped the yacht to rest. It's just that the scenery on the sea is very beautiful, and it is very leisurely. So many days have passed unknowingly. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Qin Lan said. Mr. Xia, you can't disappear like this next time. Everyone was worried to death. This time, we called you on the radio, but you didn't respond. Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, I am not very familiar with operating this radio. In fact, he hadn't turned it on at all. He had just turned it on when he was about to return to the port. Thank you for your concern, Manager Qin. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I will leave the yacht to you. This time, I have been out for many days, so you have to clean it up inside and out, and take care of it, don't worry. Qin Lan said. Xia Ruofei and Qin Lan came to the club together by electric car. His Night 15 off-road vehicle was parked there, and there was a layer of dust on it. Qin Lan said, Mr. Xia, we have a free car wash service here. When we received the news that you were back, we wanted to wash your car for you, but you didn't leave the car key, so, it's okay. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, I will find a car wash later, that's troublesome. There is a professional car wash next to us, which is specially for club members. Qin Lan said, you can just give me the car key. You can also go in and have a cup of tea. Then, I'll be troubling you. Xia Ruofei said. He put his hand into his trouser pocket, took out the car key from the space, and handed it to Qin Lan. Qin Lan immediately called a staff member over, gave him a few instructions, and handed him the car keys. Then she enthusiastically led Xia Ruofei to the reception hall of the club. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, they could see the car wash next door. In fact, the yacht club also provided luxury car maintenance services. After all, those who owned yachts were basically rich people, so they definitely drove luxury cars. As for car washing, it was a free service for club members. Qin Lan sat with Xia Ruofei in the hall and asked with a smile, Mr. Xia, how do you feel about going out to sea this time? Are you satisfied with the performance and comfort of the Asma yacht? Xia Ruofei said, it's very good. I made the right choice in buying this yacht. Then please help to promote it. If your friend needs to buy a yacht, I will give him the biggest discount. Qin Lan said. Of course. Of course. Xia Ruofei said. In fact, although he knew a lot of rich people, there were not many local people. Tang Etian, Tang He, and Ma Xiong from Hong Kong had already bought luxury yachts. As a business manager, Qin Lan accumulated contacts little by little. She didn't care how sincere Xia Ruofei was. Anyway, even if there was a 1% chance, it was enough for her to work 100%. After all, the commission of selling a yacht was quite high. Qin Lan accompanied Xia Ruofei the whole time and did not deal with any other business. After the car was washed, she personally sent Xia Ruofei to the door and waved goodbye to Xia Ruofei. Her service was very good. Xia Ruofei drove away from the yacht club and went directly to the Jiangbin Villa area. On the way, he called Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue teased him, You're finally willing to come back? I thought you found a fairy island on the sea and then flew away with the fairy on the island. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, I really did find a fairy island. I'll take you there when I have the chance in the future. I promise you'll enjoy it. Ling Qingxue said in a low voice, obviously not believing Xia Ruofei's words. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Why don't you believe me when I tell you the truth? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. You'll know in the future. Qingxue, are you at the company? Ling Qingxue said bitterly, You didn't take me with you when you went out to sea. Xia Ruofei raised his hand to look at his watch and said, Then I'll come to the company to pick you up later. I'll go to the supermarket to buy groceries and have lunch at my house. I'll cook for you. All right. Ling Qingxue happily said, I want to eat the shad. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, I'll ask the farm to send one over. If we want to eat it, we'll eat it alive. Ling Qingxue said, That's more like it. I'll see you later. Come over a few minutes earlier. I don't have much to do today, so I should be able to leave early. Xia Ruofei said, Okay. After he hung up the phone, he turned the steering wheel and prepared to go to the nearby Walmart to buy some groceries. Just then, he suddenly felt a slight movement in his heart. He felt that the white raccoon in the space seemed to have moved. Xiao Ruofei suddenly smiled and said to himself, this little guy is finally waking up. Xiao Ruofei simply parked the car by the side of the road and used his mind to penetrate the Ring 2 space to carefully observe the state of the White Realm raccoon. It was still wrapped in the white light cocoon and Xiao Ruofei's mental strength could not completely penetrate it. He could only vaguely sense the situation of the White Realm raccoon. He saw that the little guy's forelimbs were stretched as far as possible as if it was stretching. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh secretly. Did this guy really sleep for a long time? It doesn't feel like there's any change. At that moment, the White Realm raccoon seemed to open its mouth. Is it yawning? Xiao Ruofei said in her heart. However, the next scene made Xiao Ruofei's eyes widen. The White Realm raccoon opened its mouth and sucked. The white light cocoon around it began to turn into traces of light and was sucked into its mouth. Is there such a thing? The white light cocoon was very thick. The traces of light were peeled off from the light cocoon like silk and were then sucked in by the realm raccoon bit by bit. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. However, it seemed that the White Realm raccoon wouldn't come out for a while because at this speed, it would take a while for it to eat the entire light cocoon. Xiao Ruofei was still thinking about picking up Xianxia. He thought about it and simply put it down and drove to buy groceries first. Xiao Ruofei restarted the car and drove to the nearby Walmart to buy some organic pork, pork ribs, and so on. As for the vegetables and the shad that Xianxia personally ordered, there was a ready-made supply in the space. There was no need to buy them at the supermarket at all. Soon, he walked out of the supermarket with a bag of groceries and drove back to the Jiangbin Villa district. No one had lived there for more than 10 days and the villa was covered in a layer of dust. After all, this was not the farm. Even if Xiao Ruofei was not at home, Yi Linyun would arrange for someone to clean it regularly. Xiao Ruofei put all the groceries he bought from the supermarket into the refrigerator. Then, seeing that it was still early, he simply went to the garage to take out a mop, a rag, and other tools and began to clean. Although it was easy to get a part-time worker, Xiao Ruofei enjoyed the process of cleaning himself. Moreover, he was very energetic. Although the villa was very big and there were many corners, he cleaned very quickly. After cleaning the yard and the first floor, Xiao Ruofei looked at his watch and felt that it was almost time. So, he put the tools aside, then went to the yard to drive to the car and drove to the headquarters of Ling's restaurant. As Xiao Ruofei drove, he sent his mind into the spirit map space to observe the state of the White Realm raccoon. He found that it was still tirelessly absorbing the white light in the light cocoon. After a while, the light cocoon seemed to have become thinner, but it shouldn't be able to finish absorbing it in a short time. Just then, his phone rang. Xiao Ruofei's phone was connected to the car's Bluetooth after he got into the car. He glanced at the display on the car's LCD screen and saw that it was Xianxia calling. So, he pressed the answer button on the multi-purpose steering wheel. He said with a smile, "Wife. Ruofei, I'm done here. Are you coming?" Xianxia asked. "I'm already on the way." Xiao Ruofei turned his head to look outside and said, "I'll be there in 2 more traffic lights." "That's great." Xianxia said, "I'll go downstairs directly." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said, "There's a little traffic jam on the road. If I'm not there when you come down, wait for me by the roadside for a while." "Okay, I got it." Xianxia said. Xiao Ruofei drove on the road that was starting to get a little congested. After about 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the headquarters of Ling's restaurant. He turned the steering wheel and turned into the entrance of the building. From afar, he saw Xianxia standing on the steps on the first floor, looking around. Xiao Ruofei smiled, pressed the horn, and drove the car over. The Night 15 off-road vehicle was too eye-catching. Xianxia heard the horn and turned her head to see it immediately. She immediately smiled sweetly and walked quickly toward the car. Xianxia was wearing a black business suit with a beige shirt with a little lace decoration. Her hair was tied up behind her head, and she looked like a white-collar elite. She opened the door on the passenger side, held the armrest with one hand, and got into the car easily with a light push. The chassis of the Night 15 was so high that it would be difficult for a girl with a weaker hand to get into the car. Xianxia looked like she had cultivated. "Wife, you're so beautiful today," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "You mean I wasn't beautiful before? How can you understand that?" Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, "My wife has always been so beautiful, but you're even more beautiful today. You look quite good." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "Okay, your desire to live is quite strong, of course." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile as he drove the car. After Ling Qingxue fastened her seat belt, she turned her head and looked at Xiao Ruofei from head to toe. Then she said, "You're good. You've been at sea for so many days, but you didn't get a tan." "Hee hee. I slept in the cabin most of the time," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Next time, I'll take you out to sea and you'll know. It's very quiet at night on the sea. The yacht moves gently with the waves. Sleeping on the soft bed feels like being in a cradle. It's like going back to being a baby. Sleeping is so comfortable." Ling Qingxue said, "Stop. Stop. Stop. Don't tempt me. I won't be in the mood to work. It's okay to go out for a day or two." Xiao Ruofei said, "We don't have to go to the sea far away. We'll stay at sea for one night and go back the next day. You can't be so busy that you don't even rest on the weekend. As long as you have time on the weekend, it won't affect anything." Ling Qingxue said, "Then let's see if we have time this weekend." Xiao Ruofei said, "We have to have time. Wife, I even got a yacht driving license. Isn't it so that when we go out to sea, no one will disturb us? Let me tell you, on the vast sea, you'll feel like there are only the two of us left in the world. It'll really be a world of just the two of us." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but look forward to it. She said, "Then I'll arrange my work in advance. Let's go out on the yacht this weekend." "That's right," Xiao Ruofei said. "Work and rest should be balanced." The two of them chatted as they drove to the Jiangbin Villa area. They hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days, so they had a lot to talk about. Xiao Ruofei was a good listener. Listening to Ling Qingxue talk about her work in the company, including her assistant's breakup, Xiao Ruofei didn't feel impatient at all. Ling Qingxue was also very interested in Xiao Ruofei's experience at sea. She kept pestering Xiao Ruofei to tell her about it. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei had a lot of experience at sea these days. Even if he didn't go to Emerald Fairy Island, there were still many things he could talk about. This included fishing on the hydrophilic platform, catching blue lobsters, and so on. Wow. There really are blue lobsters. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but open her eyes wide. "I saw it on the internet. I thought it was dyed." "It's really blue lobsters," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "They're dark blue all over. They're about this big." After Xiao Ruofei said that, he took his hands off the steering wheel and gestured to its size. Then, he quickly tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "Did you bring it back?" Ling Qingxue asked. "I ate it," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "It must have died before it reached the shore. I steamed it on the yacht the day I caught it." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but pout. She looked very regretful. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Qingxue, if you want to eat blue lobsters, let's go out to sea to catch them together next time. The probability of being caught even once is already very low. I heard that this kind of mutant species is very rare." Ling Qingxue said with a smile. "If you can really catch one twice in a row, then you can really go buy a lottery ticket." "No. The probability of winning a lottery ticket is lower than this." "That's not necessarily true. Don't you know what kind of person your husband is?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "As long as you have confidence in me, I will definitely catch another blue lobster for you." "I don't believe you." Ling Qingxue thought about it but still felt that the probability was too low. Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Then let's make a bet." "Bet? How? What are we betting on?" Ling Qingxue asked. "Let's bet on whether I can catch a blue lobster when we go out to sea this weekend." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Didn't you say that the probability is very low? How about it? Do you dare to bet? What do you think we should bet on?" Ling Qingxue said. "I can't think of anything at the moment." Xiao Ruofei said. "How about this? If I can catch a blue lobster, then I win, right? Then you have to promise me one thing. What if you can't catch one? Xianxia asked. I promise you one thing. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. You can also propose a bet now. As long as I can do it, it's not a problem. Xianxia giggled and said, this is a situation where I can win without losing. Ruofei, you want to lose to me on purpose. Then, if you can't catch it, I'll punish you. You're not allowed to leave the 3 mountains for a month. You have to accompany me every day, and you have to make me a dish of wild Yangtze shed every day. You have a big appetite. Aren't you afraid that you'll get tired of eating it for a month? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Okay. That's not too much to ask, I agree. Xianxia said excitedly, let's make this clear first. You have to catch it from the sea on the spot. Otherwise, it doesn't count. What if you didn't even eat the blue lobster last time, but put it in the fridge to freeze? When you go out to sea, you take it out and say that you've won. That's not okay. Do I look like the kind of person who would cheat? Xiao Ruofei said. Don't worry. It was definitely caught from the sea on the spot. You can supervise and bear witness the entire time. The blue lobster that Xiao Ruofei caught last time was being raised in the spatial sea. Furthermore, there were many juvenile shrimps attached to the blue lobster that had been fished up together with it. It could be said that Xiao Ruofei was almost certain to win this bet. If he felt that it was a pity to sacrifice such a big blue lobster for the bet, he could set up the time array flags in the Archean realm and get Xiaqing to use the spatial sea's seawater to raise 2 juvenile shrimps. When the time array flags and the Archean realm's time flow were combined, it could reach 2,000 times faster. There were still a few days until the weekend, so there was more than enough time to ripen a few lobsters. If he won the bet and got Xianxia to agree to a request of his, it might come in handy. Xiao Ruofei laughed inwardly. Xianxia tilted her head and thought for a moment. She felt that there were no flaws in this matter. It was simply impossible for Xiao Ruofei to win. Therefore, she said, I'll take the bet. I don't believe that you're that godly. Ruofei, you can't go back on your word if you lose. 1 month. Not a day less. Furthermore, you're not allowed to leave the 3 mountains if something big happens. No problem. Xiao Ruofei said, do you want to make a pinky promise? Xianxia burst out laughing and said, childish. The two of them chatted and laughed as they quickly returned to the Jiangbin Villa district. After entering the house, Xiao Ruofei got Xianxia to rest in the living room while he went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself that it was a good thing that he had cleaned the first floor in the morning. Otherwise, there would be dust everywhere when he entered the house. There wouldn't even be a place to sit. Xianxia also enjoyed the feeling of being taken care of by Xiao Ruofei. She obediently didn't cause trouble in the kitchen. Instead, she turned on the television and found a blockbuster to watch. Xiao Ruofei busied himself in the kitchen. He first took a Yangtze River herring from the sea in the Ring 2 space. The Yangtze River herring could be said to be completely wild. It grew in the unique environment of the Ring 2 space and was absolutely fresh. Even Xiao Ruofei had great expectations for the taste of the Yangtze River herring. The method of making Yangtze River herring was not complicated. Xiao Ruofei had already learned it. Soon, he processed the Yangtze River herring and steamed it. Then, he released his mental strength to observe and found that Xianxia was still watching TV attentively. So, he took out some Taoyuan vegetables from the space, organic black pork, pork ribs, muscovy duck and other ingredients from the refrigerator, and began to process them skillfully. For a time, the sound of a knife cutting the chopping board could be heard. There was also the sound of pots and pans occasionally colliding, and the sound of the pressure cooker blowing air out. All kinds of sounds converged into a symphony full of life. Xiao Ruofei wore an apron and hummed a song as he busied himself in the kitchen. He was in a very relaxed mood. This Yangtze River herring should be almost done. Xiao Ruofei said to himself, I can turn off the fire and let it keep warm first. The pork ribs should be slightly crushed. Xianxia likes to eat rotten ones. At this moment, a voice with a hint of immaturity and childishness suddenly sounded in Xiao Ruofei's mind. Xia. Xia. Xiao Ruofei. The gentle voice in the steel gun said thank you to the Qidian book friends Albus and Moonlit Snowy Tail for the 100 book coins reward support. Who is it? Xiao Ruofei was so shocked that he almost knocked over the lid of the pot that he had just lifted. However, Xiao Ruofei quickly reacted. The voice did not come from the outside world, but from telepathy. He immediately realized that the source of the voice was the Ring 2 space. When he used his telepathy to investigate the space, his jaw almost dropped. The voice actually came from the White Realm raccoon. To be precise, it was no longer the White Realm raccoon. After absorbing the light cocoon, its fur color had changed. At first glance, it was still snow white, but upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a hint of golden light in the white fur. Especially under the light, it was even more golden and looked very beautiful. Ruofei, who are you talking to? Ling Qingshue's voice came from the living room. Ling Qingxue, who had already started on the path of cultivation, had better hearing than ordinary people. So, even though the TV in the living room was not quiet, she still heard Xiao Ruofei's voice. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "It's nothing. I just received a harassing call." "Oh." Ling Qingxue said, "Is lunch ready?" "I'm a little hungry." "Right away." Xiao Ruofei said, "Wife, if you're really hungry, there's an egg yolk pie on the coffee table. Eat it first. But don't eat too much. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat lunch." "Got it." Ling Qingxue said sweetly, "Ruofei, thank you for your hard work." After dealing with Ling Qingxue, Xiao Ruofei immediately used his telepathy to speak to the White Realm raccoon. "Little guy. You gave me a big fright. How come you can talk all of a sudden?" "Amazing." The White Realm raccoon lay lazily on the grass, raised its front paw, and sent a telepathy to Xiao Ruofei. "I don't know either. When I woke up after a nap, I realized that I could send you telepathic messages. Now, I finally don't have to make hand gestures anymore." "You're so stupid. You can't even understand the hand gestures after making a few hand gestures." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but frown and say, "What are you gesturing about? You still have the nerve to call me stupid?" White Realm raccoon said with a look of disdain, "Xiao Ruofei, you are so stupid. Look at how smart I am. I learned your human language after a nap." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "There's nothing wrong with you saying that, but this should be your innate talent. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with how smart you are. Twisting words and forcing logic." White Realm raccoon said, unconvinced. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and asked, "Little guy, you gave me a big shock." "Right, since you can speak, then. Can you also transform into a human like in the legends?" White Realm raccoon's face sank, and said telepathically, "You still don't admit that you're stupid. I can only send you telepathic messages now. I can't make your human voice at all. As for transforming into a human, you're thinking too much." Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood the key point. White Realm raccoon still maintained its original appearance, which meant that its body structure didn't change. Then, its vocal cords definitely couldn't make a human voice, no wonder it could only send telepathic messages. White Realm raccoon then revealed a proud expression and said, "But according to my inherited memories, if my cultivation advances a little more, I can transform into a human." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then wouldn't you have to waste countless world stones?" To be honest, Xiao Ruofei felt that the White Realm raccoon only ate world stones as food. It was too deceptive. Such a rare resource, was it really good to use it as food? White Realm raccoon immediately bared its teeth in dissatisfaction and said, "What waste? I think it's a waste to let you absorb the precious world stones in your small space." Fine. It seemed that everyone had the same point of view on how precious world stones were. They just felt that the other party was wasting world stones. Xiao Ruofei said, "Fine, fine, fine, I won't argue with you about this. In any case, we'll work together in the future, and we'll split the world stones 30 to 70. Didn't you say 40 to 60 last time?" White Realm raccoon immediately retorted. "That's under the condition that you contribute." Xiao Ruofei said, "If it's like in the Jade touring Immortal Mansion, I'll feel like I'm losing out even if it's 30 to 70, okay? You're going back on your word." White Realm raccoon was very angry. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "My distribution is already fair enough. Ask yourself, how much effort did you put in to find the world stones last time? Moreover, I've already fallen into the jade touring Immortal Island. As long as I search seriously, I can still find that immortal mansion and those world stones. In other words, it's the same whether you're there or not, right? Xiao Ruofei was actually a bit of sophistry. If it wasn't for White Realm Raccoon's super long-range perception, he might not have discovered the uniqueness of the jade touring Immortal Island. He might have thought of a way to leave the Immortal Island very quickly. If that was the case, he would naturally miss out on the world stones. Of course, the greater possibility was that Xiao Ruofei would explore that Immortal Island. In that case, it was indeed very likely that he would be able to find the world stones by himself. Xiao Ruofei saw White Realm Raccoon's indignant expression and said with a smile, all right. Since I promised you, I'll at least give you 30%. If you make an outstanding contribution in the process of finding the world stones, I'll give you 40%. It's even possible for you to split it in half. Everything will depend on how much contribution you make. I can guarantee you that I definitely won't go against my conscience and steal the world stones that should belong to you. White Realm Raccoon muttered, I think you don't have a conscience to begin with, however, in front of. No, Raccoon had no choice but to lower its head under the eaves. It finally accepted Xiao Ruofei's words and said unwillingly, then it'll depend on your performance next time. If the distribution isn't fair, then we'll go our separate ways. There won't be any follow-up cooperation. All right. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, right, do you have a name? I can't always call you little guy, right? Name? I really don't have one. White Realm Raccoon tilted its head and said, I'll have to think about it. Think about what? I think Xiaobai is pretty good. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, then scratched his head and said, it doesn't seem very appropriate. You're not pure white anymore. How about Xiao Jin? Can you not be so old-fashioned? White Realm Raccoon said with a look of disgust, I'm warning you. Don't call me Xiaobai or Xiao Jin. That's not my name. I have to think of my own name. All right. You can name yourself. Xiao Ruofei said, I want to see how high your level is. Then I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to cook. Wait. I've thought about it. White Realm Raccoon shouted, isn't that puppet of yours called Xia Qing? From now on, I'll be called by Qing. This name sounds good. Xiao Ruofei almost burst out laughing. Fortunately, he held back, or else Ling Qingxue would have heard it. He held back his laughter and said, by Qing? Isn't this name too girly? Girly your head. White Realm Raccoon was a bit angry from embarrassment. I've decided, this is my name. You're not allowed to give me random names, do you hear me? All right. Since you like the girly style, then I'll call you by Qing. I have no objections. Xiao Ruofei said with a grin. Then you can stay by yourself for a while. You can sleep or cultivate, as long as you don't destroy my space. I'm going to cook. I despise you for eating such low-end food. White Realm Raccoon by Qing waved her forelimbs and revealed a look of disdain. I despise you. You actually eat stones. Xiao Ruofei retorted. Then he didn't wait for Bai Qingqing to fight back and directly closed the Ring 2 space to the outside world. He began to focus on preparing lunch. After a while, a sumptuous and delicious lunch was ready. In addition to the steamed Yangtze River shad, there were 3 dishes and 1 soup. It was more than enough for 2 people to eat. Xiao Ruofei brought the soup into the dining room and said, Qingxue, it's time to eat. Don't watch it yet, go wash your hands and get 2 bowls of rice. I know. Ling Qingxue responded crisply and turned off the TV. Then she stood up and walked to the kitchen. Xiao Ruofei brought out all the dishes, and the last dish was the steamed Yangtze River shad. Ling Qingxue put down the bowl and sniffed. She smiled and said, so fragrant. I really miss the taste of shad. Then eat more. Xiao Ruofei pinched Ling Qingxue's tender face and said, this whole one is yours. You're so good to me. Ling Qingxue also enjoyed Xiao Ruofei's love. She smiled sweetly at Xiao Ruofei and said, don't forget the bet this weekend. When I think about being able to eat shed every day, my mood becomes a lot better. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Wife, there's a military saying, plan for defeat before planning for victory. Have you thought about what would happen if you lost? There's no what if. Ling Qingxue said with certainty, this kind of thing is simply impossible. Unless the sea is yours. Xiao Ruofei laughed in his heart. I'm sorry, wife, but my house really does have a sea. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, since you're so confident, let's see how good you really are this weekend. Wife, eat. Eat. Because Ling Qingxue had to go to the company in the afternoon, the two of them didn't drink at noon. But the two of them were together, enjoying the delicious food that Xiao Ruofei had personally cooked and talking about topics that they were both interested in. Even without alcohol, the feeling was quite good. After lunch, Ling Qingxue took the initiative to roll up her sleeves and said, Ruofei, you've worked hard cooking. I'll clean up the dishes. Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue with burning eyes and said, Wife, don't worry about washing the dishes. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 days. You know. The sea is vast, and I've been on the sea alone for more than 10 days. I'm going to get sick from holding it in. Ling Qingxue's fair cheeks couldn't help but blush. Then she burst out laughing and said coquettishly, Why is your mind full of unhealthy thoughts? It's broad daylight. Xiao Ruofei had already stepped behind Ling Qingxue and hugged her slender waist from behind. He put his mouth next to her ear and said, How is this unhealthy? Our ancestors have said that food and sex are human nature. And this is the instinct of human reproduction, okay? If everyone didn't eat food, then wouldn't the human race have gone extinct? You're so full of nonsense. Ling Qingxue said as she laughed and twisted her body. Aya. Don't blow on my neck, it tickles. The two of them had been together for so long, Xiao Ruofei naturally knew Ling Qingxue's sensitive areas like the back of his hand. After a while, Ling Qingxue gave up on being reserved and said weakly, Ruofei, let's go to the bedroom, that's good. Xiao Ruofei said vaguely as he kissed Ling Qingxue. Soon, the two of them hugged each other and fell on the sofa in the living room. After more than an hour, Ling Qingxue walked out of the villa accompanied by Xiao Ruofei. Her hair was still a little messy, and her face had a seductive blush. When she walked, she felt that her steps were a little light, and her legs were weak. This was because Ling Qingxue had to rush back to the company before 2:30, so Xiao Ruofei held back. If he was allowed to do as he pleased, Ling Qingxue wouldn't be able to get out of bed for half a day. She sat in the passenger seat of the Night 15 off-road vehicle and took out a makeup mirror to fix her makeup. She glared at Xiao Ruofei, who was laughing mischievously, and said, You still have the nerve to laugh? It's all your fault. Xiao Ruofei started the car quickly, then turned to Ling Qingxue and said with a smile, Wife. Just now you kept saying, so comfortable, and you kept telling me to hurry. Hey. You're still talking. Ling Qingxue blushed and couldn't help but hit Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I won't talk anymore, okay? Women are really unreasonable. It's all your fault anyway. Ling Qingxue said coquettishly, Big pervert. Big bad guy. Big stinky pig. Xiao Ruofei accepted all the titles Ling Qingxue gave him and said with a smile, Wife, are you still coming to my place for dinner tonight? I'll make you a shad fish. Also, we can continue to discuss the topic that we didn't finish this afternoon. What topic? Ling Qingxue asked subconsciously as she touched up her makeup. An important topic about human reproduction. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. You. Ling Qingxue said angrily, I'm not going. We can also practice together. Xiao Ruofei continued to tempt her, You're really not going? Ling Qingxue hesitated and said, I'm not going tonight. I promised my dad that I'd accompany him for dinner tonight. And I'm going out to sea with you this weekend, so I have to tell him in advance. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he knew that Ling Qingxue really wasn't going out that night. So, he said regretfully, Okay then. Let's meet again tomorrow. He drove Ling Qingxue to the headquarters of Ling Ji Catering. Then, in the afternoon, he didn't go back to the company. Instead, he drove straight back to the Jianbin villa. After parking the car, Xiao Ruofei went straight to the bedroom upstairs, locked the doors and windows, and drew the curtains. Then, he took out the scroll painting and entered the Ring 2 space. The world raccoon that had just given itself the name by Qingqing was seriously comprehending the law of space in the spirit map world. After the space was upgraded, the law seemed to have evolved a lot. Bai Qingqing carefully comprehended it and felt like she had gained a lot of new insights. Xiao Ruofei suddenly appeared beside Bai Qingqing, startling her. After Xiao Ruofei entered the space, he stared at Bai Qingqing, making her feel uncomfortable. She couldn't help but send a voice transmission. "Hey! What are you looking at?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I've lived for more than 20 years and have seen many kinds of beasts, but this is the first time I've seen one that can talk. Shouldn't I pay my respects to it?" Bai Qingqing bared her teeth at Xiao Ruofei and sent a voice transmission. "Is there anyone like you who looks at me with such a wretched expression? Besides, I'm not dead, do I need you to admire me? Little fellow. Your temper is not small." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "We're business partners. Can you not speak ill of me so easily?" Bai Qingqing said, "You also said that we are partners. Are you not embarrassed to cheat me of my world stones? Hey, hey, hey! Why can't you let this matter go?" Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I didn't cheat you of your world stones. I definitely can't accept this kind of false accusation." Bai Qingqing snorted and was too lazy to dwell on this matter. She pondered for a moment and then asked, "Then when are you going to set off to find the world stones?" "I think there are a lot of opportunities on the sea. Maybe you can find a cave like the Green Roving Immortal Palace." Xiao Ruofei said, "I won't go out for a while. I still have my own business. I can't go out all the time. Let's rest for a while first." Bai Qingqing muttered, "What's so good about business in the mortal world? What's the use of earning a lot of wealth? Cultivation is the most important thing. What you said is very reasonable." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "But I have my own considerations, you don't have to worry about it." Although Xiao Ruofei had become a cultivator, he grew up in the secular world and had only been in contact with cultivation for 1 or 2 years. How could he have no nostalgia for the wonderful world and live in seclusion like those senior cultivators? What's more, the Taoyuan company was not as simple as his career. This company was also related to the livelihood of thousands of employees. How could Xiao Ruofei give it up so easily? Bai Qingqing angrily glared at Xiao Ruofei and said, "How much time is this wasting? Our cultivation efficiency is high, it won't affect us." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "As for finding the world stone, I have always believed that it depends on luck. As long as we have fate with the world stone, even if it is far away, we will eventually find it. There is no need to rush things." "Humph. You can't be taught." Bai Qingqing had completely given up on changing Xiao Ruofei's mind. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Bai Qingqing. Is that your name? Did I call you the wrong name? If you can't wait, you can break up with me and go find the world stone yourself. As long as you want to leave this space, I won't stop you." Bai Qingqing said in her heart, "I want to leave you and go find it myself. But how can the world stone be so easy to find? Also, the law of space here is so mysterious. If I go out, it won't be easy to come back in. I won't go out." In truth, Bai Qingqing approved of her and Xiao Ruofei's partnership. The two could be said to be a strong combination. No matter how fast Bai Qingqing was, it would be difficult for her to travel everywhere. However, Xiao Ruofei could easily find the world stone with his advanced means of transportation. There were also places like the roving Jade Immortal Palace. It was impossible for Bai Qingqing to reach it in the vast sea. She could only go out with Xiao Ruofei. She angrily said, "I'm too lazy to go out. I'll just stay here with you." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Then I can't ask for more." After all, Bai Qingqing's ability to sense the world stone was indeed a great help to him. Xiao Ruofei continued, "All right. Then do as you please. As long as you don't cause trouble in the space, it's fine. I'll go back to work first." Bai Qingqing was too lazy to talk to Xiao Ruofei. She waved her front paws and then lay down on the ground. She closed her eyes and began to comprehend the law of space. It looked like she had fallen asleep. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't argue with Bai Qingqing. She smiled at it and then disappeared from where she stood. The next moment, Xiao Ruofei appeared at the foot of the mountain in the Mountain Sea realm. After several upgrades in the space, this small hill had now become a tall mountain. Xiao Ruofei's figure flashed and he arrived at the cave halfway up the mountain. He wanted to see if he could break the protective barrier of the heavenward jade token. Originally, Xiao Ruofei felt like he wouldn't be able to break the protective barrier of the heavenward jade token in a short period of time. After all, he had barely managed to break the protective barrier of the earthward jade token before exploring the tomb. It hadn't been that long since then. However, after absorbing the golden core of the purple blood spiritual python at the green Turing Immortal Island, Xiao Ruofei's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. More importantly, his spiritual power had broken through a realm and reached the spirit gathering realm. Spiritual force was a very important factor in breaking the protective barrier. It was because his spiritual force had reached the spirit gathering realm that Xiao Ruofei felt a bit more confident. That was why he wanted to give it a try. Even if he couldn't succeed, he would at least be able to see how big the gap was. This was what he was thinking right now. After Xiao Ruofei entered the cave, he immediately walked toward the stone platform. Now, there were only 2 green protective enchantments on the stone platform. Inside one of them was the heavenward jade talisman, and inside the other enchantment was a jade box. Xiao Ruofei didn't know what was in the jade box because his spiritual force couldn't penetrate it at all. However, since it was placed in the last barrier, it was obvious that the thing in the jade box was more precious than the heaven, earth, and human tripartite jade token in the eyes of the original owner of the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei was still looking forward to that jade box, but he didn't think too much about it because he knew that it was impossible to open it in a short period of time. The strength of the protective enchantments increased with each level. With his current cultivation, it was already difficult for him to open the enchantment of the heavenward jade talisman, let alone the jade box. Xiao Ruofei came to the stone platform and stood still. He looked at the heavenward jade token and couldn't help but feel envious. He knew very well that the heavenward jade token would definitely contain the 7th to 9th level of the Dao technique. Only by obtaining the heavenward jade token would the Dao technique be considered complete. Although Xiao Ruofei could only cultivate the first level of the Dao technique, this didn't stop him from having a strong desire to obtain the complete Dao technique. After all, as long as he broke through to the golden core realm, he would be able to cultivate the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Dao technique. According to the experience of the previous 2 jade tokens, other than the last part of the Dao technique, there should be other inheritance contents in the jade tokens. For example, the earthward jade token contained a very profound inheritance of formation knowledge. What kind of inheritance contents would be in the heavenward jade token of a higher level? Xiao Ruofei was also full of anticipation. He took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and slowly pressed on the green protective boundary. Then, his mental power surged wildly, and a large amount of invisible spatial power immediately gathered in his hand, and launched waves of attacks on the defensive barrier. The green light of the protective boundary became brighter, and the boundary began to slowly sink under Xiao Ruofei's pressure. Xiao Ruofei could feel that the protective boundary was incomparably tough. In the process of cracking it, the reaction force he suffered also increased geometrically. 1 minute, 2 minutes, gradually, Xiao Ruofei's palm slowly sank into the light film of the boundary in the green halo. Blue veins began to appear on his forehead, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. In fact, after Xiao Ruofei's space was upgraded, his compatibility with the entire Ring 2 space had increased. The same amount of mental power could naturally mobilize more invisible spatial power. Moreover, his mental power had also broken through a large realm. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei actually felt that his mental power still had some energy left. However, his body couldn't withstand so much spatial power. It must be known that when cracking the formation, the spatial power had to go through Xiao Ruofei's body to act on the light film of the boundary. As the spatial power increased, the pressure on Xiao Ruofei also increased. He clenched his teeth and continued to persevere, but he gradually felt that his body had reached a limit. Suddenly, he heard a slight cracking sound, and a sharp pain came from his palm. Xiao Ruofei's heart trembled, and he decisively withdrew his mental power, and the invisible spatial power gradually dissipated. Xiao Ruofei's face showed a trace of bitterness. He had already noticed that a few cracks had appeared on his palm. My body really isn't strong enough. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and muttered to himself. He directly waved his hand, and the lid of a box on the stone table opened by itself. Then, a piece of spirit heart flower petal slowly floated towards him. Xiao Ruofei slightly released his mental power, and the petal was directly sucked into his palm. At the same time, he clasped his hands together. Once the spirit heart flower petal came into contact with his body, it immediately melted like snowflakes meeting sunlight. It completely integrated into Xiao Ruofei's body, and not a trace of residue was left. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei also felt that his injured palm was healing at an extremely fast speed. In fact, Xiao Ruofei could also use the spirit heart flower petal solution, and the effect would be the same. However, the part of his injury was in his palm, so he directly held the spirit heart flower petal in his palm and absorbed it, and the effect was even better. This was also because he had saved up a lot of spirit heart flower petals during this period of time. Therefore, he was not stingy when using them. Xiao Ruofei felt that his injury had healed in a very short time, and his body had also recovered to its peak state. As for his mental power, he didn't use his full strength just now, so naturally, he didn't need to recover much. As long as he rested a little, his mental power would recover to its peak state. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself, it seems that in order to obtain this heavenward jade talisman, I need to be at least at the peak of Qi refining stage level 9, or even at the golden core stage. He couldn't help but look at the last jade box. If even the heavenward jade talisman's protective barrier was so difficult to break, then what about this jade box's protective barrier? How strong would it be? Could it be that it could only be broken by the nascent soul stage? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but have such a thought. However, he couldn't think that far now. Since he couldn't do anything to the two protective barriers, he didn't think too much about it. Anyway, the things were in the space, and it couldn't fly. As long as his cultivation was enough, he would naturally be able to obtain it. It was just like the mansion-guarding wooden tablet that he had absorbed into his body and was constantly refining. Although he might not be able to completely refine it in a short time, it was only a matter of time. It was already in his bag, so there was no need to rush at all. Xiao Ruofei's figure flashed and left the cave. Then, he jumped onto the all-terrain vehicle at the foot of the mountain and began to drive on the vast land of the Mountain Sea territory. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's compatibility with the space was now very high. As long as he willed it, he could appear anywhere in the space. However, he still enjoyed the feeling of driving the all-terrain vehicle and patrolling his exclusive territory at lightning speed. Xiao Ruofei didn't intend to drive around the space. Now that the space had expanded to a large area, it would take a lot of time to drive around. He drove the all-terrain vehicle directly to the beach, and then his figure flashed and appeared on the small Asma yacht. Xiao Ruofei started the engine of the yacht and drove it out. With the expansion of the space, the sea finally had a feeling of being endless. It was no longer like before. When he stood on the beach and looked out, he could faintly see the space membrane in the distance. Xiao Ruofei stood on the yacht and looked at the vast sea in front of him. His heart was filled with emotions. When he first obtained the spiritual map scroll, it was only an acre of land. Later, with the upgrade of the space, the range became larger and larger. Later on, there was even an even larger space, the Mountain Sea territory. Now, the Mountain Sea territory had expanded to the extent that he could no longer see the space membrane. While sighing, Xiao Ruofei suddenly had an idea. In the next moment, he disappeared with the yacht and appeared at the end of the space sea. In front of the yacht was the space membrane. With another thought, Xiao Ruofei returned to the beach by the sea, but left the yacht far away. He looked in the direction of the yacht and found that he couldn't see the yacht. Of course, he could easily sense the yacht's location. Then, Xiao Ruofei used the invisible power of the space and gently pushed the yacht slowly in the direction of the coast. In Xiao Ruofei's senses, the distance between the yacht and him was shortening little by little. Then, Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up slightly. The yacht appeared in his field of vision. To be precise, the upper half of the yacht, which was the top part of the deck, appeared in his field of vision. Xiao Ruofei continued to use the power of space to push the yacht forward slowly. In his field of vision, the yacht gradually revealed its full appearance. In ancient times, due to the limitations of cognition, the theory that the sky was round and the earth was round had dominated for a long time. As some phenomena were noticed, people gradually realized that the ground under their feet was not flat, and it was very likely to be a sphere. One of the most typical examples was that in the endless sea, if a ship sailed from a distant place, the first thing it would see would be the ship's mast. This meant that the sea was not flat, but had a certain arc. Now, such a scene appeared in the sea of space. This meant that after the space continued to evolve, the land and sea would not be flat either. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei appeared on the yacht in a flash. He muttered to himself, "So, if this space continues to evolve, it will become a planet?" In the outside world, there is an endless deep space and a boundless universe outside Earth. If this space becomes a planet, what will be outside? Can it continue to expand? Xiao Ruofei's mind could not help but explore the space membrane. The tough space membrane was like a balloon. With the upgrade of the space, this balloon was constantly inflated. As for the situation outside the balloon, Xiao Ruofei could not see it clearly. He could only vaguely sense countless spatial turbulence flying around. He was certain that if he entered such an environment, he would probably turn into dust instantly. It would be useless even if his cultivation broke through a few realms. As long as he entered, he might not even last a breath. Xiao Ruofei stood on the yacht and looked at the surrounding sea and the distant coastline. The anticipation in his heart grew stronger. The spirit map world seemed to have revealed the tip of the iceberg to him. Xiao Ruofei did not dare to imagine how far it would evolve. Haha. Why do you care so much? Xiao Ruofei laughed heartily and said, "I just need to do my best to find boundary stones. As long as this space can continue to upgrade, I won't hesitate to find all the boundary stones on Earth. If all the boundary stones on Earth are used up, then I'll go to the universe to find more. Daoist Baiyuzi can escape into the starry sky, so can I." Boundless pride surged in his heart. Of course, the reason he had such confidence was also because of the resources he controlled. With a unique treasure like the Ring 2 space, as well as a large number of spirit crystals and yuanjing, as well as top cultivation methods, it was not difficult for Xiao Ruofei to reach the nascent soul stage. He laughed, restarted the yacht, and sped toward the coast. After returning to the outside world, Xiao Ruofei sorted out his gains. The 200 pieces of origin crystals, along with a box, were placed in the cave of the mountain sea territory, together with the other spirit crystals. All the useful materials of the purple blood spiritual python were processed by Xiaqing. The rest of the internal organs and bones were discarded by Xiao Ruofei when they were at sea. Other than that, he also obtained the precious house-guarding wooden plaque. The house-guarding wooden plaque was still in the process of being refined. After it was stored in his dantian, Xiao Ruofei separated a trace of his mental strength to control it. Other than when he was in deep sleep, the refinement was ongoing all the time. However, his current cultivation level was still very low. Even if his mental strength had broken through to the spirit-gathering realm, which was equivalent to the golden core stage, he could only rely on painstaking effort to refine the house-guarding wooden plaque. Xiao Ruofei sensed it slightly and discovered that after the continuous refinement over the past few days, the refinement progress of the house-guarding wooden plaque had reached about 1%. At this speed, it would probably take several years to completely refine it. Of course, Xiao Ruofei could also use the time array flags in the Archean realm to stack them. This way, a few days in the outside world would be enough for him to refine the house-guarding wooden plaque. However, he definitely would not do that. This was because although only a few days had passed in the outside world, Xiao Ruofei really needed to stay in the array formation for several years. This was absolutely unacceptable to Xiao Ruofei. Furthermore, he was not waiting for the green Turing immortal mansion to save his life. There was no sense of urgency at all. It felt pretty good to refine it day by day. If he really had to stay in the narrow array formation of the Archean realm for several years, Xiao Ruofei felt that he would go crazy. Furthermore, if he used the time acceleration technique in the array formation whenever there was a need, wouldn't he age very quickly? Therefore, Xiao Ruofei still chose to refine it step by step according to the rules. He did not think of any shortcuts at all. In addition to the house-guarding wooden plaque, he still had a flying sword in his dantian. This green Turing immortal sword was undoubtedly a very important trump card for Xiao Ruofei. With it, Xiao Ruofei would have complete confidence even if he faced an opponent stronger than him. Ordinary cultivators would never have thought that Xiao Ruofei actually had a flying sword. If he caught his opponent off guard, he would definitely be able to defeat them. After taking stock of his harvest this time, Xiao Ruofei suddenly remembered that he had also obtained a few fruits by the cold pond above the Green Turing Immortal Mansion. There were more than a dozen dark red and dark purple fruits in total. Xiao Ruofei had already tried them. The dark red fruit could improve one's physique and even directly produce true qi in the body. It was a bit like the vermilion fruit in wuxia novels that could increase one's cultivation by decades after eating one. The dark purple fruit nourished the soul and was very beneficial for increasing one's mental strength. Of course, these two fruits were not very helpful for Xiao Ruofei's cultivation level. However, Xiao Ruofei quickly muttered to himself, I can't use it, but Xianxia and Weiwei can. These fruits must be very helpful for them. Oh right, Howren must be able to use it too. How could I forget to give it to him when we were in Australia? Forget it. I'll keep it for now. I'll give it to him the next time we go to Australia. The child is still too young, so it may not be a good thing for his cultivation level to increase too quickly. Xiao Ruofei also stored the fruits in the cave in the dimension and used a special box to store them. He was going to give them to Ling Qingshui first. As for Song Wei and Tang Howren, he would keep them for now. However, Ling Qingshui said that she would not be coming over tonight. She wanted to have dinner with Ling Xiaotian, so he would have to wait until tomorrow. Anyway, this matter was not urgent, so Xiao Ruofei naturally would not go to the Ling family again. Although Ling Xiaotian was very warm to him and very supportive of him and Ling Qingshui being together, she was still a little restrained when meeting her future father-in-law. Xiao Ruofei looked at the time. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Just now, in order to break the barrier in the dimension, he had almost exhausted all of his strength. Although he had recovered a little after using a petal of the spirit heart flower, he was still mentally exhausted. So, he simply went to wash up and lay on the bed to rest. He slept until 5 o'clock. When he woke up, Xiao Ruofei was already feeling refreshed. After 2 hours of deep sleep, his mental strength had almost completely recovered. He first separated a strand of his mental strength and continuously poured it into the wooden tablet to continue refining it. Then, he got up and went downstairs to prepare dinner. Xiao Ruofei simply reheated the food that he had not finished eating at noon. Then, he took out a shad from the dimension and steamed it. At noon, Ling Qingshui had a special liking for this steamed shad. The two of them had already finished the entire shad. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei did not eat much of it. Most of the time, he would give it to Ling Qingshui. At night, when he was eating alone, he could enjoy this world's best delicacy. Xiao Ruofei ate his dinner with relish. With his current cultivation, he could go without eating for a few days without any problems. When it came to eating, his appetite was also much bigger than ordinary people. The main thing was that his body was countless times stronger than ordinary people. Naturally, his absorption was much better than ordinary people. Therefore, after the meal, not only was the shad completely eaten by him, the rest of the dishes were also almost completely gone. Xiao Ruofei cleaned up the table. After washing the dishes, he touched his bloated stomach and revealed a satisfied smile. Even though he had become a cultivator, Xiao Ruofei still enjoyed this kind of worldly happiness. 3 meals a day was more like a ritual. Xiao Ruofei often thought that if the ability to enjoy delicious food had deteriorated, then what was the point of having a high cultivation? At least for now, he did not have the slightest interest in secluded cultivation. After cleaning up, Xiao Ruofei walked out of the villa. Like most ordinary people, he prepared to take a stroll after dinner to aid digestion, even though his powerful absorption ability did not allow him to take a stroll to aid digestion. The interior environment of the Jiangbin Villa area was very quiet and secluded. The design of the villas was also picturesque. The distance between the houses was very large to ensure the lighting and vision of every household. At the same time, through some garden design, the privacy of the residents was ensured. Xiao Ruofei walked on the clean road in this community and felt a trace of leisure and satisfaction. Unknowingly, Xiao Ruofei walked to the townhouse area on the hillside. I wonder how the renovation of Sister Jing's villa is going? Xiao Ruofei secretly said in his heart. His footsteps did not stop as he continued to walk toward Feng Jing's villa. At this moment, a somewhat uncertain voice came from behind him. Ruofei? Xiao Ruofei's figure paused. He slowly turned around and saw Feng Jing standing not far behind him, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Xiao Ruofei revealed a trace of an awkward smile. He waved at Feng Jing and said, "Sister Jing, what a coincidence." Feng Jing was still wearing her work suit, looking very capable. She glanced at Xiao Ruofei and asked faintly, "Mr. Chairman, when did you return to the Three Mountains? Now you're becoming more and more mysterious. It's hard to see your whereabouts." Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly and said, "I came back in the evening." He had just arrived home not long ago. "I just came back and was a little tired. I thought I would see you at the company tomorrow, so I didn't call you." As the boss, not to mention that he had been away for more than 10 days, now that he had returned to the Three Mountains, he actually hid for a day of leisure. Moreover, he was caught red-handed by Feng Jing. Xiao Ruofei also felt very awkward. Feng Jing pursed her lips and said, "I was just casually asking. Look at how nervous you are. You're the boss of the company. How would I dare to interfere with your schedule?" The more Feng Jing said this, the more awkward Xiao Ruofei felt. He quickly changed the topic and said, "Oh right, Sister Jing, why are you here?" Feng Jing shrugged and said, "I came to see the renovation progress. The company was so busy during the day that I couldn't leave. I could only come and take a look after work. She's definitely complaining about the lack of time, so I can't talk to her." Xiao Ruofei secretly said in his heart. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Sister Jing, isn't the renovation work handed over to Uncle Liang's company? With him personally taking care of it, you don't have to worry." "That's true, but after all, it's such an expensive house." Feng Jing said with a smile, "This is basically my entire net worth, and it's also an advance dividend. Although I'm very confident in Boss Liang, I can't help but come and take a look after work. After all, it's my own house. I can't completely be a hands-off shopkeeper." A hands-off shopkeeper. Xiao Ruofei's face was slightly sluggish, and he secretly said in his heart, "She's definitely insinuating me." Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei, then suddenly laughed and said, "Okay. I'm not talking about you. Look at how guilty you look." "How did I become a thief?" Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "Besides, how am I guilty? I'm a righteous chairman, do I need to be guilty?" "Yes, yes, yes." Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, "Chairman, would you like to accompany me to see the renovation progress?" "Okay. It's my pleasure," Xiao Ruofei said with a laugh. The two walked side by side to the townhouse not far away. Along the way, Feng Jing also habitually reported to Xiao Ruofei about the company's recent situation. Feng Jing was very familiar with the company's business. Although she didn't prepare in advance, all the data was almost in her mind, so she could report it easily. "Right, there's something I haven't had time to report to you," Feng Jing said. "These days when you were at sea, I couldn't get through to your phone. What's the matter?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "It's about the program you promised Xiangnan Satellite TV before." Feng Jing said, "The leader of Xiangnan Satellite TV, what did I promise?" Xiao Ruofei interrupted Feng Jing's words and said, "Obviously, you promised, okay?" Feng Jing burst into laughter. Fine, 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 I'll take it as a promise, okay? Didn't I ask for your opinion and get your consent?" "Okay. Okay." Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, "And then?" "The recording time of the first episode has basically been set, at the end of this month." Feng Jing said, "It's only 10 or 20 days. Xiangnan Satellite TV has contacted us many times, hoping to communicate with you in advance about the program recording." In front of them was Feng Jing's villa. Xiao Ruofei stood still and said with a smile, "Since I promised them, I must go. It's just recording an episode. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll go there directly." Feng Jing pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Your popularity on the internet is not lower than those little fresh meats. How dare Xiangnan Satellite TV neglect you? They must communicate with you first." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile. "Is it that exaggerated?" "It's not exaggerated at all. Feng Jing said with a smile, now those little fresh meats on the internet are all soft and tender, but you have turned the tide and saved a plane. If you were a little bigger, you would definitely be the representative of a tough guy. In addition, you are young and have a net worth of hundreds of millions. This is not something those little fresh meats can compare with. It can be said that you are simply a clear stream in the internet celebrity world. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, are you praising me or insulting me? What a clear stream. I think it's a mudslide, right? Feng Jing couldn't help laughing. Xiao Ruofei's popularity on the internet can continue to be high, in addition to Xiao Ruofei's own unique attractiveness and continuous topics. In fact, it is also her credit. She has always insisted that Xiao Ruofei maintain a certain exposure, and also appointed a person in the company to be responsible for the maintenance of Xiao Ruofei's social media account. Although Xiao Ruofei presented himself as himself in front of the public, unlike some celebrities who carefully created a persona, he still needed to constantly display his image in order to maintain his popularity. Xiao Ruofei, who often doesn't log into Weibo for many days, doesn't post new updates, and doesn't interact with fans. If there is no full-time operator of the company to maintain the account, the popularity has begun to decline. Feng Jing said, Ruofei, I will ask Boss Dong to contact Xiaonan Satellite TV. If you have any requirements or taboos, you can also tell me. I will tell Dong Yun. Xiao Ruofei said casually, I don't have any requirements. I don't think of myself as a star, and I don't have so many bad habits. I'll just act as myself. Okay. Feng Jing said straightforwardly, then you can go to Beijing a day or two in advance. The program group must also need to communicate with you in advance about the program process. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, I will stay in Sanshan during this time. Remember to remind me when the time comes. N. Feng Jing nodded and said, let's go. Let's go in and have a look. The two of them walked up the steps. The townhouse was built against the mountain. There were 4 houses side by side, and each house had a front yard. The middle was separated by a tall barbed wire fence. The barbed wire fence was also covered with plants, making it look like a green wall. Feng Jing bought a set at the end, and the area of the yard was much larger than the 2 in the middle. Feng Jing took out the key, opened the door, and walked into the yard with Xiao Ruofei. The last time he came, the yard was full of weeds. Now Xiao Ruofei saw that the weeds had been cleaned up, and some decoration materials were neatly piled on the ground. Feng Jing smiled and said, originally, there was a parking space on the left and right, but I don't need 2 parking spaces. Occasionally, when a friend comes, there is parking space in the community, so I asked Chief Liang's company to change this parking space. When the time comes, a grape trellis will be built here with a stone table below. It's not bad to cool down here in the summer. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. It's pretty good. If you want to see the scenery and enjoy the river breeze, go to the balcony. If you want to be quiet, make tea under the grape trellis. It's very nice. Because the house was built against the mountain, it was actually built on solid cement piles. There were 2 layers of elevated floors below, so between the front yard and the entrance of the villa, there was a small covered bridge. The 2 walked through the yard and the covered bridge, then came to the entrance of the villa. Because the house was still being renovated, there was no need to take off their shoes. After Feng Jing opened the door, the 2 walked straight in. With the light in the house, Xiao Ruofei looked up and down and said, Jingjia, Uncle Liang's company is quite efficient. They have already started to paint the walls. Have the water and electricity been laid out? Feng Jing smiled and nodded. The wiring has been finished. In addition to the water and electricity, they have also installed floor heating on the 1st and 2nd floors. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Ruofei said as he looked. Although the renovation wasn't completed, the design could be seen. The 1st floor was the kitchen, dining room, and an open living room. The living room was connected to a large balcony, facing the Min River. Feng Jing smiled and pointed to the balcony. When the time comes, I'm going to make a circle of fabric sofas here. When friends come, they can have a barbecue, party, and chat here. It's very convenient. Xiao Ruofei touched his nose and asked, putting fabric sofas on the open balcony? What if it rains? Feng Jing smiled and said, "It's just a circle of table made of anti-corrosive wood with varnish. The cushions can be moved away at any time. Can't you just take them out when you need them?" "Stupid." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "So that's how it is." Feng Jing usually didn't talk so much, but she really liked this house. When she talked about the renovation of the house, she talked a lot. After all, she personally participated in the renovation plan and modified it a few times before she took it out. She personally took Xiao Ruofei upstairs and downstairs to look around. She told Xiao Ruofei what functions she was going to design and what she was going to use. When she talked about happy things, she was like a child. Xiao Ruofei also had a smile on his face as he followed Feng Jing around. After looking around, the two of them left Feng Jing's townhouse. Xiao Ruofei stood at the door and said, "Xianxia, come to my house." Feng Jing hesitated and said, "It's so late. It's not very convenient, right? I'd better go back to the company." Feng Jing didn't plan to go back to the farm today. Her office in the company was a big suite with a very comfortable bedroom. It had all kinds of living facilities, so it was convenient to live in the company. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "What's inconvenient about that? Why don't you just stay at my place tonight?" "Ah?" Feng Jing couldn't help but cry out. Her heart was beating like a little deer. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Xianxia, don't get the wrong idea. I have a lot of rooms. Why don't you just stay at my place for the night? Anyway, I have to go to the company tomorrow. We can go in the same car." Then, Xiao Ruofei looked at Feng Jing and asked with a smile, "Xianxia, are you afraid?" Feng Jing was actually very moved by Xiao Ruofei's suggestion. After she heard Xiao Ruofei's words, she pretended to be unconvinced and snorted, "Who's afraid? Let's go." After saying this, Feng Jing regretted it in her heart. She knew that Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were very loving, and Ling Qingxue also lived in this community, which wasn't far from Xiao Ruofei's house. If Ling Qingxue bumped into them, it might cause a misunderstanding. Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for Feng Jing to come back. He smiled and said, "Let's go then. I happen to have some good tea at my place. Let's make a pot of tea and chat later. You can also tell me about the company's recent situation." Feng Jing comforted herself in her heart. "I'm going to report to Ruofei about the company's work. I didn't mean to stay at his house." Xiao Ruofei walked back to his villa with Feng Jing. He casually turned on the light in the living room and said with a smile, "Sister Jing, there are new slippers in the shoe cabinet. You can wear them as you wish." After that, he changed into the slippers and went into the house. He found a box of tea leaves in the small refrigerator next to the carved coffee table in the living room and skillfully began to boil water to make tea. Feng Jing changed into her slippers and walked over. She sat down opposite Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, "Ruofei, this is what you call a villa. Compared to yours, my place is simply a tube-shaped apartment." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Sister Jing, as long as you continue to work in our company, I guarantee that in less than 3 years, you will be able to afford to live in a villa like this." "I believe that." Feng Jing pursed her lips and said with a smile. The two of them chatted for a while. Soon, the water in the pot boiled. Xiao Ruofei scooped some tea leaves with a wooden spoon and put them into the purple clay pot. Then, he quickly began to make tea. "Try this Da Hong Pao." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "This is much better than the tea leaves that our company sells in bulk." "So, the chairman is hiding all the good things?" Feng Jing teased. "Take it with you when you leave tomorrow." Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, "Ask me for more after you finish this box. You are my most capable subordinate. If I can't provide you with even a little tea, how can I do that?" Feng Jing chuckled and said, "No, no, no. A gentleman doesn't take what others like. Besides, I don't have the habit of drinking tea. If you really want to give it to me, then give it to me. You might as well give me a few boxes of Yuji ointment." Feng Jing naturally wasn't talking about the Yuji ointment that the company sold in bulk. She wanted the Yuji ointment handmade by Xiao Ruofei. Feng Jing had experienced the effects of the Yuji ointment. Although the Yuji ointment produced by the company was quite amazing, everything was afraid of comparison. Comparing the two, the Yuji ointment sold in the market and the Yuji ointment handmade by Xiao Ruofei weren't at the same level. No problem. When I have time, I will personally make some for you. Xiao Ruofei agreed without thinking. The chairman is so generous. Feng Jing praised Xiao Ruofei happily. The two of them drank tea while talking about the company. In the 10 days that Xiao Ruofei was out at sea, the company's work was progressing steadily under the leadership of Feng Jing. The pharmaceutical factory and farm expansion projects in Chongping County were progressing quite quickly. The sales of the Yuji ointment and Yangxin soup were as hot as ever. Xiao Ruofei asked, "Oh yeah, Jingjia, how are the geese that I asked the farm to try to breed?" Feng Jing had specifically asked about the Strasbourg geese on the farm because she knew that this was a task that Xiao Ruofei had personally deployed. He must have paid a lot of attention to it. Feng Jing immediately smiled and said, "Ruofei, the 6 Strasbourg geese are doing very well. They are taken care of very well every day, and they are growing very healthily." Speaking of this, Feng Jing couldn't help but say, "You definitely don't know, right? These geese are now little internet celebrities." Ah? Little internet celebrities? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be confused. He couldn't help but ask, "What's the situation?" "Wait a minute. Let me see." Feng Jing took out her phone and searched. "See for yourself later." After a while, Feng Jing said, "Found it." Then, she handed the phone to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei took it and looked at it. It was actually a very popular TikTok short video app. It opened a user interface that showed that this user had more than 10,000 fans. Only 10,000 fans. That's not very popular. Xiao Ruofei muttered. Only? You have to know that this account has only been online for 10 days. Feng Jing said, "It's quite impressive to have 10,000 fans in 10 days. So it's quite impressive?" Xiao Ruofei said as he glanced at the username. He muttered to himself, "This name. Xiaowen becomes Xiao Lu? Why does it feel a bit dirty?" Feng Jing's pretty face suddenly turned red. She couldn't help but glare at Xiao Ruofei and say, "What nonsense is this? This is the account of the trainee breeder who is responsible for taking care of these 6 geese. Isn't his nickname Xiaoliuzi?" As Feng Jing said this, she secretly complained in her heart. This Xiaoliuzi, he could have chosen any name, but he had to choose such a name. When this account becomes popular in the future, this ID will be a problem. Xiao Ruofei was also a little embarrassed. He smiled and scratched his head. He said, "Let me see what videos he has posted." His finger gently swiped across the screen. He saw that Xiaoliuzi had posted dozens of videos in the past 10 days. On average, there were several videos per day. Without exception, these videos were all about the Strasbourg geese. Xiao Ruofei clicked on one of them and couldn't help but be attracted by the charmingly naive geese. The environment of the goose pen was also very beautiful. There was a green goose house, a clear small pond, and green grass. It was completely different from the muddy goose dung that people had imagined. On top of that, it was obvious that the Strasbourg geese had been taken good care of. Every single one of them was clean without a single stain. Their feathers were glossy and smooth, and they swayed as they walked. It was hard not to like them. Feng Jing took a look and said with a smile, "These are the early videos. Because there aren't enough fans, they are relatively short. You can take a look at the videos that have been posted in the past few days." Thus, Xiao Ruofei clicked on a few more videos and realized that Lil 6 was quite creative. The angles of the videos were very particular, and the content was rich and varied. Some were of him bathing and brushing the little geese's feathers, some were of the geese's various silly behaviors, and some were of them eating. Xiao Ruofei found that each goose had its own designated food bowl, and they ate in their own bowl in an orderly manner every time. They never fought for the food next to them. The 6 Strasbourg geese were neatly lined up in a row. They lowered their heads and ate with relish. It was inexplicably funny. "This Xiaoliuzi is good. He is very creative," Xiao Ruofei said. "Sister Jing, can you tell the farm to promote him in advance?" "I think so," Feng Jing said with a smile. "This young man is a talent." Xiao Ruofei chatted with Feng Jing while he clicked on the video that Xiaoliuzi had posted. Feng Jing also came over to watch it. When they saw the funny scene, both of them were overjoyed. At this moment, the door of the villa opened, and then there was a sound of footsteps. The gentle voice in the steel gun said, "Thank you to the Chidian readers, Erlang of the Jing family for 500 book coins and Albus for 100 book coins." Feng Jing was very close to Xiaoliuzi, so she didn't hear the footsteps behind her. However, Xiao Ruofei's hearing was very good, so he naturally noticed it immediately. Only he and Ling Qingxue had the keys to the villa. Only Ling Qingxue could come in through the front door in the middle of the night. Sure enough, before Xiao Ruofei could stand up, Ling Qingxue opened the door and walked into the villa. She was holding a lunch box in her hand. When Ling Qingxue saw that Feng Jing was also in Xiao Ruofei's house, and that their heads were almost touching, she couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Ruofei heard the footsteps and reacted immediately. He immediately stood up and greeted her awkwardly, "Qingxue, you're here." Feng Jing came back to her senses. She turned around and saw Ling Qingxue, who was prettily pressing buttons. She stood up immediately and couldn't help but blush. Feng Jing could feel the complicated look in Ling Qingxue's eyes. She panicked for no reason, like a child who had been caught red-handed doing something wrong. Ling Qingxue didn't show any emotions on her face. She just said faintly, "Sister Jing is here too. Ruofei, we made dumplings at home tonight. My dad knew that you were back, so he asked me to send some over to you." After that, Ling Qingxue put the dumplings on the cabinet in the entryway. She didn't even enter the house and said directly, "The dumplings are here." "I'll go back first," Feng Jing quickly said. "Qingxue, don't misunderstand. I came over after work to check on the progress of the renovation. I saw that the lights in the chairman's house were on, so I came over to take a look. The chairman hasn't been back to the company for a while, right? So I came to report to him about the work." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "Sister Jing, I didn't misunderstand. You can continue. I'll go home first." Ling Qingxue just saw Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing looking at their phones together and laughing. It didn't look like they were reporting to each other. However, Ling Qingxue didn't want to expose everything. This wasn't something a smart woman would do. Therefore, although she felt a little sad, she still chose to leave immediately. This way, she wouldn't fall out with them, and she could express her feelings at the same time. Ling Qingxue also believed that even if Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing had an ambiguous relationship, they wouldn't have anything to do with each other tonight, at least, since she had already seen it. They wouldn't do anything. Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "Qingxue, why are you leaving so soon? Come in and sit." Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't let Ling Qingxue go back like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. So as he spoke, he walked over and pulled Ling Qingxue's hand into the house without any explanation. Ling Qingxue's heart was in a mess, but she didn't really want to go back like this. If she really left, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Therefore, she said half-heartedly, "I haven't changed my shoes yet." "Then change your shoes." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "These are your exclusive slippers." Ling Qingxue didn't say anything. After changing her shoes, she bent down and carefully put her shoes into the shoe cabinet. Then, she silently followed Xiao Ruofei into the living room. Feng Jing felt very embarrassed at this time. At the same time, she felt a little regretful. If she hadn't agreed to stay here on impulse, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Feng Jing couldn't help but scold herself in her heart. "I knew that Qingxue lived not far away, but I still came with Ruofei. Why am I so stupid? How can I explain it clearly now?" Xiao Ruofei was very magnanimous. He felt that he didn't do anything wrong anyway, so there was no need to look guilty. He held Ling Qingxue's hand and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Then, he said with a smile, "Qingxue, Sister Jing was just talking to me about the new project on our farm. Didn't I set up a small goose farm on the farm before I went out to sea? There are 6 Strasbourg geese there. This is also for the next stage of large-scale breeding and to test and prepare the technology. Look." Xiaoliuzi, who is in charge of the farm, posted a lot of videos on TikTok. Now, the 6 Strasbourg geese have become internet celebrities. We were just watching the videos. Look. The screen isn't off yet. Ling Qingxue's gaze followed the direction of Xiao Ruofei's finger. Sure enough, she saw Feng Jing's phone on the coffee table, which was still playing the video posted by Xiaoliuzi. When the video on TikTok ended, it would return to the beginning and continue to play on a loop. In this state, as long as the screen wasn't turned off manually, the phone wouldn't automatically shut off. Ling Qingxue looked at the video a little and knew that Xiao Ruofei wasn't lying. She already believed most of what he said. Although Ling Qingxue felt that Feng Jing was still at Xiao Ruofei's house so late at night, at least the scene she saw just now wasn't flirting with the two of them. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a lot better. I didn't say anything about you. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, why are you explaining so much? You're making it seem like I'm petty. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, of course not. Our Qingxue is the most generous, isn't she? Sister Jing. Feng Jing also nodded awkwardly and said, of course. She's your overbearing president. How can she not be generous? Ling Qingxue was teased by Feng Jing and felt a little embarrassed. She glared at Xiao Ruofei and said, you're such a smooth talker. Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue flirting and felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She stood up and said, Ruofei, Qingxue, I'm almost done reporting the work here. You guys chat, I'm going back, Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Sister Jing, it's already so late. Don't leave. I have a lot of rooms here. You can stay here for the night. Anyway, I have to go to the company tomorrow. Let's go together. In fact, this was a consensus that the two of them had reached before. However, in front of Ling Qingxue, Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't say it directly. This was considered a white lie. After all, Xiao Ruofei didn't have the slightest intention to let Feng Jing stay over. Of course, he definitely couldn't let Feng Jing go back like this. Firstly, it was already late. It wouldn't be safe for a girl like Feng Jing to leave alone. Secondly, he was the one who invited Feng Jing to stay over at his house. Now, because of Ling Qingxue's sudden appearance, he let Feng Jing leave. Then, Feng Jing would definitely feel a little wronged in her heart. What was this? She came and went as she pleased? No, no. Feng Jing said, it's not too late now. It's not far for me to call a taxi back to the company. When Ling Qingxue heard Xiao Ruofei let Feng Jing stay over for the night, she couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ruofei with a smile. She felt a little sour in her heart. However, looking at it from another perspective, Xiao Ruofei let Feng Jing stay over in front of her. Didn't that mean that Xiao Ruofei didn't have any ulterior motives and was magnanimous? When Ling Qingxue thought about it this way, she felt a lot better. She smiled and looked at Feng Jing and said, Sister Jing, why are you so polite? Ruofei and I aren't outsiders. How can we be at ease if you go out alone so late at night? I think you can just stay here for the night. It just so happens that we haven't had a good chat yet. Let's stay together tonight. Ling Qingxue's move was very clever. Not only did it show her magnanimity, but it also showed her identity as the mistress of the house. Moreover, if she stayed over to sleep with Feng Jing, she could completely eliminate any potential danger. It was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Ruofei couldn't come back to his senses. He stared at Ling Qingxue in a daze. Why else would people say that women were born masters of palace intrigue? Ling Qingxue's almost unhesitating reaction made Xiao Ruofei gasp in amazement. Of course, Ling Qingxue's thoughts couldn't be hidden from Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing. Feng Jing smiled bitterly in her heart. In this way, even if she wanted to leave, she couldn't. Otherwise, she would be too unreasonable. Although it would be very awkward to stay, she had no choice but to nod and say, okay. Then I'll have to trouble you. Ling Qingxue said happily, how can that be? We can't be happier. Isn't that right, Ruofei? Xiao Ruofei squeezed out a smile and said, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Ling Qingxue said, Sister Jing, please sit for a while. I'll call my dad to tell him. After that, Ling Qingxue picked up her phone and went upstairs. After Ling Qingxue went upstairs, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing looked at each other. Feng Jing said something to Xiao Ruofei silently. Xiao Ruofei could guess what Feng Jing was saying by reading her lips. It's all your fault, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, Sister Jing, please sit for a while. I'll heat up the dumplings. Let's eat together later. After that, he walked to the cabinet in the hallway and picked up the lunchbox that Ling Qingshui had brought. He then hid in the kitchen as if he was escaping. Feng Jing didn't know whether to sit or stand. She felt very uncomfortable. Ling Qingshui quickly finished the phone call. She told Ling Xiaotian that Xiao Ruofei had a female friend who was here as a guest. She wanted to chat with her for a while. She didn't want to disturb Ling Xiaotian if she came back too late, so she would stay here tonight. Ling Xiaotian readily agreed. He didn't care if this was Ling Qingshui's excuse. Anyway, he already knew how far Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshui had progressed. What era was it now? Ling Xiaotian naturally wouldn't be so inflexible. What's more, he was very satisfied with Xiao Ruofei as his future son-in-law. How could he set obstacles in this kind of thing? After all, Ling Xiaotian was also young once. He knew very well what young people were thinking. Ling Qingshui went downstairs and asked with a smile, "Hey? Sister Jing, where did that guy go?" Feng Jing said unnaturally. "Ruofei said that he was going to heat up the dumplings." "Okay." Ling Qingshui said enthusiastically, "Sister Jing, you should try it later. My dad made it himself. His craftsmanship is amazing." "Okay." Feng Jing felt like a puppet at the mercy of others. Anyway, she would agree to whatever Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshui said. Manager Ling's cooking is definitely excellent. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had already heated up the dumplings in the microwave oven very quickly. But he didn't take the dumplings out until he heard that Ling Qingshui came downstairs. "Let's eat the dumplings," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Sister Jing, Qingshui, come and eat with us." Ling Qingshui brought a lot of dumplings. Xiao Ruofei filled 2 big plates with bowls, chopsticks, vinegar, and so on. He took 3 trips to bring them all out. Ling Qingshui and Feng Jing came to the dining room. Although the 3 of them were not very hungry, they still ate a few dumplings each. Xiao Ruofei put the rest in the refrigerator. After eating the dumplings, Feng Jing took the initiative to go to the kitchen with Ling Qingshui to wash the dishes. Xiao Ruofei also wiped his cold sweat and sat on the sofa with a bitter smile on his face. The 2 women quickly cleaned up and came out of the kitchen. Feng Jing said, "Qingshui, I'd better sleep alone tonight." "You can sleep with Ruofei." Ling Qingshui blushed and said, "Sister Jing, what are you talking about? How can I sleep with him? We're not married." Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingshui and said, "Qingshui, Sister Jing is probably not used to sleeping with other people. Don't join in the fun. There are a lot of rooms here. I'll get you another one." "Oh. Okay." Ling Qingshui blushed and said. Xiao Ruofei's words sounded like he was trying to hide something. Of course, Feng Jing wouldn't be so stupid to expose him. She smiled and asked, "Ruofei, which room will I sleep in tonight? I want to sleep early." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Oh. Okay. Sister Jing, you can sleep in the guest room on the 1st floor. Qingshui, take Sister Jing to the room and make the bed. There's a set of bedsheets in the room cabinet. They're all brand new." Ling Qingshui immediately said, "Okay. Leave it to me." Then she said to Feng Jing, "Sister Jing, come with me." Xiao Ruofei also smiled and said to Feng Jing, "Good night, Sister Jing." Feng Jing's eyes flashed with disappointment. Then she smiled and said, "Good night." Ling Qingshui took Feng Jing to the guest room while Xiao Ruofei took the cleaning tools and went to the 2nd floor. He only cleaned the 1st floor today. Now he had to clean the master bedroom upstairs. As for the other rooms, he didn't have to clean them for now. No one was staying there anyway. Xiao Ruofei just wiped all the furniture in the room and was about to mop the floor when Ling Qingshui came into the room. She leaned against the doorframe and smiled charmingly. She said, "Boss Xia, you're so diligent. Don't tell me you're feeling guilty?" Xiao Ruofei said without looking up as he mopped the floor, "What's there to feel guilty about? I'm doing everything right, right? You're the one who's thinking the wrong way. Lift your leg. Don't disturb me when I'm working." Ling Qingshui looked at Xiao Ruofei who was mopping the 2nd floor and laughed. She said, "I'm just kidding. Even if I don't believe you, how can I not believe Sister Jing? What are you saying?" Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So you still don't believe me? I believe you. I believe you. Okay. Ling Qingxue said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei leaned the mop against the wall and said, Wife, I'm done mopping the floor. Do you want to sleep in the guest room? I'll go over and clean the room. Ling Qingxue glared at Xiao Ruofei and said in an unfriendly tone, What do you think? Is there someone who wants to sneak into the other rooms while I'm sleeping in the guest room? Ling Qingxue could sleep in the same room as Feng Jing or Xiao Ruofei, because at least one of them could sleep in the same room. But she definitely wouldn't sleep in the guest room alone. Otherwise, what was the point of staying in Xiao Ruofei's house? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, That's because you volunteered to sleep in the same room with me. I didn't force you, did I? Ling Qingxue finally understood Xiao Ruofei's intention. She couldn't help but say angrily, Why are you such a bad person? Xiao Ruofei laughed and went forward to hold Ling Qingxue's shoulder. He said, I'm just kidding. Wife, who told you to joke with me first? Humph. You only know how to bully me. Ling Qingxue twisted her body and tried to break free. But Xiao Ruofei held her tightly, and Ling Qingxue didn't use much strength. So, not only did she not break free, but she was also held in Xiao Ruofei's arms. Ling Qingxue moaned and punched Xiao Ruofei's chest. She said, You're so bad. You're so bad. Xiao Ruofei stretched out his leg to hook the door and closed it. Then, he carried Ling Qingxue and walked straight to the big soft bed. This bed was chosen by Ling Qingxue and Xiao Ruofei together. It was 3 meters wide and covered with a custom-made latex mattress. It was soft and elastic. The two of them had dated in this villa several times, and this bed was the absolute main battlefield. Now, on this main battlefield, the flames of war rose again. Waves of heart-shaking murmurs accompanied by the creaking of the bed was like a symphony that made people blush and their hearts race. The bedroom was instantly filled with boundless spring scenery. After a long time, the two stopped and leaned against each other to rest. Ling Qingxue's face still had a trace of seductive blush, and she said coquettishly, Why are you so lustful? If Sister Jing downstairs heard this, how can I faces to live? It's so to die. Xiao Ruofei said nonchalantly, The soundproofing of this house is pretty good. How can it be so easy to hear? Unless you were stupid when you arranged the room for her, and it just happened to be downstairs from our bedroom. Ling Qingxue tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she screamed. Her face, which was already a little red, was suddenly dyed with a thick blush. Xiao Ruofei caressed Ling Qingxue's silky smooth skin and asked with concern, What's wrong? Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei embarrassedly and stammered, I seem to be really stupid. What should I do? Xiao Ruofei suddenly sat up. He stared at Ling Qingxue and asked, Wife, are you kidding? There are a few guest rooms downstairs. Did you really arrange for it to be downstairs from our bedroom? Ling Qingxue nodded silently. Xiao Ruofei touched his forehead and was speechless. After a while, he said uncertainly, Qingxue, we didn't make a lot of noise just now, right? I think so. Ling Qingxue also looked embarrassed. The two of them looked at each other and covered their faces with the blanket at the same time. Then, they couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei lifted the blanket and said, Let's not care so much. Anyway, what's done is done. There's no use regretting it. Then, Xiao Ruofei reached out and touched Ling Qingxue's shoulder. He said, Wife, why don't? Let's have another round? This time, we'll make a little noise. Ling Qingxue was so scared that she quickly wrapped the blanket tightly around herself and said, Absolutely not. Ruofei, don't joke around. Sister Jing is downstairs. Don't be naughty tonight. Otherwise, I'll really sleep in the next room. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I'm just saying. Oh yeah, wife. I have something good to give you. Ling Qingxue poked her head out from under the blanket, her hand still tightly gripping the corner of the blanket as she asked, What is it? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Wait. I'll go get it. He naturally thought of the 2 kinds of fruits that he had collected from the green traveling celestial island. He had originally planned to give Ling Qingxue a few, but in the afternoon, he thought that Ling Qingxue wouldn't come over tonight, so he temporarily put them in the space. Xiao Ruofei got out of bed and opened the drawer with his back facing Ling Qingxue. After blocking her view, he thought of something and took out a dark red fruit and a dark purple fruit from the space. Then, he held the fruits in his hand and walked back with a smile. Here. Xiao Ruofei handed the fruits over. What is this? I don't think I've seen this fruit before. Ling Qingxue asked. Don't ask so many questions. You'll know after you eat it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, eat the red one first, oh. Ling Qingxue pouted and said. She obediently took a bite of the red fruit and immediately felt her mouth full of saliva. It's delicious. Ling Qingxue said. Xiao Ruofei watched Ling Qingxue swallow the fruit quickly and asked with a smile, Qingxue, how do you feel? Ling Qingxue reached out and took a tissue from the tissue box at the bedside and wiped her mouth, then said, I don't feel anything. I just feel that the taste is not. Eh? What's going on? It seems that in my dantian. As Ling Qingxue spoke, she turned over and sat up. She didn't care that she was naked and directly sat on the bed with her legs crossed. Then, she started to practice the questioning heart sutra. When Ling Qingxue first entered the state of cultivation, the expression on her face would become very focused and she would look very holy. However, at this moment, there was not a single piece of cloth on her body. Moreover, her cross-legged posture was extremely seductive. After Xiao Ruofei glanced at her, his heart suddenly swayed and he almost could not control himself. He quickly looked away and used his mind power to observe Ling Qingxue's condition. Ling Qingxue cultivated for about 1.5 hours before she let out a long breath and stood up. Only then did she realize that she wasn't wearing any clothes. She couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Like a frightened deer, she quickly crawled under the blanket. Then, she coquettishly asked, Ruofei, why didn't you remind me? It's so embarrassing. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, honey, I'm not stupid. How can I see such an erotic scene normally? Why should I remind you? Ling Qingxue glared at Xiao Ruofei with a red face and said, You're so evil. She originally wanted to leave Xiao Ruofei alone and ignore him for the time being, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity. After at most a minute, she couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, what fruit did you give me? In just a little over an hour, my cultivation has increased by a large amount. This effect is too miraculous. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, of course I gave you something good. But I don't know the name of this fruit. Honey, since you've finished absorbing it, eat the other fruit too. Got it. Ling Qingxue nodded and said. Then, she asked, what's the magical effect of this fruit? Guess. Xiao Ruofei blinked and asked with a smile. Guess your ass. Ling Qingxue said angrily. Then, she took a big bite of the fruit, as if the fruit was Xiao Ruofei. Similarly, she finished the fruit in a few mouthfuls and waited for the next attack. Unexpectedly, the fiery feeling in her dantian did not appear. Instead, her head felt cool, as if a clear stream was nourishing her soul. It was so comfortable that she almost moaned. After about half an hour, the cool and nourishing feeling gradually disappeared. Ling Qingxue sensed it and shouted in surprise, Ruofei, this fruit can nourish the soul. It's amazing. My mental strength has increased by a small level. You've reached the spirit fear stage? Xiao Ruofei asked in surprise. Yes. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, this is really a surprise. Ruofei, the effect of this fruit is really amazing. Xiao Ruofei's mood was a little complicated. Ling Qingxue's cultivation had improved, especially her mental strength that had reached the spirit fear stage. Naturally, he was happy for Ling Qingxue. But at the same time, with the improvement of Ling Qingxue's cultivation, the day when the two of them could cultivate together was getting closer and closer. At the same time, it also meant that the day when he could tell Ling Qingxue about Song Wei was getting closer and closer. Xiao Ruofei's heart was filled with anxiety. He had no confidence at all. At the same time, he was afraid that the moment he laid his cards on the table, he would completely lose Ling Qingxue. His mood was very conflicted. Seeing Ling Qingxue's happy expression, Xiao Ruofei shook his head and got rid of those distracting thoughts. Then, he said, Qingxue, I still have a few of these fruits, but I guess the effect is the best when you eat it for the first time. After that, the effect will weaken a lot. Then don't waste it. Xianxia said immediately. What are you talking about? How can I waste something for my wife? Xiaoruofei said, what I mean is that you eat one fruit each starting tomorrow. After 5 days, I think there won't be any effect. This fruit would not have any obvious effect if it was eaten by people with high cultivation. Similarly, if the same person ate it multiple times, the effect would be the most obvious the first time. Ah? So extravagant? Xianxia was a little hesitant. Xiaoruofei said with a smile, it's nothing. But I have to use special means to keep this fruit, or it will spoil easily. So, you have to come here to eat it every day. Xianxia's pretty face turned slightly red. She said, I know. Then, Xianxia crawled out of the quilt. As she put on her clothes, she said, Ruofei, after being stimulated by this fruit, I don't feel sleepy at all. Why don't we cultivate for a while? Xiaoruofei thought for a while and said, okay. I'll go get the array flag. After that, he put on his pajamas and jumped out of bed. He walked to the door and stayed in the room next door for a while. Then, he took out the array flag from the space and went back to the bedroom with it in his hand. He also locked the door of the room on the way. Xiaoruofei skillfully set up the time array on the carpet in the bedroom. Then, he held Xianxia's hand and stepped into the array. The two of them sat down cross-legged. Xianxia was about to enter the state of cultivation when Xiaoruofei said with a smile, oh right, we won't use the spiritual crystals today. No spiritual crystals? Xianxia was stunned. The spiritual chi of this heaven and earth is very chaotic. And the amount is quite small. It can't support our cultivation at all. Xiaoruofei said with a smile, just because we don't use the spiritual crystals doesn't mean that there won't be any other support. Just wait and see. After that, Xiaoruofei put his hand into his trouser pocket. When he took it out again, there was a piece of spiritual crystal in his hand. He said with a smile, we'll use this today. What's this? Xianxia looked curiously at the spiritual crystal in Xiaoruofei's hand and said, what's this? Such pure energy. Xiaoruofei said with a smile, of course it's something good. Wife, come on. This fruit would not have any obvious effect if it was consumed by someone with a high cultivation. Similarly, if the same person consumed it multiple times, the effect would be the most obvious the first time. Ah? That's so extravagant. Xianxia was a little hesitant. Xiaoruofei said with a smile, it's nothing. But I have to use a special method to preserve this fruit. Otherwise, it will spoil easily. So, you have to come to me every day to consume it. Xianxia blushed slightly and said, I know. Then, Xianxia crawled out from under the blanket. As she put on her clothes, she said, Ruofei, after being stimulated by this fruit, I don't feel sleepy anymore. Why don't we cultivate for a while? Xiaoruofei thought for a while and said, okay. I'll go get the array flag. Then, he put on his pajamas and jumped out of bed. He walked to the door and stayed in the room next door for a while. Then, he took out the array flag from the infinite space and went back to the bedroom with the array flag in his hand. He also locked the door of the bedroom. Xiaoruofei skillfully set up the time array on the carpet in the bedroom. Then, he held Xianxia's hand and stepped into the time array. The two of them sat down cross-legged. Xianxia was about to enter the state of cultivation when Xiaoruofei said with a smile, oh right, we won't use spiritual crystals today. No spiritual crystals? Xianxia was stunned. The spiritual chi in this world is very chaotic. And the amount is quite small. It can't support our cultivation at all. Xiaoruofei said with a smile, just because we don't use spiritual crystals doesn't mean that we won't use other methods. Just wait and see. After that, Xiaoruofei put his hand into his trouser pocket. When he took it out again, there was a piece of spiritual crystal in his hand. He said with a smile, we'll use this today. What's this? Xianxia looked curiously at the spiritual crystal in Xiaoruofei's hand and said, what's this? What pure energy? Xiaoruofei said with a smile, of course it's something good. Honey, come on. Okay. Ling Qingxue nodded obediently and crawled into bed. Xiao Ruofei also climbed into bed and hugged Ling Qingshue's delicate body from behind. Soon, he heard Ling Qingshue's breathing gradually become even. It was obvious that she had fallen asleep. Xiao Ruofei's eyes were wide open and he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Ling Qingshue's cultivation level had improved much faster than he had expected. Once Ling Qingxue broke through to the third level of qi refining, her spiritual power had already reached the early stage of spiritual palpitation. This was similar to the realm that he and Song Wei had reached when they were cultivating spirit-body fusion. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power had broken through to the spirit-gathering realm. His control over his spiritual power was much better than when he was cultivating with Song Wei. In other words, once Ling Qingxue broke through to the third level of qi refining, she could basically start cultivating spirit-body fusion. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect that the time to reveal his cards would come so quickly. Of course, even after she started cultivating spirit-body fusion, Xiao Ruofei didn't have to tell Ling Qingxue about Song Wei. However, he couldn't keep delaying it. It went against his original intention and was also unfair to Song Wei. For a moment, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel anxious. He tossed and turned on the bed for a long time before he managed to fall asleep in a daze. At around 6 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Ruofei felt Ling Qingxue move beside him. Then, she gently lifted the blanket and prepared to get out of bed. He immediately woke up. In fact, Xiao Ruofei hadn't slept much in the past 2 to 3 hours. At most, he was in a half-asleep state. Xiao Ruofei knew that Ling Qingxue wanted to go downstairs to prepare breakfast. After all, Feng Jing lived on the first floor. Ling Qingxue probably didn't want Xiao Ruofei to prepare breakfast alone, so she got up early. Xiao Ruofei laughed in his heart. He wanted to pretend to be asleep, but on second thought, he couldn't. He knew very well how good Ling Qingshue's cooking skills were. For the sake of his stomach, he couldn't be lazy. Xiao Ruofei lay down for a while and waited for Ling Qingxue to come out of the bathroom after washing up. When she stood by the bed to change her clothes, he pretended that he had just woken up. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Ling Qingxue. "Why are you up so early?" Xiao Ruofei deliberately asked with a hint of sleepiness. "Ah. Sorry to wake you up," Ling Qingxue said. "It's okay. You can sleep a little longer. I'll go downstairs to make breakfast." Xiao Ruofei immediately got up from the bed and said, "Wife, how can I let you do this kind of rough work? Let me do it." After that, he ignored Ling Qingshue's dissuasion and put on his clothes quickly. Then, he walked to the bathroom and said, "Wait for me. You don't have to worry about breakfast. I'll take care of it." Xiao Ruofei washed up and went downstairs with Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue took the initiative to go downstairs to cook because she had her own thoughts. Now that Xiao Ruofei went downstairs and she was watching, she was naturally happy that Xiao Ruofei was willing to make breakfast. She watched Xiao Ruofei busy in the kitchen. She couldn't get involved, so she went to the living room and stayed on the sofa to play with her phone. After a while, Feng Jing also got up. She obviously didn't rest well. She looked tired and even had bags under her eyes. When Ling Qingxue saw Feng Jing, she immediately put away her phone and stood up. She said with a smile, "Sister Jing, you're up." "Yeah. You guys are up early," Feng Jing said with a smile. Ling Qingxue looked at Feng Jing and asked with concern, "Sister Jing, you don't look very good. Didn't you rest well last night?" Feng Jing's pretty face blushed slightly. She couldn't help blushing and her heart beating fast when she thought of the faint sound from upstairs last night. She said unnaturally, "Yeah. I didn't sleep well." Ling Qingxue asked with concern, "Why? Are you not used to being in a strange place?" Feng Jing complained in her heart. "Don't you know why, but this kind of thing couldn't be exposed." She could only go along with Ling Qingshue's words and said, "Maybe. I'm a little picky about the bed. It's okay, I'll go to bed early tonight. I'll be fine after some sleep. Poor sleep has a great impact on the skin." Ling Qingxue said, "Oh right, I have some Yuji ointment here. Come upstairs with me to use it. Yuji ointment is very effective in removing eye bags. It's almost instant." Feng Jing naturally knew the effect of Yuji ointment. She had planned to use it when she returned to the company, so she subconsciously declined. No, no. I have some too, why are you being so polite with me? Ling Qingxue didn't allow for an explanation and pulled Feng Jing upstairs. Your skin needs to be treated immediately. Let's go. Xiao Ruofei came out with a few dishes and said with a smile, time for breakfast. Eh? Qingxue, why are you pulling Jing upstairs? Don't poke your nose into a woman's business. Ling. Qingxue said, you eat first. You don't have to wait for us. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and put down the dishes. He shook his head and went to the kitchen to get the porridge. Xiao Ruofei prepared a simple breakfast. It was plain porridge and side dishes. In addition, he fried a few poached eggs. It wasn't very sumptuous, but it looked very delicate. After a while, Feng Jing and Ling Qingxue came downstairs side by side. Feng Jing looked much better. It seemed that the Yuji ointment was effective. However, the Yuji ointment could only improve her skin, but it couldn't hide her disappointment. Of course, Feng Jing didn't show it. Instead, she held Ling Qingxue's hand and looked very intimate. Xiao Ruofei didn't understand women's business. Ling Qingxue was obviously wary of Feng Jing. Last night, she even stayed here for the first time. Now, the two of them were as close as sisters. Xiao Ruofei shook his head secretly and called the two of them over for breakfast. After breakfast, Xiao Ruofei drove Ling Qingxue to the company first, then drove to Taoyuan building. On the way, Feng Jing was silent, and the atmosphere was a little dull. Seeing that Taoyuan building was not far away, Feng Jing suddenly asked, Ruofei, Qingxue. Could there be some misunderstanding? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, it's okay. Jing, don't think too much. Even if there was a misunderstanding, I already explained it clearly last night. Feng Jing couldn't help but think of the sound from upstairs last night. She nodded silently and didn't say anything else. Xiao Ruofei parked the car in the underground parking lot, then the two of them took the elevator to the top floor. At the elevator, Xiao Ruofei said to Feng Jing, Jing, inform the executives at home that we'll meet in an hour. I want to hear everyone's work reports during this time. The reason why he set aside an hour was because he considered that Xue Jinshan and the others were most likely at the construction site in Chongping County. The last-minute meeting required some time on the road. Okay. Feng Jing nodded and said. After returning to the company, Feng Jing became the strong woman again. She arranged work meticulously. An hour later, in the big conference room on the top floor, all the executives of the company were present. Even Chao Taishu, who was in charge of the farm, came. In fact, Feng Jing had already briefed him on the main work yesterday. Xiao Ruofei also had an idea. After listening to everyone's report, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, everyone has worked hard during this time. Your work has been very effective. I'm often not in the company, but with a group of capable subordinates like you, I'm very relieved. I might have to go to Beijing in a while. I hope everyone doesn't slack off. It's going to be the new year soon. I hope we can finish what we started this year. Alright, let's split up and get busy. Oh right, old Chow, stay. The executives all got up and left the conference room. Chao Taishu stayed. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, Brother Chow, how did you get here? Director Xue picked me up on the way. Chao Taishu had a simple and honest smile on his face. Didn't you leave a car at the farm? As the person in charge of the farm, you should send a car. You don't have to save money on fuel. Xiao Ruofei said, Director Xue must have gone back first. I'll arrange a car to send you back later. Thank you, Chairman. Chao Taishu said. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Chow, I asked you to stay because I want to talk to you about the goose farm. You have done a good job. That Xiao Liuzi is a talent. Chao Taishu laughed and said, Chairman, Xiao Liuzi is very cultured and likes to think about things. I can't be compared to him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. No matter how capable he is still a young man who just left school. He can't be compared to you. Xiao Ruofei continued, but he has done a good job during this period of time. I have decided to promote him. Go back and inform him to come to the headquarters when he is free. I have already spoken to Manager Feng about this. She will go to the HR department. Chow Taishu was overjoyed and quickly said, Chairman, I thank you on behalf of Xiaoliuzi. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, don't mention it. That kid is a talent. Our company's culture is like this. As long as someone is capable and contributes to the company, I will not be stingy with my rewards. Tell Xiaoliuzi to operate his TikTok account well. Also, he must continue to focus on the goose farming. When we start large-scale farming, I still need him to take the lead. Okay. I will pass on your words to him. Chow Taishu said. Xiao Ruofei then chatted with Chow Taishu about the farm for a while. Although the farm's profits could not be compared to the pharmaceutical factory, it was the foundation of Xiao Ruofei's fortune. He had always placed great importance on the farm's business. After a few years of training, Chow Taishu had transformed from an illiterate boor into a qualified farm manager. When it came to the work that he was in charge of, he was also very good at it. After the two of them talked for a while, Xiao Ruofei called Lei Hu, who was in charge of the fleet, and asked him to send Chow Taishu back to the farm. For the next 2 days, Xiao Ruofei appeared at the company punctually every day. It was rare for him to settle all the backlog of work. He also took some time to go to the farm to inspect the pharmaceutical factory and the goose farm. He also encouraged Xiaoliuzi. In the blink of an eye, it was the weekend. Ling Qingxue had already informed Ling Xiaotian that she would be going out to sea with Xiao Ruofei this weekend. They would be returning on Sunday after spending a night at sea. Ling Xiaotian couldn't wait for Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue to be together. Xiao Ruofei was often away from home, and Ling Qingxue was usually very busy with work. The two of them did not have much time to be together. Ling Xiaotian was worried that their feelings for each other would slowly fade. Therefore, he was very supportive. Early on Saturday morning, Xiao Ruofei drove night 15 to the Ling family's villa not far away to pick up Ling Qingxue. Then, they drove in the direction of the yacht club. On the way, Xiao Ruofei was even a little nervous. He was full of anticipation for the upcoming sea trip, but at the same time, he was also a little nervous. This was because he had already decided that once they were out at sea, he would definitely cultivate with Ling Qingxue. If Ling Qingxue's cultivation broke through to Qi refining stage level 3, then he would start to try to cultivate both spirit and body. Of course, Ling Qingxue didn't know Xiao Ruofei's plan. She was very happy all the way and kept talking. After a while, the car arrived at the yacht club. The manager, Qin Lan, who had been informed by Xiao Ruofei a day in advance, had been waiting at the club early. When she saw Xiao Ruofei, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to introduce, Manager Qin, this is my girlfriend, Ling Qingxue. Qin Lan said with a warm smile, hello, Manager Ling. I've heard a lot about you. It was a compulsory course for Qin Lan to study the client's information. And Xiao Ruofei's information was quite easy to collect. She could get a lot of relevant information by searching the internet. The relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had long been known on the internet. Naturally, Qin Lan recognized Ling Qingxue at a glance. Ling Qingxue also smiled and greeted Qin Lan. Xiao Ruofei asked, Manager Qin, have you finished the maintenance of the yacht? And the oil is full, right? Don't worry. I personally arranged it after receiving the notice yesterday. Qin Lan smiled and said, now your haven is in a full state of health and can set sail at any time. Thank you. Xiao Ruofei said, send the bill to my email and I'll transfer the money to you as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Qin Lan said. Qin Lan personally sent Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue to the haven's exclusive berth. She watched as the two of them boarded the ship and left the harbor. Only then did she take an electric scooter back. On the haven, Ling Qingxue couldn't restrain her excitement. She stood in the cockpit and kept talking to Xiao Ruofei. Ruofei, this yacht is so beautiful. Although Ling Qingxue had already experienced the yacht on the day of the trial, she still couldn't help but admire it. Xiao Ruofei drove the yacht and asked with a smile, now you don't think I'm a spendthrift, do you? It's worth more than 70 million. After the yacht left the busy waters near the port, it drove toward the open sea at full speed. Gradually, it left the land behind and came to the vast sea. End of chapter 12-13. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.